2661 traceless. 1. With Tang Zhen's speed, he did not need much time to travel 3,000 miles. Even though his strength had been sealed, he was still as fast as lightning. However, as he continued to advance, Tang Zhen's expression became solemn. There was no trace of human activity at all. Even the wild beasts in the forest had disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, white bone ghosts could be seen everywhere. Monsters of all sizes shuttled between the dead trees and wastelands, looking fearless. This miserable scene was actually quite similar to the demon world. How long had it been, and the whole world had changed? Tang Zhen could not help but wonder if Hula's lover was safe. Because it was not suitable to stay in the ruins, the native cultivators were asked to go to the Heaven's Wall city before the operation to avoid being killed by the monsters that kept appearing. Because they were guarding the ruins, Cleansing Wind City was not very safe. Once the dark wave broke out, they would be the first to be attacked. On the contrary, the Heaven's Wall city was heavily guarded and became the ideal refuge. Although the order had been given, it was still uncertain if the native cultivators would carry it out. When he was about to reach the Heaven's Wall city, Tang Zhen encountered a large group of monsters. The leader was the xianxia demon that had been chasing Tang Zhen all the way. They led a large number of monsters in search of prey everywhere. As long as there was human activity, these monsters would not miss it. The villages that used to have people living in them were now all in ruins, and bones could be seen scattered everywhere. Such a tragic scene caused Tang Zhen to secretly feel that something was wrong. He immediately sped up and headed towards the Heaven's Wall city. In order to facilitate the operation, Tang Zhen summoned the sludge monster and disguised it as a xianxia demon. The fierce monster's aura made the monsters along the way stay far away from it, not daring to provoke it. As they flew towards the Heaven's Wall city, Tang Zhen secretly sighed as he watched the monsters fly around the mountain peak. As expected, without the cultivators in the city, the natives couldn't resist the attack of the monster army at all. Even the heavily guarded Heaven's Wall city fell in a very short time. The hundreds of thousands of residents in the city had probably turned into bones by now. How many of them would survive? Tang Zhen, who had experienced the destruction of countless worlds, had long been determined. Otherwise, he would not have used the method of flooding the imperial city to deal with the enemy. This was because he knew very well that in this calamity, ordinary natives had no chance of surviving. Death was only a matter of time, and he would have to go through a reincarnation. Ji and Ali's figures flashed in his mind. Tang Zhen shook his head and flew towards the Heaven's Wall city. As they approached the city, some monsters immediately stared at Tang Zhen. However, after discovering his identity, they all lay on the ground and shivered. The monsters' strict level suppression made Tang Zhen appear like a king that had descended. No monster dared to stop him. After landing on the platform, Tang Zhen looked around and found that there were indeed traces of a battle. There was blood and wreckage everywhere. The cave passage inside the Tianshu city was filled with an unpleasant rancid smell, which was a mixture of rotten corpses and feces. A creepy sound came from inside, and monsters would suddenly rush out of the houses on both sides of the street from time to time. Tang Zhen entered the passageway and slowly advanced along the familiar passageway. However, everything was no longer the same as before. The monster destroyed everything it saw, and the weather-beaten city was once again destroyed. As for most of the residents in the city, they had become food for the monsters or members of the monsters. The infection and erosion of the demonic chi were far more terrifying than imagined. Perhaps it would not take long for the whole world to become the world of monsters. If it continued to develop, it would form a new civilization, waiting for the cultivators of Lusheng to descend again thousands of years later. The people at that time would probably not have thought that they had experienced a similar scene thousands of years ago. It was like a play that never ended. Every actor was on the stage and off the stage, playing different roles. Life and death, endless reincarnation. After knowing all of this, it was hard for him to feel sad again. Instead, he felt that it was very interesting. In his previous life, he was a pawn, but in his next life, he would become an emperor. The enemies of his previous life would probably become brothers who would treat each other with great care in his next life. The changing of fate was just so magical. Releasing his spiritual power to sense, there were indeed monsters everywhere. There was no trace of a living person. This was only natural. With the abilities of ordinary people, how could they avoid the smell in search of monsters? Even if it was hidden underground, it would be found after digging 3 feet underground. After such a long time, it was impossible for there to be any survivors. Tang Zhen lost his interest in searching after walking around once. This was because he knew that it was meaningless to do so. Tang Zhen arrived at the city lord's mansion according to the information he had just sensed and went straight to a Xianxia demon king. Compared to the other monsters, the Xianxia demons were more powerful, so they naturally became the leaders of the monsters. The monsters that occupied the Heaven's Wall city were led by a Xianxia demon king. At this moment, it was in the city lord's mansion, devouring a corpse. The Xianxia demon king was stunned for a moment when he saw Tang Zhen suddenly appear in front of him. Then, his face revealed a trace of ferocity. The competition in the Xianxia race was very cruel, and they had a strong sense of territory. The demon king thought that Tang Zhen, who suddenly appeared, was here to snatch territory. However, Tang Zhen's appearance was strange. That purple gold armor and wings made Xianxia demon king feel uneasy. Just as it was hesitating on how to deal with it, Tang Zhen suddenly made a move and grabbed towards Nightkill demon king. Xianxia demon king was shocked. Just as he was about to dodge and counterattack, he found that his body had been completely imprisoned. This feeling of powerlessness terrified the Xianxia demon king. Just as he was about to shout for help, a large hand grabbed his head. As Xianxia demon king struggled, he felt an irresistible force enter his mind, and then he fell into a daze. All the memories in his mind were read by Tang Zhen, and his life force was also rapidly flowing away. Tang Zhen frowned slightly. The scene of the monster army attacking the Heaven's Wall city continued to appear in his mind. The battle scene was indeed extremely tragic. In the face of the terrifying monsters, the ordinary residents of the Heaven's Wall city had no power to resist. It didn't take long for the monster army to occupy the Heaven's Wall city. Then, they began to kill without restraint. This was only the Xianxia demon king's point of view, and it was not enough to explain everything. There would definitely be a large number of things that were missed. The interior of the Heaven's Wall city was extremely complicated. If they entered the tunnel, when the monsters attacked the city, they could escape without a sound. Tang Zhen didn't find the information he wanted. He let go of Xianxia demon king, but the other party had already become a corpse. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen continued to search for high-level monsters in the Heaven's Wall city. After controlling them, he read their memories. But no matter if it was that Bone, Ali, or Hula's lover, there were no traces of them. With a trace of doubt in his heart, Tang Zhen flew to the sky above the Heaven's Wall city. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The next moment, the Heaven's Wall city was enveloped by a terrifying power that spread to every corner of the city. Following a thought from Tang Zhen, waves after waves of the monster's anguished wails sounded. It sounded incomparably mournful. This ancient city that had thousands of years of history quickly fell into a deathly silence. There were no longer any traces of life. 2662 The sudden appearance of a force. Tang Zhen had killed all the monsters in the Heaven's Wall city with a single thought. The present was different from the past. Tang Zhen, who had mastered the power of law, could kill ordinary monsters like ants. There wasn't much meaning in doing this. However, Tang Zhen felt that since he had come here before, he had to do something before leaving. It was a sacrifice to the residents of the Heaven's Wall city. After leaving the Heaven's Wall city, Tang Zhen chose a route and slowly walked in the direction of the ruins. He just wanted to see if he could find any clues and continue his search. Because he needed to find someone, Tang Zhen deliberately slowed down his speed in order to avoid missing any useful clues. In the process of searching, other than the occasional appearance of monsters of various sizes, they could occasionally see traces of the natives. However, most of them had already met with mishaps. One had to know that compared to the city, the wilderness was the true danger. The first stop of Tang Zhen's trip was naturally Cleansing Wind City. As the city closest to the ruins and the hometown of the big bearded cultivator and the other native cultivators, it was very likely that they were still there. The system notified everyone that Cleansing Wind City was in an extremely dangerous position and that it was likely that monsters would attack first. However, it was difficult to leave one's homeland. Even if they knew there was danger, how many people could abandon their homes and leave alone? Even if they really left, they would bring their loved ones with them. Even if they died, they had to die together. Tang Zhen could not help but shake his head when he thought of this. It wasn't an easy matter to bring Hula's lover away from this world. Tang Zhen was very clear about this in his heart. The difficult part was how to take her away, because all the living beings in the world were one entity, and life and death were endless. If Tang Zhen took one away, it was very likely that Samsara would have problems unless there was a way to fix it or the owner of this world allowed it. Who would have thought that because of a series of unforeseen events, the other party was still nowhere to be found, which made the difficulty of the matter multiply. If he couldn't find Hula's lover, how could he complete the next step? During this period, he did some divination, which showed that there was good fortune hidden in the midst of misfortune. However, because the rules of this world were chaotic, the answer he got might not be accurate. After searching for traces, Tang Zhen arrived at Mufeng City. Before they even got close to the city, they could already see a pillar of smoke rising into the sky. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Tang Zhen's heart sank. He knew that he was still a step too late. As expected, when they got closer, they saw that the entire city had been reduced to ruins. Ferocious monsters were wandering around, and the entire city had become a living hell. After the monsters' destruction, Tang Zhen could forget about finding any useful information. Looking at the presumptuous monster, Tang Zhen's heart gave birth to a trace of hostility. He then waved his hand and smashed out countless giant fireballs. The city that was shrouded in flames and smoke had now completely turned into a furnace. The raging flames devoured all the monsters in the city. The flames released by Tang Zhen contained the power of law. Even a devil king was unable to withstand it, let alone these low-level monsters. The Lord-grade monster rushed into the sky. After seeing Tang Zhen in the air, its face was filled with fear. If Tang Zhen was a human cultivator, the monster lord would have the courage to fight no matter how strong he was. However, Tang Zhen's current form was clearly the demon king of the xianxia demon race. This made the lord monsters extremely afraid. Humans were divided into different grades, and monsters were also divided into different levels. The xianxia demons were obviously the kings of the monsters. Tang Zhen was too lazy to care about this. He directly rushed forward and captured all of these lord-grade monsters. Then, he searched through their memories and controlled the sludge monster to absorb all the corpses of the lord monsters. After the memory search was completed, Tang Zhen's face revealed a surprised expression. It turned out that something unexpected had appeared in the memories of these monsters. It turned out that before the army of monsters attacked the city, a strange object had flown across the sky and landed in Cleansing Wind City. By the time the monster army attacked Cleansing Wind City, the strange object had already disappeared, and there was no trace of a cultivator in the city. According to the monster's memory, the strange thing that flew in the sky was clearly a special aircraft. Its appearance was similar to a continent-level building, but its size was countless times smaller. However, it was still a huge object. He didn't need to guess to know that this special flying device must have been made by cultivators from Luchang. There were no similar weapons in the 4th and 5th battle zones, so they must be from other battle zones. As a cultivator of Lusheng, he naturally knew the power of Lusheng. If the 5th battle area were to fight against it, the chances of winning were less than 1/3. This was not to belittle the 5th battle area, but the truth was as such. This was because these towers were special weapons of war. They had been tested by countless years and wars, and they indeed possessed terrifying power. Whether it was a dimensional war or a galaxy-level invasion battle, there would be no problems at all. To be able to create a replica of the Lusheng in such a short period of time, it should not be the work of a low-level battle zone. Tang Zhen directly locked onto the top 10 battle zones. The other party's actions had the suspicion of taking advantage of the situation. This caused Tang Zhen, who suspected that the other party was from the first 3 battle zones, to be unable to confirm his own guess. If it was one of the top 3 battlefields, it must have a very powerful strength. Why did it have to be so secretive? At the same time that Tang Zhen felt surprised, he also rejoiced that he had found a useful clue. This was far better than not having any gains. Next, Tang Zhen slowly analyzed and gathered all the information together to see if he could find any useful clues. The mysterious force that had suddenly appeared was driving the replica of Lucheng, and it was very likely that it had brought all the native cultivators. What he needed to do was to find clues about the replica city and see if Hula's lover had been taken away. Tang Zhen had a premonition that Hula's lover should be up there. Just because she was a cultivator, there was no reason for the other party not to bring her along. In the process of analyzing, Tang Zhen discovered another problem. The city replica's route was to appear at the other end of the ruins and then disappear near Cleansing Wind City. Heaven's Wall City was just ahead of Cleansing Wind City. Had the other party been to Heaven's Wall City and taken away the indigenous cultivators there? Tang Zhen's heart was slightly startled when he thought of this. He recalled the memories he had obtained from the Xianxia Demon King. Just as he had guessed, there were no traces of the native cultivators on the battlefield. Tang Zhen had previously thought that the native cultivators of the Heaven's Wall City had escaped through the tunnel. However, now that he thought about it, it was definitely not the case. The native cultivators of the Heaven's Wall City were likely to be taken to the replica city and evacuated before the monster army attacked the city. Tang Zhen could not help but quietly sigh when he thought of this. The other party's timing was just right. This was because the other party knew very well that in the final battle between the 4th and 5th battle areas, one side would definitely be eliminated. He would also abandon everything he had built up before. There was no burden in picking up scraps, and no one would come to him for justice. In the territory controlled by the 5th battle area, only the Heaven's Wall City and the Cleansing Wind City had a large number of indigenous cultivators left. This was because Tang Zhen had relied on the cultivators in the Tower City and the monster army. Because the native cultivators were too weak, Tang Zhen didn't put them in an important position. Most of them didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the final battle. The owner of the Tower City knew the information of the 2 battle zones like the back of his hand, so he was able to take advantage of the situation. Tang Zhen involuntarily felt a chill in his heart when he thought of this. When the 2 battle zones were competing, there was a pair of eyes observing him in the dark. 2663 Island that secludes from the world. No matter where these cultivators came from, it would not harm the interests of the 5th battle area. The final battle between the 2 battle regions had already come to an end, and the advancement of the 5th battle region was already a sure thing. Therefore, the existing cultivators in Lusheng were no longer in a competitive relationship with Tang Zhen. Even if there were survivors from the 4th battle area, Tang Zhen was too lazy to care about them. What Tang Zhen needed to do now was to quickly find the traces of the replica Lu Cheng and leave this world with Hula's lover. As for the matters in the other battlefields, Tang Zhen had no interest in participating. He also did not have the time and ability to do so. It was even more impossible for him to advance the ranking of the 5th battle area. He had mastered the power of law, and the cultivators in the first 3 battle areas could also do the same. Since he had already achieved his goal, there was no need to stir up any more trouble. However, it wasn't an easy task to find the traces of the replica Lusheng. It was a difficult problem even for Tang Zhen. Under normal circumstances, Tang Zhen would have some methods to search for traces. One must know that all living things in nature had a spirit, and were silently observing this world. However, after the disaster descended, it was not only the intelligent races that were hurt. Naturally, all living things were also deeply affected. Along the way, everything had withered. There were almost no living plants. They were basically all in a withered state. It was clearly the middle of summer, but as far as the eye could see, it was desolate, with withered yellow leaves everywhere. Under such circumstances, the difficulty for Tang Zhen to obtain information through the flowers and trees would be multiplied. Since he could not count on the plants, he could only search for monsters moving along the way and see if their memories were related to the building. Tang Zhen chose a direction according to the existing clues and returned the way he came from. He continued to use his mental energy to scan the places he passed by. Not long after, Tang Zhen discovered a large tree that possessed intelligence on the mountain peak. Just like the other plants, this tree had withered due to the invasion of the demonic qi. However, because of its strong vitality, it had not completely died yet. When he saw Tang Zhen appear in front of him, the giant tree's emotions revealed a trace of joy and a strong desire. It hoped that Tang Zhen would be able to help it because it was not easy to give birth to sentience. The big tree really did not want to die like this. After sensing the other party's request, Tang Zhen didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked about the information regarding the replica tower. The giant tree was located at the peak of the mountain, so it had a wide field of vision. There was a high chance that they would see the replica passing by. As expected, the giant tree did see a special aircraft because the other party did not cover their tracks at all. After receiving the giant tree's memory fragment, Tang Zhen confirmed that there was no problem and waved his hand at the giant tree. In the blink of an eye, the giant tree sprouted new leaves, bloomed, and bore fruit. There was only one fruit on the tree, and it quickly turned from green to red, and finally fell to the ground. The fruit eventually fell into Tang Zhen's hands and turned into a seed that hid the giant tree's dormant consciousness. After the fruit fell, the giant tree quickly withered until it rotted into a pile of dead wood. As the mountain wind blew, it suddenly collapsed into a pile of broken wood. In the process of blossoming and bearing fruit, the giant tree had already concentrated all of its life essence into the seed, and not a single bit of it was left in its original body. As long as Tang Zhen found a suitable place and sowed the seeds, the giant tree would grow again. It would take time for it to grow back into a towering tree, and from the looks of the current situation, it would not be easy to find a suitable environment to grow. Tang Zhen continued to move forward according to the clues he had just obtained. Just as he had expected, the fake city tower was heading toward the Heaven's Wall city, and it was before the monster attacked. Therefore, the monster didn't see the replica. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so troublesome if Tang Zhen had seen it. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen continued to track and had basically locked onto the flight path of the replica Lusheng. Perhaps due to the lack of time, or some other reason, the tower did not hide its function. Fortunately, the functions of the replica were not complete. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would have to waste even more time to track and lock onto it. Before he knew it, he had flown another few thousand miles, and the turbulent sea appeared before his eyes. Tang Zhen was silent for a moment as he looked at the boundless sea. Surface. He then flew into the sea and began to search. Although the view was better above the ocean, the area was larger, and aimless searching was a waste of time. However, since he had already reached this point, how could Tang Zhen give up so easily? And he had a feeling that it might not take long for him to find the answer he wanted. After searching on the sea for nearly a day, Tang Zhen finally saw a huge island and smoke slowly rising from the kitchen. After Tang Zhen got closer, he discovered that there were indeed people living on the island. Most of them were ordinary people, and the remaining half were native cultivators. They had built simple houses on the island, and it was obvious that they had just been built not long ago. In this village, Tang Zhen saw a few familiar figures. Ji Yu, Ali and the rest actually lived on this island. When he looked closer, he found that the native cultivators from Cleansing Wind City also lived on the island. The big bearded man's family of 3, as well as his blacksmith friend, had their own residence. There were also many native cultivators that he didn't know. They must have come from other places and seemed to have moved their families. When they saw Tang Zhen, who had descended from the sky, those who knew him revealed surprised expressions as they gathered around to greet him. Tang Zhen found out the whole story from Ji Yu and the others. It turned out that when the two battle zones were preparing for the final battle, a group of cultivators from the flying tower appeared out of nowhere. They forced the native cultivators to take their families to the flying tower and then went straight to the island in the deep sea. While they were flying, the cultivators from Lucheng had told them that this island was far away from land and monsters, and was the only safe place in the world. This disaster would destroy the entire world. A new era was coming, and they would be the only people left in this world. The other party asked the native cultivators to record the disaster and tell their descendants that one day, when they were strong enough, they would take back their homeland. After leaving these words, the cultivators of Lucheng left and never came back. After hearing Ji Yu and the others' description, Tang Zhen was a little confused. He didn't understand what those cultivators from Lusheng City wanted to do. Then, he asked Big Beard and the others if they had seen Hula's lover, only to receive some depressing news. After they won the battle at the ruins, Hula's lover had once walked around the ruins, trying to find Hula's body. After a fruitless search, Hula's lover had left the ruins without a sound while no one was looking. Now, no one knew if he was dead or alive. Tang Zhen sighed in his heart. Running around by himself at this moment was no different from seeking death. As the island was far away from the continent, it was not affected by the chaotic rules. Tang Zhen used a special method to divine it again. The bearded daughter provided the gift from Hula's lover. Tang Zhen used this as a clue and calculated the answer he wanted. After passing the seed to the bone and telling everyone to live well, Tang Zhen flew into the sky under everyone's gaze and disappeared in an instant. 2664 The solution to the problem 1 Tang Zhen relied on divination to lock onto a location. Tang Zhen wasn't unfamiliar with that place as it was near the ruins and was still a distance away from the Nine Tomb Valley. Since the tiger-pulled lover had appeared there, he must have followed the traces left behind by the cultivators of Lucheng. It was a pity that the outside world was too dangerous. She was just a woman who had become a cultivator by chance. How could she be the opponent of the ferocious monster? If he was not careful, he would encounter a fatal crisis. He flew over the sea surface like lightning. It did not take long for Tang Zhen to arrive on land. He then locked onto the direction and headed straight for Nine Tomb Valley. During this period, they encountered a group of monsters that were besieging a group of cultivators in the city. However, Tang Zhen didn't help them at all. Unless it was Lu Cheng from the 5th battle area, Tang Zhen would turn a blind eye even if he was in danger. According to the results of his divination back then, Tang Zhen finally arrived at a valley. Soon after, he came to the bottom of a cliff. Tang Zhen saw the remains of Hula's lover among the rubble. Currently, only a pile of white bones remained. Looking at the situation, he must have fallen off the cliff while avoiding the monsters. Tang Zhen sighed softly and kept the skeleton. He found a place with beautiful mountains and clear water to bury the corpse. Although Hula's lover was already dead, Tang Zhen didn't want to go back on his promise. No matter what, he would destroy her world. However, now that the other party had turned into bones and his soul was unknown, how could he take it away? In fact, the simplest way was to directly talk to the master of this world, and then use the other party's help to achieve the goal. However, with Tang Zhen's identity, he might not have the qualifications to come into contact with such a big shot. Being able to control such a real world, he was definitely a super existence that was even stronger than a god king. How could a big shot of this level bother with Tang Zhen? If he couldn't find the other party and make a request, everything would be empty talk. Tang Zhen stood by the river with his hands behind his back. After thinking for a moment, he already had a plan in his heart. The 5th battle group had already completed their mission. By right, he could have chosen to leave at any time, but he had stayed because of his promise to Hula. Therefore, he no longer had any scruples. Since he couldn't achieve his goal with the normal method, he might as well use an alternative method to attract the attention of the master of this world. Tang Zhen was certain that every single participant in this world was under the surveillance of the world controller and the real-time platform. There was absolutely no one that was missed. They might know what they were doing and what they wanted, but no one cared because their existence was insignificant. They would never take the initiative to come into contact with him, and it was even more impossible for them to break some rules just to take care of him. Since that was the case, he would use more intense methods to make them pay attention to him. At that time, he could take the opportunity to make a request to take Hula's lover out of this world. Perhaps it would make things difficult for him, but in the end, he would definitely get what he wanted, because there were no rules that said he couldn't do it. It was just that no one had ever done it. As for expelling him by force, he believed that it was impossible, because once that happened, it would mean that this competition would no longer be fair. After Tang Zhen made up his mind, he involuntarily let out a long whistle. He felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. When participating in the competition, he always felt that there was a kind of restriction on his body, and he couldn't do things as he pleased. Although Tang Zhen's attitude was that participation was important, he was far more meticulous than anyone else when he did things. It was for this reason that he was leading the battle at every step and led the battle at the critical moment, allowing the 5th battle area to obtain the final victory. Now that Tang Zhen had become serious, he was prepared to be a troublemaker and cause all the participants to be unable to have peace. They didn't have a specific target, and they weren't targeting any forces. They were just simply causing trouble, and the bigger the commotion, the better. To Tang Zhen, this was just like a child's unbridled playfulness, forcing an adult to have no choice but to compromise. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen began to act. Under his control, the sludge monster reappeared and covered his entire body. When doing bad things, he naturally had to cover his face to avoid attracting the hatred of others. The victim didn't need to know who he was. It was fine as long as the master of the world knew. No matter how Tang Zhen disguised himself, he would definitely not be able to hide from the cornerstone platform and the supreme existences who were watching the battle. Tang Zhen, who had once again turned into the purple Yaksha demon king, howled and his figure soared into the sky. 500 miles away, there was a place where cultivators from Lu Cheng gathered. It was ranked in the top 100 of the battle zone. The cultivators in Lusheng City were all actively preparing for the war, and it was a busy scene. No matter which battle zone it was the same. In the end, it had to be a team battle mode to determine the level of victory. It was not the end of the competition yet, so the large-scale decisive battle had not begun. It was rare to see a situation like the 4th and 5th battle zones. The news of the 5th battle area's victory had not yet spread, or else it would have caused a huge uproar. Who would have thought that trouble would suddenly descend before the final battle even began? An urgent alarm suddenly sounded, and before the cultivators could figure out what was going on, the entire settlement was in chaos. A xianxia demon king appeared out of nowhere and charged around the gathering place. Wherever it passed, white light would rise. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Lusheng cultivators were eliminated without even having the time to fight back. In the entire colony, the strongest were the Lord cultivators. They were no match for the xianxia demon king, who had the strength of a king. The leader of the camp was angry and anxious. He didn't understand why the monsters would attack the camp, but he knew that this was a fatal crisis. In order to ensure that the xianxia demon king would not destroy the entire camp, the cultivators of Lusheng City desperately tried to stop him, but unfortunately, it was not very effective. Xianxia demon king was indeed difficult to deal with. Not only did he have powerful strength, but he also had a good understanding of the means of the cultivators in Lusheng. Even if the cultivators of Lu Cheng self-destructed to injure the enemy, they still couldn't kill this xianxia demon king, and the casualties kept increasing. About 10 minutes later, the gathering place became quiet, and the ruins were scattered with all kinds of items. These were the personal items that the Lu Cheng cultivators had dropped when they were eliminated. Each pile of items represented a cultivator who had been eliminated. There were only a few cultivators left. They gathered together subconsciously and looked at xianxia demon king in shock and anger. "You're not a monster. Who are you?" he asked. They roared at the xianxia demon king, but he didn't care. He just sneered and flew up into the sky. The cultivators of Lu City were stunned for a moment. Then, they looked at the wolves on the ground and couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. The decisive battle was just around the corner, yet a calamity suddenly fell from the sky, and he suffered such a huge blow. Such heavy losses would definitely have some impact on the final battle, and it would simply make people want to cry but have no tears. The depressed cultivators of Lu Cheng didn't know that they weren't being targeted by anyone. They were just unlucky and were randomly selected. In the following time, the gathering points of cultivators in the towers were attacked one after another. In the beginning, no one paid attention to it, but as the attacks continued, it finally attracted the attention of the major battle zones. The purple-armored xianxia demon king had become the public enemy of all the cultivators in the city. Once he appeared, he would be attacked by all the cultivators in the city. 2665 The troublemaking Tang Zhen 1 In a large camp, there were many flustered figures everywhere. In the billowing smoke, more than 10 figures rushed into the sky. The camp below was in a mess. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place. Many scattered items radiated a faint light, indicating that they were all from the cultivators of Lu Cheng. As for the owner of the item, he had already been eliminated. In the sky, a chase was taking place. Although it was called a chase, it was actually not so, because this group of cultivators could not catch up with the enemy in front of them at all. The 3 king-level cultivators and the other lord-level cultivators were all looking forward angrily. It was a king-level xianxia demon king in purple armor. It had suddenly barged into the camp and killed everyone it saw without saying a word. It was the first time the cultivators of Lu Cheng had seen such a crazy monster, and they were caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, the camp turned into a sea of fire, and more than a dozen cultivators from Lu Cheng were eliminated. This action was equivalent to poking a beehive. Very soon, the hidden cultivators of Lu Cheng appeared, and there were even 2 king-level cultivators. It turned out that this was a secret camp, where the elites of the entire war zone were gathered, ready to launch a sneak attack on the enemy. This action was similar to a decapitation strike, which would be tried in every battle zone because once it was successful, it would have a great impact on the final battle. One step behind, the opponent would press on step by step, not giving the slightest chance to catch his breath. Who would have thought that they would suddenly be attacked by monsters before they could even assemble, causing them to lose a large number of operation personnel? When they realized what was going on, the cultivators in Lu Cheng immediately surrounded and killed the monster, but they didn't expect it to turn around and run. It was obvious that the monster knew that it was no match for the cultivators in the city, so it did not hesitate to escape. The cultivators of Lu Cheng would not give up. They chased after the monster one by one, trying to chop it into meat paste. However, the monster's lightning-fast speed made the cultivators in Lusheng dumbfounded. They didn't expect a monster to run so fast. Even though Lu Cheng had used his skills to double his speed, he was still far behind. At this moment, anyone could see the problem. Something's not right. This guy isn't a monster at all. He's definitely cultivator Lu Cheng in disguise. Among the pursuing cultivators, a king-level cultivator gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were almost spitting fire. They were able to find out the truth mainly because the monster had accidentally used a cultivator's skill in the process of escaping. In this short period of time, they thought of their competitors because they had no reason to attack. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it should be so, which made the cultivators of Lusheng gnash their teeth in anger. If possible, they wanted to rush into the enemy's camp and launch a sneak attack in the same way. Cultivator Lu Cheng had no idea that he had fallen into a trap. Every camp that was attacked had a survivor, and almost every one of them had the same thought. The result of their guesses and judgments was the result that the ambusher wanted, which would lead to even greater chaos. The mad pursuit had covered hundreds of miles, but the monster was still faster. The pursuing cultivators of Lusheng returned resentfully, because if they continued to advance, their situation would become very dangerous. Naturally, he was extremely unwilling in his heart. On the way back, he kept thinking about how to carry out a revengeful attack. After the cultivators of the buildings left, a figure appeared with cold purple gold eyes. At this stage, the cornerstone platform still has no reaction. This is forcing me to make things worse. This figure was wearing purple armor and looked like a xianxia demon on the outside. However, he was actually Tang Zhen in disguise. Ever since he returned from the island, he had been using the image of a xianxia demon. They attacked the gathering places of cultivators in Lu City. He didn't kill them all each time, but deliberately left some alive and left enough flaws. The main purpose of this was to induce intense conflicts in different battlefields, leading to more chaos. With this series of actions, many cultivators in Lusheng City became anxious, making the already tense atmosphere even more tense. However, the intervention of the upper echelons that Tang Zhen hoped for did not appear. It was as if the cornerstone platform did not care about his actions. It was normal to think about it. After all, the real battlefield was constantly changing, and anything could happen. Tang Zhen's actions could instead make the competition even more intense. This was more in line with the original intention of the cornerstone platform. Not every battle zone had the luck of the fifth battle zone. If one really wanted to win, they often needed to fight extremely hard to achieve victory. Tang Zhen's harassment attack could be treated as an accident on the battlefield and had the purpose of increasing the difficulty. Perhaps it was for this reason that the cornerstone platform didn't interfere with Tang Zhen and allowed him to do as he pleased. If this was really the case, Tang Zhen's efforts would have been in vain. However, there was a limit to everything, and once this limit was exceeded, then good things would become bad things. Combined with the current situation, Tang Zhen had a feeling that he had yet to reach that limit. Therefore, he needed to continue working hard and create a bigger commotion. Only then could he get the results he wanted. Since attacking the camp is useless, I'll just destroy one of his battlefields and see if the cornerstone platform can still sit still. Tang Zhen directly headed towards the mountain forest in front when he thought of this. This was because he had discovered a monster lair when he passed by that place earlier. After about 2 hours, thousands of monsters came out of their nests at the edge of the mountain. The leader of these monsters was the xianxia demon king disguised as Tang Zhen. He led the army of monsters forward. Tang Zhen wanted to create a tide of monsters to sweep away all the cultivators in Lusheng and even eliminate the entire battlefield. In just one day, the monster army encountered a city occupied by cultivators. Tang Zhen commanded the monster army to attack. In the face of the sudden army of monsters, the cultivators in Lusheng tried their best to resist, but they were no match for them. Just as they were about to leave, they were blocked by monsters and were eliminated. The cultivators of Lu City fought back with all their might, but they were still no match for the monster, especially the xianxia demon king, who was too strong. After destroying a camp, Tang Zhen led the monster army and continued to move. According to his experience, he should have entered the hinterlands controlled by the war zone. The strength of this battle region could not be considered too strong. It was estimated that its ranking was not very high. Otherwise, it was impossible for Tang Zhen to win so easily. This kind of goal was just right. Otherwise, no matter if they were too strong or too weak, they would not be able to achieve the expected goal. It didn't take long for the bird monster sent by Tang Zhen to return and report that it had found a suspicious location. These bird monsters had been selected and trained by Tang Zhen. They were specially used for reconnaissance and search and could perfectly execute Tang Zhen's orders. After receiving the images from the bird monster, Tang Zhen confirmed the accuracy of the information. That place was indeed the gathering place of a group of cultivators. Looking at the density of cultivators in Lu City, it was very likely to be the headquarters of a war zone, similar to Nine Tomb Valley. This was definitely a big fish. If he could kill it, he would be able to achieve his goal. When Tang Zhen thought of this, he immediately commanded the monster army to head straight for the gathering place. 2666. It's finally here. One before the army of monsters could get close, they were discovered by the cultivators in charge of guarding the city, and the battle immediately broke out. The combat strength of the monsters led by Tang Zhen could only be considered average. They had the advantage in numbers. It was still possible to fight against a small number of cultivators from Lucheng, but if there were too many of them, there might not be many left after the battle. Tang Zhen didn't care about this at all. He was originally using these monsters as cannon fodder to attack the gathering place of the cultivators in the city. In order to complete the breakthrough as soon as possible, Tang Zhen personally went into battle this time. He waved his steel fork and acted as the vanguard. The army of monsters followed closely behind. Like a flood that had its gates opened, they charged straight towards the city ahead. The cultivators of Lusheng City who tried to stop Tang Zhen along the way were no match for him. Along the way, white light flashed and cultivators Lu Cheng were eliminated. This place was similar to the imperial city. In addition to the cultivators in the city, there were also a large number of recruited mercenaries stationed here. Moreover, there were also a large number of defensive weapons. It would not be an easy task to take them down. Unfortunately, it was not very effective against an existence like Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen, who had killed his way to the city wall, waved his steel fork and hacked at the city gate. With a loud bang, the tightly shut city gate was directly split open, and the army of monsters rushed into the city. The high-level cultivators in the city continued to fight. While they were blocking the monsters, they were also thinking of ways to kill Tang Zhen. As long as they could kill the leader, the monster army would automatically collapse. As a cultivator of Lusheng, even if he had not advanced to King Tier, he still had various ways to kill King Tier monsters. They would never have thought that the Yaxia demon king who led the monster army was actually a true cultivator. The methods used by the cultivators of the city were all seen through by Tang Zhen, and the cultivators of the city were unable to resist Tang Zhen's methods. From the beginning of the war, it was a one-sided crushing. None of the cultivators in Lusheng were Tang Zhen's match. The cultivators of Lu Cheng were frightened and couldn't understand why the demon king in front of them was so cunning and strong. If this situation continued, the main force of the battle zone would be completely destroyed, and there would be no possibility of winning the entire competition. After realizing this, the cultivators in Lu Cheng decided to move immediately to preserve their strength. The decision-maker was decisive, but he underestimated Tang Zhen's determination. In order to attract the attention of the higher-ups, Tang Zhen had already made up his mind to eliminate all of these cultivators. Only when it reached the level of affecting the entire competition would the cornerstone platform intervene, and Tang Zhen could take the opportunity to achieve his goal. This might be unfair to the cultivators of Lusheng, but there was no fairness on the battlefield. In order to achieve their own goals, they could do anything. Under Tang Zhen's command, the monster army sealed off all the exits of the city. Tang Zhen also started to set fire to the city, cutting off the last chance of survival for the cultivators in the city. Lu Chengshu had no choice but to choose a direction and try to escape from the city. Thousands of cultivators from Lusheng City led over 10,000 mercenaries and rushed out of the sea of fire. The monsters that blocked the road could not stop them at all. Who would have thought that Tang Zhen would block their path at this moment? Flames that contained the power of laws descended from the sky. The place where the fire rain fell turned into a purgatory in an instant, and wails and screams echoed everywhere. The mercenaries didn't even have the time to struggle before they were burned to ashes. Even though the Lu Cheng cultivators could resist and dodge, they couldn't escape the end of elimination. Such a terrifying attack had completely cut off the path of survival for the cultivators in Lu City. They were trapped in the sea of fire and had no way to break out. The remaining high-level cultivators were attacked by Tang Zhen. Regardless of their strength, none of them were Tang Zhen's match. At this moment, the cultivators in the city had already noticed that something was wrong, but it was meaningless. In this competition, it was a competition of strength, and the rules did not restrict them from attacking other battlefields. With Tang Zhen's current strength, it was completely like bullying him in a battle zone that was not considered too strong. In fact, in order to avoid trouble, the cornerstone platform had placed the battle zone of the competition in a neighboring position at the beginning of the game. If they weren't competitors, they basically had no chance to fight. It could be said that it was extremely rare for someone like Tang Zhen to run to the activity area of another battle zone and randomly kill. In fact, if he did not have a request, Tang Zhen would definitely not do this. The battle was nearing its end. The white light in the sea of fire continued to flash, and it would not take long for all the cultivators in the city to be eliminated. The fire is almost ready. If this still doesn't work, I can only think of other methods. This thought had just risen in his heart when Tang Zhen suddenly turned around and looked behind him. A young and handsome child was staring at him, his cold eyes completely inconsistent with his appearance. Like him, the other party was floating in the air, as if he had become one with heaven and earth. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a smile after seeing the child of unknown origin. That child stared at Tang Zhen for a moment, after which, he extended his hand and waved it downwards. The rolling flames disappeared without a trace. That was the power of law. It was far higher than the level of Tang Zhen's control. It also indicated the other party's strength. Then, beams of light appeared, and the cultivators who were eliminated were teleported back. Your Excellency, you've violated the rules, Tang Zhen spoke in an indifferent tone after he saw this scene. They shouldn't have been eliminated here in the first place. If this situation isn't reversed, it will lead to more serious consequences. Compared to the problem with the battle zone rankings, this little violation is nothing. Moreover, with the permission of the cornerstone platform, it can't be considered a violation at all. The child used an indifferent tone to explain his actions. Since Tang Zhen suspected that he had violated the rules, he had to explain it clearly. As for you, Tang Zhen, what exactly do you want to do? The child stared at Tang Zhen and asked in a cold tone, is this your question, or is this a question on behalf of the cornerstone platform? Tang Zhen did not directly reply. Instead, he asked a question. You can see me as the cornerstone platform's representative. My questions and decisions have been authorized by the cornerstone platform. Tang Zhen nodded. Since the child had an official identity, his problem should be able to be solved. I want to obtain battle points and become number 1. Is that okay? Tang Zhen replied. The child opposite him remained silent. Clearly, he did not believe this explanation. The 5th battle group had already won, and Tang Zhen was the main contributor. There was not much meaning in obtaining more battle merits now. Points could only be spent in the battle zone, or else it would be a bunch of numbers. If they were not careful, they would be eliminated by other cultivators, and their battle merits would become the spoils of war. If Tang Zhen wanted to be ranked first, it would be impossible unless he killed all the Lu Cheng cultivators in the first 3 battle zones. Therefore, the child merely sneered. He knew that Tang Zhen was just brushing him off. Of course, there's another thing. I want to bring a native out of this world. If I can complete this task, I won't have a problem getting first place on the point leaderboard. The child nodded after hearing Tang Zhen's reply. He asked Tang Zhen, then do you know what kind of impact it will have if you take away every blade of grass and tree in this world? Tang Zhen nodded. He was also a creator. He naturally knew the consequences of doing so. The laws of this world operated like a precise instrument. Even the tiniest part of the instrument could collapse and stop. Attracting the attention of the higher-ups was the first step. The appearance of this envoy meant that the first step had been completed. The next thing he had to do was to figure out what kind of price he had to pay to leave with Hula's lover. 2667 Retreat after success. 1. Because of Tang Zhen, the child had no choice but to personally appear. The sudden appearance of a few characters caused a change. The child would definitely be very unhappy with such a troublemaker, so he did not have a good expression. Tang Zhen did not care in the slightest. After all, he was deliberately causing trouble. It would be strange if he could get a smile from the other party. As long as he could achieve his goal, he didn't need to care about anything else. So you should know that this matter is not as simple as you think. In fact, it is simply impossible to accomplish. The child said in a cold voice. He felt that Tang Zhen was just looking for trouble and deliberately making things difficult for him. Although this was a small matter, it had a huge impact. The master of the world might not agree. I'd like to try. If it doesn't work, I'll have to think of another way. Tang Zhen had expressed his attitude. He would definitely not give up easily. What a strange fellow. Is your promise that important? The child used a strange expression to look at Tang Zhen. He seemed to be unable to understand why Tang Zhen was so insistent. However, he did not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Too much. Everyone had their own beliefs. Moreover, Tang Zhen's actions were indeed worthy of praise. A gentleman's promise was as heavy as a mountain. With such a character, he was the best choice for a companion. Therefore, if it was possible, the child did not want to make things difficult for Tang Zhen. However, the problem was that this matter was not simple. If I don't agree to your request, will you continue to cause trouble until I agree to your request? The child stared at Tang Zhen and asked in a tone of confirmation. Tang Zhen nodded his head. He indeed had this thought. In any case, he would not give up until he achieved his goal. It was rare for there to be something that needed to be persevered. How could Tang Zhen miss it so easily? There had to be a result no matter what. The child's face revealed a trace of helplessness. He was indeed somewhat helpless in the face of Tang Zhen's annoying method. They couldn't suppress or drive them away. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, it wouldn't be good for anyone. Tang Zhen wasn't an ordinary cultivator but a creator. He was one of the top combat forces in the world of Lusheng. Tang Zhen was the biggest contributor to the 5th Battle Group's advancement. It was because of this that Tang Zhen had received the attention of many big shots. They even treated his nonsense as if they were watching a show, but they didn't get angry. If he couldn't handle this matter properly, the cornerstone platform of the 5th Battle Area, including those big shots of the 5th Battle Area, would stand up and demand an explanation for Tang Zhen. He naturally had to take care of the heroes of his battle zone. There was no such thing as being selfless. Wait for me, I'll give you an answer later. The child said this and instantly disappeared. Tang Zhen was also not anxious. He knew that the child was only an envoy and did not have the authority to make decisions. He glanced at the battlefield below and saw that the cultivators of Lusheng who had been teleported back were looking at him in confusion. They didn't understand what had happened. They had clearly been eliminated, so why had they returned to their original positions in the blink of an eye? Of course, they were also surprised. If they were eliminated just like that, these cultivators would be depressed for a long time. The goal had been achieved, and the war had to continue. Following Tang Zhen's order, the monsters that surrounded the city dispersed and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The soldiers and civilians in the city cheered. Although their homes had been destroyed, at least they had survived. As long as he was still alive, there was still a chance. When he saw a building on the mountain not far away, Tang Zhen flew down and walked into the slightly dilapidated pavilion. It was quite interesting to sit in this position and look at the flames of war and smoke in the city at the foot of the mountain. It didn't take long for the child to reappear, still expressionless. I just asked for you. I can agree to this, but you have to pay a certain price. Sure, Tang Zhen was already prepared for this. As long as the request was not too excessive, he would directly agree to it. Because the master of this world was cultivating, he had once projected countless clones and sent them to various unknown worlds. These clones would form consciousness crystals, which were helpful for the improvement of the realm, so the master of this world wanted to take them all back. I'll give you a list later. The worlds where the clones are located are marked on it. Your task is to retrieve them. As long as you agree to help retrieve the consciousness crystal, then you can take away what you want. Tang Zhen frowned slightly. This request might not be difficult, but it was also not simple. Could it be that the master of this world didn't have any subordinates to complete this task? The child explained, anyone related to the master of this world will have karma that will be sensed by the avatars. At that time, they would either hide or choose to destroy themselves. They would definitely not hand over the consciousness crystal willingly. In fact, you're not the only one who did this mission. Many 9-star divine generals have also accepted the same mission in order to get the reward from the God King. By right, with your qualifications, you shouldn't have had the opportunity to come into contact with such a mission. However, you have a request, so I'm giving you a chance. Don't think that this is a trap. You must know that taking away a person is equivalent to taking away a trace of the consciousness of the master of this world, and it is the kind that has gone through countless reincarnations. If you take it away now, the master of this world will definitely suffer losses. The child explained, indicating that he wasn't making things difficult for Tang Zhen. If you can bring back more consciousness of the clones, you'll be rewarded sufficiently. It'll be of great help to you in advancing to the God King stage. The child's mouth twitched as he spoke, as if he felt that he had spoken too early. Tang Zhen was merely a one-star divine general. He still had a long way to go before he could advance to the God King stage. However, the child's words had also allowed Tang Zhen to have a better understanding of the God King realm. It turned out that every blade of grass and tree in this world was equivalent to the creator of the world. Under the child's gaze, Tang Zhen nodded his head in agreement. If that's the case, then take what you want and leave. If you continue to cause trouble, I will suppress you without mercy. The child raised his head and warned Tang Zhen. Leaving is not a problem, but before I leave, I still want to know one thing. Tang Zhen mentioned the island in the sea and asked what exactly was going on. Every time the cultivators of Lu Cheng descend, this world will undergo a new update. The people on the island are seeds, but I'm not sure about their specific uses. As for the replica city, it was a weapon built by a cultivator in the second battle area. Transporting the native cultivators was just to complete the task. Tang Zhen was slightly stunned. The replica of the Lusheng was actually completed by a cultivator of the Lusheng stage alone. It was simply unbelievable. It seemed that the strength of the first 3 battle zones had far exceeded his imagination. If he wanted to defeat them in one go, he was simply overestimating his own strength. Even if Tang Zhen personally took action, it was impossible to complete such a magnificent project in a short time. From this, one could see the strength of the first 3 battle zones. After the matter was settled, the child casually threw out a light ball that floated in front of Tang Zhen. Take the things you want and leave this place quickly. After saying that, the child disappeared. Tang Zhen kept the ball of light properly. He cast a glance at his surroundings before flying high into the sky. His flying speed became faster and faster, and in the end, he disappeared into the horizon like a stream of light. 2668 A new journey 1 in the 5th battle area, the cracked territory, where the cornerstone platform was. A light door appeared and Tang Zhen stepped out. It's the Lord. A few cultivators of Lu Cheng stood near the foundation stone platform. When they saw Tang Zhen appear, they all revealed a respectful expression. He straightened his body and punched his chest to show his respect. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head. Under the gazes of a few cultivators from Lu Cheng, he walked out of the door. He didn't stop in front of the cornerstone platform, because the competition hadn't ended yet, and the final ranking hadn't been announced. Although he had made a great contribution, this was not the time to reward him, so it was pointless to ask. Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry. The things that belonged to him would be sent into his hands sooner or later. There was Tang Zhen's personal residence in the city. It was not considered too luxurious, but it was filled with a majestic aura. Every time a cultivator passed by, they would pay attention to him, hoping to see the legend of the cracked territory. Stepping on a quiet path, Tang Zhen came to the hall where he handled his official affairs and sat down on an incomparably warm purple jade bench. As a creator, he didn't care about his own residence. Some lords didn't even build a mansion. On the other hand, the mortals with short lifespans used their limited lives to pursue useless things, but in the end, they still left empty-handed. It could only be said that their horizons were different, and so were their pursuits. Under the control of Tang Zhen's thoughts, a ball of light suddenly appeared. It was the item that the child had handed to Tang Zhen. The ball of light turned into a stream of light and instantly condensed into form. It was Hula's lover. She was confused. She had died, so why was she here? When he saw Tang Zhen in front of him, the tiger-like lover's body trembled as he hurriedly bowed in greeting. There was a trace of panic on her face. After all, she had secretly escaped. It seemed that Tang Zhen and Hula were on opposing sides. I've already brought you to a new world. I'll send someone to Hula's battle zone later to bring him to my territory. From today on, you and Hula can live here. This was the promise I made to him. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, Hula's lover revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as he hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Men, come. Following Tang Zhen's call, a cultivator from Lu Cheng walked over. His sharp aura was like a blade, causing Hula's lover to tremble. It was just that this seemingly very powerful cultivator was very respectful to Tang Zhen. This also made Hula's lover more and more curious about Tang Zhen's identity. How would she know that Tang Zhen had paid a huge price in order to bring her away? Tang Zhen would not say such a thing because he was only fulfilling his promise and did not hope to receive any reward. Take her down and find a place to settle her down. Also, familiarize her with the local customs. In addition, send a few people to the other battlefields to bring the cultivator I'm looking for back to the territory. The faster, the better. As Tang Zhen spoke, he took out a jade token, and the Lu Cheng cultivator quickly caught it. It looks like you'll advance at any time. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come and ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Me at any time. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, Lu Cheng's face was full of surprise as he quickly nodded and thanked him. He took 2 steps back, nodded to Hula's lover, and walked out together. Tang Zhen picked up something that looked like a tablet and gently tapped on it a few times. Then, a light flashed. What had happened during this period of time, as well as the information that needed to be dealt with, flashed in front of his eyes continuously. Tang Zhen pondered for a moment and began to perform his duty as the Lord. After decades of construction, the current cracked territory was no longer the same as before. Not only were there many more buildings, but even the underground crack space was also completely developed and controlled. It used to be the source of disaster, but now it had provided a huge amount of benefits to the territory. Through invasion and various means, it controlled a large number of planes and native cultivators. Whenever there was a plane invasion, the native cultivators from the scarred space would be recruited as mercenaries, which greatly reduced the cost of invading the other world. The area of the cracked territory was also expanding year by year, and it was more than 3 times larger than it was at the beginning. At the current rate of development, the area of the cracked territory would probably expand tenfold in 100 years. This was the potential of a high-level battle zone. Even if they didn't do anything, the territory would continue to develop and grow. With Tang Zhen's outstanding achievements, the cracked territory would definitely become famous in the 5th battle area and welcome more opportunities for development. As the lord of the territory, Tang Zhen naturally had to be prepared. He absolutely could not miss this rare opportunity to develop. When the scarred territory rose, the Holy Dragon battle zone would also benefit from it. It must be known that because of him, the communication between the 2 battle zones was unusually close. After formulating the development plan for the scarred territory, Tang Zhen pondered for a moment and began to study the development problems of the Holy Dragon War Zone. Because of the cracked territory, even though they were ranked below 3000 in the Holy Dragon battle zone, their combat strength could not be underestimated. After this battle zone ranking competition, he should be able to raise his ranking a little, at least he wouldn't be at the bottom like before. Tang Zhen didn't really care about the ranking of the Sacred Dragon battle zone. The ranking was just for show. What was important was one's own strength. The newly established Sacred Dragon war zone could not be compared to the old war zones. Every step forward was a difficult thing to do. Therefore, Tang Zhen was prepared to take another path. He would no longer use plane invasion as the way of development in the Holy Dragon war zone. Instead, he would rely on the help of the cracked territory to become the #1 commercial war zone in the world. Whether it was all kinds of weapons of war, resources needed for cultivation, or even high-level mercenaries, the Holy Dragon war zone could provide the most professional services. After this step was achieved, the salespeople in the Holy Dragon war zone would be spread all over the 3000 war zones. When that time came, with the cracked territory as their backing, who would dare to provoke the Sacred Dragon war zone? The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a smile after he thought of that scene. If he wanted to realize this plan, taking over the artisan world was a necessary step. After all, there were some things that he had to grasp in his hands. With the passage of time, the infiltration plan in the Holy Dragon war zone was gradually implemented, and they had slowly taken control of the artisan world. But just in case, the world of the artisans had to be destroyed, and then they would start a planar migration. This should be the last invasion of the Holy Dragon war zone. After the clone returned from the ranking competition, he would personally command the invasion. The clone was the same as himself, so Tang Zhen didn't need to worry about any oversight. Although there might be strong enemies in the world of artisans, they might not be the opponents of the cultivators in Lu Cheng. Once this step of the plan was completed, the Holy Dragon war zone would be completely sealed off, leaving only one passage to the cracked territory. In this way, they could ensure that the secrets of the Holy Dragon battle zone would not be leaked out, and then they could slowly develop behind closed doors. After completing the 2 development plans, Tang Zhen began to think about his own matters. Through this competition, Tang Zhen saw a wider world. He knew that to a certain extent, the creator level was just the beginning. The bosses of the 5th Battle Group's command center were all close to 9-star strength. Yuju was also a half-step Divine King expert. Compared to these big shots, there was still a huge gap. If he really wanted to obtain a place in the world of Lusheng, he had to at least have the strength of a god king. The next step of his plan was to raise his own rank and strive to become a god king within 1,000 years. It might sound extremely long, but if Tang Zhen was really able to do it, it was likely that he would be able to break another record. 2669 The cultivation path of the creator. 1. The path of a god king was the process of continuously building and perfecting one's mind divine kingdom. The so-called 1 to 9 stars referred to the degree of evolution and condensation of the origin energy. Every star increase was a qualitative change. This kind of evolution would be condensed 9 times in total. After that, the power of the origin would evolve once again, allowing the creator to advance to the level of a divine king. Whether it was the native gods of the past or the world where the ranking competition was held, they were all actually the divine kingdoms in the minds of the god kings. A mental divine kingdom of this level was no different from a real world. Not only could it give birth to all living things, but it could also give birth to true gods. As long as the master of the mind's divine kingdom was willing, he could build his own divine court and have a group of god-level subordinates. However, this process required the consumption of a great deal of origin energy. As a result, there were very few god kings who did this. Basically, all of them did it to increase their strength. The process of perfecting one's divine kingdom in one's mind also required the support of origin energy. The higher the level and degree of condensation of origin energy, the more perfect the construction and operation of one's divine kingdom in one's mind would be. After that, it continued to operate and evolve, just like the cycle of life and death, gradually perfecting the laws of the entire world. During this process, the creator could control the god nation at any time, but most of the time, he would just stand by and watch. Only a normal development that was not affected by external forces was the most correct approach. If he made random changes according to his own ideas, it was very likely to lead to the collapse of the entire god's kingdom in his mind. It wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before. The information that Tang Zhen had collected had mentioned that there were masters of creation who interfered too much with the evolution of the divine kingdom in the mind, resulting in the waste of thousands of years. Even if they suffered heavy losses, they only had themselves to blame and could not blame anyone else. However, if it were to develop, normally, it would take a long time. 10,000 years was just the beginning. In the divine kingdom in his mind, the time difference was 100 or even 1,000 times. It was really like a day in heaven was a year on earth. It was precisely these tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years, that allowed the divine kingdom in his mind to reach perfection. As a one-star creator, Tang Zhen's divine kingdom in his mind was only in its embryonic form. He had to spend enough time to perfect it. In this process, it was inevitable that he would need to use a large amount of origin energy, but because of his rank, the origin energy produced by his divine kingdom in his mind was very limited. Therefore, they could only stop construction. Now, they only had a rough outline, and the area was not that big. And NBSP, if he could increase the level of his origin energy from 1 star to 9 stars, the speed at which he could build his divine kingdom in his mind would increase by several times. Between 1 star and 9 star, the difference in the production of origin energy was huge. The output of a 9-star creator in a day was equivalent to that of a 1-star creator in a year. Therefore, leveling up was an urgent matter, and the construction of the divine kingdom in his mind could not be delayed. These two things could be completed at the same time. If he wanted to increase the level of his origin energy, he could not just sit at home. He had to go out. The Lusheng world invaded the myriad world. Other than obtaining resources to strengthen itself, its other purpose was to plunder the origin of the world. Strictly speaking, plundering the origin of the world was the real purpose of the cultivators in Lucheng to invade the other world. War was to serve the needs of the higher-ups, and so was the world of Lusheng. Of course, ordinary cultivators would also benefit greatly when they participated in the war. After the world's origin was handed over to the cornerstone platform, it was mainly used to materialize all kinds of items. Masters of creation could also complete missions or exchange for it through other means when they had enough origin energy. However, there was a limit to such exchanges. After all, the cornerstone platform had to maintain the operation of the entire war zone, and it consumed a lot of the world's origin. If there was more than one creator in the battle zone, then the restrictions on the exchange would be even higher. For example, the 5th battle zone didn't even have the exchange option. Moreover, This kind of world source that was exchanged could not be used directly at all. It had to be converted. If the level was too low, the efficiency of the conversion would not be high. The most ideal way was to find the source of a living world and slowly absorb and refine it. In response to the cultivators' plundering, the world's origin would try its best to protect itself by dispatching the indigenous people and the creatures of the world to attack and drive the cultivators away. Unless he could withstand such an attack, he would not be able to absorb it without interference. However, most of the time, the cultivators in Lusheng would choose to plunder by force or simply destroy the world. In particular, the method of destroying the world was a common method used by many cultivators in Lusheng because after completing this step, the resistance of the world's origin would become very weak and limited. In addition, to masters of creation, the origin energy of ordinary worlds was simply not enough. They had to find a truly high-energy world to obtain the high-quality origin energy they needed. If Tang Zhen wanted to increase his strength, he would naturally have to choose a similar world. Tang Zhen had two choices regarding this world. The coordinates of some high-energy worlds were recorded on the cornerstone platform. For various reasons, these worlds had not been invaded and conquered. Cultivators of Lusheng could choose to exchange for coordinates and enter such worlds to search for the required materials or the world's origin. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures in these worlds were also condensed from the pure origin source. After absorbing and refining them, it was equivalent to carrying the origin source of a small world with him. This type of item was known as an origin spiritual treasure. Many masters of creation had such an origin spirit treasure in their divine kingdoms, and they could obtain it through various means. It was precisely because of the origin spirit treasure that the speed of evolution of the masters of creation could be increased. Therefore, it had always been a hot target for plundering and trading. As for plundering the world's origin, there was a certain degree of danger. Because they were often plundered by the cultivators in the city, the natives of these worlds were extremely vigilant. They were guarding the origin of the world, and once they found that the cultivators of Lucheng had invaded, they would fight back with all their might. As they were high-energy worlds, coupled with the blessing of the world's origin, these worlds often had some super experts who were no weaker than the masters of creation. Their cultivation system was completely different from the cultivators in Lusheng, but the resources required for their cultivation were basically the same. When the cultivators of Lu City snatched the origin of the world, it was equivalent to taking the lives of these native cultivators. How could they let the raiders do as they wished? There was another way, which was to search for new high-energy worlds, and then search for the original spirit treasure and the world's origin by sneaking in. Because such a world had never been plundered, there were many treasures in it. To the creator, it was no less than a huge treasure. The harvest in such a new world was dozens of times more than that of the known worlds, and it was even possible that it would be more. However, exploring new lands also required risks. Once they encountered a powerful enemy, they might encounter great danger. However, if the masters of creation were to choose, most of them would choose the latter. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. When had the cultivators of Lusheng City ever feared a challenge? It was just that such a high-energy world was rare. In the vast void, there were countless plain worlds, but the ratio of ordinary worlds to high-energy worlds was very different. He couldn't put all his hope on this kind of thing that was gambling on luck. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be busy for hundreds of years and still end up empty-handed. Tang Zhen made up his mind. He would first head to the known high-energy worlds before slowly looking for opportunities to discover new worlds. 2,670 Tang Zhen's reward. 1 Tang Zhen took out a light ball and infused his spiritual force into it. Soon after, the recorded data was read. The contents recorded in the light ball were the worlds where the consciousness clones of the God King were. There were more than 10,000 of them. This method of placing consciousness avatars was a special cultivation method, and not many cultivators in Lucheng practiced it. The main reason was that the initial investment was too large, and it was very troublesome to recover. However, if he successfully completed the retrieval, it would be very easy to build a temple of his own. Every consciousness crystal could be cultivated into a divine general, but it was not a creator. In fact, divine generals and creators were just general terms. Creators started to advance from the divine general level, but real divine generals were always compared to creators. The reason for this was that genuine God generals were formed from the consciousness crystals of God Kings. If they didn't want to cultivate immortal generals, they could also absorb them. In the case of accumulation, immortal kings would gain great benefits. This kind of cultivation method, to put it bluntly, was a kind of free-range mode, allowing the consciousness avatar to grow freely, and only harvesting it when the time was almost right. It might sound amazing, but in reality, every creator could do it. Take Tang Zhen as an example. He could release this consciousness clone at any time, but the speed of releasing it was very slow. Moreover, it required the support of a large amount of origin energy. They were unable to be like divine king powerhouses, instantly releasing thousands or tens of thousands of them, and it would not cause much of a burden to the body. Because of the difference in level and strength, the aptitude of the consciousness doppelganger was also different. The consciousness doppelganger of a divine king expert had extremely high talent, and it was twice the result with half the effort when cultivating. After all, he was from a god king. How weak could he be? It was for this reason that the recovery of consciousness crystals was very difficult. As long as they became cultivators, these consciousness avatars would have a very good development. They would develop an independent consciousness and think that they were themselves, so they were very resistant to the harvest of their main body. Those who tried to take back the consciousness crystal were their mortal enemies, and they were bound to be irreconcilable. This was basically the reason why this god king did not recall his consciousness clone. After a long period of tempering, he already possessed a rather strong means of self-protection. In this information, Tang Zhen saw a record. There was a consciousness avatar that actually dodged the pursuit of the cultivators in the city tower 32 times. It was for this reason that this consciousness doppelganger was considered to have extremely high potential and was also set as the highest reward level. If the candy could bring back his consciousness crystal, not only could he complete the agreed task, but he could also get an additional generous reward. The information in the intelligence was limited. Tang Zhen would not rashly try it to avoid wasting his time and energy. After reading all the information, Tang Zhen had an idea in his heart. Then, he sank his consciousness into the divine kingdom in his mind and continued to build the world's framework. He wasn't in a hurry to improve his strength. Instead, he used this time to recuperate and wait for the ranking competition to end. This wait lasted for half a year. The competition to determine the ranking of the 3,000 battlefields had finally ended, and the cultivators who had participated in the battle had returned to their respective battlefields. The early and middle stages of this competition were actually very calm. Only in the later stages did it become extremely intense. Especially when the time limit was up, all the cultivators in Lusheng would give it their all. There were battlefields that were eliminated collectively every second. After eliminating their competitors, if they felt that they still had energy left, they could challenge the higher level battlefields. However, this situation was extremely rare. For most battlefields, it was not easy to advance by one person, let alone by several levels. In fact, for the lower battlefields, the change in ranking from level 1 to level 2 didn't mean much. Most of the time, it was for the sense of honor. The higher the ranking of the battlefields, the fiercer the competition, and this was when it came to benefits. In this competition, there were many unexpected situations that made the cultivators in Lusheng click their tongues in wonder. The matter that was discussed the most was naturally the decisive battle between the 4th and 5th battle groups. The result had already been decided half a year before the final. The 5th battle group wins, the 4th battle group is eliminated. Unfortunately, the 5th battle group did not win consecutively. After winning, they encountered the monster army and were completely annihilated. Many Lu Cheng cultivators suspected that this was the Cornerstone Platform's deliberate arrangement because the top 3 battle zones didn't participate in the competition at all. That was why they had to eliminate the 5th battle zone. There was no change in the rankings of the top 3 battle zones. According to the insider, there was no competition in the top 3 battle zones at all. The 3 battle zones each sent a few cultivators to participate in the competition as if they were having fun, but they all withdrew at the last moment of the battle. This matter caused a lot of controversy. For those active battle zones, the actions of the first 3 battle zones might be too much of a joke. Of course, it was just for show. Without the qualifications to defeat the 4th battle area, what qualifications did they have to comment on the first 3 battle areas? Other than that, there were also some strange stories, such as when a low-level battle zone was eliminated by the monster army as soon as it arrived. There was also a low-ranked battle zone that was at the bottom of the rankings, but it shone brilliantly during the competition and actually defeated several battle zones in a row. This battlefront was called the Holy Dragon Battlefront, and it was a newly established battlefront. Because of this incident, it received a lot of attention. Similarly, because it was a low-level battle zone, there was not much meaning to the ranking. At least in the eyes of the high-level battle zones, this matter was just a casual topic. When the competition ranking was out, the 5th battle area was successfully promoted to the new 4th battle area. Although it was only a step forward, the meaning was definitely extraordinary. The top 3 battle zones represented the top level of the Lusheng world and had always been extremely mysterious. They actually dared to treat the battle zone rankings as child's play. It was because of the special nature of the 3 battle zones that they could be completely independent and could not be compared with the other battle zones. After the 3 battle regions, the 4th battle region was the number 1 in the 3,000 battle regions. This represented the ultimate glory. It could be said that no matter where they went, as long as they revealed their identity in the 4th battle area, they would receive the corresponding treatment. The moment the ranking was announced, the cultivators of the 4th battle area cheered together to celebrate this exciting moment. As the greatest hero of this battle, Tang Zhen's name had spread throughout the 4th battle area. Countless cultivators in Lusheng City knew of this name and learned about Tang Zhen's deeds. At the same time, the reputation of the cracked territory became more and more famous, and it brought a series of opportunities for development. There were also many cultivators in Lusheng who were very curious. What kind of reward would Tang Zhen get for making such a contribution? The cultivators in the Rift territory were both surprised and delighted. They had never dreamed that their overlord would be so powerful. It must be known that in this competition, the 3,000 battle zones were filled with elites, and the 4th battle zone was the same. Out of so many heaven's favorites, the Lord was the one who achieved the most. One could imagine the difficulty. Because of this incident, Tang Zhen's prestige rose again, becoming a god-like existence in the cracked territory. As for Tang Zhen himself, he was currently in front of the cornerstone platform, receiving his reward. Tang Zhen's contribution was indeed not small, but this reason could not erase the contribution of the other cultivators in the city. Whether it was Yuju and the others, or the big shots in the command center, they all received rewards for their efforts. However, the first merit was still the first merit. This was something that no one could deny. Therefore, Tang Zhen's reward would definitely leave the other Lusheng cultivators in the 4th battle area in the dust. As for Tang Zhen's reward, the vast majority of it was related to the welfare of the territory. For example, he could open up more high-level missions and some functions that were restricted by the cornerstone platform because of the low territory. These rewards didn't seem to be much, but in fact, they were extremely rich. Some of the restrictions on the cornerstone platform might not be activated even if one did a 100-year mission. It was normal for the rewards to be targeted at territories. After all, the creator would not be interested in material rewards. With these rewards, the strength of the fractured territory would increase rapidly until it became the backbone of the 4th battle area. 2671 A foreign guest from the Haoshan Plain. Within the chaotic flow of the void, a figure flashed and appeared. It was precisely Tang Zhen who was hurrying on his way. Traveling through the void turbulence required a wealth of experience, and at the same time, sufficient patience. Every step here was filled with danger. Whether it was the void behemoths or the various undercurrents, they were all enough to make travelers pay a heavy price. Anyone who dared to use the Void Walker would have plenty of means to protect themselves. After all, this was a true forbidden zone for life. Tang Zhen paused in the air for a moment. After adjusting the direction he was heading in using the coordinates, he continued to advance in a semi-energetic form. There was no direction, no sound, and no light in the void. If one didn't even have plain coordinates, one could only wander aimlessly. For those with weak will, traveling in the void was a torture, and it wouldn't take long for them to go completely crazy. In the endless void, one could occasionally see the projection of consciousness that had mistakenly entered the void. Because of their weak mental strength, they could not stay for a long time. The vast majority of consciousness projections entered the void in a state of unconsciousness or sleep, and they would never know that they had entered the void in a higher dimension. After all, one could not sense anything in the void. Who could be sure that they had been there before? If they were unlucky and were captured by the evil existence in the void, they would suffer a series of disasters. Many of the unlucky ones who were possessed by demons projected their consciousness into the void and were then captured by the demons to take over their bodies. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. Even if he occasionally encountered a consciousness projection, he would choose to ignore it. This was not the first time that Tang Zhen was hurrying through the void. He knew what he should not do and would even deliberately avoid dangerous places. Even though he was a creator, he did not dare to underestimate the vast void. Otherwise, he would have to pay a heavy price. The destination of this trip was a high-energy plane. Not only was there a temporary clone of the God King, but it was also a treasure-hunting place for many cultivators in the city. According to the information, this plane was called the Great Haotian World, and there were many subsidiary small worlds beside it. If one wanted to enter the Great Haotian World, one had to enter through the subsidiary small world, and there were many restrictions. At the same time, the information mentioned that it was best not to use the skills of cultivators in this world, or it would be easy to be detected by native cultivators. Once they were exposed, a special hunting team would appear to hunt and kill Lu Cheng's cultivators. The reason for this was that the cultivators of Lu Cheng had sneaked in many times, causing great losses to this plane. Therefore, the world of vast heaven issued an order that once they found traces of cultivators in Lusheng, they had to report it, and anyone could kill them to receive a reward. None of the cultivators in Lusheng who could enter the world of Great Haotian were weak, so this wanted order was basically just for show. Ordinary people could not find the traces of cultivators in Lusheng at all. In order to better disguise himself and complete his mission, Tang Zhen had once carefully studied the cultivation system of the Haotian plain and discovered that this was a world where various strange gods existed. It was similar to the sorcerer world, but there were many places that were completely different. In short, it was extremely chaotic. The strength of cultivators was closely related to their respective beliefs, and they fought and repelled each other. In addition to all kinds of mysterious cultivation systems, the most mainstream cultivation method in this world was to pursue the ultimate power. When one's strength reached its limit, all kinds of additional states would appear, which would double the combat power of the cultivator. This seemingly simple and crude way of cultivation was very suitable for killing on the battlefield. Therefore, the combat power of the cultivators of the Haotian plain could not be underestimated. Battles where one could shatter mountains with a punch and break rivers with a stomp would occasionally occur in this world. In addition, due to the suppression of the world's laws, the masters of creation couldn't enter with their true bodies. Otherwise, they would turn into mobile natural disasters and trigger all kinds of disasters. Under such circumstances, how could he move stealthily and steal the origin energy? Therefore, Tang Zhen could not enter with his true body. Otherwise, he would be discovered and then be resisted by the origin intent and native cultivators. The only way was to send out a consciousness clone and sneak into this world without a sound. The strength of the consciousness of the clone couldn't be too strong, or it would still be detected, and then it would be hunted down by the native cultivators. During the journey, Tang Zhen had already analyzed the possible situations they might encounter and formulated a detailed infiltration plan. In a slum, Hawk suddenly opened his eyes. His tired and listless eyes were bloodshot. His eyelids seemed to be supported by an invisible force, and he couldn't close them even if he wanted to. Hawk, who had just finished his night shift, felt as if his body had fallen apart, and he would fall asleep as soon as he touched the bed. In such a state, Hawk's eyes were weirdly wide open, which was obviously not right. Unfortunately, there was no one at home. No one knew what happened to Hawk at this time, and he was like a puppet being manipulated at will. He walked under the bed, his eyes listless as he fiddled with something, his soul wandering the entire time. Fortunately, he didn't know what he was doing. Otherwise, he would be trembling in fear and then kneel down to pray to the god he believed in. It turned out that he was holding a basin of water in his hand. It was filled with the well water that he had collected last night, and it was shimmering with a cold light that made people panic. A low voice rang in his ears, as if it was a strange sound that came from a deep nightmare that he could not shake off. Hawk's lips curled into a strange smile. He then put the basin on the table and stuck his face to it. Then, he bent over at a 90-degree angle and soaked his face in the basin of water. He did not move at all throughout the entire process. There were bubbles in the water, and the blood vessels under his skin were obviously bulging, but Hawk was like a clay sculpture, not moving an inch. Time slowly passed. After a full 10 minutes, the still water basin suddenly rippled. Then, Hawk suddenly got up and knocked over the basin full of water, making a muffled sound on the floor. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door, followed by the cursing of the landlord, warning Hawk to be careful. If there was a next time, he would kick Hawk out. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. Hawk's voice rang out. His tone was a little strange, but the landlord outside couldn't tell at all. He cursed again, then closed his mouth and went back to the eaves to smoke his water pipe. Hawk's body was stiff in the room. His heels were off the ground, and the tips of his toes were raised in a strange way. His wet hair stuck to his head, and water droplets were dripping down his chin. His bloodshot eyes were now strangely rolling upwards. He could not see any other color, only a deathly white. At this moment, Hawk looked like a body that had just drowned, but he was still standing in a strange posture in the water. It was as if an invisible thread was pulling him up, but he did not leave the ground. After a long while, Hawk's body twisted and twitched as if he was having a spasm. A mouthful of dirty liquid spurted out of Hawk's mouth, and his arms kept waving around exaggeratedly. After another minute or so, the twitching and struggling slowly stopped. Hawk's head drooped down to his chest like a rag doll whose bones had been removed. Drip 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 drip. The sound of water falling on the floor was heard. In this narrow and dilapidated apartment, it seemed unusually ethereal and strange. Shua shua shua. Soon, there was a subtle groan, and Hawk, who was like a deflated ball, actually slowly raised his head, and an evil smile appeared on his pale face. Ocean Plain, I'm here, hee. 2672. The suspect, Tang Zhen, stretched his body and sized up his surroundings. It was a simple and crude room with almost no other furniture except for a bed. There were some messy items piled on the ground, and the house was filled with a stinky smell, as if it had not been cleaned for a long time. There was a basin on the floor, and there were water stains on the floor. The remaining dirty water had seeped away along the broken floor. It was this thing that took Hawk's life. After occupying a new body, he needed a little time to adapt. Therefore, Tang Zhen's posture was very awkward. He looked like a puppet with rusty joints. Fortunately, it didn't take long for his body to move freely, but the expression on his face was slightly stiff. However, it didn't matter. Tang Zhen didn't need to smile apologetically to anyone in this cheap rental house. According to the information he had read, the young man named Hawk was just an ordinary person. Because of the extreme resentment and dissatisfaction in his heart, he had formed a consciousness projection in his sleep. Tang Zhen, who stayed in the void, directly controlled Hawk's consciousness projection and then controlled the sleeping Hawk to drown himself. The consciousness doppelganger penetrated the crystal wall of the plane and directly descended into the small world, then controlled Hawk's body. In the process of descending, Tang Zhen was always careful to avoid being discovered by the law consciousness and native cultivators. If he could complete this step, it was equivalent to having a legal identity, and it would be much easier to do things in the future. In the following time, he might have to deal with the detection of the native cultivators, because the fluctuations of the descent would definitely be detected. When Tang Zhen thought of this, he immediately bent over and lowered his head to keep the basin. After which, he lay back on the bed. He closed his eyes tightly and continued to sleep. In the end, he had only laid down for a few dozen breaths when a special mental power swept through the house and finally stopped on Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen seemed to know nothing and was almost sleeping. The snoring in the room was like thunder. That force was like a snake as it continuously revolved around Tang Zhen, as if it was searching for something. From the gap in the roof, a translucent figure appeared and squeezed in. Its eyes were as red as blood, and its mouth was full of wriggling tentacles, as if it was holding a large octopus in its mouth. The monster simply floated in the air and stared at Tang Zhen face to face. It did not move an inch during this period of time. The tentacle in its mouth brushed past Tang Zhen's face. It seemed to be dripping a sticky liquid. However, when one looked carefully, there was nothing. Tang Zhen continued to sleep. Perhaps it was because he was uncomfortable, but his body kept on wriggling. At that moment, there was a rush of footsteps outside, followed by the angry roar of the landlord. "You damn bastards, how dare you break into my house? I'll report this to the sheriff immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a muffled groan, his voice filled with suppressed pain. "The demon-subduing troop is handling a case. If you want to enter the fiend prison, I can give you a free quota." I don't dare. It's my fault. My lord, please forgive me." The landlord, who had always been arrogant, was now trembling in fear. He only dared to bully the poor tenants, but he would never dare to provoke the members of the demon-subduing troop. The members of the demon-subduing troop were qualified to kill anyone who hindered their mission, and he didn't want to lose his life in vain. "Idiot, who's living in this room?" "Hawk, a worker, a poor boy." "Yes, get lost." There was another sound of footsteps, and the tightly shut door was opened. 3 men in black trench coats squeezed in. It was unknown what material their windbreakers were made of, but the surface was covered with metal nameplates, and the nameplates were densely covered with runes. Under the windbreaker was a tight combat suit with a gun-like weapon, a long sword, and a tool bag. In a large number of narrow houses, 3 men had looks of disgust on their faces. The silver-haired man in the lead even gently covered his nose. The monster that was floating on Tang Zhen's body earlier flew over in a wobbly manner and stopped beside the silver-haired man. "How is it?" the silver-haired man in the lead asked. His dark and cold eyes looked at Tang Zhen as traces of disdain and disgust flashed past. The monster said something, and the silver-haired man nodded. Without turning his head, he said, "Wake him up and confirm the next step." The 2 men behind him immediately rushed to the front of Tang Zhen's bed when they heard this. One of the men directly lifted him from the bed and ruthlessly threw him onto the ground. The other man raised his leg and directly kicked Tang Zhen's body. It was as though he had a deep hatred as the corner of his mouth carried a sinister smile. Dun, who was sleeping, screamed in shock. His eyes widened in horror as he looked at the 3 men who had suddenly appeared in the room. His thin and haggard face was filled with surprise and unconcealable fear. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Tang Zhen had only spoken half of his sentence when a man beside him pulled out a pistol and aimed it at his temple. "From now on, you'll answer whatever I ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If you say one more word of nonsense, I'll smash your head, you bastard." The man holding the gun gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he pointed the gun barrel at Tang Zhen's temple. The brass barrel rotated, stirring up the skin and hair, which would cause great pain. Tang Zhen cooperated and let out a painful groan. He had an appearance of wanting to hide but not daring to hide. He looked extremely helpless. The man laughed happily as if he enjoyed seeing Dun in pain and panic, but he did not continue his entertainment. Tang Zhen tightly shut his mouth. His body was continuously trembling due to fear. "What happened in the house before we arrived?" The silver-haired man covered his nose with a handkerchief and asked in a cold voice. "I didn't do anything. I was sleeping until you came in." Tang Zhen's trembling voice proved that he was extremely terrified at this moment. It was as if he was afraid that the man beside him would shoot. There was also the humbleness of the poor in front of the upper class, because a casual word from these people could make him lose his job. "You didn't do anything. Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly?" The silver-haired man stared at Tang Zhen and spoke in a cold voice. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. "Oh, I was thirsty, so I drank the water in the basin, but I accidentally knocked it over." Tang Zhen seemed to have thought of something as he hurriedly said to the silver-haired man. At the same time, he deliberately put on a fawning smile. "I see. Then why didn't you say so earlier?" the silver-haired man said expressionlessly. The other man beside him raised his hand and slapped him hard. "Pa!" A crisp sound was heard. The corner of his mouth was cracked, and blood slowly oozed out. "Lowly commoner!" the man who hit him cursed. At the same time, he took out a handkerchief, wiped his gloves, and threw it on the ground. "Hawk, right, if you find anything unusual, report to the Department of Exorcism immediately. If you know anything and try to hide it, I'll make you wish you were dead." The silver-haired man walked in front of Tang Zhen. He bent over and stared at him for a moment before standing up and walking out of the door. The other 2 men followed closely behind. They didn't want to stay in such a dirty and stinky place for a moment. After the footsteps gradually faded away, Hawk, who was sitting on the ground, slowly raised his head, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Just as the 3 members of the demon-subduing troop left, the law consciousness that enveloped them had also quietly retreated. This was the reason why Tang Zhen had been enduring silently from the beginning. As long as he dared to fight back, he would immediately be discovered by the law consciousness, and his infiltration would completely fail. It would be extremely difficult to sneak in again. Fortunately, there was no danger. These 3 self-righteous fools did not discover any abnormalities on Tang Zhen's body. Never in their dreams would they have thought that they had already made a trip to the gates of hell. If it wasn't for the monitoring of the consciousness of the law, the 3 of them could forget about leaving this room alive. Even if they managed to leave the house, they would only live for a little longer because their lives had already entered the countdown. 2673 Bizarre Murder Case 1. Not long after the demon fighters left, the door was opened again, and the short and fat landlord came in. His chubby face was contorted in anger, his eyes were wide open, and his pupils contracted to the size of a needle. "Damn bastard, what on earth have you done?" Why did you attract those demons of the demon-subduing troop? The landlord's face was full of anger, and he was as fierce as a mad lion, as if he was about to devour people. Looking at his current appearance and thinking of his previous submissive behavior, it seemed like he was not the same person at all. He was transferring the humiliation he had suffered earlier to Hawk, and it was the kind that was worse. You dirty thing, a farmer who only knows how to roll around in a pigpen, an idiot who only knows how to daydream every day. Now pack up your trash and get out of here immediately, the faster the better. Tang Zhen suddenly smiled when he saw the furious landlord. Among Hawk's accumulated resentment, a lot of it came from the landlord in front of him. This guy was greedy, lecherous, and bullied people with his power, which made many tenants dare to be angry but not dare to say anything. There was once a female tenant who was violated by the landlord. At that time, many tenants saw it, but the female tenant disappeared mysteriously. Some tenants said in private that the female tenant had been killed by the landlord, and the body had been dealt with by evil means, buried under the rental apartment. Hawk had been bullied by the landlord more than once, but he had to swallow his anger every time because he needed a place to live. If he offended the landlord, he would have to wander the streets and might not be able to find a suitable place to live for a long time. If I leave now, what about the rent I just paid? Hawk asked in a low voice, his eyes an expression unusually calm, clearly completely different from before. The angry landlord obviously didn't notice the abnormality, but was even angrier at Hawk's question. He roared, "You still dare to mention rent and cause me so much trouble. It's already good enough that I didn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You to pay, damn bastard, believe it or not, I'll go find my nephew and he'll make it so that you can't even move an inch in this city. You can only obediently go back to the countryside and farm." The landlord also brought out his nephew, who was the captain of the patrol police. This was also what he relied on, which made many tenants dare to be angry but not dare to say anything. "So you're saying that you don't plan on returning the rent?" "Yes, you're right, idiot," the landlord said with a sneer, only to find that Hawk, who had always been a coward, actually showed a smile that he couldn't understand. The next moment, Hawk suddenly raised his fist and smashed it at him. The landlord was shocked and angry. He never dreamed that this dirty and weak poor ghost would dare to attack him. "I must find an excuse to put this damn bastard in prison and let everyone know the consequences of offending me, old Tom." With that thought in mind, the landlord also raised his fist. He was also a member of a gang when he was young, and he specialized in martial arts, killing several people in secret. If they really fought, ordinary young people were no match for him at all, especially a guy like Hawk who had been blinded by anger. But when he saw Hawk's fist and felt the terrifying power, the landlord suddenly regretted and felt fear. "Don't whine." As soon as the landlord shouted, Hawk's fist had already landed on his face, and then there was a muffled sound. In the violent impact, the fat on the landlord's chubby face was deformed, and his teeth were thrown out as his head shook. Not only did the punch knock out all of the landlord's teeth on one side, but even his chin was shattered, and his entire face was completely deformed. Bang! The fat body fell to the ground, making a muffled sound. Perhaps it was because of the years of disrepair, the landlord fell directly into the gap under the floor. "Idiot!" Tang Zhen slowly withdrew his fist. He swept his eyes over the landlord below and spoke with a cold voice. The landlord's eyes were filled with fear. The cowardly Hawk had become a monster in his eyes. Then, he saw Hawk reach out his hand, and one of his fingers grew longer and longer, like a strange snake slithering toward him. Those idiots from the demon-subduing troop, they didn't even notice this monster. The thought appeared in the landlord's mind. Then, he saw the finger swim in front of him and drill into his mouth. The landlord struggled with all his might, only to find that he had lost control of his body, and his consciousness was gradually blurring. About 5 seconds later, the snake-like thing retracted, and the landlord's memory was taken away. He got up, pushed open the door, and went out. Ignoring the tenant who was peeking out from the room next door, Tang Zhen directly walked to the room where the landlord was staying. Soon, he came out again with a stack of cash in his pocket and a revolver that the landlord had kept. Walking along the corridor to the door, there was a slightly dilapidated street in front of them. The style of the buildings was similar to the medieval times, and the air was filled with the smell of coal smoke. A rental carriage passed by in front of him. Tang Zhen waved his hand and directly sat in it. The driver of the rental carriage asked where they were going. After that, he waved his whip and brought Tang Zhen into the distance. It didn't take long for a tenant to run out of the house and make a report to the patrol on the street. The landlord had been beaten unconscious and could die at any time. To avoid trouble, the tenants could only help to report the case. It didn't take long for the patrol to arrive in a carriage. The landlord's nephew rushed in, cursing. If one looked closely, there was a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth, because if old Tom died, he would be the direct heir to the property. After a while, a body was carried out. It was the landlord, old Tom. His head was covered with a white cloth, a dagger was stuck in his chest, and his clothes were covered in blood. Soon, there was news that old Tom had a conflict with a guest and was stabbed in the heart by the guest. The tenant robbed old Tom of his savings and stopped a rental carriage at the door. No one knew where he had escaped to. As the wanted order was issued, many people became interested in the tenant because he took £10,000 of cash, which was definitely a huge sum for ordinary people. It was said that old Tom's nephew had a private bounty on his head. As long as the stolen money could be recovered, he would give a third of it as a reward. Many people scoffed at old Tom's nephew's promise. Who would give up all the cash for the reward? Soon, news came out that old Tom was not dead at all at the time. He had only fainted because of his facial injuries. It was old Tom's nephew who sealed off the scene and did not allow anyone to approach. It did not take long for a dagger to appear in old Tom's chest. No one knew if this news was true or false, but no one cared at all. This old villain deserved to die. Even if he died unjustly, no one would uphold justice for him. Many people were looking for the tenant named Hawk. After all, he had tens of thousands of dollars on him. Who wouldn't want to take it for themselves? It was a pity that when people spent a lot of effort to find the driver of the rental carriage, they found that he knew nothing about what had happened at that time. People suspected that the carriage driver had deliberately concealed the truth, so they thought of many ways to verify it, only to find that the carriage driver had indeed forgotten everything. This matter became an unsolved case, and for some special reason, the people associated it with a mysterious event. Hawk, who killed the landlord, took away a huge sum of money, and then disappeared mysteriously, would be mentioned by the residents of the city from time to time in the future. 2674 The despairing demon fighter captain. 1. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and a carriage was traveling on the road. The silver-haired man sat in the car, his body swaying slightly. He was resting with his eyes closed. It was another busy day. Capturing illegal believers and dealing with all kinds of suspected descender cases, the daily tasks of the demon slayers were always boring and busy. They also had to face all kinds of dangers, whether it was the believers who believed in evil gods or the chaotic descenders, all of them were lunatics who didn't care about their lives. If he was not careful, he could lose his life. Although it was tiring and troublesome, the members of the demon-subduing troop had special privileges. Moreover, they were part of the royal guards, which was a decent job that countless people envied. Many noble children would try their best to get a job in the demon-subduing troop, even if it would put them in danger. The silver-haired man was the captain of the small team. He managed 10 team members and was responsible for managing 5 blocks. He had a certain amount of power. After concluding today's work, the figure of the suspect named Hawk suddenly appeared in the silver-haired man's mind. When he was investigating earlier, the ghost spirit that he had contracted with had already sniffed the air, but it didn't discover any aura of the void. It was for this reason that the silver-haired man ruled out the possibility that Hawk was a descender, or that he had been in contact with a similar existence. However, after they left, the other party killed the landlord cruelly and then disappeared without a trace. The silver-haired man, who had left the rented apartment not long ago, could only return to the apartment, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. The silver-haired man had checked the body of the unlucky landlord and confirmed that he had been stabbed in the heart by a dagger. Through a method similar to mediumship, he summoned the dead landlord's soul, but he did not get much useful information. On the other hand, the patrol leader who had killed his uncle was already in custody and would probably be imprisoned. Unless he had enough money to persuade the Grand Justice to reduce his sentence, he would spend the rest of his life on a deserted island. The silver-haired man didn't care about these things. He was just very curious about the young suspect's terrifying power. With just one punch, he was able to cripple a landlord who had once practiced martial arts. This was definitely not a strange strength that an ordinary person could possess. But the problem was that the young suspect didn't show any signs of abnormality during the first Investigation. How did he do that? The silver-haired man really wanted to capture the other party. Other than the fact that the other party was a descender, he also had a huge sum of money on him. Even for the silver-haired man, this was a huge sum of money. It was enough to pay for a long time. He was the son of a noble, but he had no right to inherit, and he was not as rich as others thought. While he was trying to figure out where the suspect was hiding, the carriage suddenly stopped, which surprised the silver-haired young man. Following which, an aura that made one's heart palpitate began to spread from the surroundings, as if one was in an ice cave. As the captain of the demon-subduing troop, the silver-haired young man was no stranger to this kind of situation, so he quickly regained his composure. Stepping down from the carriage, he saw that the surroundings were filled with black-gray fog, and the long street had become silent. He could only see the dim yellow street lights, which flickered with a weak light, but they could not dispel the pressure brought by the darkness at all. In the distant fog, there were unknown figures wandering around. In the sky above their heads, it seemed as if something was peeping. A series of footsteps could be heard, followed by a slightly thin figure slowly walking out from the darkness. He walked slowly and quickly towards the silver-haired young man, until he was less than 5 meters away from him. A distance of less than 10 meters was very suitable for shooting with a pistol. The silver-haired young man had already pulled out his gun. He was ready to shoot at any time. The bullets of the pistol had been specially processed and engraved with special runes. As long as the other party was related to a descender, they would definitely suffer serious damage. As for the principle behind this, the silver-haired young man was not very clear. He only knew that his weapon could hurt the enemy. Although the light was very dim, the silver-haired young man still recognized the man. He was the suspect named Hawk in the rented apartment. "You really have a problem," the silver-haired young man said in a cold voice. At the same time, he was very curious as to what kind of method the other party had used to hide from the ghost spirit's perception. In addition, he was also a little excited. As long as he could capture the other party, he would be able to obtain the huge sum of money that the other party was carrying. As long as he didn't spread the news, no one would know about this matter, and he would be able to monopolize all the benefits. After thinking up to this point, the silver-haired young man immediately controlled his ghost spirit and quietly sneaked around from behind. He would attract the attention of the suspect in front of him, and then the ghost spirit would launch a sneak attack. He would then grab the opportunity and kill the enemy with a single shot. The silver-haired young man was so confident because he did not sense any dangerous aura from the enemy. However, he had forgotten that he had not found anything out of the ordinary when he had inspected the rented apartment. Before the silver-haired young man took action, the suspect named Hawk suddenly raised his head and showed a strange smile. "If I'm not wrong, you're planning to plot against me." Before he could finish, Hawk suddenly reached out to the side, and then a scream came. He pulled the ghost spirit out of the dark world, and under the terrified gaze of the silver-haired young man, he swallowed the ghost spirit in one gulp. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." The silver-haired young man was both shocked and angry. He was shocked that the other party could actually devour ghost spirits, and angry that the ghost spirits were extremely precious and hard to obtain even for the children of aristocrats. It was precisely because of the help of the ghost spirit that he had obtained his current status. Otherwise, he would have only been an ordinary member of the team. If the ghost spirit was devoured, its future would be ruined. It would be bad if the silver-haired young man wasn't angry. He didn't care what the other party's background was. So what if he was a descender? Unless he obtained the support of his main body, a descender wouldn't be that strong at the beginning. As the gunshot rang out, 6 bullets were fired in a very short time, heading straight for the suspect opposite. The 6 bullets were shot very carefully, almost sealing off all the escape routes of the suspect. Whether he moved or stayed in place, he would be hit by the runic bullets. At the same time, a heavy rune sword was unsheathed. Although it was less than an inch wide, it weighed 20 kilograms. Every member of the demon-subduing troop had to use a heavy sword, which was their special standard weapon. One of the tests to join the demon-subduing troop was to complete 100 standard slashes with one hand in a row within a set time. It might sound easy, but to an ordinary person, it was a very difficult thing. Although most of the members of the demon-subduing troop were nobles, they were by no means good-for-nothings. Compared to ordinary people, the comprehensive quality of the children of nobles was obviously higher. To the silver-haired youth's surprise, the suspect pulled out something like a knife and blocked the bullet that was aimed at his heart. He didn't even try to dodge, instead, he reached out his hand and grabbed the incoming heavy sword. Idiot! The silver-haired youth's heart flashed with a trace of contempt. It was said that descenders would be muddle-headed in the early stages, and now it seemed that it was true. It was just a body of flesh and blood, yet it tried to reach out to grab his rune-heavy sword. Was it not afraid of being cut in half? This wasn't the true form of a descender that wasn't afraid of ordinary swords. However, the silver-haired man realized that he was wrong in the next second. The other party actually managed to grab the rune-heavy sword and used a speed faster than his own to guide the rune-heavy sword to dissipate the power of the slash. The sword that was supposed to kill him became soft and powerless. The knife flew over and landed on the silver-haired young man's head. Under the silver-haired young man's terrified and desperate eyes, the suspect reached out his finger, which turned into a snake-like thing and burrowed into his mouth. His thoughts became slower and slower, and everything that belonged to him seemed to be rapidly being pulled away. This descender doesn't seem to be ordinary. A thought flashed through the silver-haired young man's mind, and then he fell into complete darkness. 2675 I am Ronald. 1 Early in the morning, the demon-subduing unit was located near the station in Antuan, and it was very lively as usual. In addition to the members of the devil-subduing troop who were going to and from work, some ordinary people were also going to the fiend prison, trying to visit their relatives and friends who were being held there. For ordinary people, the fiend prison was a very terrifying place. Once they were captured, they might never be able to get out. Ordinary people did not have the ability to rescue people, so they could only wait near the demon fighters, hoping that their friends and relatives could be released. As for the rich and powerful family members of the suspects, they tried to spend money to find people to try to make an exception. Unfortunately, they didn't know that as long as it was a case involving evil gods and descenders, there would be no room for error. This was an order from the demon-subduing troops' headquarters. Anyone who violated this rule would be severely punished. In serious cases, it could even implicate 9 generations of the family. It was precisely because of the strict rules that the members of the demon-subduing troop did not dare to show favoritism, because there was no guarantee that they could save the people after receiving the money. However, if he wanted to kill someone, it would be much easier. Unfortunately, such a thing was rarely encountered. As the rental carriage left, a figure in a black windbreaker walked toward the demon fighters. Her long silver hair danced in the morning breeze, giving off a fluttering feeling. "Good morning, Mr. Ronald." A young man standing at the door greeted the silver-haired man in his heart, his eyes shining with anticipation. He was a young man who had just joined the demon-subduing troop. He was the son of a noble family in the declining countryside. Because he was not qualified to inherit the family business, he was sent to the demon-subduing troop. If they were lucky, they might be able to make a name for themselves in the demon-subduing unit, but if they were unlucky, they might die in a battle. Of course, most of the members of the demon-subduing troop could use the demon-subduing troop as a ladder, and when they accumulated enough military merits, they could be transferred to other government departments. In this way, he could get a decent job and a stable salary, and then slowly manage the rest of his life. The young men had tried to join the frontline combat forces so that they could earn more merits faster. Ronald's team was their first choice, but they had never been able to do so. "Good morning." Ronald nodded, maintaining the demeanor of a noble, and then walked straight over. The young man behind him was a little disappointed, but he knew very well that it would not be easy to join the front line. However, for the sake of his future, he was willing to continue to persevere and work hard. After greeting a few of his colleagues, Ronald went to his office. There were already 10 team members gathered there. The 2 team members who had followed the operation yesterday were also at the table, sorting out things that looked like files. The members of this demon-subduing team had their own duties. According to the requirements, they acted together, but most of the time, they were separated. The 11 of them, including the captain, were there to deal with the highest level of danger. There was no need to mobilize so many people on normal cases. According to the usual practice, after a short meeting, the team members went to their respective areas. Ronald did not leave. Instead, he went to the demon-subduing unit's archives to apply for access to some secret information. It didn't take long for Ronald to enter the basement and head all the way to the underground archives. The information accumulated over the years filled the basement space, and one look at it was enough to make one's head hurt. Ronald rummaged for a while, picked out a large volume of documents, and read it carefully. There was a lot of information about the Forbidden Land recorded in it. Tang Zhen tried to find what he wanted through reasoning and analysis. Unfortunately, after reading all of them, he did not gain anything. It was obvious that the level of Antuan City was too low, and he could not come into contact with too many secrets. No wonder the cultivators in Lusheng could sneak in for decades. They were probably collecting information. After all, this information is top secret and ordinary people can't get access to it. Tang Zhen shook his head. He knew that he was a little too hasty. The most important task now was to hide himself. Although he had avoided the investigation of the original consciousness at the beginning and abandoned Hawk's body to become Ronald, he still left many flaws and traces. This was something that could not be helped. After all, the body after descending was too weak, and it was impossible to do as he pleased like the main body. Fortunately, as long as he endured for a period of time, all the traces he left behind would disappear. Unless Tang Zhen took the initiative to expose himself, no one would know his identity as a descender. When Tang Zhen thought of this, he patiently continued to read the information in the archives. There was no harm in understanding more about this information. It didn't take long before he felt a vibration from his waist. It was the communication tool used by the demon fighters to transmit information. Every time there was a vibration, it might mean that a mission was coming. He picked it up and took a look. The mission was issued by the demon subduing troops headquarters. Abnormal fluctuations were detected on the crystal wall, and it was likely that descenders had appeared in Antuan. At the same time, there was a map that marked the location of the abnormal fluctuations. It was the area that Ronald was in charge of. Who would have known that the members of the demon subduing unit are also descenders? It's true that the most dangerous place is the safest. From now on, until I'm exposed, I'm Ronald. Tang Zhen smiled. He walked out of the underground room and headed straight to the parking lot of the demon subduing unit's vehicles. A few carriages were always on standby. Tang Zhen got on the carriage and headed straight to the scene of the incident. The carriage sped through the city and soon arrived at the scene of the incident, which was also a rental apartment. A large group of people had gathered around, pointing at the house, their faces full of tension. There was also a patrol team in charge of maintaining law and order. They waved their wooden batons and kept driving away the residents who tried to get close to watch the fun. Ronald's team members were already in position. They were guarding the surroundings of the building, staring at the building in front of them. The building looked very quiet, but the broken windows and the bloodstains on the glass showed that it was not a safe place. Help! A figure rushed to the window and tried to escape by jumping out. Who knew that just as he reached the window, his head was suddenly hit hard. The flustered figure suddenly froze, and his head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Dirty things flew everywhere. Voila! The headless body smashed through the window and lay on the windowsill, blood spurting out. The wall that was brushed by the lime water turned bright red in an instant. It was a shocking sight. The audience screamed in fear, not only because of the unlucky guy who was killed, but also because of the strange face the size of a table that flashed past the window. "Captain, what should we do?" After seeing Ronald appear, the team members immediately had a pillar of support and went forward to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. How they should deal with it. And NBSP, all the descenders who killed people as soon as they descended were basically evil gods. If they were not careful in battle, they would lose their lives. What else can we do? Even if we have to give up our lives, we have to kill this monster. This is our mission, Tang Zhen said in an indifferent tone. After taking 2 steps forward, he turned his head and said to his subordinate, "It's very dangerous inside. You don't need to follow me in. Just wait for my orders." But Yingluo, cut the crap. This is an order. Tang Zhen threw down these words. He unsheathed the rune-heavy sword from his waist and slowly walked toward the rented apartment that was surging with demonic chi. 2676 An unexpected surprise. 1. The apartment's narrow corridor was filled with the smell of blood, and at the same time, there was a rotten smell. According to the records of the demon slayers, this was the unique smell of the evil gods, full of the smell of decay. Because they were all spurned, living in the forgotten abyss, they had been coveting the human world for thousands of years. These gods that had been worshipped in the past always tried to re-enter the human world, so they used all kinds of means to bewitch and lure the mortals. And NBSP, after completing their descent, the evil gods would continue to kill and devour to satisfy their insatiable desires. According to the demon subduing troops' request, These descenders had to be eliminated to prevent the evil god's main body from descending and causing an even more terrifying disaster. Moreover, they had to move quickly. The longer they delayed, the stronger the descender would be. Therefore, as long as a descender was discovered, they had to be dealt with within a day, or else it would be considered a dereliction of duty. At that time, there might be more powerful people coming, and those who failed their duties might receive the corresponding punishment. Of course, everything depended on the situation. If they were to encounter powerful descenders, even the lowest level of demon-subduing troops wouldn't be a match for them. Tang Zhen did not care about this. Since he had played the role of Ronald, he must complete the basic work. Tang Zhen ignored the broken wall that was stained with blood and walked over the torn corpses of the tenants to the end of the corridor. This was a dormitory with many people living together. The ground was extremely messy, and blood and broken bodies were thrown everywhere. In a dark room, a slender and hunchbacked figure was devouring the bodies of the victims. His huge face was covered in blood. The big-faced monster revealed a ferocious smile after seeing Tang Zhen. After which, it pounced over with lightning speed. Looking at its appearance, it was like an agile locust, and its speed was astonishing. The mouth on the large face was wide open, and it was filled with sharp teeth. Many tentacle-like things were wriggling in the mouth. If one was bitten by the monster, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. The infection of the fungal virus alone was enough to take the life of the injured. This was the terror of descenders. They were like mobile disasters, and each time, they would cause varying numbers of casualties. Unfortunately, the descender was unlucky. It was not trying to attack an ordinary demon fighter, but a creator from the world of towers. Both of them were descenders, but Tang Zhen needed to hide, so this descender had to die. Swish! A cold glint flashed as the rune-heavy sword was unsheathed and directly slashed at the descender's large face. It was an attack method similar to the sword-drawing technique, which was to use all his strength to strike. After all, this body was too fragile, and this was the only way he could use it. The descender was stunned. He stared at Tang Zhen in disbelief before his entire face and body split into two. With just one strike, he had killed a descender. At the same time, Tang Zhen, who was floating in the air, revealed a trace of surprise on his face. Soon after, it turned into a joyous expression. He advanced rapidly in the void, following the feeling he had for a moment, and headed straight for the hidden crack between the planes. These plane cracks relied on the origin world to exist, and their positions were very well hidden. They were like holes left by pests in trees, and it was impossible to discover any abnormalities from the surface. Those so-called evil gods all lived in such spaces. Due to various considerations, they were extremely well hidden. It was extremely difficult to detect their existence. The demon-subduing troop had tried more than once, but most of them had failed. Unless these evil gods took the initiative to lead people into the cracks of the plane where they were, it was almost impossible for outsiders to enter. However, at this moment, Tang Zhen's main body, which was outside the void, cooperated with the consciousness of his clone and easily locked onto the crack between the planes where the evil god was hiding. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Even Tang Zhen had not thought of this before. Since one could become a god, they would have extraordinary strength. Because they had stolen the power of the source, they were qualified to be called gods. The problem was that these evil gods refused to be assimilated by the world's origin and only wanted to be independent or even devour the world's origin, so they were seen as traitors of the evil gods. The grievances and disputes here might involve the creation of the world. All the creatures of that era had stolen a trace of the power of the source and possessed power comparable to that of the gods. And NBSP, Tang Zhen didn't care about this. He only knew that killing and devouring the evil god would be very beneficial to him. To Tang Zhen, this could definitely be considered a pleasant surprise. He had come to the Haoshan plane this time only to bring back the consciousness clone crystal of that divine king, and then steal the power of the origin if possible. It was not easy to complete the task. According to the intelligence, the origin of the Haoshan plane was hidden in the main world and heavily guarded by native cultivators. It was almost impossible to touch and steal it. Under such circumstances, to be able to discover the lair of an evil god, kill it, and devour it was no less than discovering the origin of a world. Perhaps the benefits gained were not as good as directly absorbing the world's origin, but the difficulty of obtaining it was much lower. Compared to the unattainable world's origin, the power of origin carried by the evil god was not much worse. Sure enough, after entering the crack between the planes, Tang Zhen saw the evil god that was 1,000 meters long and was wandering in the black asphalt-like substance. After sensing Tang Zhen's intrusion, the evil god was also shocked. It had never dreamed that someone would enter its god kingdom. After the shock, it became furious. The evil god immediately launched an attack on Tang Zhen, trying to drive him away or devour him. However, how could this evil god be Tang Zhen's opponent? As the dignified creator of the Tower World, he could easily crush this false god that wasn't recognized by the origin consciousness. The battle between the two sides quickly unfolded, and the battle in the god's kingdom built by the evil god turned the world upside down. The result was decided in a short time. Tang Zhen killed the evil god with a sharp method and extracted the godhead that the evil god had yet to condense. It was the world's origin that he had stolen at the beginning of the world's creation. To the current Tang Zhen, this was a great supplement. It was extremely helpful in condensing and upgrading his origin energy. As for the evil god's body, it was originally condensed from filth and could be considered a super poison. This kind of thing was useless to Tang Zhen, so it was not a pity to throw it away. With the death of the evil god, the crack of the plane began to collapse. Without the support of divine power, it would probably not last long before it was annihilated. After the battle was won, the main body would pass on the results to the consciousness clone in the hope of obtaining more places where the evil gods were hiding. For the consciousness doppelganger, this was also a pleasant surprise. He had originally wanted to use Ronald's identity to hide himself, and then slowly gain higher authority and understand more secrets. With a higher status, it would be easier for him to find the consciousness clone of the God King and take it away at the right time. In the end, by a freak combination of factors, he actually found a shortcut for his main body to increase his strength. It could only be said that luck could not be stopped. Originally, it was just a search trip, but now it was very likely to return with a full load. Since that was the case, he would have to be more proactive when he encountered descenders in the future. Tang Zhen involuntarily laughed softly when he thought of this. The descenders would never have imagined that there was a pair of eyes staring at them from beyond the void. It was possible that an ordinary descent would become a journey of destruction for the evil gods, and they would be wiped out by a powerful creator. 2677 The advancing Ronald, ignoring the monster's corpse, Tang Zhen turned around and left the rented apartment. The members of the demon slayers were gathered outside. They stared at the door with a trace of nervousness in their eyes. If Ronald couldn't deal with the monster, they would have to help, but the monster's ferocity made their legs tremble. It did not mean that the members of the demon fighters were fearless. They were just a little stronger than ordinary people, but they were still fragile in front of the powerful monsters. The demon fighters enjoyed special privileges, but they also had to bear high risks. There was never a free lunch. The benefits given by the Empire were actually money to buy one's life. The more dangerous it was, the more difficult it was to face. It's been 5 minutes. What do you think will happen inside? A member of the demon subduing squad said with a worried look on his face. No one knew if he was worried about his captain or himself. Captain Ronald is very strong. If he wasn't confident, he probably wouldn't have chosen to enter alone. So, just wait patiently. I think it won't be long before we get good news. Another team member said. He was very confident in Ronald. Just as he finished speaking, Ronald's figure appeared at the door, attracting everyone's attention. He was completely unscathed, as if he had just gone to the washroom and was walking out with a relaxed expression. The members of the demon slayers were slightly stunned. At the same time, they observed carefully, trying to figure out what had happened. The descenders inside have been dealt with. Go and dispose of the bodies harmlessly, and then register and file them according to the procedure. Tang Zhen used a faint tone to speak. The team members beside him nodded at the same time. Their faces revealed a trace of admiration. They really admired Ronald's courage. Although as the leader of a demon-subduing squad, he did have the ability to kill a descender alone, he also needed the corresponding courage. However, when they entered the house and saw the big-faced monster that had been killed, they all let out a cry of surprise. My goddess of the night is actually a level 3 berserk monster. Such a monster can kill an entire village. Captain Ronald is so strong. He single-handedly killed such a terrifying monster. This is simply unexpected. If nothing unexpected happens, Captain Ronald will probably be promoted. I wonder if he will still take care of us brothers after he gets promoted and gets a raise. The members of the demon-subduing squad discussed among themselves, their eyes full of envy. Through the corpses of the descenders that had been killed, They judged that Ronald's strength had greatly improved and should have been raised to a rather powerful degree. It shouldn't be a problem for him to fight a small demon-subduing team alone. In the demon-subduing unit, there was a strict promotion process. In addition to accumulating enough merits, one must also have the corresponding strength. It was not like other departments, where anyone could be assigned to them as long as they operated properly. Captain Ronald is with us all day long. When did he become so strong? It's really puzzling. Some team members raised their doubts, but they knew that it was pointless to ask. Everyone had their own secrets, and they would never let outsiders know. If one were to randomly inquire about information and violate someone's taboo, then it was not impossible to be killed. The law would always bind the weak. For some of the truly strong, they didn't need to care about any rules. Not to mention the discussion of the members of the Demon Hunt Squad. After Tang Zhen left the rented apartment, he directly returned to the demon-subduing troops' headquarters. According to Ronald's memory, as long as they met the requirements, the members of the Demon Slayers could apply for promotion. Ronald had accumulated enough military merits a long time ago, but because of his strength, he had not been able to advance. This was the most depressing thing for him, because leveling up was related to a series of benefits. Even the noble lady he was going to propose to was very dissatisfied with his current position. If Ronald chose to retire after marriage, he would not be able to be assigned a satisfactory job at all. Before he was killed by Tang Zhen, this fellow had always been working hard in his cultivation. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his talent, he was unable to advance to a higher level. During the life and death battle with Tang Zhen, Ronald had advanced to a realm that he was unable to break through. However, it was still unable to save his life. Speaking of which, Ronald could only blame his bad luck for meeting a special descender like Tang Zhen. Otherwise, the captain of a small demon-subduing unit would not have died in such a sullen manner. However, since Tang Zhen had borrowed his body, he would help Ronald complete all of his last wishes. This was also considered as a reward. Regardless of whether Ronald was willing or not, this was just Tang Zhen's standard. After returning to the demon-subduing troops' headquarters, Tang Zhen wrote a document and handed it over to the highest-ranking officer of the station. The commander wasn't surprised to see Ronald's promotion application, because according to his speculation, this capable subordinate would apply for promotion in the next 1 or 2 years. After encouraging Ronald to serve the Empire wholeheartedly, the officer passed the promotion application to the headquarters. It didn't take long for news from the headquarters to come, requesting Ronald to go to a higher-level city to take the promotion examination. The time was 3 days later. After leaving the office of the highest official, Tang Zhen took a rental carriage and returned to Ronald's residence in Antuan. It was also an apartment, and compared to the hard work of the workers, the living environment was much better. The only thing was that the rent for this apartment required half of Ronald's salary. This was the price to pay to maintain a decent life. As the son of a small noble, Ronald also had no inheritance rights, so he joined the Demon Slayers at an early age. After packing up his personal belongings, Tang Zhen took out Ronald's favorite set of clothes and carefully dressed up. At this moment, the young man in the mirror was tall and straight. He had a head of elastic silver hair and looked quite handsome. Not bad. Tang Zhen snapped his fingers. After that, a dispirited ghost spirit drilled out of the closet in the house. Seeing the smiling Tang Zhen, the ghost spirit was so scared that it started to shiver. It knew how terrifying this descender in the skin of its original owner was. "Idiot, come here." Following Tang Zhen's cold snort, the ghost spirit obediently floated over. However, its body kept on trembling due to fear. "Take it and eat it. This is my reward for you." Tang Zhen took out an item from his pocket. It looked like a ball of sticky oil, but it was actually something that the big-faced monster had condensed after devouring life force. The ghost spirit, which was originally cowering, excitedly rushed over and swallowed that mass of substance in one gulp. In the next moment, the body of the ghost spirit kept flickering, and it was on the verge of breaking apart several times. However, it quickly returned to its normal state. After the last flicker, the body of the ghost spirit became more transparent, and its shape underwent a huge change. The original appearance of the ghost spirit was that of a ghost with an octopus in its mouth and a torn sheet covering its body. However, the ghost spirit that had evolved looked like a fairy with an exquisite figure. It had a long and thin tail and 2 curved horns on its head. Her big, bright red eyes looked a little scary, but for some reason, they gave people a feeling of cuteness. Tang Zhen looked at the ghost spirit that had evolved and gently nodded his head. So, this was the appearance that Ronald liked. 2678 The benefits of being famous. 1. The city of Antuan had a train station, and steam engine-like vehicles drove through it, which could send people and goods to different cities. Tang Zhen, who was playing the role of Ronald, was currently carrying a suitcase and quietly waiting for the train that was about to enter the station. As they were wearing the uniform of the demon-subduing unit, the passengers around them subconsciously avoided them to avoid getting into trouble. For ordinary people, the members of the demon-subduing troop were like the gods of plague, and they avoided them like the plague. Once one broke into a home, it often meant that the family was destroyed. Of course, this attitude was mostly due to misunderstanding. After all, when the demon-subduing troops found something unusual, they would directly kill the descenders, and they never bothered to explain. The more time passed, the deeper the misunderstanding became. Tang Zhen only laughed softly in the face of those fearful or disgusted eyes. He did not care about it in the slightest. He was just a passerby, playing the role of a captain of a demon-subduing troop. There was really no need for him to pay attention to the disputes. In fact, if the passengers could choose to become a member of the demon-subduing unit, they would definitely fight for the qualification. To ordinary people, this was a path to heaven that could only be encountered but not sought. As expected of a mortal's hypocrisy. On the surface, he despised and slandered her, but in his heart, he was envious. With a shrill whistle, the train slowly entered the station, and the passengers got off the train one after another. Tang Zhen was about to get on the bus when he noticed that there was a suspicious figure among the passengers who got off. With just 2 glances, Tang Zhen was already certain that this person should be a descender. Is this vast heaven realm a broken sieve? Why are there descenders everywhere? Under normal circumstances, Ronald would avoid such things to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, it was different now. Under Ronald's skin, there was a cultivator from the world of Lusheng. To Tang Zhen, these descenders were the best nourishment and the key to his origin energy's advancement. Since that was the case, he had to actively hunt and kill descenders and be a dedicated member of the demon-subduing team. When Tang Zhen thought of this, he directly pushed through the crowd and headed straight for that descender. When he was less than 5 meters away from the other party, the descender suddenly turned his head and saw Tang Zhen rushing towards him. This was a fellow who was dressed as a middle-aged man. His pupils suddenly shrunk when he saw Tang Zhen. Moreover, a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. Who knew that in the next second, he would enter the crowd? He didn't plan to fight with Tang Zhen but was prepared to escape in the chaos. You want to run? Dream on. Tang Zhen coldly snorted. His body directly flew into the air and shot towards the descender like an arrow. When the descender saw this, he suddenly pulled out a pistol from his waist and aimed it at Tang Zhen, who was attacking from the air. When the passengers nearby saw this, they immediately let out a cry of surprise, thinking that a bloody incident was about to happen. But at this moment, a cold light flashed, as if a bolt of lightning had struck from the sky. Swish! The audience seemed to hear the sound of leather tearing. Then, they saw the man with the gun being cut in half with a frightened expression. However, there were no internal organs in the broken body. Instead, a black asphalt-like substance slowly floated up like smoke. Demon! Someone shouted, his face full of fear and his body trembling. Unexpectedly, at this moment, another cold light flashed and cut the object that floated out of the middle-aged man's body into pieces. I won't forgive you, Yingluo. The descending evil god let out a blood-curdling screech, and its consciousness clone instantly collapsed. Immediately after, the ghost spirit that followed Tang Zhen suddenly appeared and devoured the crystal that the descender had left behind. At the same time, Tang Zhen's main body in the void began to move. He rushed towards a gap between the void and the vast heaven plane like lightning. 10 minutes later, the crack collapsed, and an evil god nearly 1,000 meters long rushed out and fled with its map. As a result, a golden light flashed, and the evil god was killed directly. The godhead that had not yet been condensed was forcibly extracted. In the subsidiary world, Tang Zhen received the feedback from his main body, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, in the blink of an eye, the security guards on duty appeared and dispersed the passengers who were watching the show. Looking at the body that was only left with a skin, the security guards felt their scalps go numb. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a terrible thing had happened. As for Tang Zhen, who was standing by the side, he received many admiring gazes. There were even people who cheered loudly. If Tang Zhen had not killed the descenders, who knew how many people would have been killed after the monster entered Antuan? It was the first time for many of them to see such a scene. They were shocked and excited at the same time. Two reporters even rushed up with pen and paper in their hands and said to Tang Zhen, "Hello, sir. I'm a reporter from Antuan Daily. May I interview you?" The security guards at the side tried to drive him away but were stopped by Tang Zhen. This was because he really needed this kind of exposure. Of course, no problem. Tang Zhen had a gentle smile on his face. Coupled with his tall and straight figure and handsome face, he immediately gave the surrounding passengers a strong favorable impression. There is no doubt that he is a great and brave man. When someone gave such an evaluation, the other passengers immediately echoed, and they were not as vigilant as they were at first. The two reporters were equally excited, because the demon fighters would deliberately avoid ordinary people during every operation, and it was difficult for the reporters to get useful information. But this time, it was different. The members of the demon fighters didn't choose to avoid the crowd and attack in a hidden place, but directly attacked in the crowded train station. The commotion was not small, and they even had the opportunity to interview him. This was a good thing that couldn't be found even if you lit a lantern. In the face of the reporters' questions, Tang Zhen spoke with fervor and described the actions of himself and the demon-subduing troupe in a very grand and magnificent way. While no one was paying attention, Zhen Tang suddenly took out a small roll of cash and handed it to the two reporters. The two reporters were stunned. They didn't know what that meant, but the roll of cash really tempted them. "You can artistically process my conversation and publish it in the newspaper. It's best to put it on the front page. This is a very important matter, and it concerns an important mission of mine. Please cooperate." The two reporters were about to say something, but Tang Zhen had already stuffed the money into their pockets. The whole process was straightforward and clean. Looking at the smiling Tang Zhen, the two reporters suddenly felt some fear. Although they knew that they would definitely report the truth, their nature had changed because of this sum of money. If he couldn't satisfy the commander of the demon-subduing troop, perhaps he would turn against him and throw him into the demon suppression prison. Ignoring the two terrified reporters, Tang Zhen looked at the entrance of the train station. Because of this emergency, the members of the demon-subduing troop had arrived. It wasn't Ronald's demon fighter squad, but another team whose captain was very familiar with Ronald. The other party obviously knew that Ronald was going to participate in the advancement test, so he did not find it strange that he had killed a descender alone. Although they were very jealous, no one showed it on their faces. This was because, if everything went as planned, Ronald would soon become their superior. If it wasn't necessary, no one would dare to offend the current Ronald. That would be purely looking for trouble. After a brief explanation, Ronald boarded the train and slowly left Antuan, heading straight for the bigger city. 2679 The conceited man won. Because of his performance at the train station, Tang Zhen received special treatment and could take a special carriage to his destination. In fact, if this had not happened, he would still be qualified to sit in the special carriage, but it would cost a lot of money and he would have to apply in advance. The application process would take at least 3 days to determine if there were any empty seats. It was definitely not a place that could be taken as and when one wanted to. Now, under the conductor's arrangement, Zhen Tang was directly qualified to take the bus for free as a way to thank him for his previous heroic act. From this, it could be confirmed that the people didn't reject the demon-subduing troops, and their usual indifference and vigilance were just because they didn't understand them. Tang Zhen was prepared to increase his fame through the reports of the two reporters. This would be very beneficial for his future promotion. He had already discovered the benefits of being a member of the demon-subduing unit. He could openly collect all kinds of information and had more opportunities to come into contact with the descenders. Others thought that he was just carrying out his duty and killing the dangerous descenders, but they didn't know that there was still his main body in the void, cooperating with the pursuit of those evil gods who had exposed their traces. It probably wouldn't take long for the people to realize to their surprise that the number of evil god arrivals was decreasing. However, there should be a large number of evil gods in the void of the Haoshan realm, and it was impossible to kill them all in a short time. Tang Zhen was actually very satisfied because his main body had already killed 2 evil gods in a short period of time. The harvest was no less than directly absorbing the world's origin. After a whole day and night on the train, the whole process was drowsy. With the sound of a whistle, the passengers finally arrived at their destination. Compared to the city of Antuan, the area of the provincial capital was obviously dozens of times larger, and the human flow was also unusually dense. On the streets of the city, the rail buses were like a castrated version of the train, constantly moving through the main streets of the city. There were also all kinds of carriages and man-powered coachmen. They gathered at the exit of the train station and looked at the passengers who had just gotten off with anticipation. As for vehicles, they also existed in the city, but they were definitely not driven by fuel. Tang Zhen sized up his surroundings before calling for a rental carriage to head to the demon-subduing troops' headquarters. Tang Zhen indifferently sized up the surrounding environment as he walked through the spacious and lively street. In this kind of densely packed city, the percentage of descenders should be a little higher. According to Tang Zhen's understanding, the descenders in this world appeared at an extremely high frequency. There was almost no interruption. Evil gods were constantly bewitching mortals or forcefully descending into this world, wantonly harvesting the lives of ordinary people. The evil god's method of descent did not cause much damage to itself. Every time it descended, it was like a beast that had been released from its cage. But now, things were different. Those evil gods would never have imagined that there would be a descender who specialized in hunting them in this hunting ground that they could come and go as they pleased. And NBSP, turning from hunters to targets, the evil gods would probably be depressed, but there was nothing they could do. Unless the evil god could kill Tang Zhen, he could only act as a prey. If he dared to show his face, he would be killed. About half an hour later, the rental carriage stopped near a tall building. The huge square and the magnificent statues showed that this was definitely not an ordinary place. As the main force in maintaining the stability of the world, the demon-subduing unit had a special and transcendent position, even completely independent of the government. Of course, this didn't mean that the members of the demon slayers could do as they pleased. They were still under supervision, and the punishment for breaking the rules was very severe. Walking along the passage, Tang Zhen soon arrived at the reception hall, where demon fighters in uniform were coming in and out. Upon seeing Tang Zhen carrying his luggage, a staff member from the headquarters immediately walked over and asked him what kind of service he needed. Tang Zhen passed the documents to the other party. After the young staff member looked at them, he led him to the door at the side. "Mr. Ronald, according to the requirements of the notice, your test will be carried out in 2 days. Before the test begins, you can live in the rest area provided by the headquarters. You can also find a place to live outside. When it's time for the test, you only need to head to the training ground at the back of the headquarters and someone will arrange and guide you on how to do it." The staff members often came into contact with similar things and were very familiar with the entire process. In the process of guiding Tang Zhen to the rest area, they had already explained the things to pay attention to clearly. If I want to look up information, such as the records of the descenders over the years and the internal information of the demon fighters, where should I go? Tang Zhen did not forget the purpose of this trip. He attempted to gather information from various sources in order to find the traces of the God King's consciousness clone. If you want to know more about this, you can go to the library built by the headquarters. The information stored there is very comprehensive. In the books in the library, there are also some biographies of special people, which record the stories of many heroes in the army. While they were talking, the two of them came to the backyard of the headquarters. There were 2 5-story buildings here, which were specially for staff to rest. Following the staff's instructions, Tang Zhen completed the check-in procedures and then headed to the library according to the other party's instructions. After passing through a tree-lined path, the library appeared in front of them. Judging from the style of the building, it should be hundreds of years old. Since it was a library dedicated to the demon-subduing unit, the people who went in and out were all internal staff, including some family members of the troops. When Tang Zhen entered, he attracted the attention of some people. However, the other party quickly shifted their gazes. Tang Zhen didn't have a clear goal. He only shuttled through the bookshelves to find the information he might need. "What are you looking for?" someone behind him suddenly asked. Tang Zhen turned his head and saw a tall young woman wearing a demon-subduing unit uniform. The other party was very tall, only a little shorter than Ronald. His eyes were so bright that they seemed to be emitting light, and he gave off a sharp and pressing feeling. Looking at the other party's military rank, he was actually 2 ranks higher than Ronald. If he was in Antuan City, he would have been able to take on the position of deputy commander. "I want to know more about the means of the evil god's descent, as well as how to more accurately discover the descenders from the crowd." There are no books on this in the library of Antuan. Tang Zhen used a faint tone to reply. He was not afraid because of the other party's high rank and maintained an attitude that was neither servile nor overbearing. Even if the other party's rank was higher, Tang Zhen would not feel any fear. This was because the other party was not even worth a mention in his eyes. Now, they were only in contact because they wanted to play the role of Ronald well. Otherwise, there would be no possibility of contact between the two sides. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the woman frowned slightly. Soon after, she slowly said, "The information you want to read does exist, but it requires a certain level of authority. Your current level is not enough, so you need to level up at least 2 more levels to be able to read it. If that's the case, then it's not a difficult task. I just need to complete the advancement in the test." Tang Zhen nodded. The woman frowned slightly when she heard Tang Zhen's reply. She clearly felt that Tang Zhen was too confident. Very courageous and very confident. "I hope it can be compared to your strength," the woman said in a calm tone, but there was obvious sarcasm in her eyes. After saying this, the woman turned around and left. It was obvious that she had no interest in continuing the conversation. 2680 Advancement Assessment 1. Knowing that there was something he wanted in the library, Tang Zhen didn't continue to search. Instead, he chose a book about geography and history and began to read it unhurriedly. He discovered that these books did not mention the existence of the origin world. Even the other small worlds were not mentioned. This could only mean one thing: the ruler was deliberately hiding this matter, so that ordinary people would not know about the existence of other worlds. Tang Zhen was not clear about the specific reason for the time being, but he had a rough guess. It was nothing more than a worry that it would affect the rule, because too much information would gradually let the people understand the truth about this world. It was precisely because of ignorance that they would not have too many desires and would not be tempted by all kinds of evil gods. If the common folk were driven by various desires, it would give demons and evil gods an opportunity, making it easier to descend. When that time came, the human world would be filled with traces of demons, and the entire world would fall into chaos. It seemed that if he wanted to understand the world of Haoshan, he needed other channels, or a higher level. Tang Zhen had already made up his mind to use the identity of Ronald for a long time. This was because the higher the rank of the person he possessed, the more information he would obtain. In the next 2 days, Tang Zhen didn't go anywhere and was reading in the library. When the day of the test arrived, Tang Zhen made some simple preparations and went to the training ground of the Demon Slayer's headquarters. When he arrived, he realized that he wasn't the only one taking the test. There were hundreds of people taking the test. These people came from different cities, and they were basically all descendants of nobles. Handsome men and beautiful women could be seen everywhere. The nobles had better resources, and their descendants were obviously better than ordinary people, whether in terms of appearance or aptitude. This was also one of the reasons why the demon-subduing troops chose the children of nobles first. First, it was to prevent these children from doing nothing and causing a negative impact on social security. After joining the demon-subduing unit, not only could they control the number of noble children through appropriate casualties, but they could also select the real elite talents. The other reason was that the children of the noble families had received all kinds of training from a young age. In addition to their excellent genes, their qualifications were indeed far superior to ordinary people. Numerous gazes swept over Tang Zhen's body after he appeared. Clearly, they were making a basic judgment on him. In this test, anyone could become their competitor, so the seemingly joking scene was actually just a usual performance of these noble children. It was no different from a fool's dream to make them truly befriend each other. If there were really such fools, they would not be able to exist in this circle for long. Tang Zhen was too lazy to care about these aristocratic children who thought themselves to be extraordinary. There were indeed quite a number of outstanding people among these natives. However, that was only in comparison to those of the same race. If one were to look at the Great Thousand World, the cultivation qualifications of these indigenous people were not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of many races. Tang Zhen had a deep understanding of this point. There would always be someone stronger among the strong, and there was always a mountain higher than the others. According to the staff's request, Tang Zhen received a special vest with his combat personnel number on it. In the following time, they had to wait for the examiner to enter the venue and then conduct the test according to the requirements. It didn't take long for the examiners from the Demon Slayer's headquarters to arrive, and the advancement test officially began. Tang Zhen's eyes swept over the examiners and discovered that there was a woman among them. She was the one he had seen in the library. Coincidentally, the other party raised his head. When he saw Tang Zhen, who was standing opposite him, his long eyebrows slightly frowned. At this moment, a staff member blew the whistle, signaling the official start of the assessment. The demon fighters who were waiting were all in high spirits and adjusted themselves to their best condition. All of them looked determined. The first test was strength and swordsmanship. According to the requirements of the test, the tester must use a rune longsword of standard weight and skillfully perform a set of sword techniques of corresponding difficulty within the specified time. Then, the judge would score the tester according to his performance. This was the most basic test. If they couldn't complete this, there was no need to participate in the subsequent tests. As the staff read out the number, one of the demon fighters stepped forward and picked up a standard rune épée from the weapon rack. This weapon weighed 50 kilograms, and it was also a one-handed sword. If one didn't have the corresponding strength, they couldn't use it at all. After the man picked it up, he waved it a few times, looking very relaxed. A few of the examiners in charge of the assessment shook their heads secretly. The woman's night vision was so bad. They were very experienced and could naturally tell if the candidate was really strong or just trying to show off. When the man swung the rune-heavy sword, there was a slight unnoticeable sluggishness, which was clearly a sign of a lack of power. Although there was not much of a problem at the beginning, when the power consumption was too high, the disadvantages would immediately appear. Just as the examiners had predicted, the man made a series of mistakes during the sword technique demonstration. In the end, he did not manage to complete the sword technique demonstration in the time limit. The examiners were expressionless as they gave the verdict of not passing. It was normal for such a situation to occur. Many of the participants did not know that the training ground had a special runic magic circle that would simulate a real battlefield environment, causing psychological and physical pressure to the participants. There were many people who took part in the test every year, but only a few could pass it. Even if they passed this test, they would have problems in other projects. In the following time, one participant after another walked forward and demonstrated their sword techniques in front of the examiner. There were good and bad results, and the passing rate was also very high, but the evaluation was basically ordinary. After a period of time, it was finally Tang Zhen's turn to take the stage. The moment he appeared, the woman's gaze turned to him, a playful smile on her lips. She wanted to see how the boastful guy in the library would react. In fact, from her thoughts, one could tell that she didn't think much of Tang Zhen. She only felt that Tang Zhen was a self-righteous noble from the countryside. Under everyone's gaze, Tang Zhen walked to the center of the test field and swept his eyes over the rune-heavy sword placed on the stone platform. However, he didn't take the weapon. Instead, he walked to the weapon rack at the side and pulled out a dark green rune longsword. Swish! The moment the sword was pulled out, it actually let out a long cry, as if it was the cheerful cry of some animal. When the staff member in charge of maintaining order saw this, he was about to step forward to stop Tang Zhen but was stopped by another staff member who was slightly older. Tang Zhen, who had changed to a rune-heavy sword, was imitating the other examinees as he casually brandished his sword, creating a sword flower. It was such a simple adaptive action, but it made the examiners' eyes light up, because they knew what it meant. Tang Zhen's control over this weapon had already reached the level where he could lift something heavy as though it was light. Moreover, he could release and retract it as he wished. In other words, this 100-kilogram rune longsword had already become like Tang Zhen's 4 limbs. When he used the long sword, he could not feel any weight and it was as easy as controlling his own arm. Tang Zhen didn't even need to practice. The examiner already knew the result. He would definitely pass with excellent results. 2681 The eye-catching Tang Zhen won. The examiners were all extremely interested in Tang Zhen's performance. This was especially so for the lady. Her face was filled with astonishment. His impression of Tang Zhen had also changed because of this. He guessed that Tang Zhen might not be boasting but was truly very confident in his own strength. As this thought rose in his mind, he saw that Tang Zhen had already started practicing. The anger in the training ground immediately became suppressed. A sword light circulated and wrapped around Tang Zhen's body. Its speed was so fast that no one could see the trajectory of the longsword. Just by relying on this terrifying speed, one would know that a 100-kilogram single-handed sword was simply unable to cause any pressure to Tang Zhen. If he were to fight against it, he would be in great danger when faced with such an astonishingly fast attack. If they were not careful, they would die on the spot. The reason why the demon fighters used heavy swords was that most of the monsters had thick skin and flesh. Ordinary weapons could not cause any damage to them. It was like a wooden stick that could not break through metal armor. With the rune weapons that were heavy enough and had special attack attributes, coupled with the immense strength of the demon fighters, they could easily break through the monster's defense. The more powerful the monster, the more advanced the rune weapon would be. The weight of the weapon would also gradually increase. The weapons of the ordinary members were all below 500 kilograms, while none of the weapons of the high-level troops were below 500 kilograms. From Tang Zhen's current performance, it was clear that he possessed the qualifications to control a high-grade weapon. He was clearly not joking when he said that he was prepared to advance 2 levels in one go. Half of the time had passed and Tang Zhen had already finished his practice. He kept his sword and looked in the direction of the examiner. "All right," an examiner let out a sigh of praise, waking up the audience who were still in a daze, followed by a series of warm applause. One had to admit that Tang Zhen's performance had shocked everyone. Facing such a player, the candidates were under a lot of pressure. Of course, this didn't have much of an impact on their advancement. The assessment criteria had not been changed. The only difference was that those who scored well in the assessment would receive more rewards in a better position. If there were no accidents, Tang Zhen should be able to obtain the first place in this competition. Although there were some people who were envious and jealous, their strength was indeed far inferior to Tang Zhen. Therefore, they could only obediently shut their mouths to avoid humiliating themselves. Just as everyone expected, Zhen Tang passed the first round of the test with an excellent result. Without waiting for too long, the second round of assessment began. This time, the candidates had to engage in actual combat. Although they were using wooden weapons and wearing protective equipment, it was still dangerous. To a true master, a wooden sword was sharp enough and could be used as a killing weapon. This test seemed simple, but it still required one to give it their all, just like a real battle. After all, the examiners were watching from the side, and all of them had sharp eyes. They were very clear whether the candidates were being perfunctory. However, with Tang Zhen around, the situation was very different. The candidates were all secretly praying that they would not encounter Tang Zhen. If they were to go up against him, they would definitely be eliminated and lose a lot of face. The audience was waiting for Tang Zhen's performance. Although the sword technique drill had already proven his strength, his true combat strength would still depend on his performance in actual combat. Soon, a staff member read out the numbers, and the candidates walked to the center of the field one after another, then began the actual combat as required. Compared to the swordsmanship demonstration just now, this kind of battle was obviously more eye-catching. The audience would exclaim from time to time, clapping and cheering for the candidates. The examiners stared at the two sides of the battle without blinking, recording their performance and giving their final assessment. Soon, it was Tang Zhen's turn again. Some people in the audience automatically applauded and cheered loudly. These spectators were all family members of the demon-subduing troops, and they all had a certain status. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to enter this place. As for Tang Zhen's opponent, he was a candidate with pretty good results. However, there was a huge gap between him and Tang Zhen. After hearing that he was going to fight against Tang Zhen, he walked to the center of the arena with a depressed expression. However, he quickly adjusted his state of mind. Regardless of Tang Zhen's strength, it was fine as long as he performed well. The examiner would not use victory or defeat to determine the results. Instead, it would depend on his performance. With this thought in mind, the participant quickly regained his calm. At the same time, he looked at Tang Zhen with a slightly provocative gaze. Although Tang Zhen's performance was amazing, he wasn't that far off. In terms of actual combat, Tang Zhen might not be his opponent. Tang Zhen's face was expressionless. When the staff announced the start of the match, the wooden sword in his hand had already swept out. The opponent was shocked and quickly blocked with his sword. As a result, he heard a crisp, crack, sound and his wooden sword was broken. The wooden sword was as fast as lightning, and it landed on the candidate's shoulder like a falling feather. The candidate was stunned for a moment. Then, he waved his hand in defeat with a dejected expression. The audience's eyes were wide open. They had originally wanted to enjoy a wonderful performance, but they did not expect the outcome to be decided in the blink of an eye. At the same time that he felt disappointed in his heart, he also had a deeper understanding of the strength that Tang Zhen possessed. It was not that his opponent was too weak, but Tang Zhen's strength was too strong. Both parties were not on the same level at all. If they wanted to see Tang Zhen's performance, they had to find an opponent that matched his strength. However, among the 100 candidates, who could be compared to Tang Zhen? Just as the crowd was waiting for the examiner to announce that Tang Zhen had passed, an examiner suddenly stood up and walked in front of Tang Zhen. You've said before that you want to advance 2 ranks at once, but according to the rules, this is not allowed. We've all seen your performance. You do have the corresponding strength, and you've completely reached the standard to be promoted by 2 levels. I can personally vouch for you and apply for a promotion, but you have to agree to 2 of my requests. Tang Zhen looked at the lady in front of him and nodded with a soft smile. No problem, I have 2 requests, the woman continued. First, you have to fight with me and see your true strength. After you pass the test, you will join my team and become my subordinate. After hearing the woman's words, the people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they looked at Tang Zhen with envious eyes. As for the examiners, some of them shook their heads and chuckled, while some of them revealed a gloomy expression. Tang Zhen didn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About the background of the other party's group. For her to be able to appear here as an examiner and even promise to fulfill Tang Zhen's request in public, it showed that this woman was definitely not an ordinary person. Tang Zhen's original goal was to join the core of the demon-subduing unit and obtain more information. There was an opportunity in front of him. Tang Zhen had no reason to reject it. Seeing Tang Zhen nod his head in agreement, the lady extended her hand and beckoned. The wooden sword beside her flew into her hand. This method of retrieving things from a distance had already proven the woman's strength. She far surpassed the candidates here. You can attack with all your strength. I want to see how strong you are. The woman held the wooden sword in her hand as she pointed it at Tang Zhen and coldly said. Then come. Tang Zhen let out a low roar. The wooden sword hacked down from the air. This was already the maximum attack that this puppet body could unleash. Any more would have caused serious damage, such as internal injuries or broken bones. The woman's eyes became even brighter when she saw Tang Zhen's technique. She brandished her wooden sword and went up to receive it. 2682 Special Forces 1. The audience around the training ground only felt a strong gust of wind blowing on their faces, as if there were irregular gusts of wind, hitting their faces painfully. Although the wind was strong, it passed in a flash. The cultivators knew very well that every gust of wind that came at them was actually the aftermath of a fatal attack. The 2 people who were fighting each other were extremely fierce, which was why this situation happened. That was the truth. Ronald, who was under Tang Zhen's control, had already used all his strength at this moment and did not hold back at all. This was what Tang Zhen wanted to show. Through this exchange, he wanted to let the world know Ronald's fighting style. He was calm and confident. Once he started fighting, he would use all his strength until he fell. Through this display of his own style, he could let others know more about and remember Ronald, and at the same time increase his reputation in the demon-subduing unit. If he wanted to climb to the top of the core quickly, he had to have a corresponding plan, and having a good enough reputation was also one of the means. Otherwise, Ronald, who was only the son of a declining noble family, would not be qualified to enter the upper class at all, the territory that was monopolized by the powerful families. The battle was still going on. Although Ronald had given his all, he was still much weaker than the woman. The woman's strength was very high, and she had a lot of combat experience. Under normal circumstances, Ronald would not be his opponent at all. As for the current Tang Zhen, he was also limited by Ronald's physique. Therefore, he was unable to unleash a stronger attack. Of course, this was not a life-and-death battle. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would not need to spend such a long time. He would have already killed this woman. He was playing the role of Ronald, not a cultivator, so his words and actions had to match. The woman also did not use her full strength. She just wanted to see Ronald's potential. After only 20 rounds of fighting, she took the initiative to retreat. If I had used my own weapon, you would have become a corpse in less than 3 rounds. The lady spoke in a cold tone as she looked at Tang Zhen. If you were a monster, I'd use a fatal attack once I made a move. My moves would definitely not be as gentle as now. The corner of the woman's mouth was lifted into a smile when she heard Tang Zhen's unyielding reply. After which, she gently nodded. You've passed the test, so you don't need to participate in the written test. Since you've been in the library for 2 days, you must have a lot of relevant knowledge. You can find me tomorrow morning and head to the Special Operations Division at the headquarters. I'm the captain of the 9th team, Daily. As for your promotion and transfer, I'll find someone to complete it. You don't have to worry about it. After Daily finished speaking, she returned to her original position and stared at Tang Zhen without blinking. Tang Zhen saluted and thanked him. He then turned around and left the training ground, heading straight for the main building of the demon-subduing troop. If nothing went wrong, he would join a special organization in the Demon Slayers, which was very similar to the Special Forces. Compared to the team leaders of ordinary demon fighters, this kind of special department was of a higher level and should be able to access more secrets. The most important point was that these special forces would carry out difficult missions. The frequency of combat was higher, and it was also more dangerous. If one was a coward, they would avoid such a department as much as possible because they could lose their lives at any time. However, to Tang Zhen, it was a good thing because it would give him more opportunities to discover and kill evil gods. Since he was going to engage in a more dangerous battle, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible, because Ronald was not very strong. He was able to kill the Descenders twice because the other party's strength was not strong and had not reached the level of a true Descender. Tang Zhen also possessed a profound combat technique that allowed him to unleash the greatest attack strength that Ronald could unleash. This was the reason why he was able to kill the enemy in an instant. It could be said that since Tang Zhen descended, Ronald had been overclocking his operation. In fact, his own realm and strength were still the same as before. Under such circumstances, Ronald's strength was obviously not enough to deal with monsters that had completed their descent or other powerful monsters. Ronald was like a rifle with only one bullet. If he couldn't kill the enemy in one shot, then he would be in a very dangerous situation. What Tang Zhen wanted to do now was to load a few more bullets into this gun or bring a few more weapons. To the real Ronald, this was not an easy task. The test results that he had just obtained were at a height that he would not be able to reach even if he exhausted himself to death. However, after Tang Zhen's arrival, this descendant of a fallen noble from the countryside rose at a shocking speed. If the dead Ronald knew about this, who knew what he would think? After all, his family had always regarded glory as their life, even higher than their own lives. Following the directions of the road sign, Tang Zhen arrived at the trading hall of the demon-subduing troops' headquarters. All kinds of materials and equipment were sold here, and they accepted special orders from internal staff. Tang Zhen was prepared to choose some resources to make some powerful body protection and combat weapons in order to increase Ronald's combat strength. Since he couldn't quickly improve Ronald's cultivation in a short time, he could only use this method. Of course, for a cultivator, this method was very normal. Relying on various items to increase one's strength was a way of cultivation in and of itself. It was just that it was very difficult to go too far. With Tang Zhen's methods, the weapons and equipment he created were extraordinary. It was easy to kill a cultivator with the strength of Ronald. However, in order to avoid suspicion, he couldn't use anything related to the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Otherwise, he couldn't explain it perfectly. This wasn't difficult for Tang Zhen. With the knowledge that he had, there were countless systems that he could choose from. Even if someone was suspicious, they could say that it was an ancient inheritance or a secret technique that was accidentally discovered. In this world, such situations were not rare. Due to the existence of many ancient gods, many inheritances and cultivation systems were left behind. As long as it wasn't related to evil gods and didn't cause harm to ordinary people, demon-subduing troops basically wouldn't be banned. Most of the members of the demon-subduing troop would learn some unorthodox techniques while practicing the military's spell techniques. This had become an open secret. In order to take care of its internal members, the demon-subduing troops' headquarters had specially opened this trading place to sell all kinds of materials and equipment. However, the prices of these items were very high. If one did not have enough money in their pockets, they could not buy the things they wanted. When Tang Zhen was in Antuan City, he got a sum of money from the owner of the rented apartment that was against his conscience. Ronald also had a sum of money in his savings. It should be more than enough to buy the items he needed, but even if it wasn't enough, he wouldn't lack much. After entering the headquarters building, they walked up the stairs to the second floor and arrived at the internal trading market. The trading market was right above the reception hall. There were many shops lined up, and many demon fighters were strolling around. The shops were all operated by the special permission of the demon-subduing troops, and the goods sold were very comprehensive, which could be recycled at the same time. If one did not want to trade here, they could trade in private in the rest area next to it. All they had to do was to write their needs on the board. Those in need would follow the instructions on the board and come to the corresponding table, then discuss how to proceed with the transaction. Tang Zhen walked around all the shops and understood the characteristics and prices of various items. After that, he bought them according to his needs. The same elemental matter would often exist in different materials in different worlds. Tang Zhen had to make an identification and analysis before he could use it without worry. However, due to the limitations of this body, he would definitely need to spend more time. After all the required items were gathered, Tang Zhen spent money to rent a studio and then began the production process. The next morning, Tang Zhen left the studio with a smile on his face and went straight to the Special Operations Division. 2683 Tang Zhen, who is not looked upon favorably. Sure enough, it was as Tang Zhen had thought. The Special Operations team under the Special Operations Division was a special force among the demon-subduing troops. Daily was indeed the leader of the 9th team, but her team was a little special compared to the other teams. After Tang Zhen's arrival, Daily gave a simple introduction of the Special Operations Division's origins before distributing the corresponding items, weapons, uniforms, and the corresponding identification documents. Their equipment far exceeded that of ordinary members of the Demon Slayers. After a simple conversation, Daily led Zhen Tang to the training ground, where the rest of the team members were training. After introducing Tang Zhen to the other team members, Daily immediately disappeared. It could be said that she was rather straightforward. Her behavior was very abnormal, but Tang Zhen didn't care because he found that this woman's eyebrows were hiding sadness and anger that couldn't be suppressed. The 9th squad didn't bully others. Everyone held a welcoming attitude towards Tang Zhen's newest member. If there was no enmity, no one would easily offend others. After all, they might need the other party's help in a battle. Cold and unsociable people might really exist, but most of them would die very quickly. This was the reality. If you didn't have a good relationship with your companions, no one would risk their lives to save you. Tang Zhen found out the real reason why he had joined the 9th squad during the chat with the new squad members. It was because the 9th squad had lost a lot of members in the previous operation. The entire team, including the team leader, had a total of 11 members, but 5 of them had died in the last operation. This was a rather serious incident of casualties, almost causing the operation squad to be revoked. In the end, it was only because of Daily that they were able to survive. During this period of time, Daily had been searching for new members. Zhen Tang was the last one to be selected. With the addition of Tang Zhen, their operation team was already full. They could accept demon-slaying missions at any time. To Tang Zhen, who had joined later, this was an extremely unfair matter. However, due to the rules, he had no other choice. After Tang Zhen joined the group, he had to grasp many things within a short period of time in order to prevent himself from being affected during the battle. Many of the team members didn't have high hopes for Tang Zhen. They felt that he wouldn't be able to meet the standard in such a short time. They were also worried about the future of Team 9, and this situation was particularly serious for Daily. After understanding the actual situation, Tang Zhen did not say anything. He just silently cultivated in the training ground. Everyone was anxious to improve their strength, so no one continued to pay attention to Tang Zhen. Captain Daily also didn't appear. It was as if Tang Zhen had been forgotten by everyone. A week later, the communication device on his body suddenly emitted a notification sound. Tang Zhen took a glance, took his own equipment, and went straight to the Rune airship parking place in the backyard of the headquarters. At the same time as Tang Zhen's arrival, the other team members also arrived one after another. As the team leader, Daily stood beside a runic airship with her hands behind her back and a serious expression on her face. After disappearing for a week, her expression had become even colder, but her strength had clearly improved. Seeing that all the team members were present, Daily didn't waste any time and immediately called everyone to board the runic airship. Without any noise, the runic airship slowly left the ground and soon reached nearly 1,000 meters in the air. In the quiet airship, Daily was explaining the mission. The people of a certain village believe in an evil god and use forbidden techniques to obtain illegal wealth. They built altars without permission and eventually led to the descent of the evil god. And NBSP, all the villagers in the village had been infected and became evil god servants. The evil god descenders' fusion rate had already exceeded 10%. And NBSP, the army has already surrounded the village and ensured that no one would enter or leave. Our mission is to clear out all the descenders and evil god servants. We can't let a single one go. This was a very simple mission, and the team members only needed to kill. However, the process of carrying out the mission was very dangerous, and they could lose their lives at any time. As Daly spoke, her gaze swept past Tang Zhen and the other new members. She was clearly worried that the new members would not be able to adapt to this kind of mission. These ordinary members of the demon-subduing unit had never experienced such a scene before, so the first thing they had to overcome was their mental state. It was a pity that he could not provide any help in this matter. He had to adapt to it on his own. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to continue staying in the party. For the rest of the time, the interior of the airship was silent until a village surrounded by forests appeared in front of them. The village was silent, but there was a hint of death in the air. The team members who often dealt with descenders knew at a glance that there should be no living people in the village. About 100 meters away from the village, the runic airship slowly descended, and the members of the 9th squad jumped down one after another. After discovering the descender, don't rush into action. Immediately call for help from your companions. Let's go. Daly warned everyone before walking to the front of the team with a rifle in hand. The other members of the demon-subduing squad also held similar rifles and slowly followed their captain. Just as they were approaching the village entrance, a foul smell hit them in the face. It came from the rotting corpses of humans and animals. From the two houses at the entrance of the village, more than a dozen villagers with rotten bodies rushed out and ran towards the team. To everyone's surprise, these villagers were covered in gold, silver, and jewels, which glittered when they ran. And NBSP, according to intelligence, the villagers had gained a lot of wealth with the help of the evil god, but they lost their lives. Now, it seemed that it was true. Even though they had become living corpses, they were still unwilling to give up the wealth of the world. However, looking at the style of these gold, silver, and jewelry, they were obviously things of the past. Some of them still had traces of the ancient past from mud and blood. The villagers' way of getting rich was very likely to be tomb raiding. Attack. Seeing the zombies pouncing over, two of the members behind Daly opened fire at the same time, and the bullets landed accurately on the zombies' heads. The rest of the team didn't open fire. First, they didn't want to waste bullets, and second, they didn't want to accidentally hurt their companions. The zombie whose head had been shot didn't show any signs of stopping and continued to pounce on the crowd. Another 3 team members unsheathed their swords, squatted down, and slashed, cutting off the legs of these living corpses. The limbless zombies crawled around, but the other team members scattered corpse powder and turned them into a bloody mess in a short time. And NBSP, dealing with these evil god servants wasn't an easy matter. They were like puppets that had lost their minds and had to be destroyed to lose their damage. And NBSP, in a short period of time, the evil god servants that charged out were all dealt with. Then, everyone walked into the village. The moment the team entered the village, the sky suddenly turned dark, and thick dark clouds seemed to be about to fall at any time. Looking at the scene in the village again, it was already like the middle of the night, and there were ghost fireflies flying around everywhere. In the originally silent house, oil lamps suddenly lit up, the dark green flame making people feel cold all over. Captain Daly, who was walking at the front, had a huge change in her expression. This series of changes was enough to prove that the Descender's fusion level had increased once again. It had already taken control of the remote village and transformed it into a projection of the evil god kingdom. In such a special environment, the combat power of the Descenders would be multiplied. 2684 Daly's shock. 1. The fog became thicker and thicker, and it had completely blocked their vision. Because of the projection of the evil god nation, the entire village was gradually separated from the real world. This kind of special environment was extremely disadvantageous to the demon slayers. The green fluorescent mist gave people an uneasy feeling, as if there was a terrible threat hidden behind it. The members of the demon fighter squad who had gathered together had been separated at some point in time. Even if they were originally less than half a meter apart, they could not find any traces of their companions at all. In the gloomy fog, one could only hear faint wails and shouts that clearly contained malicious intent. It sounded like a companion, but upon closer inspection, it was more like the low groan of a ghost. Captain Daly frowned slightly. She knew that the current situation was very dangerous. The evil god had deliberately separated the members of the demon-subduing team in order to weaken their combat power and then find an opportunity to break them down one by one. If they searched blindly now, it would be easier for them to fall into the traps set by the evil gods, which would only lead to a faster death. Therefore, the best way was to continue acting based on instinct and then find a descender to kill. And NBSP, as long as they killed the descenders, the darkness and fog would disappear and the remaining evil god servants would be nothing to fear. Daly's heart twitched slightly as she recalled her previous experience. She secretly swore that she would never let the tragedy repeat itself. Relying on her experience, Daly locked onto a direction and slowly advanced. According to her experience, this road would lead to the center of the village, where the altar was. When she flew past the village, Daly had memorized the layout of the village and confirmed that the altar was in the middle of the village. However, she couldn't guarantee that what she had seen was not an illusion. She had to verify it herself. However, after walking a short distance, Daly revealed a shocked expression. A road appeared in front of her. The muddy land and the wild grass on the side of the road indicated that this was a standard village dirt road, and it was the main road of the village. If he followed this path, he would be able to reach the altar and find the descender. And NBSP, but at this moment, the path was covered in broken corpses. They were all villagers that had become evil god servants. They had all died in the same way, having been split in half by the rune-heavy sword. They had lost their ability to move and would soon die completely. And NBSP, even if they didn't die, the one-limbed evil god servant would be like a tiger without teeth and wouldn't be able to harm the team members. And NBSP, if it was just one or two monsters, Daly wouldn't be surprised, but if one were to kill all the evil god servants, then one would need to be very strong. In the entire team, who could have such means? A few figures flashed through Daly's mind, but she rejected all of them in the end. Based on her understanding of the members under her, it seemed like no one could do that. Could it be that the new members did it? As this thought flashed through her mind, Daly couldn't help but find it laughable. Although the 5 new members were quite strong, they were all rookies. If the old members couldn't do it, could the new members really do it? Suppressing the doubts in her heart, Daly moved forward quickly. She had to hurry. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous the situation would be for the team members, so they had to end the battle as soon as possible. If they really couldn't solve it, they would retreat from the battlefield in time and send higher-level cultivators to solve the problem. They were not the only special sequence in the demon-subduing unit that specialized in dealing with the descent of evil gods of different levels. And NBSP, as they moved forward, more and more evil god servants were killed and they were all confirmed to have been killed by one person. After estimating the distance they had walked, Daly raised her guard. The altar should be in front of them. There were even more corpses here, and the ground was already covered in blood. In front of the layers of corpses was an altar made of logs and clay. On top of the altar, a tall and twisted figure floated. It had bat-like wings and its body looked like a man and a beast twisted together. The monster's head was even more terrifying. It was as if it had been cut open by a sharp blade and could be broken at any time. The split head had a total of 4 petals, each with a single horn on it. At the same time, it had a single eye that kept opening and closing like a claw. In the middle of the head that was split into 4 petals, there was something that looked like a pistol. It was as red as blood and was constantly shaking. This was a descender. Because they were discovered too late, they had already begun to fuse with it. As long as the degree of fusion exceeded 30%, the danger level would increase, and the demon-subduing troop would send higher-level cultivators to kill it. If the degree of fusion didn't exceed 30%, they could be handed over to the demon slayers to deal with. The descender in front of him clearly didn't exceed the standard. Even so, it wasn't something one person could defeat. It required the close cooperation of the team members. But at that moment, Daly saw someone holding a longsword and fighting with the descenders. With just a glance, she recognized that the figure holding the long sword was her team member, Ronald. Is this guy crazy? He actually dares to fight a descender alone. Upon seeing this, Daly was instantly shocked and furious. She couldn't believe that this newly recruited member would be so reckless. Something's wrong, Yingluo. After the shock and anger, Daly immediately realized that something was amiss. If Ronald wasn't confident in his own strength, how could he directly fight a descender? And NBSP, the evil god servants that were killed along the way were all done by Ronald. When did he have such strength? Or had Ronald been hiding his strength from the very beginning? In the previous test, had Ronald not displayed his power at all? Although she was filled with doubts, Daly wasn't prepared to continue observing from the side. This was because the most important task at hand was to kill this descender. As for Ronald's problem, he could slowly investigate it when he returned. Besides, being powerful did not violate any rules. Just as Daly was about to lend a hand, she saw Ronald, who was fighting the descenders, suddenly roar and tear apart a talisman-like object. In the blink of an eye, his rune-heavy sword glowed with a golden light, and then a sharp sword light several meters long shot out. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out, all coming from that flashing sword light. The sudden turn of events made the descender extremely terrified, and he flapped his wings to escape. However, on the altar, vine-like scattering lines appeared, tightly binding the descenders who tried to escape. Go to hell! Daly seemed to have heard an angry roar. Then, she saw a golden sword projection slash down from the sky, splitting the struggling descender in half. Bastard, I won't let you off. The descender whose body had been shattered let out an angry roar, and the evil god's power attached to its body returned to the void in a very short time. That's impossible, because today is the day you die, Yingluo. Faintly, Daly seemed to have heard Ronald's mockery, but she also felt like she was hallucinating. The descender's corpse fell to his feet. Tang Zhen shook off the dirt on his rune longsword and turned his head to look at the bottom of the altar. Daly stood there and looked over with a bewildered expression. Her bright eyes seemed to be able to see through him. Captain Daly, you're late. Tang Zhen smiled. He looked at the darkness and thick fog that was swiftly dispersing as he spoke in a faint tone. 2685 past Ascension 1. As the descenders were killed, the darkness that shrouded the village dissipated, and the sun once again shone on the fields. However, there were no more sounds of chickens and dogs. The ground was covered with rotten bones, giving off a nauseating stench. A strange substance that looked like black asphalt floated up from the corpses like swimming eels. Then it was melted by the sunlight, and there were faint wails that sounded like the dead villagers. The members of the demon fighters scattered around the village were looking around with suspicious eyes, clearly not understanding what was going on. However, the malice that faded like the tide made the team members understand one thing, and that was that the danger had been removed. Without any orders, they automatically gathered in the center of the village, not daring to hesitate. Clearly, everyone was clear that the altar was the most dangerous place, which was where the descenders were located. In the end, when they arrived at the center of the village, the descender had already been killed, and there were only 2 people at the altar. There was Captain Daly, as well as Ronald, who had just joined the team and was a rookie that no one had high hopes for. After seeing this scene, everyone immediately had a guess. It should be Daly who killed the descender, and Ronald who provided support from the side. With the cooperation of the two, they successfully killed the descender and completely resolved the biggest crisis in the village. All the team members had the same thought, but no one noticed that Captain Daly's expression was a little strange. Her eyes would occasionally look at Tang Zhen with a trace of worry and doubt as if she was thinking about something. It didn't take long for all 10 members to arrive. Because the descenders were quickly killed, the demon subduing squad didn't have any casualties. As for the infected villagers, they had already been cleaned up. There would be no fish that escaped the net. Check it again. After confirming that there are no problems, inform the troops outside to clean up the mess. Daly gave the order and walked to the side of the descenders to gather the materials that could be used. Under the influence of an evil god, the descender's body would undergo a mutation, causing the energy of the world to condense together. As a frontline combatant, he had the right to pick up these special items as a reward for the participants. The team leader would complete this task. After the sale, they would discuss how to distribute the profits. After Dai Li finished collecting, he looked at Tang Zhen, who was standing not far away, and slowly walked over. When I'm writing the mission report, I'll include your performance in it. As for what the headquarters will decide, I can't guarantee it now. If there are no accidents, it is likely to be investigated. Please be mentally prepared. Of course, I hope that you pass the investigation and that there are no problems. At most, you will hide your strength. However, if you have a problem, I will definitely not let you off. I was the one who brought you into the team, and when the time comes, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Looking at Daly, it was obvious that she had been provoked. Otherwise, she wouldn't be like this. Tang Zhen merely laughed softly. His performance had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. However, it was not enough to cause too much doubt. Although the Descenders were strong, they weren't that strong. With Ronald's current strength, he could completely kill them. This 1 week of bitter training was definitely not a waste of time. Tang Zhen had used a special technique that allowed Ronald to advance 2 levels in a short period of time. It was only with some support techniques that he was able to easily kill the Descender, but it also raised Daly's suspicions. In fact, from the beginning to the end, it was Tang Zhen who did it on purpose. Since he dared to do this, he was naturally confident that he could pass the review. This way, no one would doubt his amazing performance in the future. In addition, in the history of the Demon Slayers, there were many similar geniuses, but now there was one more, Ronald. It didn't take long for the search of the village to be completed. The runic airship quickly landed near the altar. At Daly's command, the members of the demon-subduing squad boarded the runic airships one after another and headed straight for the demon-subduing headquarters. After arriving at the destination, the team members dispersed and went to work. Tang Zhen also returned to his rented studio. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already received feedback that the evil god that had descended into the village had already been devoured by his main body. The entire process was frightening but not dangerous. And NBSP, compared to the previous 2 times, the evil god this time was stronger, but he also gained more. And NBSP, if he had a choice, Tang Zhen hoped that the evil god would become stronger and stronger. That way, he would gain more and more. For the rest of the day, the Demon Slayers did not carry out any missions. It was not because the evil gods had stopped descending, but because there were other Demon Slayers. If there was a mission, the teams would take turns to carry it out, so the frequency of carrying out missions was not particularly high. Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry. Cultivation itself required sufficient patience. There were countless examples of people meditating for tens of millions of years. Compared to other masters of creation, Tang Zhen, who had absorbed 3 Cthulhu's origins in a row, had already reached the extreme in his cultivation efficiency. If he could continue to maintain it, perhaps it would not take long for Tang Zhen to advance to a 2-star rank. The speed at which he was harvesting the origin even made Tang Zhen plan to stay here for a long time to clean up the evil gods in the Haotian plain. However, before that, he still had to continuously increase the strength of his clones. This was the key to realizing the plan. This demon-subduing squad was only a temporary stop, so he didn't need to care about Captain Daly's thoughts. At noon the next day, the members of the special department found Zhen Tang and said that they needed his cooperation in the investigation. This matter was within Tang Zhen's expectations. As a responsible team leader, Daly would definitely not allow any danger to exist in the team. Therefore, she would report Tang Zhen's performance. Then, she would have a special personnel to check and determine if there was any problem with Tang Zhen. He was being responsible for his team and also being responsible for Tang Zhen. This was because in the last mission, an evil god had descended on a member of the 9th squad, which led to the sacrifice of 5 members. The agitated Daly was very sensitive to her team members' abnormal behavior and was afraid that something similar would happen again. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen was brought to a special interrogation room to be investigated and reviewed by the professionals. There was a special runic magic circle in the interrogation room. If there was a problem, it would be exposed here. At the same time, special methods would be used to interrogate the suspect without him realizing it. There would be no omissions. Under the heavy inspection, there was a high chance that the descender would be exposed and then killed by the hidden expert. However, Tang Zhen was different. He had already thought of a way to deal with it before he arrived at the clear sky plain. Tang Zhen was a human cultivator. During the process of fusion, there was no rejection reaction between humans and devils. At the same time that he had completed the control of Ronald's body, Tang Zhen had already begun to transform him, devouring and replacing Ronald's original body. After the transformation was completed, Tang Zhen had completely replaced Ronald, and the traces of his arrival had been completely erased. No matter how strict the assessment of the demon-subduing troop was, there was absolutely no possibility of Tang Zhen being exposed because he had already turned himself into a native of this world. After a series of tests, Tang Zhen was confirmed to have no problems and was sent out by the staff unscathed. Daily had been waiting at the door. When she saw Tang Zhen come out, she revealed a relieved expression and silently turned to leave. The departing Daily did not notice that Tang Zhen was looking at her from not far away with a faint smile on his lips. 2686 3 At once one after the review, there was no longer any doubt about Tang Zhen. From now on, no matter how shocking his performance was, it would not arouse the suspicion of the demon fighters. They would only treat Tang Zhen as a new star, pay close attention to him, and entrust him with important tasks at the appropriate time. When it was about time, Tang Zhen would have the opportunity to enter the core of the demon-subduing unit and obtain a higher authority. This process might take a long time, maybe decades or even centuries, but to a creator, it was just a moment in the long river of time. Compared to thousands of years of cultivation time, this little bit of time was probably not even a fraction. However, the possible gains would definitely be satisfying. Tang Zhen had sufficient patience to complete this matter. Moreover, if one were to carefully talk about it, this kind of acting was actually quite interesting. He could treat it as a vacation and harvest the world's origin source while he was at it to complete the task he had agreed on with the King of Gods. Why not? In the following days, everything was calm and nothing happened. The members of the demon-subduing squad still didn't know that the last descender was killed by Tang Zhen. After all, he was just a newbie who had just joined. However, when it came to distributing the profits from the village's battle, Tang Zhen had taken the most share, even surpassing the captain. Although no one objected, everyone was really puzzled. Why did the captain assign it this way? Was there a secret behind this? Thinking back to the last time in the village, there were only 2 people at the altar, and everyone couldn't help but come to a realization. It seemed that Tang Zhen did not only play a supporting role in the previous battle. Instead, he had truly achieved the first merit. That was why the team leader had distributed it this way. Firstly, it was to reward Ronald for his performance. Secondly, he hoped that through this method, he could let him grow faster. For a cultivator, having enough cultivation resources would allow them to grow faster. Captain Daly didn't explain her team members' speculations, thinking that there was no need to. The more time they spent with Ronald, the more they understood him, and the more they understood their actions. Due to Tang Zhen's outstanding performance last time and the fact that he had already been cleared of suspicion, he had received Daly's focused training. According to Daly's thoughts, as long as Tang Zhen worked hard in his cultivation and accumulated enough experience, he might be able to become a true elite in no time. In order to verify her thoughts, Daly even specially found time to spar with Tang Zhen. In the end, she discovered that Tang Zhen's combat strength was already on par with hers. It might not take long for him to surpass her, the team leader, and become the strongest in the entire little demon team. Daly was surprised and overjoyed. Ronald's strength had exceeded her expectations, and this had caught her off guard. Although she was a little jealous, she was more pleasantly surprised. This was because Tang Zhen's strength would not affect her. On the contrary, it would provide her with an extremely great help. It was definitely a good thing for the 9th squad. Due to Tang Zhen's existence, the entire squad's combat strength would increase by several times. In the future, he would be able to accept more difficult missions, have a higher completion rate, and receive more rewards. The strength of the team members would also rise. Tang Zhen, who had changed all of this, was the hero of the demon-subduing squad. He must be given special attention. Without waiting for too long, the 9th squad was ushered in their second mission after the reorganization. After an emergency assembly, they took a runic airship to a factory in a nearby city. Due to the special nature of the team, the scope of their activities was equivalent to the entire jurisdiction of the province. Fortunately, the runic airship was extremely fast, no slower than a small plane. This allowed the demon slayers to arrive at the mission location in time. The cost of such a transportation tool was extremely high, and ordinary people were not qualified to enjoy it at all. It could also be considered as one of the special benefits of the demon slayers. On the way to the destination, Daly was still in charge of explaining. Tang Zhen and the others knew the specific content of the mission. The production environment in the factory where the problem occurred was extremely harsh, and workers often died for various reasons. As time went by, the factory was filled with resentment, and it formed a special and strange environment. Being constantly active in such an environment would affect one's mind and body, and the damage they would suffer would become more and more serious. The towering resentment caused the evil god to target this place. With another accident, more than 40 workers lost their lives. And NBSP, the accumulated grievances exploded and the evil god took the chance to descend. This time, it wasn't just one evil god. 3 groups of believers who believed in different evil gods had planned this evil god's descent together, and similar cases of descent were very rare. In fact, it was because of the special environment of the factory that the evil god could descend smoothly. The believers who completed the summoning did not have a good end. The evil gods that had existed since the creation of the world had never possessed human emotions, and would never be merciful to their believers. And NBSP, the moment they descended, the believers would become the heretic god's food or be transformed into the heretic god's slaves. And NBSP, the entire factory became a living hell. The descenders led evil god servants and killed the panicked workers. Due to the projection enchantment created by the evil god, all the factory workers were trapped, and none of them managed to escape. Because the situation was particularly dangerous, 5 demon-subduing squads were mobilized this time. At the same time, cultivators of higher levels were also involved in the battle. According to the information obtained above, it could be confirmed that this mission was very dangerous, and it was very likely to cause serious casualties. This wasn't an exaggeration. Once a descender's fusion rate reached a certain limit, they would become extremely terrifying and possess all kinds of strange abilities. A similar situation had occurred in the past, which led to the death of all the members of the demon-subduing troop and the serious injuries of the high-level cultivators. Therefore, Captain Daly reminded her team members again and again to listen to the command and fight steadily. They absolutely couldn't be reckless. As she spoke, she intentionally glanced at Tang Zhen. Clearly, she was worried that he would be the same as the last time. Tang Zhen smiled but did not say anything. However, he felt somewhat helpless in his heart. And NBSP, 3 evil gods actually appeared at once, and it was out of Tang Zhen's expectations. The problem was that his main body could only kill one evil god. The only way was to take out the 3 evil gods one by one at a different time, and not be killed by the other demon-subduing troops. It wasn't easy to do that because they weren't the only team participating in the battle. Who could guarantee that the descenders of evil gods wouldn't die in their hands? Tang Zhen had been thinking with rapt attention on how he could obtain the greatest benefits during the process of rushing to his destination. And NBSP, it was a pity that he couldn't enter with his main body. Otherwise, he would be attacked by the origin consciousness and the 3 evil gods would be on guard. And NBSP, what he could do now was to adapt and try to kill one evil god before dealing with the other 2. Before they knew it, the runic airship had already arrived at its destination. Before the 9th squad arrived, there were already other demon-subduing squads that had surrounded the factory. They didn't rush into action, clearly aware that this matter was very dangerous, so they waited for everyone to arrive before entering the factory. After waiting for half an hour, all the participating troops had arrived, and the battle officially began. 2687 in danger. 1. Due to the arrival of the 3 evil gods, the factory was in a mess, looking like hell on earth. There were messy items everywhere, as well as bloodied corpses scattered in every corner of the factory. Their faces were distorted, and it was unknown what kind of attack they had suffered before they died. There was not a single part of their bodies that was intact. In some places, these corpses were even pieced together into special shapes, filled with an evil yet strange beauty. This was a common method used by the Doomsday's believers. Not only would these terrifying human body puzzles raise fear in the hearts of the onlookers, but they would also easily attract things related to evil. Under the influence of the evil god's descent, the factory had already rapidly fused with the evil god nation. Due to the influence of the projection power, many objects looked unrecognizable. It was covered in strange moss and clusters of strange but bright flowers. If it weren't for those constantly wriggling tentacles, it might have brought a trace of beauty to people. From time to time, an asphalt-like substance would emerge from the ground, appearing and disappearing like a tide, appearing and disappearing in a very regular pattern. Walking on such a ground, once contaminated by that substance, the body would quickly be entangled with a rotting aura, causing the skin to instantly become old and dry. This was secretly devouring vitality. If he did not take the corresponding measures, it would not take long for him to become a dried corpse without any flesh and blood. There were also firefly-like things that flashed from time to time in the gray fog-like environment, forming something like a ribbon. It looked very beautiful, but in fact, it hid a fatal danger. Once it entered the body, it would madly devour flesh and blood, And NBSP, this is a sight that only the evil god nation has. We have to end this quickly, or else no one can leave. The commander of the battle was an advanced cultivator. He floated in the air and warned everyone in a stern voice. Even if the commander didn't say anything, the demon fighters were aware of the danger. The moment they stepped into the factory, they felt a chill down their spines. The eerie and strange environment meant that this was the home of the monsters, and they would be restricted in all aspects. Before he could see his surroundings clearly, a group of monsters rushed over like a black tide. It looked like a large beetle, and as it ran, black oil-like substances kept falling. After it fell to the ground, green flames immediately rose from the black oil, and the surrounding ground was covered in white frost. The temperature of the air suddenly dropped. The green flame quickly floated up, and a ferocious ghostly face appeared on it, pouncing toward the demon fighter. In the face of such strange flames, the members of the demon fighters were all on high alert, afraid that they would be infected. And NBSP, the evil god world's materials all had terrifying characteristics. Even if one had defensive items, one would not dare to touch them. In the past, there had been cases where members of the demon slayers were infected by the substances of the evil god nation during their missions, and then their entire family members were killed. There was more than one such example, so the demon subduing unit had a strict order to not come into contact with the matter of the evil god's world projected to the human world as much as possible during the process of carrying out a mission. At the end of the mission, he had to completely purify his body or change the metal protective talisman attached to his windbreaker. However, the danger at the moment was not the flames. Even if they rose from the ground and floated around, they were far less dangerous than the insect monsters. These monsters seemed to have gone crazy as they desperately charged at the demon-subduing troops. The sharp horns on their heads looked cold and shiny. When they got close, their bodies were wrapped in green flames, like huge moving fireballs. The battle suddenly began. Every team was surrounded by strange insects and could only desperately kill and drive them away. This was the monster's sinister plan. It would split up the entire team and then slowly eat them up. It didn't take long before a scream was heard. A member of the demon-subduing troop was stabbed by a monster and suddenly became a burning torch. Flames ignited from within his body, spurting out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. In the process of struggling, his hands also caught on fire. "Hurry up and kill me." Enduring the intense pain, he shouted at his companions, his voice hoarse and ferocious. Instead of continuing to suffer pain, it was better to end his life earlier. After all, he couldn't escape death. His companions looked at each other, raised their weapons with tears in their eyes, and slashed at their companions. "Goodbye, brother." As the sword light danced, the burning figure fell to the ground and quickly turned into a pile of ashes. At this moment, all the witnesses were bleeding in their hearts, and at the same time, they let out silent roars. "Kill all these monsters and avenge our brothers," all the team leaders shouted. They knew that the casualties were only the beginning. If they didn't kill these strange insects as soon as possible, more and more demon fighters would die. All the demon fighters were clear that they couldn't retreat if they wanted to solve the crisis in the factory. The battle was getting more and more intense, and the number of monster corpses on the ground was increasing. The casualties of the demon fighters were also increasing. The high-level cultivator in charge of the command had to find a way to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for help from the outside world because the monsters on the periphery were enough to block the path of all the demon-conquering teams. Even if they won in the end, they would definitely suffer heavy losses, and the troops that participated in the battle might even be completely wiped out. The danger level of this factory had exceeded their expectations, and they needed more and stronger cultivators to deal with it. Before the reinforcements arrived, these demon-subduing squads could only continue to hold on and prevent the danger from spreading. This was something that could not be helped. In the battle against the evil gods, countless cultivators were sacrificed every year. Who would have thought that as soon as this thought came to his mind, a group of strange creatures flew out of the factory? They looked like giant black birds, but they had human heads. They let out strange and ferocious cries and launched attacks from the sky. Their mouths kept spewing out sticky liquid. The demon fighters who were besieged by the strange insects and attacked from the sky were in an even more dangerous situation. Soon, some demon fighters let out a blood-curdling screech. The liquid sprayed by the strange birds was highly corrosive, and it was extremely painful when it touched their skin. Under the double attack, the casualties of the demon fighters were increasing rapidly. If they didn't get any help soon, they would probably be wiped out. All demon subduing squads, listen up. Evacuate the factory immediately and re-enter the factory when the reinforcements arrive. The commander finally gave the order to retreat, but it was too late, because all the retreat routes were blocked by the monsters. Seeing the number of monsters increasing and surrounding the demon fighters, the commander had no choice but to retreat. If he hesitated any longer, he would be trapped here as well. Now, he could only sacrifice the demon fighters. With the retreat of the commander, the situation on the battlefield became more and more chaotic. Many demon fighters who were trapped in the siege let out desperate roars and were instantly devoured by the monsters. The members of the 9th Squad were also in a difficult situation at the moment. However, because of Tang Zhen, they had yet to suffer any casualties. The team members were shocked by Tang Zhen's performance. They didn't expect that the newbie in their eyes would be so powerful. Tang Zhen had difficulties to speak of. If he did not escape from this predicament, not only would the 9th Squad be completely annihilated, but he would also die. 2688 The factory monster won an NBSP. Tang Zhen was a descender and he hid among the descenders' enemies. There weren't many evil gods that dared to do this. The reason for this was that he was very different from the so-called evil gods, or rather, they were not on the same level at all. Although those monsters had long lifespans and had some seemingly terrifying abilities, they could not be compared to the masters of creation in the world of towers. And NBSP, thus, the evil gods might not dare to do what Tang Zhen dared to do. This was because the methods used by both sides were different. This was indeed a bold move, but as long as they could hide it from everyone, the demon fighters would be the safest place. It was very difficult to do this, because demon fighters understood the descenders better. To successfully deceive them, they needed a higher level of acting. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had succeeded and washed away all suspicion. He had become a good seedling worthy of attention and cultivation. However, it was also because of this that he needed to be careful to avoid inadvertently giving himself away. Tang Zhen felt that the situation where he was walking on thin ice was very interesting. Moreover, he was happy to act and never tired of it. It was also because of this that Tang Zhen's strength was limited and he could not rely on his own strength. Otherwise, he could have killed all these monsters in an instant, even easier than crushing ants. Tang Zhen, who was besieged by the monsters, had already exhausted all his strength at this moment. This was because there were too many restrictions in his body, causing him to be unable to fully unleash his abilities. And NBSP, he had a chance to retreat but he didn't want to waste it. After all, this concerned the 3 evil gods. It's rare to come across such a good opportunity. I can't miss it no matter what. It seems that I can only use some means. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen took out a glass bottle from his waist and casually threw it behind him. The glass bottle suddenly exploded, and silver-gray powder appeared, turning into silver steam and spreading. The strange insects that were touched by the steam instantly had a layer of metal on their bodies, turning into a large silver-gray metal sculpture. A silver-white passage appeared where the monsters had blocked off the factory. It led directly out of the factory. I've created a tunnel. You guys step on the monster's body and quickly leave this place. Tang Zhen shouted loudly, urging the members of the 9th Squad. These people still had value and couldn't die yet. Their existence was also a form of protection for him, helping him to attract the attention of the outside world. Retreat. Upon seeing this, Daly, who was in a tough battle, ordered a retreat without hesitation. She didn't dare to waste a single second. They quickly entered the tunnel formed by the insect sculptures and retreated to the periphery of the factory, afraid that these strange insects would break free from their restraints. Because it was only a thin layer of metal powder, the monster was constantly struggling, and could break out of the shell at any time. Ronald, you should also leave quickly. She didn't have time to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen what he was using. Daly called out to Tang Zhen, wanting to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to leave with her. Tang Zhen nodded. Just as he was about to rush over, the strange insect wrapped in metal powder in front of him suddenly broke free and pounced at him. What followed was a series of cracking sounds. The strange insects that were bound were all freed from the metal shells on their bodies, and the escape route was completely sealed. Tang Zhen secretly laughed in his heart. The timing was just right. The hearts of the members of Squad 9 immediately clenched when they saw this scene. This was because Tang Zhen had helped them escape from their predicament, but they were trapped in a tight encirclement. Ronald, continue to use your potions and create a new exit. Daly shouted loudly. Now wasn't the time to be stingy. No, don't worry about me, you guys leave quickly, Tang Zhen said in an indifferent tone. At the same time, he waved the longsword in his hand and killed the strange insects one after another. There were also the strange birds above them that surrounded Tang Zhen. His figure was almost invisible. Everyone who saw this scene wanted to rush in to rescue him, but they were stopped by Daly. It was not easy for them to rush out. If they returned, it would be equivalent to seeking death. No one is to go over. Ronald should have a way out. Daly didn't even believe what she said, but she had to say it in order to stabilize the morale of the army. This was the sorrow of being a captain. Sometimes, for the sake of the overall situation, he had to make a choice that made his heart ache. In the end, another group of monsters appeared at this moment and headed straight for Tang Zhen's location. Tang Zhen, who was fighting with the monster, immediately dodged when he saw this. However, he was getting further and further away from the edge of the factory. In the time that followed, the members of the 9th Squad watched as Ronald was forced into the factory by the monsters, but they could do nothing about it. Daly clenched her fists tightly. She knew how great Ronald's potential was, and she was unwilling to let him die like this. His act of sacrificing himself to save others just now was even more touching, which was enough to show Ronald's quality. However, before the reinforcements arrived, all she could do was to pray silently. She could not let the team suffer more losses just to save Ronald. Inside the factory, after passing by a row of buildings, Tang Zhen's nervous expression slightly relaxed. At the same time, he coldly looked at the evil monsters around him. A faint aura spread out with him as the center, causing the monsters that were charging over to freeze. After looking at Tang Zhen in a daze, these hideous monsters turned around and ran away as if they were avoiding a god of plague. The aura of the experts that did not belong to this world disappeared in an instant. It did not last for long, in case people misunderstood that a new evil god had descended. After scaring off the insatiable monsters, Tang Zhen quickly rushed into the factory. He wanted to get rid of the 3 descenders in the shortest time possible. Now that there was no one monitoring him, he could move more freely. It could be said that he had no obstacles along the way, and NBSP, they didn't walk far before a large group of evil god servants appeared. They wore old and tattered clothes and wandered around the factory. They were pitiful people when they were alive, but after they died, they became disgusting monsters. It could be said that from life to death, they were tragic. However, this was fate, and he could not blame anyone else. Unless he had enough power to break free from the shackles, he could only obey the arrangement of fate. These monsters were like a defense system. Once a stranger barged in, they would be immediately activated and attacked. If it were any other demon slayers, they would have been surrounded by monsters the moment they arrived at this area. However, Tang Zhen was different. He had concealed his aura that belonged to a human. In the eyes of the monster, he was just a walking corpse. The monsters naturally wouldn't care about their own kind. He swaggered through the monsters as if he was playing in a terrifying statue hall. Soon, he arrived at the edge of a factory. Tang Zhen faintly heard a woman's sobbing sound coming from inside the factory. This voice made people's scalps numb, as if it contained endless grievances and resentment, making the listener have a hysterical impulse. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth was gently lifted. The owner of this voice was the descender he was looking for. He pushed open the heavy door and walked into the factory. The ground was covered with broken bodies, and an indescribable monster was sitting on a machine not far from him. It was as if countless women's bodies were stuck together, squirming and secreting something like blood. Heads with twisted faces were embedded in the bodies, wailing silently. The long arms that were formed by the arms were constantly picking up the pieces of the corpse on the ground and filling their own bodies. After seeing Tang Zhen, the monster let out a mournful wail and waved its long hair-like arms to attack. Tang Zhen didn't dodge. Instead, he took out another bottle from his waist and ruthlessly threw it at the descender. 2689 killing 2 enemies in row 1 as the glass bottle shattered, a large amount of red powder spread out, completely covering the body of the descender. Then, the flames rose and the descender's body was wrapped in flames. The sticky skin and flesh instantly turned black and crisp. The descender let out a shrill scream, as if he was suffering unspeakable pain, but but he also became crazier. Its waving arms dragged along the flames as it continuously clawed at Tang Zhen's location. Even if its skin and flesh were in a mess, it was unable to stop the monster's madness. Tang Zhen, on the other hand, used his incomparably agile movements to continuously dodge the attacks of the descenders. Occasionally, he would throw out a glass test tube filled with medicinal liquid. Although the bottle wasn't big, its power was extremely terrifying. When it came into contact with the body of a descender, an exaggerated and violent change would occur. Such a situation occurred because the items that Tang Zhen had concocted had strange abilities and could cause fatal damage to descenders. There were similar weapons in the demon-subduing troop, but their effects were incomparable. Even if it was the same formula, the effect of it being personally concocted by Tang Zhen would at least increase by several times. The difference in quality was so obvious that even the Grand Masters of the demon-subduing troop couldn't compare with the Masters of Creation. This was what Tang Zhen relied on to dare to break into the Devil Nest alone. Ronald's strength could not be considered very strong, but the power of the equipment on his body was astonishing. It was as if Tang Zhen had brought bombs with him, and each bomb had astonishing power. It was enough to make the arrogant descenders suffer. The descender in front of him was just like that. Tang Zhen had smashed him with medicine all over his body. His skin and flesh were burned to a crisp, and mournful screams were constantly heard. Due to the huge difference in size, Tang Zhen was unable to kill it in an instant. However, he could slowly grind it to death. The descenders were furious, but they were helpless. It didn't take long for the descender's body to burn completely, and the flames even spewed out from the inside. And NBSP, Tang Zhen could sense that the evil god aura in the descender's body was silently dissipating. At the same time, his main body in the void opened his eyes and sped in the direction he sensed. Looking at the huge body turning into ashes, Tang Zhen directly rushed into the sea of fire and picked up the materials left behind by the descender. He needed to obtain enough resources to increase Ronald's strength, and he could not miss out on these high-value materials. In fact, his main body could also use some special means to send certain items into this world. However, in order to avoid any accidents, Tang Zhen still gave up on this dangerous method. Successfully killing a descender would make this trip worth it, but Tang Zhen's plan was to capture them all in one fell swoop. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen still had to find the other two descenders and deal with them one by one. And NBSP, the commotion from the battle had attracted the attention of the other evil god servants. They gathered around the factory and blocked the exit. Tang Zhen used the same old trick and concealed his aura, after which, he went around the other parts of the factory. And NBSP, even if he met evil god servants, they didn't care and just treated him as a monster of the same kind. The method that Tang Zhen used was a divine skill for the members of the demon-subduing troop. They could easily kill monsters. It was a pity that the master of this divine skill was not a real member of the demon-subduing unit, but their mortal enemy. Tang Zhen slowly walked through the factory that was like hell. He ignored the twisted and painful corpses and came to the place where the goods were piled. And NBSP, the evil god servants that were wandering around the yard were wrapped in white gauze and looked like mummies. Blood seeped through the gauze and dripped onto the ground. Painful wails rang out from behind the gauze. Some of the bandages that fell on the monsters' bodies were full of burn and corrosion marks. Their flesh was filled with maggots that kept falling out through the gaps in the bandages. A blood-red figure was floating on top of the mountain of goods. Blood-stained gauze was dancing behind its body, and wisps of black gas seeped through the gauze and drifted to the surroundings. More than a dozen streamers extended to the ground and tied up some fat and strong figures. They were wailing, cursing, and begging under the bandages. Judging from her body shape, this descender should be a female, and she wasn't very old. When he got close to her, he could hear a low and strange song. It was like a soft singing at work, but it was full of the breath of death. If an ordinary person heard this song, they would probably fall into an illusion and become a corpse without realizing it. Upon seeing Tang Zhen approaching, that blood-red figure slowly turned his head around and looked in his direction. He seemed to be scrutinizing Tang Zhen, trying to distinguish his identity and confirm whether he was a good or bad person. However, she quickly let out a scream as blood-stained gauze flew out from behind her and wrapped around Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's speed was extremely fast as he easily dodged it. However, just as his feet landed on the ground, bandages appeared out of thin air around him and continued to wrap around him. Tang Zhen waved the longsword in his hand and cut off the gauze. However, even more gauze quickly wrapped over. The gauze was black and rancid, with blood and dirt remaining. Like living snakes, they occupied the surrounding space. No matter how fast his sword was, it couldn't be faster than the speed of the gauze. Compared to the previous descender, the current descender was even more fierce and difficult to deal with. Swish! Tang Zhen was finally wrapped in gauze. After which, it was as if there was an invisible hand rapidly wrapping around him, turning him into a large troop. Softness could overcome hardness, and a mortal body would definitely have no chance of survival under the heavy gauze. At the same time, the blood-red figure stretched out a finger, and countless steel needles appeared out of thin air. The steel needles dragged the yarn behind them, aimed at Tang Zhen's position, and flew over. Once one was pierced by these steel needles, it was equivalent to 10,000 arrows piercing through the heart. It could be said that death was certain. However, at this moment, a flame rose from the inside of the cloth and immediately turned into a burning torch. Unlike normal flames, these flames were pure white in color, giving people a chilling feeling. In the blink of an eye, the white flames burned along the bandage and went straight for the bloody figure. Seeing the strange white flame coming at him, the bloody figure screamed and quickly cut off the connection with the gauze. But at this moment, a tearing sound was heard, and a figure rushed out of the burning cloth with silver-white light in his eyes. And NBSP, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was even more terrifying than the evil god aura of the Descenders. The blood-red figure shrieked and controlled the steel needle to block it. However, a cold light flashed, and the next inch, the blade had already cut through her body. Pa! The gauze wrapped around her body suddenly popped open, revealing a girl who was burnt and rotten all over. There was not a single part of her body that was intact. I'm not willing to accept this. She used her completely white eyes to look at Tang Zhen. Tears flowed down from her eyes as her body suddenly split into two. Don't worry, I'll take revenge for you. Tang Zhen shook his head and spoke in an indifferent tone as he looked at the young lady who had died with her eyes open. 2690 The Descender has run away. One at the same time as he killed the Descender, an image appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. It was related to the Descender who was killed. She was a young female worker who worked hard every day, but could only earn a meager salary. Because of her fatigue and poor living environment, the female worker had suffered from a serious illness. However, because she had no money for treatment, she could only continue to work. In the end, when he was in the factory, he accidentally fell into a boiling sewage pit and was covered in soup. A worker found the female worker and found someone to fish her out. Because her whole body was scalded, she was wrapped in chiffon. Blood seeped through the gauze, and the tragic scene was hard to look at. He suffered such a serious injury, but no one cared about him. He could only lie in one of the rooms in the factory and wait for death. This was the tragedy of the times. The factory owners with power and influence could completely disregard human lives without having to bear any consequences. In the end, at this time, because of the great resentment in the female worker's heart, she was chosen as the target of possession by the evil god that suddenly descended. The men and women wrapped in gauze had hurt the female workers directly or indirectly. Those fat and stupid bodies were the superior supervisors or managers. She wanted to kill the boss of this factory the most. Although the other party gave the workers food to eat, it was in exchange for their health and life. The cost and income were not proportional at all. Countless men, women, and children had died working here, but no one paid any attention to their encounters. In the eyes of some people, the factory boss might be a kind person, but in the eyes of the female workers, he was a demon living in the human world. As long as the other party took out 1/5 of their wealth, the workers would have a better life, and many misfortunes would not happen. Unfortunately, this was just a thought. In the evil world where the rich and the poor were extremely rich, the rich would always enjoy special treatment, while the poor would never have human rights. Although the girl had become a descender, she still had an obsession in her heart. She swore to kill the factory owner for revenge. Tang Zhen sensed the female worker's obsession and promised to take revenge for her because she did deserve to die. If it wasn't for the immoral boss, the factory wouldn't have been so resentful that 3 evil gods descended at the same time and killed thousands of innocent lives. Tang Zhen didn't really care if the native people were dead or alive. Promising to take revenge for that female worker was just a sudden impulse. From Tang Zhen's experience, once such a situation occurred, it meant that something beneficial to him was about to happen. Tang Zhen didn't pay too much attention to this matter. He collected the special materials from the descenders and then began to look for the third descender. However, all of a sudden, the dark aura that shrouded the factory became fainter and fainter, and the projection of the evil god nation also disappeared. This could only mean one thing. The third descender had already escaped the factory, and no one knew where he had run to. The sudden turn of events caught Tang Zhen somewhat unprepared. He didn't expect the last descender to be so cowardly. Or did he realize his identity? The possibility of this was extremely high. Otherwise, there was no reason for that descender to escape. Instead, he would have fought Tang Zhen head-on. And NBSP, it should be known that losing a descender would not affect the evil god at all, so why would it flee? However, his original plan would fall through, which made him speechless. This fellow couldn't have run far. After the matter at the factory was resolved, Tang Zhen would track down the descender who had fled. There was no need to see it with his own eyes. A simple divination was enough to make the escaping descender unable to hide. He could only hope that their luck was a little better and that they wouldn't encounter any high-level cultivators from the demon-subduing troop. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would probably stomp his feet in anger. Although some descenders had escaped, Tang Zhen's harvest was still great. It could be considered as a worthwhile trip. The next thing he had to do was to disguise the traces at the scene so that the descender's death couldn't have any connection with him. Tang Zhen's previous plan was to pretend that the descenders were killing each other, and then he would take advantage of it. However, now that a descender had escaped, things would become very easy. He only needed to pin everything on the other party. And NBSP, as for Tang Zhen himself, he only needed to pretend that he was surrounded by evil god servants and that he didn't die. When they were surrounded by the monsters just now, only the 9th team managed to escape. The other teams were still trapped in the factory. Therefore, he was definitely not the only lucky one. In such a chaotic situation, no one would pay special attention to him. On the other hand, his performance at the critical moment would be remembered by the 9th team. After all, he had saved their lives, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. And NBSP, when Tang Zhen thought about this, he left the descender corpses and started to fight with the evil god servants. In less than 5 minutes, the high-ranking commander who had escaped earlier appeared with a large group of people and charged into the factory. Daly led the 9th squad, and they were the first to bear the brunt. They looked anxious as they searched around the factory. After seeing Tang Zhen, everyone's faces revealed pleasant surprise as they rushed over without the slightest hesitation. "Ronald, how do you feel?" And NBSP, after killing the evil god servant in front of Tang Zhen, Daly rushed over and asked in a concerned tone. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Tang Zhen replied, appearing to be full of confidence. "Ha ha ha, it's good that you're fine. I told you, Ronald would definitely be fine. Now I'm right. Brother, I'll buy you a drink when we get back." The members of the 9th squad surrounded Ronald one after another, standing behind him. The purpose of them doing this was to give Tang Zhen time to catch his breath. This was also the advantage of fighting as a team. Tang Zhen took the opportunity to rest. At the same time, he checked his body and equipment. It seemed like he had been fighting for a long time. In the end, the high-ranking commander flew to the front of the 9th squad at this moment. His sharp gaze landed on Tang Zhen. 2 descenders have been killed, and 1 descender is missing. Did you see the situation when the battle happened in the factory? At the same time, the commander's eyes were fixed on Tang Zhen with a touch of scrutiny and suspicion. And NBSP, after I split up with the team, I was surrounded by evil god servants, so I didn't see the descenders fight. Tang Zhen felt an unusual disdain in his heart for this high-ranking commander who had fled at the last minute. However, due to him playing the role of Ronald, he definitely could not act too out of line. "I didn't see him. Are you sure you're not lying to me?" The commander spoke in a cold tone when he heard this. At the same time, he stared at Tang Zhen without blinking. My team members were trapped in the factory and almost lost their lives. Why should I be suspected by you? Besides, Ronald isn't the only one trapped here. Why didn't you question the other demon-subduing squads, but only Ronald? Daly stood in front of the hall and asked in a cold voice. She was not afraid of the commander at all. Upon seeing Daly defending Tang Zhen, the commander snorted and explained in a rare manner, out of all the trapped combatants, he was the one who ventured the furthest into the factory. Furthermore, he managed to hold on until now. I'm only asking him for formality, and I don't have any intention of targeting him. On the contrary, your way of doing things will easily complicate things. The commander might have understood Daly's background, so he used this method to remind her. If the commander wanted to find trouble with Tang Zhen, he could easily do it. Daly only chuckled, clearly not taking the commander's threat seriously. It was clear that she had an extraordinary background. When we get back, write a mission report for the captain and then hand it to me. After taking a deep look at Tang Zhen, the commander did not continue to pester him. Instead, he directly turned around and left. 2691 Assassinating the factory's boss won an NBSP. As the demon-subduing troops continued to clear the factory, the evil God servants were all killed, leaving behind corpses. As for the believers who had summoned the heretic god, they had long since died without a complete corpse and had become the true sacrifice of the heretic god. It was unknown if the Doomsday's believers regretted it before they died, as they did not get what they wanted and had even lost their lives. Soon, more troops arrived. They were wearing white robes and long-mouthed masks that looked like crows. The eyes behind the lenses were cold and gloomy. This was a professional cleanup team that specialized in dealing with the places where descenders had appeared, completely eliminating all hidden dangers. This was because the projection of the evil god nation would cause changes to the matter of the normal world, and even plants would be affected. If there was no such step, then the places where descenders appeared would often have strange and abnormal things. Talking stones, man-eating trees, and strange and crazy animals would appear in these places and cause harm to ordinary people. As for the corpses, due to the influence of the evil god nation's projection, they had all become terrifying sources of contamination. If they were buried without proper treatment, it wouldn't take long for the victims to turn into zombies. So under normal circumstances, these corpses would be disposed of and burned in a centralized manner, and then the ashes would be buried innocently. Those with power could find the body, but they had to be fast, because the demon fighters didn't have time to wait. Even if they were lucky enough to find the body, they would have to undergo a process similar to removing the curse, and the related expenses would have to be borne by the victim's relatives. At the same time, there were also priests from the headquarters of the demon slayers who prayed and divined at the scene of the crime to track down the traces of the descenders who had escaped. Under normal circumstances, every native believed in their own god. Of course, most of them were officially recognized legal gods. If it wasn't, then it would belong to the evil god sequence, and it would be an illegal and criminal act. The priests in charge of sacrificial divination were believers who could directly talk to the gods. They could get revelations from the high and mighty gods through special god-given items and corresponding rituals. Therefore, even if the descenders escaped, the higher-ups of the demon slayers were not in a hurry, because they believed that they could find the descenders through the instructions of God. This kind of sacrificial act allowed bystanders to watch, so the members of the demon slayers who were waiting to evacuate were lucky enough to witness this scene. However, when the ritual was completed, the high priest in charge of communicating with the gods had a gloomy expression, indicating that he had not received clear instructions. The descender of the evil god who escaped had a special concealment ability that could erase traces of their existence in the process of escaping. Secondly, there was the appearance of an unknown evil god's power, a power that disrupted the rules and seriously affected the divination this time. At the same time, the gods had sent down a decree that the unknown evil god was very dangerous. If the other party had descenders, they had to be eliminated at all costs. The communication between the higher-ups avoided all unrelated personnel, so the members of the demon slayers didn't know the results of the divination. However, everyone could tell that the atmosphere was not right, and they were secretly guessing what went wrong during the sacrificial process. After waiting for a while, the runic airships arrived one after another, and the participating demon fighters withdrew from the battlefield. They didn't need to participate in the following matters, but the losses this time were huge, and many teams needed to take in new blood. All of this had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. After returning to the demon-subduing troops' headquarters, he only wrote a mission report as requested. After a simple look, Daly expressed that there was no problem. At the same time, she told Zhen Tang not to worry about other things. As for the threat from that high-ranking commander, he didn't need to put it in his eyes at all. This was because the other party was targeting Daly, and Tang Zhen was only implicated. As for the specific reason, Daly didn't explain and gave Tang Zhen 2 days of leave. This was the usual practice of the demon slayers. All the members of the 9th Squad were given the same holiday. After every war, the members of the demon-slaying team would take a short break to adjust their body and mind, and to ensure that they would not have too many psychological problems. And NBSP, otherwise, during battle, he might be attacked by evil gods and even become their new host. If such a situation really happened, the only thing his teammates could do was to raise their guns and kill their companions. This was a very sorrowful thing because the damage caused by the descent of the evil god could not be repaired at all. The only way was to be cleaned and purified. As for the content of entertainment and relaxation, it could be said that there were all kinds of things. Everyone had their own preferences, and they would definitely not be affected. According to Tang Zhen's understanding, there was a veteran member in the 9th Squad who liked to act as an executioner when he was relaxed. He would deal with those death row prisoners on the execution ground. There were also people who sought out women, fighting in gambling dens, or hiding in taverns to get drunk. After returning to the single dormitory, Tang Zhen took off his uniform and changed into a jacket-like outfit. After putting on his sunglasses and cap, Tang Zhen left the dormitory and began to enjoy the 2-day holiday that belonged to him. Tang Zhen quickly blended into the crowd after he arrived on the street. He walked around the bustling street. He seemed to be aimless, but in fact, he was looking around for the address he was looking for. About an hour later, Tang Zhen arrived at a street. There were rows of villas on both sides. This was the wealthy district of the provincial capital. The environment was quiet and clean, and there were patrol officers patrolling the area all day long. It was a forbidden area for wandering beggars. The reason why Tang Zhen came here was because the factory owner who was descended by the evil god lived on this street. Of course, this address did not exist in the official information. Tang Zhen had also found out the secret residence of the factory owner through a special divination method. Tang Zhen nimbly crossed the fence and approached the villa where his target was located. He discovered that there were 2 bodyguards hiding in the courtyard. Without alerting the other party, Tang Zhen seemed to ignore gravity as he gently flew to the 3rd floor. In fact, it was the ghost spirit that made a move and dragged Tang Zhen's body, sending him into the air. He gently waved his hand toward the window. The metal lock quietly opened and Tang Zhen floated into the house. There were 3 people in the room. One was a bespectacled man, the other was a fat man with a big belly and a face full of anger. A woman was sitting next to him and writing something on the table. Through the female worker's memory, Tang Zhen was sure that the fat man was the factory owner. The 2 people beside him were his bodyguard and assistant. With a cold flash, a throwing knife appeared between the eyebrows of the factory owner, and his angry expression was fixed on his face. If the blade pierced through the brain, the body would die without a doubt. The factory owner, who had earned a lot of black-hearted money, died just like that, without taking away a single cent of the wealth he had earned. When the spectacled man and woman saw this, they immediately pulled out their guns and aimed at Zhen Tang. At the same time, a strange force appeared and tried to attack Zhen Tang. "You're helping the evildoer, die together." Tang Zhen coldly snorted. 2 glass test tubes flew out and smashed onto the other party's body. The other party wanted to dodge, but he was bound by a strange force and could not move at all. Immediately after, 2 screams were heard. The pair of cultivators were enveloped by the white flames and turned into ashes in an instant. However, the surrounding items were unharmed. The male and female cultivators' levels were higher than Tang Zhen's, but no matter if it was in terms of experience or methods, they couldn't compare to a creator. After taking care of the target, Zhen Tang was about to leave when he suddenly saw a box filled with bundles of cash on the table. This was the funds that the other party used for crisis public relations in an attempt to bribe some important figures to reduce the impact of the evil god's descent. In the end, he was still in the midst of his plan when he was chased by Tang Zhen. He was afraid that even if he became a ghost, he would still be unwilling. Tang Zhen could faintly see the female worker's figure. A simple smile hung on her clean face as she bowed to him. 2692 Doing charity once. 1. A suitcase of cash was worth at least 100,000 yuan. In this world, the face value of banknotes wasn't big. The biggest face value was 10 yuan, which was a large amount of money for ordinary people. The currency used by ordinary people was of a smaller face value. Many people had never seen a 10 yuan note in their entire lives. The box of cash looked like a lot, but the total amount was not high, but it was more than enough for crisis public relations. As the factory owner was killed, the money naturally belonged to Tang Zhen, but he didn't intend to keep all of it. The souls who had died in vain might need the comfort of these banknotes more. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. Even if he ignored it, it wouldn't be a problem. Not to mention, it was actually very difficult to distribute this money to all the victims. These workers came from the nearby villages, and many of them were alone. If they wanted to know where their relatives were, they had to investigate carefully. Tang Zhen definitely wouldn't waste his precious time just to deal with this kind of matter. At most, he would just give him a hand. Tang Zhen slowly walked to the front of the dead factory owner and chanted a strange incantation. He then stretched out his hand and pressed on the other party's head. In the blink of an eye, a spirit body appeared. It was the factory owner who had just died. Its eyes were very confused, but after seeing Tang Zhen, two fierce flames immediately emerged, as if it was about to turn into an evil spirit. In the end, Tang Zhen waved his hand and his body instantly disappeared. By the time it recondensed, it had already turned into a lifeless state. The factory owner's remaining memories were continuously read by Tang Zhen, including his bank password and account. When Tang Zhen turned around, the factory owner's head suddenly exploded, completely cutting off the possibility of the other cultivators searching the soul's memory and locking onto Tang Zhen. The ghost spirit gently opened the box and suddenly appeared. It stared at Tang Zhen without blinking. He pointed at the suitcase, and the ghost spirit obediently flew over and swallowed it. Well done, this is your reward. Tang Zhen nodded in satisfaction. He then took out the special materials from his pocket and threw them toward the ghost spirit. The ghost spirit was overjoyed when it saw this. It opened its mouth with all its might and swallowed it in one go. Tang Zhen originally had other uses for these two materials obtained from descenders. However, since he had made a fortune, there was no need to be too frugal. Ronald's strength wasn't that high, and it was necessary to raise his ghost spirit. It could increase his battle prowess by several times. In the situation where he was unable to obtain the help of his main body, Tang Zhen must think of all ways to become powerful in a short period of time. What's more, there was a problem with the source of these two materials. Whether it was used or sold, it was likely to be targeted by the secret agents of the demon fighters. Since there were so many disadvantages, he might as well use it to raise the ghost spirit. This way, it would be safer and there would be no losses. After swallowing the two portions of materials from the descenders, the ghost spirit's appearance changed once again. Its original body size was that of a child, but now it looked like a young girl. It had a stunning appearance, exuding a charming aura, and its eyes seemed to be able to hook people's souls. The upgraded ghost spirit ate souls as food. It was gentle, but not rough, and allowed people to slowly die in the extreme pleasure. If I continue to level up, I wonder what I will become. Will I become a new evil god? Tang Zhen smiled and shook his head when he thought of this. If he really wanted to reach that step, he would have to devour a large amount of materials from the descenders. The problem was, where would he find so many descenders? Of course, if he had a choice, Tang Zhen would rather do so. After all, the ghost spirit was merely licking the bottom of the pot after drinking the soup. The one who was eating the meat was actually himself. Since the ghost spirit had finished its evolution, there was no longer a need for them to stay in this place. Perhaps someone would soon find these three corpses that had died without complete bodies. As the boss of the evil god's arrival factory, this death case would definitely attract the attention of the demon slayers. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the other party was, they would definitely not be able to link it to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen had absolute confidence in this. After leaving the villa area, Tang Zhen immediately changed his appearance and went to several banks in the provincial capital. In order to prevent accidents, the factory owner had several anonymous accounts in the bank with different amounts of deposits. Because of their secretive nature, even if the demon-subduing troop investigated the case, they would never find these secret deposits. Tang Zhen quietly took out the money. It added up to nearly 300,000 yuan, which was definitely a huge sum of money in this world. Soon after, Tang Zhen once again began to investigate and found a suitable target. That was a noble baron whose family had declined. Of course, only the baron himself knew about his family's decline. For the sake of his dignity and dignity, he could only secretly sell his family property to maintain his dignity and dignity. Tang Zhen secretly sneaked into the baron's house. Under the other party's shocked eyes, he took out a gun and pointed it at his head that was covered in cold sweat. The baron thought that Tang Zhen was going to rob him and immediately used a depressed tone to express that he was actually bankrupt. At the same time, he opened his shriveled wallet and showed it to Zhen Tang, indicating that he didn't lie. Don't worry, I don't want your money, nor do I want your life. I'll give you a large sum of money, and then you can use this money to do one thing. During this period, you'll gain enough reputation, and of course, you'll also get an appropriate reward. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the Baron blinked his eyes and felt that he might be hallucinating. How could there be such a robber? Not only did he not rob him, but he also said that he was going to give him a large sum of money. Unless there was something wrong with his brain, he would not believe that such a good thing would happen. Tang Zhen looked at the other party's expression and guessed the Baron's thoughts. He only laughed softly. Perhaps I should introduce myself. I'm actually a bandit, the kind that's famous in many countries. I've killed countless people and accumulated countless wealth. I won't be able to spend it all even if I spend a few lifetimes. However, when the disease started to hurt my body, I suddenly realized that wealth was just a worldly possession, while health was the most priceless thing. I promised to exchange all my wealth for health. Then I met a powerful cultivator who told me the way to exchange wealth for health. As long as I distribute my wealth to the poor and those who need it, I can get back the health I've lost and even a longer life. When Tang Zhen said this, he deliberately changed his tone and said with a slightly regretful voice, "It's a pity that my identity is too sensitive, and I can't do this myself, so I chose you in the end to be one of the executors of the money distribution for me. All you need to do is follow my instructions and distribute the wealth to the families of the workers who have just been killed by the evil god, and my mission will be completed. I can give you 300,000 yuan in cash, and for every 10,000 yuan you use, you can get 100 yuan. After you're done with this, you can get a commission of 3,000 yuan. This amount of money would be enough for you to maintain a decent life for a long time. At the same time, it would also allow you to gain a high enough reputation, which would bring more opportunities and status promotion. This is a sure win business, provided that you can do as I ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. And not be blinded by greed. If you don't do as I ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. And secretly pocket the charity funds, then you'll get your punishment from me." When Tang Zhen said this, he took out a black pill and gestured it in front of the Baron. He opened the Baron's mouth and stuffed the pill in, forcing him to swallow it. "This is poison. If you don't do as I say, the poison will turn your internal organs into mush. If you listen to me, the antidote will appear in front of you after everything is done." Under the Baron's shocked, angry, and despairing gaze, Tang Zhen controlled the ghost spirit to spit out a few leather suitcases. The box was opened silently, revealing the golden notes inside. As a noble, he had never seen so much money. Under the Baron's dumbstruck gaze, Tang Zhen laughed softly and disappeared like melting ink. 2693 The search for Descenders 1. After completing the commission, Tang Zhen returned to the demon-subduing troops' headquarters and specially went to the shopping mall. With more than 100,000 yuan in cash, Tang Zhen had become a rich man. He could directly buy the materials he wanted and create the powerful weapons he wanted without being limited by funds. If he was not strong enough, he could make up for it with his equipment. Tang Zhen didn't leave all the money behind to prevent him from being suspicious if he spent too much. If it was within tens of thousands, Ronald might be able to take it out with his status. Spending all their savings on buying materials and equipment was a natural thing to do. Who didn't want to make progress? If one wanted to stand out among the demon-subduing troops, they had to have excellent performance. The problem was, how could one become strong without spending money? It could be said that Tang Zhen, who was disguised as Ronald, did not do anything out of the ordinary. It was just that his strength had increased a little faster and he had, accidentally, obtained a distant inheritance. It was not an easy task to become an elite of the demon-subduing troop and use the intelligence network to search for the consciousness clone of that god king. After walking around the market, Tang Zhen returned to the studio and no longer paid attention to anything. The next evening, Tang Zhen left the studio and quietly sneaked into the night. He was prepared to search for the descender who had escaped. The longer this matter was delayed, the deeper the other party would hide. If it was an ordinary criminal, Tang Zhen would be too lazy to care. The problem was that this descender was related to the evil god and was related to the improvement of his strength. Therefore, even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground, Tang Zhen had to find the other party. It was a pity that he was unable to borrow the strength of his main body. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would only need a single thought to complete the search of the entire world. Of course, in that case, his true body would also be exposed, and he might be attacked by the gods of the great heaven plane. At night, there were only a dozen bustling streets in the provincial capital. There were very few pedestrians on the remaining streets after dusk. Tang Zhen took a rental carriage and arrived at the most prosperous street in the provincial capital. After which, he slowly walked under the flashing neon lights. The streets were filled with people. There were many well-dressed gentlemen and beautiful women. The late night made people tear off their disguises and indulge in their desires, continuing until dawn. Tang Zhen followed his senses and came to the entrance of a nightclub. He wanted to enter but was blocked. Non-members are prohibited from entering. The big man who spoke had a cold face and didn't hide his cultivator aura at all. This was the face of a nightclub. Tang Zhen didn't argue with the other party. Instead, he walked to the side of the street and floated upstairs with the help of the ghost spirit. Before this body advanced to the overlord realm, the ghost spirit's ability to fly would be of great help to Tang Zhen. There was someone on duty on the rooftop, but he didn't see Tang Zhen, which allowed him to sneak in smoothly. After entering the building, Tang Zhen smelled a strange smell that made one's bones and muscles go soft and feel as if they were floating. Coupled with the faint smell of alcohol and perfume, as well as the intoxicating lighting, it was indeed very easy to get lost in it. As the lights flickered, a number of slender bunny girls carried drinks and walked back and forth in the corridor. Tang Zhen did not care about the feasting and revelry. Instead, he arrived at the door of a private room according to the information he sensed. A dense bloody smell drifted out from the crack of the door, causing Tang Zhen's brows to be slightly knitted. With a gentle push, the tightly shut door was opened, and the scene inside the room appeared before his eyes. Under the light red light, the sofa and the floor were also red. Those men who had been looking for women had all become broken bodies. The bar girls were not spared either, but they died in a more dignified way. At least their bodies were intact. I'm a step too late. Tang Zhen shook his head. He did not continue to stay and observe because it was meaningless. All he wanted to know now was whether the descender had sensed his arrival or had just left by chance. If it was the former, it could only mean that this evil god's ability was far beyond his expectations. Tang Zhen had never underestimated the native evil gods. Although most of them did not have the abilities of true gods, they still had all kinds of strange and extraordinary means. And NBSP, when Tang Zhen was hunting evil gods, he went all out and wouldn't be careless at all. Tang Zhen left along the original path and stood on the rooftop as he began to calculate again. The effect of the secret technique he used was stronger than the priests of the demon-subduing troop, so he could accurately lock onto the traces of the descenders. After a dozen breaths, Tang Zhen opened his eyes and looked at a street in the distance. At this moment, there were screams from inside the nightclub. Then, men and women ran out of the door in a panic. Someone discovered the murder scene, which caused even greater chaos, causing the customers to flee in all directions. It wouldn't take long for the police to arrive at the scene and call the members of the demon-subduing team over. Controlling the ghost spirit to drag him, Tang Zhen glided in the air and quickly left the scene of the crime. But at this moment, there was a flash of fire in the distance, and a rune bullet was flying towards him. The enemy was hiding in the dark and launched a sneak attack on Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen dodged in time, allowing the rune bullet to brush past his body and strike the wall of the building beside him. Boom! With a loud bang, a big hole was blown in the wall, and dust and flames flew everywhere. A small bullet actually had the power of a cannonball. It had obviously been specially processed. Tang Zhen didn't even need to look to know that the runic bullet was definitely made by a descender. That kind of dense evil aura was simply unable to be concealed. The descender knew that he was being followed, so he fled the nightclub in advance and hid in the dark to ambush and kill Tang Zhen. Compared to the other descenders, this descender was very special. He was more cunning and difficult to deal with. After dodging the first rune bullet, more bullets quickly flew over and locked onto Tang Zhen, who was in midair. The descender had obviously made careful calculations and locked onto all the possible positions that Tang Zhen could dodge. The bullets that were shot out almost at the same time sealed off all of Tang Zhen's escape routes. Ronald only had a body of flesh and blood, and could not withstand such a violent attack at all. He would definitely die after being hit by the bullet. Interesting. Tang Zhen coldly laughed. He casually threw out a few items that suddenly exploded against the runic bullet. These were some protective talismans that would automatically activate and defend themselves in the face of a fatal attack. As the protective talisman exploded, all the runic bullets that were shot at Tang Zhen lost their effectiveness. Tang Zhen also took the opportunity to rush out. Although it was only for a short moment, he had accurately locked onto the enemy's position based on the information such as the fire and gunshots. At the same time, a figure appeared on a roof in the distance. He stared at Tang Zhen, who was flying over. As a xianxia, laughter was emitted from his mouth. He threw away the weapon in his hand, turned around, and ran without hesitation. At the same time as the figure fled, a gray fog shrouded the streets, representing that the projection of the evil god nation was infiltrating and descending. And NBSP, the ghosts that were invisible to the naked eye started to appear in the gray fog. With the power of the evil god nation projection, they could easily harm humans. The intention of the evil god's descender was obvious. It was to delay Tang Zhen's pursuit through such means. As a member of the demon-subduing unit, Tang Zhen would definitely not turn a blind eye to such a dangerous situation. 2694 The self-righteous descender, 1 and NBSP, using the energy of the evil god nation to nourish, the evil god servants around the streets grew up. In just a short time, the streets were filled with savage monsters. There were malevolent and terrifying spirit bodies, as well as dirty-looking badgers, rats, birds, and snakes. There were also all sorts of giant insects that gave off a strange smell. In the gray fog that flickered with green light, the howls of monsters could be heard, signaling the beginning of the bloody feast. And NBSP, these evil god servants charged into the buildings on the side of the road. Very quickly, the residents screamed and the thick smell of blood spread. The monsters had already started their massacre. In their eyes, the natives were the most delicious food. The panicking residents rushed to the streets and ran for their lives, only to encounter even more monsters blocking their way. The originally quiet street instantly became a living hell. There were panicked residents and scattered corpses everywhere. This was the danger of descenders, like a moving natural disaster, who knew how many innocent people had died. At the end of the street, the descender's body was covered by the shadows as he coldly looked at Tang Zhen who was chasing after him. Pointing at the residents who were dragged onto the street by the monster, the descender's eyes were like crescent moons, and he revealed a strange smile. It was as though it was watching a show, waiting for Tang Zhen to be toyed with in its palm according to its expectations. Who knew that in the next second, the smile on the descender's face had already frozen. Even though the blood-curdling screeches on the street were endless, Tang Zhen did not pay any attention to them and only headed straight for the descender's location. Stupid ant, why didn't you fulfill your duty and save the innocent? The descender stared at Tang Zhen and asked in a cold voice. His tone was filled with doubt, as well as a kind of embarrassment and anger after miscalculating. He was clearly a member of the demon-subduing unit, and he had made an oath to the god he believed in when he joined, so why did he choose to turn a blind eye to the disaster? This made the evil god, who liked to take advantage of loopholes in the rules and play with people's hearts, very uncomfortable. At the same time, it developed a sense of loss of control and even a slight fear. If the target did not comply with the arrangements, the situation would go out of control, and the person who descended could be killed at any time. And NBSP, although descenders were the consciousness of the evil god, due to the limitations of their bodies, they were unable to truly obtain the evil god's full power. Even a complete descender would only be able to obtain 1% of the evil god's power, and at the same time, they would have to bear the suppression of the power of the laws. As an evil god who was known for his intelligence and control of people's hearts, the descender felt a rare sense of defeat in the face of an opponent like Tang Zhen. However, it was precisely because of this that the descended ones became increasingly interested in Tang Zhen and were prepared to torture him to death. Only a soul that had suffered pain and despair was truly a delicacy. At the same time, it was the perfection that this evil god was pursuing. Until this moment, the evil god still didn't realize that Tang Zhen wasn't an ordinary native, nor was he a cultivator of the demon-subduing troop. And NBSP, the countless successes in the past had made the evil god overconfident. Tang Zhen didn't receive any response to the descender's question. The evil god treated him like an ant, so Tang Zhen also treated him the same way. It wouldn't be long before the evil god that controlled the descenders would find that it would be too late to cry. Under the dumbstruck gazes of the descenders, Tang Zhen directly rushed forward, brandishing his rune-heavy sword and wildly slashing. "Stop, you bastard, Looking at Tang Zhen's stance of wanting to chop him into pieces, the descender completely collapsed and could only summon his evil god servants to block him. What the descended one couldn't understand the most was that the mental attack he had used had no effect at all. If the person being attacked was a high-level cultivator, there would be no problem. However, no matter how the person who descended looked at him, he felt that Tang Zhen was just an ordinary cultivator. The problem was, how could an ordinary cultivator be so powerful? Foolish ant, you've offended a true god, and you'll be punished immediately. No matter what methods Tang Zhen had, he had already thoroughly enraged the descender and decided to use his strongest move. As the descender bellowed in rage, the void kingdom where the evil god was quickly projected in the sky behind its body. An incomparably huge figure was rolling in the asphalt-like ocean. Its strangely twisted body seemed to be the product of all evil mortals only needed to look at it once to lose all their rationality and turn into madmen. This was one of the descenders' strongest techniques. By revealing their true form, they could make the target fall into a state of frenzy, and then take advantage of the situation to kill them. This method had been used countless times, and each time it had a remarkable effect. It had once revealed its true projection in a certain city, causing all the residents who had witnessed the evil god's projection to collapse and die. Ignorant fool, you'll soon know what the consequences of offending this deity are. The descender let out an evil laugh and looked at Tang Zhen without turning his eyes, waiting to appreciate his frenzied appearance after losing his mind. Who would have thought that after waiting for over 10 seconds, he would discover that Tang Zhen's expression did not change. It was as if he was not affected in the slightest. The smile on the descender's face gradually disappeared, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly became ferocious. It viciously stared at Tang Zhen as it gritted its teeth and roared, "Damn it, what are you? How can you look at my projection? What true projection? It's so ugly," Tang Zhen said in a disdainful tone. At the same time, he flicked his hand and a golden-colored powder enveloped the surrounding monsters. As soon as the powder touched the monster, it immediately burst into flames. Even the particles invisible to the naked eye could quickly spread to the monster's body. This was the magical burning potion. If the conditions were met, just a small bottle of powder could destroy an entire city. In this world, this was the first time something like this had appeared. It was simply the most fatal nemesis for monsters that were formed from infection. Looking at the evil god servants being easily burned to ashes, and being able to look directly at the projection of their true bodies without any scruples, even the stupidest descender would realize the problem. The man who was chasing him and seemed to be an ordinary demon fighter was definitely not as simple as he thought. Even the king-level cultivators of the demon-subduing troop couldn't do this, let alone ordinary cultivators. Just as the descenders were feeling shocked and puzzled, they saw an incomparably tall figure suddenly appear in Tang Zhen's eyes. He wore a purple armor and sat cross-legged in the void. He was surrounded by white flames. In the void behind him, there was a mysterious world suspended in the air. It was constantly evolving and perfecting. When the descender's gaze froze, he saw the figure in purple gold armor with a world behind him look at him coldly. With just a single gaze, the descender felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body almost collapsed. "A true god," the descender shouted, revealing an extremely shocked expression. He turned around and ran without hesitation. "Do you think it's too late to run now?" Tang Zhen's words suddenly entered his ears. To the descenders, it was like the most terrifying voice that urged them to die. "It's just a consciousness clone, so what if I lose it?" The descender bit the bullet and roared. It just didn't want to cause trouble. Through that one glance, it was enough to determine Tang Zhen's strength. Such an existence was too powerful. If it was not necessary, it was best not to provoke him. If he was really afraid of Tang Zhen, it might not be the case. According to the conjectures of the descenders, Tang Zhen might be an ancient and powerful god, but he might not be able to find the true body of the evil god hiding in the void. Is that so? I hope you can still be so confident later. And NBSP, Tang Zhen's voice was cold. The descender had first used the evil god nation's aura to activate the servants and then revealed his true body. There was no problem in doing this when facing ordinary demon-subduing troops. However, if he were to do this when facing Tang Zhen, he would be courting death. The descender would never have imagined that Tang Zhen's main body outside the void had already locked onto his position. At this moment, his main body was breaking through the void and heading straight for the void kingdom where this evil god was located. He would complete his invasion in a while. 2695 The evil god that surrenders. 1. The descender wasn't afraid of Tang Zhen, who was chasing after him. Even if he couldn't escape the pursuit, he would only lose a trace of consciousness or a thought. In the past years, countless consciousness descenders of the evil god had been killed, but had their main bodies been affected at all? What shocked the evil god was that Tang Zhen was actually hiding among the demon-subduing troops and was active under the eyes of his sworn enemy. This kind of disguise was more difficult, but at the same time, it also gave a greater sense of achievement. The evil god liked this feeling very much, and at this moment, it was enjoying a different kind of pleasure. Why don't I try to descend into a demon fighter? Maybe it'll be more fun that way. Even at this moment, the evil god was still thinking about all sorts of things and did not realize that danger was coming. The chase continued, and they were far away from the street where the accident had happened. They were approaching the edge of the city. Not long after, the descender's expression changed. He then stopped in horror and looked at Tang Zhen, who was standing behind him. Its body trembled violently, and its expression was completely twisted. The emotions in its eyes were extremely complicated. It turned out that it had received a message from its main body and had seen the changes that were happening in the vast void. The void kingdom where the evil god's true body was located was actually broken open, and a figure wearing purple gold armor appeared in front of him. This figure was not unfamiliar. It should be a god that was even stronger than Tang Zhen when he saw it earlier. None of this was important. The key was how the other party had found his lair and easily invaded it. An extreme sense of insecurity flashed in the heretic god's heart, and it smelled the scent of death. Damn bastard, how did you find me? This doesn't make sense at all. The shocked evil god let out an angry roar. The asphalt-like condensed desire that was stained by its huge tentacles was thrown toward Tang Zhen. This was the evilest mental poison. Once a mortal was infected, they would lose all their rationality. Even extraordinary creatures or high and mighty gods would be affected by the corruption. This was the heretic god's weapon, and it had been accumulated for countless years. You still dare to resist? HMPH. A cold snort came from the void. Then, Tang Zhen's body expanded rapidly, almost filling the evil god's void kingdom. Then, a huge palm stretched out. It did not have much strength and easily tore off the evil god's tentacle. The difference in strength between the two sides could be distinguished by their respective sizes. In front of Tang Zhen, the evil god was like an ant that could be trampled to death at any time. What a terrifying pressure. Where did this guy come from? Why is he targeting me? The evil god let out a low roar of shock and anger. From the beginning, it was very clear that it was impossible for it to be Tang Zhen's opponent. He had been fearless before, but he hadn't exposed his true body, so he dared to take advantage of her mouth. If it had known that its true body would be exposed, the evil god would not have dared to be so arrogant. After easily tearing off the evil god's tentacle, Tang Zhen once again stretched out his hand and prepared to slap the evil god to death. After that, he would absorb the origin energy and complete the hunt. And NBSP, sensing death, the evil god felt despair, but the strong desire to live drove him to beg for mercy. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave and be ordered around by you. The evil god's voice was filled with pleading. As long as it could live, it was willing to make any sacrifice. Tang Zhen replied with a cold smile because he did not need it. Seeing that Tang Zhen was unmoved, the evil god was so anxious that it was about to go crazy. It had already felt an indescribable tearing feeling and knew that it would die again in the next moment. And NBSP, suddenly, a thought flashed through the evil god's mind and it shouted, "You must be a god from another plane who wants to obtain the power of the origin of the great heaven plane. If that's the case, I can provide you with more help. I know a lot about the evil gods and their descent ritual. If you want to hunt down gods, I can definitely help." When the evil god said this, it suddenly sensed a trace of life and confirmed that Tang Zhen's attack had temporarily stopped. The heretic god was overjoyed to discover this, and it quickly seized the opportunity to prove its worth. If you need it, I'll provide you with information about evil gods in a timely manner and create descender incidents. This way, you can quickly accumulate merit points. If a descender wants to hide themselves, they can't easily contact the main body. I can help you provide the financial and material resources you need so that you don't have to be distracted by trivial matters. I can even help you develop believers and allow you to accumulate more power of faith. Then, you'll be recognized by the laws of the origin and become a true god of this world. And NBSP, In order to save his life, the evil god started to make promises. Of course, these were all things that he could do. And NBSP, even if it was a time of crisis, the evil god wouldn't talk nonsense. He didn't want to make a promise that he couldn't fulfill and leave a handle on Tang Zhen. The thing that made the evil god excited was that Tang Zhen's killing intent had disappeared. This meant that the other party might have been persuaded by him. However, most of the gods were emotionless, and their way of doing things was unpredictable. They might turn hostile and kill him in the next moment. That was why the evil god was still on tenterhooks, waiting for the judgment of fate. I can spare your life, but you have to hand over 2/3 of your origin as a gift for your submission. Tang Zhen's voice rang out, causing the evil god's body to tremble violently. Extracting more than half of its origin energy was simply taking its old life. Most of the origin energy accumulated in its body came from the creation of the world, while the remaining small portion came from plundering and the accumulation of time. Every strand of origin source was extremely precious. If he handed it over, he would immediately become extremely weak. No matter if it was Shen power or other aspects, they would be seriously affected and fall into a very miserable state. The heretic god instinctively wanted to refuse because it could not bear such a loss. However, it also knew that refusing would result in death. He didn't need to think too much about what to do. "Dear master, I'm willing to be your servant and give you the gift you want." The evil god used a trembling tone to express its respect to Tang Zhen. Then, it split off more than half of its origin as if it was cutting off its flesh. And NBSP, Tang Zhen took it and then forcefully formed a contract with the evil god, making it his slave. The contract between gods was actually a bomb-like thing buried in the core of the source, and the controlled person could not touch it to remove it. If one dared to try, there was a chance that they would be blown up into smithereens, even if they were gods. During the entire process, the evil god didn't dare to resist in case Tang Zhen would kill him in anger. And NBSP, after controlling the evil god's life and death, Tang Zhen passed on a piece of memory to him. The content was the knowledge that Tang Zhen had chosen. This included the cultivation methods of the native gods, the use of some spells and divine power, and even the simple construction of god kingdoms. To the aboriginal deities who did not have any inheritances, each of these things that Tang Zhen had given out could be considered to be priceless. The dejected evil god suddenly became excited, because it realized the value of the knowledge in a very short time. If it could master all the knowledge, its future path would be wider and wider, and its achievements would far exceed what it had now. The evil god knew very well that compared to the benefits it might get in the future, the losses at hand were nothing. 2696 Descender Karm. 1 After confirming that it had obtained great benefits, the evil god's resentment was suppressed, and it instantly turned into a deep surprise. It had a feeling that this was a blessing in disguise. If he could grasp this opportunity, he might be able to reap more benefits and possess more powerful strength. If the opportunity was right, it was even possible to get the recognition of the original consciousness and become an acknowledged god. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and the evil god immediately put on a humble posture, trying to please Tang Zhen and gain his favor. "Warm praise to you, great and wise master. You are so wise and so kind to your servants." The evil god spoke nauseating words of praise, as if this was the only way to express its feelings at the moment. As for shame, it was not something that gods should have at all, especially for evil gods. With such a thought, the evil god was not stingy with his words of praise, as if he was a humble believer and Tang Zhen was the god he believed in. Good luck. Tang Zhen ignored the other party's nauseating act. He merely coldly glanced at the other party before returning to the air. The evil god, who was about to continue his praise, fell silent and only snorted after a long time. There was no more movement after that. The evil god controlled its incomplete body and fell into the pitch-black ocean condensed by desire. And NBSP, after waiting for a long time and confirming that Tang Zhen had really left, the evil god nation began to wail in pain and laugh unscrupulously. The heretic god's heart ached for the source it had lost, which was why it was wailing and celebrating the benefits it had obtained. That was why it was laughing wildly without restraint. The two emotions mixed together, causing the evil god to be in a state of madness. It might take a long time for it to return to normal. Divinity was emotionless because once a god had emotions, it was very likely to be infinitely magnified and then fall into a state of madness. The battle in the void had ended, but the descenders in the human world below the void appeared to be well behaved. That kind of well-behaved appearance did not match his ferocious appearance at all, which showed how good the other party was at acting. This was very fitting of its name, the god of deception and fooling, the evil god that scoundrels and liars liked to secretly worship. After signing the contract, the descender did not dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous. Even when facing Tang Zhen's consciousness clone, he was still extremely respectful. Most honorable master, I am your servant, Camus. I will listen to your orders at any time. The heretic god was extremely respectful, and it could be said that there was nothing to pick on. It was really like a humble servant. Tang Zhen coldly looked at the other party without any emotion. It was as if he was looking at a clown. He knew the nature of these evil gods very well, so he didn't have a good impression of them at all. Compared to the cultivators of Lusheng who followed principles, the native evil gods were simply rogues. Even if they had signed a contract, they still couldn't suppress the evil nature in their bones. If they had the chance, they would not hesitate to rebel and kill their master. In fact, if it wasn't for the evil god's self-recommendation that made Tang Zhen realize the value of his existence, the current Tang Zhen would have killed him long ago. As for the reward for the other party, it was something that Tang Zhen didn't have eyes for. However, it would make the other party work even harder to serve him. The other purpose was to cultivate a potential enemy for the true gods of the Grand Heaven realm. Tang Zhen didn't suffer any losses in this operation. Taking away more than half of Cam's source was no different from killing an evil god. With an additional servant that could serve him, he could help him deal with some trivial matters and cooperate with him both openly and secretly. As Tang Zhen thought up to here, he said to the descender who called himself Camus, "You only have one mission now, and that is to think of a way to get more evil gods to descend. It's best if they're all near the provincial capital, and in a hidden and controllable area. If possible, try not to alert the demon-subduing troops, just tell me the location." The reason why Tang Zhen did this was so that when the evil god descended, he could accurately lock onto the other party's position in the void. And NBSP, rather than waiting for an opportunity, he might as well create one himself. That way, he could kill more evil gods. Don't worry, master. I'll definitely follow your orders and let the wicked gods' believers build an altar in a secret location. I'll also inform you in time. Camus repeated Tang Zhen's request, indicating that he would seriously complete the mission. From his appearance, it was clear that he had already understood Tang Zhen's intentions. You can leave now. I will summon you when I need you. Tang Zhen waved his hand, indicating that Camus could leave. After bowing to Tang Zhen, Camus took 2 steps back and disappeared into the black mist. A smile appeared on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth as he looked at the place where Camus had disappeared. And NBSP, the upper echelon of the demon-subduing unit, would never have imagined that not only did they have descenders, but they also controlled evil god servants. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the descenders that they had been trying so hard to destroy would join the core of the demon-subduing forces. Although it sounded like a conspiracy, it didn't mean that Tang Zhen belonged to the evil camp. It must be known that the rules and the distinction between good and evil were set by the winner. The demon-subduing unit was just an official god's hired thug, specialized in clearing out evil god competitors who were not recognized by the original consciousness. To the insiders, the demon-subduing troops were just eagles and hounds, not the embodiment of justice. Of course, for ordinary people, the demon-subduing troops were indeed a protective umbrella. After all, evil gods would only bring disaster, and they were specialized in eliminating the descenders. He turned around and returned to the chaotic street, only to find that the surroundings had been cordoned off, and members of the demon fighters could be seen coming in and out from time to time. And NBSP, because of the evil god servants' massacre, the entire street was in chaos and many people died. Tang Zhen frowned slightly as he looked at the dismembered corpses. In fact, such a disaster could have been avoided as long as the true god of the Haotian plain took action and eliminated all the evil gods. The problem was that casualties were inevitable in war, even for the gods. For the sake of their own safety, the true gods allowed the evil gods to do as they pleased in the outer worlds. As long as the evil god's main body did not descend, nothing would happen. As for the casualties caused by the descenders, the true gods would not care at all. This was the coldness of the gods. They regarded all living beings as ants and had no pity at all. And NBSP, Tang Zhen's appearance might be able to change this situation. As he continued to kill, the number of evil gods would decrease. This kind of silent hunting was equivalent to saving the ordinary people and helping them escape from the sea of suffering. Of course, this matter could not be known to outsiders. Otherwise, it would bring endless trouble to Tang Zhen. He might be attacked by a true god at any time. After quietly evacuating from the crime scene, Tang Zhen came to the studio of the demon slayers and began the development of exclusive equipment. Today's encounter with Camus had given Tang Zhen a trace of inspiration. Perhaps he could make some inventions in this world. He could create some special powerful weapons to improve the combat power of the demon fighters and attract the attention of the higher-ups. This was not unusual. Although the world's creators were not valued due to the existence of extraordinary powers, all kinds of inventions continued to appear. Since such an invention would not endanger the status of the gods, even if he made a powerful weapon, it would not cause too much suspicion. At most, it would be regarded as a performance of technological progress. If the plan was successful, perhaps it would not take long for Tang Zhen to become famous under the heavens. 2697 The hope of the entire team. 1. The next morning, the 9th squad went to work as usual. In the training ground, the team members had gathered together and were in the middle of their daily training. Under normal circumstances, the team members would complete their daily training according to normal training standards. Then, he would decide whether to increase the training volume or improve his auxiliary skills according to his own condition. In terms of improving their strength, the members of the Demon Fighter Squad would never be perfunctory. Everyone took every training seriously. This was because the competition within the demon subduing troop was very fierce. If one didn't meet the assessment standards, they could be eliminated at any time. This was being responsible for himself and his teammates, so as not to harm others and himself. The more outstanding a person was, the more hardworking they would be. This was the truth. It's already past the stipulated time. Why isn't Ronald here? Suddenly, one of the team members looked around and asked in a puzzled voice. There was a trace of concern in his tone. Everyone's attitude toward this new member who sacrificed himself to help his teammates escape danger had changed greatly. They no longer looked down on him because he was a newcomer. Ronald's strength was on par with the captain's. No one in the 9th team was his match. Strength was only secondary. The most important thing was quality. The previous experience had already proven that Ronald was a loyal partner who could entrust his back to. It was rare to encounter powerful and trustworthy companions. If one had such teammates, one's life would be more secure. Naturally, everyone welcomed such a member. Apart from this reason, it was also because with strong teammates, they could obtain more merit points. The stronger their teammates were, the more benefits they would get. Although the demon subduing team's duty was to destroy evil gods, it was also the best way to achieve success. The more monsters one killed, the more bountiful the rewards would be. At the same time, one would accumulate more war glory. After he retired, he would be assigned to a corresponding position based on his achievements. For the sake of the future, the members of the Demon Slayers would strive to make contributions and try to accumulate more capital. As the only team that did not suffer any casualties during the factory incident, the 9th team was awarded. Everyone knew what was going on. If it wasn't for Ronald, they wouldn't have had the chance to come back alive. When they found out that he was not participating in the training, someone immediately asked to express their concern. I'm not too sure either. I only know that he's always in the studio. I don't know what he's doing. One of the team members replied, but at the same time, he sighed inwardly. He and Ronald had joined the 9th squad together. However, after 2 battles, Ronald had become the core figure, but he was still the same as before. Although he was a little jealous, he had to admit that he might not have had Ronald's courage in that situation. Furthermore, Ronald had also saved him. If he secretly vilified him in his heart, it would be too much. Another old member nodded and said in a doubtful tone, could it be that he's hiding in the workshop to craft some powerful equipment? He had to admit that there were indeed a lot of messy things on Ronald. The silver powder that he used in the factory last time was actually a very powerful weapon. And NBSP, after being infected, the evil god servants turned into metal statues and had no strength to resist at all. The other team member nodded and said in an approving tone, I'm also very interested in it. I just don't know where Ronald got it from. If we can each carry one, we won't have to worry about being surrounded by monsters. Isn't that simple? When Ronald comes later, we'll just ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him. Even if you know where you got it from, it must be very expensive to make. Are you sure you can afford it? What's there to worry about? Just write a report to the captain and apply for reimbursement. Don't forget about our captain's background. How can he not solve such a small problem? The team members discussed animatedly, but their tone was very relaxed. They even had a smile on their faces. After the crisis at the factory, the relationship between the team members had become much more harmonious, unlike at the beginning when they were only united on the surface but not at heart. Just as everyone was discussing, Captain Daly pushed open the door and entered. Her face was as cold as usual. She was still wearing the uniform of the demon-subduing troop, with black leather boots and tight pants, which made her long legs even more eye-catching. In the Special Operations Division, Daly was definitely considered a goddess-like figure. It was said that several captains were her suitors. It was just that Daly had never paid any attention to these suitors and had always been like an ice goddess. Is everyone here? I have something to announce. Daly's footsteps were light, her silver-gray ponytail dancing in the wind, and her eyes were abnormally bright. This meant that Daly was in a good mood. Because of the last incident, Daly had been in a terrible mood. She was afraid that the new team would not be able to pass the test and would be completely disrupted and reassembled. If something like that happened, the captain's position would also be removed. Back then, Daly had used her connections to save the severely damaged 9th team, but she wouldn't allow a second failure. If she failed again, she would have to follow her parents' arrangements and be in danger. It should be known that she could lose her life at any time in the battle against the evil god. This was something that Daly's parents did not want to see. Furthermore, her family needed a political marriage to stabilize their position and ensure greater development. Daly couldn't stand such a life, so she secretly made up her mind to achieve something and escape her fate. A plan could be made easily, but it was very difficult to do it. Just as Daly was under heavy pressure and didn't know what to do next, Ronald brought her a series of pleasant surprises. She found out that Ronald was a genius, had powerful strength, and was now rising rapidly. As the world's largest and most powerful cultivator organization, the demon-subduing troop never lacked geniuses, but they were definitely not as common as cabbages. According to Daly's understanding, there was an agreement between the demon-subduing troops and the gods to create a batch of geniuses every 100 years and put them into the demon-subduing troops. When she first learned of this secret, Daly felt very uncomfortable because she would lose fairness. The higher-ups of the demon-subduing unit could easily draw up a list of candidates. The fact was that half of the elite geniuses trained by the demon-subduing troop were the relatives or direct descendants of the high-level members of the troop. The remaining half of the spots appeared randomly, and it was impossible to determine who would get the blessing of this fate. Even the gods could not do it. Compared to those internal personnel, this kind of lucky person had too many uncertainties, and the probability of being killed was also terrifyingly high. Less than 1 out of 10 of them were able to grow up and be discovered by the high-level demon fighters. In Daly's opinion, Tang Zhen was such a lucky person. His luck had just arrived. Especially after she verified that there were no problems, Daly was even more certain of her guess. Daly was paying more and more attention to the genius Ronald because her chance to change her fate was on him. 2698 Tang Zhen's marketing won. Just as everyone was discussing, Ronald appeared on the training ground. Surprisingly, he was dressed in a very strange way. He had a thick cloak on his body, making him look tall and strong. It's only been 2 days. How did Ronald become like this? The same doubt appeared in everyone's mind, but no one asked, because they knew that someone would help them figure out this question. As expected, just as this thought rose in his mind, he saw Daly walk forward with a puzzled and worried expression. "Ronald, what are you doing?" Ronald was related to her own life and fate, so Daly attached great importance to him and would definitely not let anything happen to him. What Daly was most worried about now was that Ronald had been infected by the evil god during the battle at the factory. If that was the case, he had to find a way to solve the hidden danger immediately. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous it would be. "Don't worry, I have no problems," Tang Zhen replied in an indifferent tone. After which, he pulled off the cloak covering his body and revealed the thing that he had deliberately covered. It was only then that everyone saw that Ronald was wearing a strange set of armor. It was weirdly shaped and heavy, and it was obvious that it had a super strong defense. In addition to the heavy armor, Ronald also carried a strange can on his back, with runes constantly flashing on it. On both sides of the tank, There were 2 long boxes, connected by metal tubes that looked like windpipes. With the combination of these items, Ronald was like a moving metal fortress, which looked extremely strange. "Ronald, what are you doing?" Daly looked at it in a daze before taking a deep breath and asking in a serious tone. Armors had been withdrawn from the battlefield, and few people would use them. Even the demon fighters didn't have such weapons. What exactly did Ronald want to do by making such strange equipment? Was he preparing to go to the battlefield? The other team members were the same. They looked at Ronald, who was like a metal puppet, and were at a loss for words. It was the first time they had seen such a strange outfit, and they felt that it was rather impressive. It was better not to talk nonsense before he figured out the specific situation, so as not to put himself in an awkward situation. "This is the special armor that I've just developed and made. It's specially developed for demon subduing squads. I brought it here today to show it to everyone." Tang Zhen used an indifferent tone to explain the origin of the items on his body. "Special warframe, what is that?" I had to admit that this item had shocked me, but the main reason was its ancient design. "I don't mean to put you down, but after you wear this kind of heavy armor, it will be very difficult to move, right?" After hearing Zhen Tang's explanation, Daly gave her opinion. She clearly didn't think highly of this equipment. "That's because you don't know much about this type of armor. It's made of a special material that has defensive properties far beyond metal, but it's very light. If a runic magic circle was inscribed, its defensive power would increase by several times. It would also have fire, water, and poison resistance functions, making it a mobile fortress. In a normal battle, the enemy could only use their weapons to shock you to death, but they would never break through the defense of the armor. Apart from having super defense, the armor also has powerful attack power. It can carry all kinds of weapons, making the user a real weapon of war." Tang Zhen knew that no matter how brilliant his words were, it would not be as convincing as an actual demonstration. Therefore, he raised his left arm after taking a few steps forward. The crowd immediately saw the obviously thick left wrist guard suddenly spring up from both sides and turn into a strange shield. Although the surface area of the shield was not large, it was enough to provide defense and block the attacks from the enemy. At the same time, the surface of the shield was engraved with a special runic magic circle, which had a variety of exorcism abilities such as defense, resistance, purification, and so on. The edge of the shield was extremely sharp and could be used as a strange weapon to easily cut the enemy's body. The team members who were watching were all surprised. At the same time, some of them nodded. Combining a wrist guard and a shield wasn't a novel technique, but it was very practical. Just as everyone was still pondering over this combination, Tang Zhen suddenly pointed his left arm forward and a series of gunshots sounded. His left forearm, which was both a wrist guard and a shield, also had a gun hidden in it, which could fire 24 armor-piercing bullets in a row. These functions alone could provide a considerable amount of help to demon fighters. If the cost could be lower, it could be used as the standard weapon of the 9th Squad. "This is a little interesting, Yingluo." Daly's eyes were shining. Every team was allowed to be equipped with their own weapon to improve the combat power of the team members. Later, he would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Ronald, if it was difficult to make such equipment, if it was just a problem of money, he could totally subsidize it. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a cold light flickered from Ronald's right hand, and a long sword shining with cold light appeared in front of him. The sword was strange because one side of it was the blade, and it extended all the way to the tip of the sword. However, on the other side of the sword was a black metal chain with sharp sawteeth that shimmered with a cold light. It could easily cut through a body. Just as everyone was surprised by the shape of the long sword, they saw the chain behind it spinning rapidly, bringing with it a sharp and cold light. Tang Zhen turned his body and directly changed his direction, slashing towards a metal clothes cabinet at the side. With a burst of sparks, the thick metal cabinet was cut in half. The damaged area was hideous and terrifying. Seeing the destructive power of this strange long sword, the eyes of the team members flashed. They knew that if it was used to kill enemies, not many monsters could withstand the slash of this weapon. With its super strong defense and ferocious attack power, the strange armor that no one had thought highly of had attracted the attention of all the members of the team. They began to imagine what they would look like wearing this set of armor, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Tang Zhen's demonstration had yet to end. He had to let all the members of the team know the true might of this special battle armor. After this step was completed, he could then carry out the next step of the plan. The light in Daly's eyes grew brighter and brighter. There was something special in her eyes when she looked at Tang Zhen. She had been counting on Ronald to change her fate, but when she learned about the characteristics of this set of armor, Daly knew that her chance had arrived. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and continued to watch Tang Zhen's demonstration. However, she was constantly planning what she should do next. He still had a large amount of savings. If there was a need, he could borrow another sum from his friends. If it really didn't work, he could apply for special funds. At the same time, he had to find some connections and apply to become an experimental force so that all the members could be equipped with such special warframes. As long as the armor could exert the expected power, it would not take long for the 9th team to be highly valued. As the team leader, he would also receive more rewards and might even be promoted to a higher rank. At that time, he would find an opportunity to be transferred to a different place, and he would be able to get rid of his family's arrangements and officially control his own fate. Just as Daly was getting more and more excited, she saw Tang Zhen put away his shield and longsword and pull down the metal box behind him. This time around, Tang Zhen did not hide anything. Instead, he looked at the surrounding people and used an indifferent tone to introduce, "In these 2 boxes, there are 20 high explosive bombs and 20 incendiary bombs. Each of these weapons is enough to destroy this training ground. This is only a part of the special warframe's functions. If there is a need, it can be further developed and upgraded." At this point, Tang Zhen's gaze swept across the excited members of Team 9 before finally landing on Daly. "I just want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. One thing, are you interested in this special warframe and want to own it?" 2699 Tang Zhen's purpose. 1. To advanced cultivators, the special warframe made by Tang Zhen wasn't that strong. The problem was that there were only a few high-level cultivators at the top of the pyramid, even in the demon-subduing troop. The other party might appreciate this design, but that was all, because the armor could not pose a threat to them. Without the resistance from the higher-ups, many things would become very easy, especially when it came to really good things. In addition, there were many epic-making designs on this set of armor, and the Aboriginals had no similar ideas in the past. If the creators saw the warframe, they would definitely be excited, as if they had found the door to a new world. For low-level cultivators, this kind of special armor that could both attack and defend was definitely a godly weapon on the battlefield, allowing the cultivators of the demon-subduing troop to fight 1 against 100. It could be said that all the members of the 9th squad who had seen Tang Zhen's demonstration wanted to possess a set. However, they also knew that it was not easy to obtain one. Therefore, everyone did not know how to answer Tang Zhen's question. This was because they were afraid that Tang Zhen was teasing them. "Of course I want it, and it's a set for everyone." As the team leader, Daly didn't have any scruples and spoke loudly on behalf of her team members. The other team members might be looking forward to it, but it wasn't necessary. However, as the team leader, Daly absolutely didn't want to miss this opportunity, but I need more detailed information to be sure if it can be promoted and then arm the entire 9th squad. Daly's eyes lit up as she stared at Tang Zhen without blinking, as if she was looking at a treasure. "No problem, I'll tell you everything you want. I promise I won't let you down." While Tang Zhen was speaking, he reached out and tapped on his body 3 times. Soon after, the battle armor suddenly split open, revealing the operator inside. The team members who saw this scene couldn't help but sigh again. Some even whistled. "Ronald, you're simply too handsome." "That's right, it's so unexpected that everyone can't help but cheer for you. Brother, if possible, I want a set too. It's so cool that I'm shaking with excitement." The team members were full of admiration, but Daly nodded slightly. She realized that she had underestimated this set of armor. He had thought that it would be very tiring to wear the armor, but now it seemed that it was not the case. It could be done by one person with simple operations. In this case, the warframe was more practical, and it could be used for more support personnel. Tang Zhen jumped out from the armor. A smile hung on the corner of his mouth and he looked extremely relaxed. Everyone's eyes lit up, as if they had all turned into fanatical admirers at this moment. After sizing up everyone, Tang Zhen extended his hand and pointed at one of the team members, indicating that the other party could go and try. The group members who were called out by Tang Zhen had surprised expressions on their faces. At the same time, there was also a dense joy. "Ronald, can I really try?" When he spoke, There was a hint of uneasiness in his tone. It was obvious that he was not confident. Don't worry, it's much easier to operate than you think. You'll fall in love with it after you use it. Tang Zhen had a smile on his face as he spoke in an indifferent tone. It was as though he was telling a dirty joke. Everyone burst into laughter. They clearly liked this way of communication, as it made them feel that there was no barrier between them. Let me do it. Daly suddenly spoke in an unquestionable tone as she walked to the warframe. Tang Zhen nodded. This was actually better. The team member looked depressed. Because of his hesitation and lack of confidence, he had missed such an opportunity to experience it. It was so depressing that he wanted to vomit blood. Daly didn't pay attention to the depressed member. The special warframe created by Ronald was of great significance, and she had to understand it thoroughly. It was naturally necessary for her to do it personally, and Daly was more willing to trust herself in this aspect. Now, tell me, how should I use it? Daly reached out to touch the armor, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. It's very simple. Just follow my instructions and you'll be able to complete the entire operation. Tang Zhen said in a relaxed tone as he guided Daly into the special warframe. Then, he closed the warframe. Daly disappeared from everyone's sight, but the huge metal humanoid moved a little. A light flashed in its deep eyes. I have a feeling that I'm full of power now. Daly's voice came from inside the armor. She sounded a little bored, but there was an indescribable excitement in her voice. This is not an illusion, because from now on, your strength can be increased for a short period of time. This was a very amazing function, but Tang Zhen didn't care and just said in a casual tone. He had used his extraordinary knowledge and the vision of the creator to create such a weapon of war. Even if an ordinary person had such an idea, they did not have the corresponding ability and knowledge. Those who could really do this would not waste their time on this. Only the current Tang Zhen needed to achieve some special purpose before he could create this battle armor. It could be said that this was a template of a divine weapon, but it was a special weapon that served ordinary cultivators. It was indeed powerful, but it was definitely not easy to be popularized. Other people might be able to make a replica, but they would never be able to make something like this armor, because its creator was a creator. This was also Tang Zhen's goal. He wanted to ensure that this equipment was under his control and that it would become his exclusive symbol. Every time someone mentioned this armor, they would think of Ronald, which was also a way to become famous. In the following time, under the gazes of the members of Team 9, Tang Zhen guided Daly to complete her first operation. From Daly's voice, one could confirm that she was extremely excited. The strength of the special warframe was beyond imagination. This also made Daly even more certain that Ronald was her star of hope. What she had to do next was to fully cooperate with Ronald's plan. After the test was over, Daly called Ronald to her office, and then they discussed the special warframe in detail. According to Tang Zhen's plan, he would produce a batch of special warframes to fully arm the 9th team. In addition to this special armor, there were also runic airships that needed to be modified. The 9th team could apply to be an experimental team to verify the true effects of the equipment. They would also have the right to choose their own missions and patrol the designated areas. It was indeed a positive and effective attempt to change the previous way of receiving missions from passive to active, and to be able to arrive at the scene as soon as there was danger. Especially in some dangerous areas, the 9th squad could rely on runic airships to stay there and get supplies from the demon fighters. Daly's eyes brightened. While Zhen Tang was explaining, she had already started drafting the application. She had already made up her mind to find a way to facilitate this matter, even if she had to use all her connections. A smile appeared on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth as he looked at the extremely serious Daly. Of course, he hoped that this matter would succeed, so that he could cooperate with the Descender Karm and hunt down the Descenders who had increased in numbers. 2700 talk in the dream. 1. It was late at night. Tang Zhen entered an extremely realistic dream while he was awake. It was also the second world that some people spoke of. This special world did exist, but it could only exist in the form of energy, and everyone was qualified to enter. Tang Zhen was extremely familiar with the dream world. Back then, he had led the cultivators of Lusheng to engage in an intense battle in the dream world and finally defeated the enemy. In the Holy Dragon Battle Zone, there was also a special race of dreams in a city that only existed in dreams. After joining the Holy Dragon City for so many years, that floor had already advanced towards the continental level, becoming a true dream country. Tang Zhen sized up the surrounding environment. After confirming that the dream realm was very stable, he got up and left the dormitory. After which, he passed through the wide square. In the headquarters of the demon-subduing troop in the dream, there were still many people wandering around, but they were all in a state of confusion. He didn't know that he was in a dream and just wandered around aimlessly, unable to communicate normally. At the same time, there were also a few conscious people who were constantly looking around with very quick-witted eyes. Because they were in the dream world, their control would be greatly weakened, and their expressions and movements would be very exaggerated. Although he could stay awake, he couldn't do whatever he wanted, because dreams were a special world with its own rules. Without a strong enough mental power to maintain the special state of dreamland, one could not stay in the dream world for a long time. He would not even be able to walk freely, and once his mental power lost balance, he would leave the dream. Tang Zhen did not have these concerns. However, he still acted like an unconscious person in his dream in order to avoid attracting the attention of the dream world's guardian. As the headquarters of the demon-subduing troop, there was no problem with its defense. It was not only heavily guarded in the real world, but also in the dream world. One should know that one could kill people in dreams. The so-called mission in the dream world was to defend against the assassins in the dream world. The guardian was a type of giant floating eye, surrounded by black tentacles, especially the tentacles on its lower body, which looked like the giant feet of an octopus. They wandered around the square, their huge eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, looking for any possible dangerous existences. If they felt that a certain target could pose a threat, the guards would quickly gather over and wave their long tentacles to crush the suspicious person. It was simple and crude, but it was very effective. Tang Zhen did not attract the attention of these giant eyes. He quietly left the demon-subduing troops' headquarters and came to the scattered streets outside. The creation of a dream world required the participation of all dreamers in a certain area. If a certain area in the real world was not dreamed of, the dream world would become incomplete. When he passed by a certain house, he felt a familiar aura. He pushed the door open and entered. In the quiet room, there were a few looming figures, and a broken spirit body was curled up in the corner. And NBSP, the descender Camus was sitting on a stool with a leisurely expression. It was hard to imagine that he was actually an evil god. After seeing Tang Zhen come in, Karm immediately stood up and saluted him with an unquestionable attitude. "Most honorable and powerful master, your loyal servant, Camus, greets you. He is willing to go through fire and water for you, even to the extent of offering his life." After the contract was signed and his life and death were controlled by Tang Zhen, Karm became more and more shameless. The words of flattery came out of his mouth so naturally, as if it was supposed to be like this. To this evil god, he didn't know what shame was. If he could use flattery to exchange for Tang Zhen's joy, he would definitely do it without any hesitation. The reward given by Tang Zhen earlier had already benefited him endlessly. Although his strength had fallen due to the loss of his origin, his foundation had become more and more profound. Cam was convinced that if his strength returned to its peak, his combat strength would be more than 10 times stronger than before. However, when he thought about how he was still killed by Tang Zhen in one move even at his peak, he was filled with despair and helplessness. Fortunately, through this incident, the narrow-minded Camus realized that he could still work harder. The restrictions of the contract and the stimulation of the reward made Karm very active. He knew the benefits of following Tang Zhen, so he tried his best to show himself. He even had an idea in his heart. Would he have the opportunity to follow Tang Zhen and challenge the true gods of the clear sky plane? If he could kill a real god and replace him, he would definitely gain unimaginable benefits. Of course, in the entire process, Tang Zhen was the true main force. As for the intelligent Lord Kam, he was at most running errands and cheering for them. Tang Zhen didn't care about Kam's flattery. With his current status, he simply didn't care about these things. If Tang Zhen really liked these things, with the sacred dragon warzone and the cracked territory, every Lusheng cultivator's prayers and compliments could easily exceed 100 million. How's the progress of the mission I assigned? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, Camus immediately perked up and said in a tone similar to asking for credit, "I've already started to implement my plan. Through the means of dream hints, I've spread the names and methods of descent of some evil gods. It won't be long before the number of descenders in this area will increase dramatically. Once there are descenders, I'll immediately inform Master." Tang Zhen nodded as he asked Karm, "What kind of people are you hinting at?" Hearing this, Camus chuckled and said in a proud tone, of course, it's those with dark hearts or those who carry sins. Only they are the easiest to be tempted and believe that wealth comes from danger. As for the ordinary people, they were timid and weak. They were full of desire for fame and fortune, but they lacked the courage and perseverance to take action. Even if the opportunity was right in front of him, he would still be overcautious and hesitant. No wonder he became a lamb to be slaughtered at will. When Cam was explaining, he looked flustered and exasperated. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with these weak mortals. Tang Zhen didn't have any objections. The fallen that Cam had lured were all greedy and evil people. He didn't randomly hurt the innocent. Tang Zhen wouldn't limit what Cam could do, but if it was possible, he would try his best not to affect ordinary people. Before he became a cultivator of Lu Cheng, he was once an ordinary person, so he understood the pain and helplessness of ordinary people. After the discussion ended, Cam left in a hurry. He still had to work overtime and try to seduce more fallen guys. And NBSP, in the process, Cam's evil god enemies all became targets of revenge. The few evil gods would never have imagined that Cam would tell the fallen about their method of descent without reservation. This was supposed to be a good thing, as it could help the evil god harvest souls. This way, he could slowly increase the accumulation of the world's origin. Everything in the world was related to the origin, or it could be said that they were formed by the power of the origin. The so-called cycle of life and death was actually a cycle of conversion of the power of the origin source. That was why the human soul had always been the target of the evil gods' plunder. However, with Tang Zhen's arrival, the good thing had already become a bad thing. When the evil gods could not resist the temptation and chose to descend, Tang Zhen would take the opportunity to kill his way into their void kingdom. Those self-righteous fools would never have such good luck as him. They would definitely be killed by Tang Zhen and all their origin energy would be plundered. When he thought of that, he couldn't help but feel happy. To be able to see the enemy die of bad luck was simply a happy thing. Tang Zhen returned to his own residence. However, just as he arrived at his dormitory, he saw a strange human figure floating in the air. The figure was staring at the window of his dormitory without blinking. That figure was hidden within the mist and it was impossible to see his face clearly. However, Tang Zhen was certain that the other party was secretly monitoring him. 2701 The Dream World's monitor, Tang Zhen did not move. He stared unblinkingly at that human figure. His eyes were a little cold. He couldn't determine the other party's background, nor did he know if they were hostile, but the feeling of being watched was very uncomfortable. This was especially so when he was hiding a secret and was in the middle of a dangerous situation. Who was monitoring him? Daily, an inspector from the demon subduing unit, or some evil god or an unknown enemy? Tang Zhen did not take any action. He merely waited in silence, wanting to see what the other party would do next. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. That seemingly frozen figure finally moved. However, it did not approach Tang Zhen's dormitory. Instead, it directly turned around and left. Tang Zhen quietly followed. At the same time, he used a special technique to make his body extremely inconspicuous in the dream world. He wanted to follow behind to figure out the origin of the surveillant and then confirm whether to counterattack. Once again, he passed through the square, but this attracted the attention of the Dream Guardian, who quickly approached the figure in the air. Compared to the other rogues, this figure floating in the air looked so conspicuous. Just when Tang Zhen thought that a fight would break out between the two sides, he saw the figure in the air stop. Then, he looked at the Dream Guardian and suddenly let out a strange tone. Tang Zhen didn't understand what language it was, but he was sure that it wasn't nonsense. There was a certain pattern. The tone he used had a hint of command and motivation, straightforward and short. The other Dream Guardians that were approaching suddenly stopped in their tracks and then leisurely turned around as if nothing had happened. A trace of doubt flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes when he saw this scene. Looking at the Dream Guardian's appearance, it was obvious that it had received some kind of order, which was enough to explain the problem. The surveiller in front of him was most likely from the demon subduing unit. Tang Zhen became much more relaxed when he realized this. This was because he was clear that being monitored was only a routine matter. Especially when the special warframe had just been made, and its performance was getting more and more amazing, it was normal to be monitored secretly by the Ministry of Supervision. Although a series of tests had already been done to prove that there was nothing wrong with Ronald, there must have been other secret tests to prevent any mistakes. Tang Zhen could not help but secretly rejoice when he thought of this. When he left earlier, the other party was not monitored. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be followed all the way and his secret would be discovered. Once they knew that Tang Zhen was a descender and was connected to another descender, it would probably shock the entire demon-subduing troop headquarters. At that time, Tang Zhen's only choice would be to borrow the strength of his main body to escape and give up this identity that could bring him countless conveniences. Tang Zhen was no longer anxious after this thought appeared in his heart. Instead, he quietly followed behind that figure. In the following time, the figure crossed the square and flew to a building not far from the square. Tang Zhen quietly approached. He used a secret technique to shield the buildings in the dream world and saw the scene inside the house. A man wearing a black wind coat was standing at the window. The figure that Tang Zhen was tracking was floating beside him. Ghost spirit. A trace of doubt flashed in Tang Zhen's heart. If that figure was really the ghost spirit, there was no reason for him not to be able to tell. Even if it was really a ghost spirit, it had to have been refined using a secret technique, and it wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could do. Tang Zhen's spirit jolted. He originally thought that this was just an ordinary surveillance inspection. However, it seemed that this was not the case. The man in the windbreaker in the dream might not have a simple background. After observing from a distance for a while and confirming that the other party did not take any other actions, Tang Zhen chose to return to the dormitory. It was not easy to move at this time to avoid alerting the enemy. Tang Zhen decided to observe for a period of time. He would decide how to carry out the next step of action after confirming the other party's true background. It was a quiet night. After he woke up the next day, Tang Zhen was prepared to head to the training ground, but he met Daily on the way. In the next few days, don't go anywhere. Continue to study the special warframes. If you need materials and funds, you can find me at any time. I'll do my best to help you solve it. Daily seemed to be in a good mood. A faint smile appeared on her usually cold face, enough to make any normal man's heart race. I've already submitted the application report and asked for the help of an elder. I'll get a reply tonight. If there are no accidents, the application should be approved and the 9th Squad will be reorganized into an experimental force. When Daily said this, she took a deep breath and stared at Tang Zhen without blinking. Ronald, I know that you've already worked very hard, but I still hope that you can do your best in this matter. This is because the success or failure of this matter will not only affect your future, but also my fate, and even all the members of the 9th Squad. So I hope that from now on, we'll be true comrades in arms and share each other's honor and disgrace. Tang Zhen nodded when he saw Daily's serious expression but didn't say anything. He had previously discovered that Daily placed great importance on this matter and seemed to be overly enthusiastic. Although this was a good thing, Tang Zhen was still very curious and wanted to figure out the other party's purpose. Now, he could finally confirm that Daily was trying to achieve some goal through this matter. This was actually better. With Daily's full support, things would become much easier. Tang Zhen deliberately laughed when he felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy. He used a slightly teasing tone and said, I'm really flattered to be able to receive such a dignified aura from the captain. I'm guessing that those men will go crazy with jealousy when they find out. When Daily heard Tang Zhen's teasing, her bright eyes narrowed slightly. Such an expression rarely appeared. If you work a little harder, perhaps you can make other men even more jealous of you, or even want to replace you. After saying that, Daily turned around and strode away with her long legs. It's a pity I'm not Ronald Junjun, Zhen Tang said in a calm tone as he looked at Daily's tall back. He then turned around and headed to the studio. Since the plan had already begun, he did have a lot of things to do. The first task was to make exclusive battle armors for the team members. They were powerful when used alone, and even more so when used together. Tang Zhen didn't mind making the special warframe more powerful because only by doing this could he attract enough attention and obtain greater authority. If it was possible, he was eager to deal with all the cases of descenders so that he could quickly hunt down evil gods and plunder their origins. In the following time, Tang Zhen didn't pay attention to anything else. He just continued to forge special warframes in the studio. Tang Zhen only left the laboratory after he was busy all the way until sunset. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. After a simple dinner, Tang Zhen returned to his dormitory and quickly fell asleep. In the dream world, a figure floating in the air crossed the square and stopped at Tang Zhen's window. It stared unblinkingly at Tang Zhen without any movement. It was unknown what it wanted to do. The sleeping Tang Zhen seemed to be completely unaware. However, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile while his back was facing the window. 2702 Chapter 2702 Exposed. Tang Zhen, who appeared to be in a deep sleep, had been paying attention to the movements outside since a long time ago. He wanted to see if the peeper would quietly appear at the window of the dream world like before. If Tang Zhen was only monitoring him and did not take any further action, he would definitely not take the initiative to attack. He couldn't determine the other party's background and didn't know if they had any backup plans. If he acted rashly, he would easily alert the enemy. If it was just an ordinary cultivator, Tang Zhen could follow the clues and directly capture or kill the other party. However, if it was a cultivator of a higher level, it might be difficult to kill someone of a higher level without using their own body's power. Therefore, if there was no need, Tang Zhen would definitely not use force to resolve it. Instead, he chose to wait and see. It was precisely because of these reasons that Tang Zhen had intentionally acted as if he did not see it when he was being spied on. The two sides remained silent until midnight. Tang Zhen thought that the spy would leave after midnight like last night. In the end, he discovered that the other party had suddenly approached the window and closed the distance between them. This sudden turn of events caused Tang Zhen to frown slightly. However, he still did not make any reaction. He wanted to see what the spy wanted to do. In the silent dream world, the peeper would move forward by a meter every minute. Although it seemed to be moving very slowly, it was continuously closing the distance between him and Tang Zhen. According to this speed, it would not take long for him to approach the window. This kind of strange and slow way of advancing caused one to feel extremely strange. However, Tang Zhen did not feel that it was strange. The strangeness of the cultivation world could not be described with words. Tang Zhen had been to many worlds, but he still could not guarantee that he knew all the cultivation methods. As for the methods used by cultivators, they were even more bizarre, many of which were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The actions of the spy were nothing. Moreover, Tang Zhen had already faintly guessed the other party's goal. As time passed, the peeper finally arrived at the window. It was like a shadow floating in the air, but its gaze was cast on Tang Zhen, who was lying on the bed. In the dream world, Tang Zhen was lying on the bed in the dormitory, looking like he was sleeping. This situation indicated that Tang Zhen was not dreaming at this moment. Instead, he was truly in a deep sleep. The soul and the body had merged, and there was no sign of separation, unlike the other people in the dream who were wandering around. However, occasionally, as Tang Zhen turned over, one could also see a translucent figure that looked similar to him. The figure would also do the same action half a beat later. This was a very normal phenomenon. By observing the similarity between the physical body and the spiritual body, one could determine if one had been possessed by an evil spirit. After the peeper observed for a moment, a strange sound came from under the face that seemed to be covered by black mist. Tang Zhen had heard this sound before. It was used when the peeper and the dream guardian communicated. It was filled with an ancient and mysterious rhythm. As the peeper recited, a similar sound immediately reverberated in the dormitory where Tang Zhen was. The sound was sealed in a fixed space, causing a burst of resonance. All the items in the house emitted a bright light, reflecting the same frequency of chanting. Ronald, who was in his sleep, was clearly affected. A translucent figure sat up from his physical body. Vaguely, a voice seemed to ring out, asking about Ronald's true origins. "Who are you?" His voice was cold and emotionless, with a kind of irresistible magic that could make people unable to help but reveal the secrets in their hearts. "I'm Ronald," the translucent Ronald replied. His eyes were tightly closed, as if he was still in a state of sleep. "No, you're not Ronald, you're a descender." The voice roared loudly, as if it had seen through everything. There was an irresistible majesty in its tone, enough to make those with evil intentions tremble. "No, I'm Ronald." Its eyes were tightly shut, and its body was trembling violently. It seemed to be reacting violently due to fear and anger. However, the stubbornness was revealed in his trembling voice, and it seemed to contain a trace of grievance. "I'm Ronald, I'm Ronald." Low growling sounds kept ringing out, as if they were constantly emphasizing their identity in response to the earlier doubts. The eyes of the peeper at the window flickered, and the questioning voice did not continue. The low roar filled with anger just now was enough to prove that there was no problem with Ronald's identity. It was impossible to deliberately cheat in this state of sleep. In addition, according to the observation of the peeper, there was no abnormal reaction on Ronald's body. "Very good, you are Ronald," the peeper replied in a low voice, but he did not leave the window. Instead, he continued to look at Ronald, who was sitting on the bed, with a gloomy gaze. The spy still had doubts and was ready to continue observing and looking for possible flaws. "Yes, I'm Ronald," the translucent figure sitting on the bed replied with a slightly happy voice, as if he was very happy that his identity had been recognized. However, in the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes. "Then, tell me, who are you?" As soon as Ronald spoke, the peeper at the window turned around and flew away without any hesitation, as if he had been electrocuted. "You want to run? Dream on," Tang Zhen coldly laughed. The question that the other party had raised earlier made him realize that the matter was not as simple as he had imagined. The spy was definitely not a demon fighter, but an unknown enemy, who was suspicious of his identity. Just now, he had used the dream world's uniqueness to figure out Ronald's true origin, but the result was that he was blocked by Tang Zhen, who had long been prepared. The peeping Tom's strange behavior of moving 1 meter forward every minute was actually to prevent Tang Zhen from suddenly attacking. It also took the opportunity to observe Tang Zhen in order to obtain more information. Tang Zhen's sudden question was to beat the grass and alert the snake. He wanted to see how the other party would react. In the end, just as he spoke, the peeper fled like a frightened rabbit. This somewhat exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. What was this guy of unknown origin afraid of? Although he was full of doubts, it didn't affect his pursuit. Turning into an afterimage, Tang Zhen easily penetrated through the wall and flew forward like lightning. Tang Zhen had a deep understanding of the dream world and knew many secret techniques and forbidden techniques. However, he rarely had the chance to use them. Even with the strength of the creator, he basically had no fate with the dream world, because once he descended, the entire world would be completely torn apart. Only a mortal's body could give him a chance to re-enter. However, in the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen had already rushed across the square and saw the figure of the spy. But at this moment, the dream guardians quickly gathered and waved their tentacles at him. They had obviously received the peeper's command and jumped out in an attempt to intercept Tang Zhen so that the peeper could successfully escape. A silver glint suddenly flickered in the eyes of Tang Zhen, who was in his spirit body state. He coldly looked at the dream guardian who had intercepted him. A faint wail sounded, and black spots appeared on the dream guardian's body. Its body disappeared like a burning white paper, and at the same time, it emitted black smoke. In the blink of an eye, the dream guardian at the front was seriously injured, and half of its huge body was burned. The injured dream guardian fell to the ground, then used its tentacles to support itself, and turned around to escape like crazy. The other dream guardians with black smoke followed closely behind, as if they were afraid that Tang Zhen would catch up to them. Tang Zhen couldn't be bothered with those dream guardians. Instead, he directly rushed out of the square and floated dozens of meters in the air. At the same time, it condensed into a black ball, like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel, and smashed into the building where the man in the windbreaker was. Without any sound, the building collapsed, turning into a mass of ink-like substance. A man wearing a windbreaker rapidly rushed out from the darkness. He stared intently at Tang Zhen and revealed a shocked and furious expression. 2703 The Spy of Unknown Origin, 1 You're looking for death. The man in the windbreaker snorted and immediately launched an attack. Talismans flew out of his sleeves. These talismans contained a terrifying power. The moment they appeared, the surrounding space began to shake violently. It was like a loose mountain that could collapse at any moment. The wind coat-wearing man looked at Tang Zhen. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a pleased smile. He seemed to be extremely satisfied with the effect of his attack. Small tricks. With a single glance, Tang Zhen knew that these talismans had a huge destructive power against objects in the dream world. An ordinary creature in the dream world would not be able to withstand a single blow. This meant that the spy was not weak. He was at least at the Lord level. Furthermore, he was well versed in the secret techniques of dreamscape, which was why he was so unscrupulous and did not escape after exposing his traces. The glowing talismans surrounded the windbreaker-clad man's body and formed a special pattern. Then, like 10,000 arrows that were shot at the same time, they flew straight toward Tang Zhen's position. Tang Zhen was in no hurry. Before these glowing talismans could reach him, his body had already dissipated like smoke. In the next moment, he was already in front of the man in the windbreaker. Go to hell. Tang Zhen threw a punch. His speed was as fast as lightning, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. The man in the windbreaker was greatly shocked. He clearly did not expect that Tang Zhen would teleport an attack. He wanted to dodge, but he was a step too slow. His shoulder took a punch. PFF'd. Half of the man's shoulder was shattered, and he was sent flying far away. Although he looked extremely miserable, the injured area was rapidly wriggling and healing. Tang Zhen was not surprised by this. Unless he was able to shatter the enemy's head, he would be able to quickly recover in the dream world no matter what kind of injuries he suffered. This kind of repair was not without a cost. When the mental strength was exhausted, it would completely disappear from the dream world. It would also cause serious damage to the body, as if it had fallen seriously ill and needed a long time to recover. A big dream was like a small death, this was the logic. Tang Zhen immediately gave chase when he saw the man in the windbreaker being forced back. He vowed to figure out the other party's background. When he saw Tang Zhen, who had once again attacked, the man in the wind coat had a gloomy expression as he suddenly let out a fierce roar. His body expanded rapidly, and his black trench coat was completely torn apart. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a deformed monster with eyes all over his body. Those large and small eyes stared at Tang Zhen as they shot out a dark and cold light, causing one's scalp to feel like it was about to explode. There were ghostly wails and wolf howls all around. Some monsters wandering in the dream world were attracted over and surrounded the deformed monster, howling continuously. Tang Zhen felt his body sink. It was as though his body had been shackled by an invisible force and he was unable to move an inch. At the same time, an unknown force was disintegrating his body, trying to crush him into a pile of flesh and blood. At the same time Tang Zhen's body was under control, the deformed monster opposite him roared and charged straight at his position. That arm was like a spring. It became unusually long in an instant and fiercely smashed toward Tang Zhen. Boom! The buildings in the dream world were destroyed, and it was a mess. The fist smashed at Tang Zhen's position. However, Tang Zhen dodged it once again. However, the price was that his body was torn apart. Clear patterns appeared on its translucent body, as if it would shatter into pieces at any moment. The deformed monster stared at Zhen Tang and found that there were flames coming out of the crack, and a strange face was faintly revealed. A consciousness clone, you are indeed a descender. The deformed monster roared angrily. At the same time, it swung its fist again and smashed toward Zhen Tang. Hehe, Yingluo. Tang Zhen, whose face had shattered, emitted a cold laugh. Since his true identity had been exposed, it meant that the other party would definitely die. Because he needed to disguise his identity, he had only used Ronald's power before. Now that the enemy had seen through him, there was no need to continue hiding. Following a cold laugh, the painting on the surface was instantly torn apart, revealing Tang Zhen's consciousness avatar. The moment Tang Zhen's true body appeared, the area around him crumbled. This dream world that was woven by ordinary people was unable to withstand the descent of a god's consciousness. However, in the next instant, Tang Zhen retracted the aura that belonged to a deity. His body rapidly expanded as if it was being inflated. In just a few breaths, he had already reached a height of a few hundred meters. Compared to him, the monsters from before were only the height of his calves. When the deformed monster saw this scene, it was suddenly shocked and angry, but it also knew that no matter how powerful the cultivators were, they were no match for the gods. He was only a spiritual body while Tang Zhen was a consciousness. The two of them were not on the same level. The deformed monster tried to turn around and escape. However, how could Tang Zhen allow it? He merely pressed gently on his surroundings and used the laws of the dream world to imprison it. Realizing that it was unable to move and that it was involved with the power of the natural order, the deformed monster suddenly looked desperate. He knew very well that he was powerless to resist, and his life and death would be at the mercy of others. Sure enough, just as this thought rose in his mind, he saw Tang Zhen's palm rapidly approaching and grabbing him up as if he was grabbing a mouse. During this process, the deformed monster tried to struggle and escape several times, but it was to no avail. The thing that bound him was the power of laws. Unless he was strong enough to resist the dream world, he could only be controlled by Tang Zhen. Tell me, who are you? Tang Zhen stared at the monster in his hand and asked in a cold voice. Yingluo, don't be delusional. You can't get the answer from me. The deformed monster faced Zhen Tang's huge body and roared with disdain. Although it was already under Zhen Tang's control, it didn't have any fear. Even if the dream world suffered a heavy setback, it would not be life-threatening. Therefore, the deformed monster was not afraid of Tang Zhen's threat at all. Seeing the enemy's fearless appearance, Tang Zhen couldn't help but sneer. He was indeed a frog at the bottom of the well, not knowing the means that the cultivators of the Tower City had. Tang Zhen had more than one technique. Not only could he imprison the deformed monster's soul, but he could also easily destroy its body. The deformed monster obviously did not know. That was why it was fearless and thought that Tang Zhen could do nothing to it. He even wished that Tang Zhen would quickly destroy the soul in the dream world so that his main body could obtain freedom and completely cut off the connection between them. However, in the next moment, he felt a deep fear. An indescribable strange power entered the depths of his soul. At the same time as his soul was being torn apart, this strange power seemed to follow an invisible thread and connect to his body in the real world. White flames rose, and his main body and backup soul in the real world were burned to ashes in an instant. The monster's expression changed drastically and it let out a wail. Then, it dissipated like smoke. How did this happen, Yingluo? The deformed monster let out a malevolent wail. Clearly, it had never dreamed that Tang Zhen would actually be able to harm its main body. Seeing that his soul was about to collapse, the monster's heart was filled with regret. If he had known that Tang Zhen was so terrifying, he would have escaped without any hesitation. It was obviously too late to regret it now. Then, to his horror, he realized that the strange power was starting to crush his soul, and he lost all consciousness in an instant. This enemy, who had tried to secretly spy on him, had finally ended up with his soul destroyed. However, Tang Zhen's brows were gently knitted. This was because he suddenly realized something. The soul of this spy had obviously been dealt with. All the secret areas were blank. 2704. A clue that suddenly appeared. 1. This method of erasing memories was not rare in the cultivation world. In order to ensure that certain secrets would not be leaked, cultivators would often use special means to seal or erase their memories of certain things. Under such circumstances, unless one could turn back time, it was impossible to find what had been erased. If Tang Zhen's main body was here, he would naturally be able to enter the river of time and gather some scattered information. However, at this moment, he had no other way. Because once he used his main body's power, it would be equivalent to completely exposing himself. It was a small matter to be discovered by the demon-subduing troop. Once discovered by the gods of the Haotian Plain, they might be expelled by the other party, or even go to the void to snipe. At that time, Tang Zhen could only choose to temporarily retreat no matter how strong he was. Since the conditions did not allow it, he could only give up for the time being. At the same time, he secretly raised his vigilance. He couldn't be sure which force this spy belonged to, and what was the purpose of monitoring him. As the information feedback was cut off in time, the spy could not send back his true identity. No one even knew that the man in the windbreaker had died. When he recalled the battle earlier, the entire process was frightening but not dangerous. Tang Zhen did not reveal his true body. The broken dream world would soon be restored without leaving any traces. The only thing to be wary of was the dream guardians, as they might remember Ronald's breath. As Tang Zhen thought of this, he immediately widened his eyes and searched for the dream guardians who had stopped him. Then, he saw the big hand wave its finger, and a few clouds of black smoke suddenly rose from a dark corner. The dream guardians who had intercepted Tang Zhen were instantly burned to ashes, leaving no traces behind. After completing all of this, Tang Zhen's huge body rapidly shrunk and became the size of a normal person. Then, his appearance changed, and he returned to Ronald's appearance, from a god's consciousness clone to an ordinary soul. Therefore, Tang Zhen's disguise was extremely thorough. He had even taken into account the state of his soul. Even those who were watching him did not discover any problems. It was unknown if it was because he was overconfident or for other reasons, but the spy actually dared to directly question Tang Zhen's background. What he was doing was equivalent to pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth and moving the earth above his head. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to continue remaining silent under such circumstances. This was because even if the other party had the slightest suspicion, Tang Zhen would not allow him to leave alive. Therefore, the spy could have left alive, but he had to act smart and investigate, which led to his death. Of course, this was the duty of a spy. Even if there was danger, he would still do it. The true way to court death was to underestimate Tang Zhen and not immediately cut off his arm to survive. This was also Tang Zhen's good luck. If the spy had truly sensed the danger and chose to do so, Tang Zhen might have already been exposed. What awaited him was either the siege of the demon-subduing troops or the attack of an unknown enemy, such as the old evil god hidden in the void. At the same time, it was also possible that it would involve the gods of the Haotian plain and be watched and expelled by them, which would make the previous efforts go to waste. Tang Zhen had sufficient time. He was similarly not afraid of trouble. However, if he had a choice, he would naturally try his best to avoid these things. After getting rid of the last hidden danger, Tang Zhen turned into a mist and returned to the dormitory. He slowly lay down on the bed and merged with Ronald's body. In the dormitory in the real world, Tang Zhen opened his eyes before he quietly pushed the door open and left. As it was a single dormitory, there would not be a situation where his roommates would be alarmed. Moreover, with Tang Zhen's means, he could definitely easily avoid the Nighthawk's sight. When he walked past the square in front of the demon-subduing headquarters again, it seemed empty, with only the street lights emitting a dim yellow light. Ordinary people didn't know that whenever night fell, this square in the other world was actually very lively. Not long after he left the plaza, Tang Zhen arrived at a street. The layout of the street was extremely familiar. In the dream world, the street had been destroyed by the battle, but it was safe and sound in the real world. Tang Zhen sized up his surroundings before walking towards a building. It was a private hotel. A man was dozing off, and the oil lamp on the table was giving off a faint light. It was already past midnight, and there were very few people who wanted to stay for the night. The entire street was silent. The closed door was opened quietly, and a thin figure slowly walked in. When he passed the front desk, an undetectable power spread in all directions. Wisps of light green energy quietly flowed out of everyone's bodies. It was the nutrients that were accumulated during sleep, which could give them better energy and vitality the next day. Everyone, including the man at the front desk, had fallen into a deeper sleep. Even the sound of thunder in their ears could not wake them up from their dreams. Even if someone were to investigate after the incident, they would definitely be unable to discover any abnormalities. Tang Zhen had absolute confidence in this aspect. He quietly walked through the corridor and stepped onto the steps leading to the second floor. Then, he walked to a guest room in the corner. He gently pushed the door, and the bolt inside was pulled out by an invisible force, and the door opened silently. Tang Zhen saw a man wearing a wind coat. He was quietly leaning against a chair as though he was asleep. However, in the eyes of the experienced, this was a real corpse because it no longer had any spirituality. It could be said to be completely dead. If they were to dissect him, they would discover that the windbreaker-wearing man's internal organs, including his brain, which was wrapped in a skull, had all been burned to ashes. Tang Zhen naturally knew that the other party had already died. Moreover, he was the one who had personally acted. It was just that he did not expect that the other party would be so confident. His actual body had actually stopped at the same position as the dream world. Tang Zhen's purpose in coming here was to search for possible clues and determine the faction that the windbreaker-clad man belonged to. Of course, he also knew that the possibility of finding any clues was not high. Since the other party had even placed a restriction on his soul, how could he possibly carry an item that could expose his identity? He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. A ghost spirit with an alluring figure appeared and started to search according to Tang Zhen's instructions. Tang Zhen walked to the front of the corpse and took out the eyeball and some hair. Then, he used the items in the house to build a simple altar. After he recited a few incantations, the temperature in the room slowly dropped. Soon after, Tang Zhen saw a scene recorded by his body in the flickering candlelight. This man in a black windbreaker was gathered with other men and women in different attires. They seemed to be holding a secret meeting. On the wall in front of them, there was a mirror as tall as a person. In the mirror, there was a figure that appeared and disappeared. At the same time when Tang Zhen was looking at the mirror, the figure in the mirror seemed to have sensed something as well. He swept his gaze in the direction where Tang Zhen was at, which was the man in the windbreaker who was participating in the gathering. A few seconds later, the scene in front of him rippled like water, and after a few waves, it completely disappeared. The eyeballs and hair used for the ritual had already turned into ashes, giving off a rotten smell. So it's you. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth was lifted into a smile. That mysterious person in the mirror had faintly caused him to feel a trace of familiarity. If he wasn't mistaken, the person in the mirror was most likely the consciousness clone of the ruler of gods, or perhaps it had a direct connection with him. 2705 The solution. 1. The clues that had suddenly appeared had somewhat exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. He had thought that he would have to wait for a while before he could find any relevant clues, but he did not expect the clues to suddenly jump out by themselves. His luck was indeed very good, and this was due to the accumulation of his luck attribute in the past. However, it was somewhat abnormal for his luck to reach such a level. Of course, Tang Zhen was certain that no one would be able to affect his destiny. Even if a divine king expert were to do so, he would be able to sense it to a certain extent. Thus, he could temporarily be sure that this matter had happened by chance. However, Tang Zhen still suspected that this kind of clue that was sent to his eyes was very likely a trap set by the enemy. To protect himself, the consciousness clone of the God King had designed a trap to lure the Lu Cheng cultivators to pursue him. Then, he would think of a way to ambush them. There was also another possibility. The man in the windbreaker was a specially trained investigator with the purpose of monitoring suspicious people. Once they found a suspicious target, they would immediately take action to determine if the other party was related to the cultivators of Lu Cheng. No matter what the truth was, the fact that the man in the windbreaker was able to lock onto Tang Zhen in such a short period of time meant that he had a very powerful strength behind him. Although Tang Zhen had already killed the man in the windbreaker and guaranteed that his identity would not be revealed, it would definitely cause a series of reactions after the other party was killed. If the companion of the man in the trench coat found out that he had encountered an accident in the process of monitoring Tang Zhen, then the possibility of Tang Zhen being highly valued would reach 100%. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. New spies would appear to confirm whether there was a problem with Tang Zhen. Once the new spy was killed, Tang Zhen would not be able to get rid of the suspicion. After that, it would involve even higher level enemies. After confirming whether Tang Zhen was a descender and related to the cultivators of Lusheng, they would then formulate corresponding countermeasures. If Tang Zhen was merely the evil god's descender, things would be much simpler. After all, there was never a lack of descenders in this world. The consciousness clone of the God King might not even care about it. Once it was confirmed that Tang Zhen was a Lu Cheng cultivator, they would definitely pursue him to the death. This was also a means of self-protection by the consciousness avatar. This matter was both a test and an opportunity for Tang Zhen. And NBSP, if he could kill evil gods at the same time. It was naturally a good thing to complete the task entrusted to him by the God King. It could save Tang Zhen a lot of time and allow him to do more things. Moreover, it could also increase the speed of his strength's improvement. Tang Zhen had accumulated a lot in the past. In addition to the harvest from killing the evil god, it was not far away for him to advance to 2-star Divine General. Currently, Tang Zhen was full of motivation. If anyone dared to cause trouble at the critical moment, Tang Zhen would definitely kill the other party and take revenge even if he had to cross the void. Although there were many benefits, Tang Zhen did not dare to lower his guard. According to Tang Zhen's guess, the consciousness of the God King had been operating in the Haoshan Plain for many years. It was very likely that he would become a high-ranking member of the demon-subduing troop and control a lot of power. It was extremely difficult to kill a true god who had the backing of the Great Heaven Realm. This was also the reason why cultivators in Lusheng City kept accepting missions but failed. The Haoshan Plain was very powerful, and there was at least one strong person at the level of a divine king. It was very difficult to conquer it. Otherwise, after so many years, they would have long surrendered to the swords of the cultivators in Lu Cheng. The reason why they did not conquer this place was also because the investment and the harvest were not proportional. In the face of a war without any benefits, no war zone would be interested. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. He was merely a divine general. Even if a dimensional war were to break out, he would definitely not be able to fight against a god king. Obediently completing the mission and leaving the Great Heaven dimension as soon as possible was the wisest choice. After pondering for a moment, Tang Zhen erased all traces and threw the body of the man in the windbreaker into the void. After erasing all traces, Tang Zhen left the hotel and returned to his dormitory. In the blink of an eye, another day arrived. Tang Zhen continued to stay in the studio, forging special warframes according to his own design. From time to time, he would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The members of the 9th team to cooperate and obtain some relevant data. In the process of cooperation, the members of the 9th team were overjoyed to see their own warframes slowly taking shape. They had seen Tang Zhen's demonstration and naturally hoped that the battle armor that was tailor-made for them would also have the same powerful killing effect. Tang Zhen took the opportunity to guarantee that there was absolutely no problem with the power. He also expressed that he could specially add an exclusive function according to the request of the team members. The members of the 9th Squad were incomparably excited about Tang Zhen's service. Never in their dreams would they have thought that not only could they have a set of exclusive warframes, but they could also enjoy a custom service. Using such a battle armor was like adding wings to a tiger. Just as Tang Zhen was busy with the design, Daly's application received a reply. Team 9 needed to go through a demonstration to prove that they had the qualifications to apply for the experimental unit. This was already expected, and it was also part of the application process. The next thing to do was to see how the warframe designed by Tang Zhen performed. Because they had received approval, the 9th team didn't need to continue on missions. Instead, they fully cooperated with Tang Zhen in the preparation work. This audit would determine her future, so Daly decided to live and eat in the studio, and she requested that all the members of Team 9 do so. Everyone could tell that there was a problem with Daly, but no one raised any objections because this was also what they wanted to do. The members of the 9th team didn't know that they had been affected mentally and became particularly obsessed with the warframe. Everything else could be put behind them. On this matter, Daly's performance was particularly obvious. She would do everything she could to make this happen. Because Tang Zhen's methods were secretive and superb, the members of the 9th Squad didn't discover him. On the contrary, they felt that it was only natural. However, it was true. Through various experimental comparisons, special warframes did have a lot of room for development. In the following days, the manufacturing and debugging of the special warframe continued, and the date of review was getting closer and closer. During this period of time, Tang Zhen had observed the dream world to see if there were any enemies spying on him. In the end, he did not discover anything. Tang Zhen was certain of one thing. The enemy would definitely not treat the matter of the windbreaker-wearing man being killed as though nothing had happened. He hadn't found anything out of the ordinary yet, perhaps because there weren't enough clues to link the matter to him. Once it was confirmed that the man in the windbreaker had died in the process of investigating him, then the investigation and attack on him would be endless. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to be a match for these enemies without using his main body's strength. The 9th Squad was the best shield. If it was an open attack, then Daly would be in charge of dealing with it. Her background was enough to block the wind and rain. When the 9th team had enough strength, even if the enemy suppressed them through official means, it would be extremely difficult. Tang Zhen would determine the identity of the enemy behind the scenes based on the clues. After that, he would lock onto the God King's consciousness and kill the enemy through the descent of his main body. Of course, this was the last resort. If possible, it was best to secretly kill the God King's consciousness clone without exposing his original body. 2706 Warframe Examination, 1 after a week, it was finally the day of the assessment. The location of the assessment was at the headquarters of the Demon Slayers. As the largest organization of cultivators in the Haoshan Plain, the demon subduing troop had a branch in every city under the jurisdiction of the headquarters in the provincial capital. There was also a headquarters in the imperial city, which supervised the headquarters of the various provinces. At the same time, it also accepted the command of the headquarters in the origin world. People who didn't understand would be easily confused. The provincial headquarters had the right to approve the application for the experimental unit, which was why Daly was so confident because of her special background. At this moment, dozens of people were gathered on the training ground. There were the headquarters officials in charge of the assessment and the family members who had heard the news and came to watch the fun. The demon fighters weren't particularly strict in this aspect, which was also a more humane side. Because the content of the review was special, it had attracted the attention of many senior officials. They all rushed to the training ground as soon as possible. Unknowingly, it was already the designated time. The absence of the members of the 9th Squad immediately caused private discussions, but no one raised any dissatisfaction. This was because the leader of the 9th Squad was the head minister's second daughter. She was the only member of the family's frontline combat force, and there was still a conflict between the father and daughter. At this time, the minister was also at the scene. His expression was very silent, making it impossible to tell his emotions and thoughts. In a situation where they couldn't figure out the minister's temper, no one would speak rashly to avoid angering this military big shot. It was said that the minister didn't like his daughter to stay in the demon-subduing unit. Instead, he planned to marry her to the eldest son of a noble because he was worried about her safety on the battlefield. Although it was mainly for a political marriage, it was also to protect his daughter from harm. After all, in battle, the monster would definitely not show mercy because of Daly's identity. Just as everyone was discussing in low voices, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above them. Then, a runic airship slowly flew over. Everyone present was no stranger to this kind of military aircraft. What surprised them was that the runic airship's appearance was very strange. Many places had been modified, and many weapon launch ports had been added, thus providing faster and more powerful firepower. Just as everyone was attracted by the runic airship's appearance, the exit on one side of the airship suddenly opened. Then, they saw bloated figures descending from the sky. It was like a giant bird, with two pairs of wings on its back, soaring with the airflow. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They stared at the sky and refused to look away. To ordinary people, flying was always a dream. Unless they used special tools, the sky would always be beyond their reach. For cultivators, unless they were at the Lord level, they could not fly. However, the scene in front of them overturned their common sense. These ordinary cultivators who descended from the sky were circling in the air like birds. The ninth squad. Some people were confused and amazed. With this ability to fly in the air, special warframes were worth preserving and promoting. There were also people who paid attention to more in-depth information, such as whether one could control the direction freely, the longest flight time in the air, and whether one could take off and fly without the help of the runic airship. If the data was satisfactory, the special warframe would have an immeasurable value in the military. Just as the people on the ground were making guesses, the members of the ninth squad had finished their air practice. 5 figures landed on the ground in a row. As it landed, the wings on its back quickly retracted, and all kinds of weapons popped out from the armor. The team members on the ground and in the air cooperated with each other and attacked the preset targets. Only the sound of gunfire could be heard, and in the blink of an eye, the shooting range had become a sea of fire. Such a spectacular battle scene made everyone's blood boil, and their faces were filled with excitement. With powerful firepower and highly efficient battlefield coordination, what monster could resist them? Even Daly's father was secretly nodding his head, feeling proud of his daughter. He was not a selfish father. If his daughter could achieve something, he would also be proud. Just as everyone was marveling at the gorgeous performance, the runic airship floating in the sky also launched an attack after receiving the order. Unlike the usual area of effect attacks, the attacks from the air were unusually accurate. There was clearly a special reason for this. The eyes of the experts who were truly knowledgeable lit up. Putting everything else aside, just this kind of accurate air attack was worthy of the support of the demon-subduing troop. This troublesome girl seems to have really done something amazing. The minister said in a calm tone with a smile on his face. He knew that the Warframe's inventor wasn't Daly, but it didn't matter as long as she was a participant. If they were to be rewarded based on their contributions, they would be able to get at least 1/3 of the reward based on their identity as the team leader. If he did it right, it was not impossible for him to become the only hero. With this contribution, Daly's military rank would be promoted rapidly, and her future achievements would not be any worse than his. The battles on the battlefield were always clean and efficient. While the minister was still thinking, the fire had already ended. By the time the smoke dispersed, the predetermined targets had all been knocked down. The members of the ninth team regrouped and walked to the front of the review board. The excited audience immediately applauded, their eyes eagerly sizing up the warframe they liked, and they wanted to operate it in person. The ninth team's demonstration was not over yet. They walked up to the audience one by one and showed off the functions of their respective armors, which made the audience cheer. In this world, weapons like mechanical puppets were extremely rare, and this kind of fully functional armor was even more so. For this reason, the special warframe's performance had a strong visual impact on the audience. Novel, powerful, and possessed a terrifying destructive power. Just the advantages displayed were enough to make the audience satisfied. While marveling at the battle armor's powerful functions, some people also thought of deeper problems, such as the battle armor's structure and power, whether it was expensive to make, whether it could be mass-promoted, and so on. In the following question and answer session, some officials raised this question, but the answer they received was not particularly satisfactory. It turned out that both the materials used to make the armor and the core power used in the armor came from an unexpected harvest of his team member, Ronald. It was made of a special alloy and a special substance, which had been used up. The drive furnace core used by the armor was an ancient alchemy product from the ruins. Each set of armor had one, and there was no extra storage. Neither of these items could be copied. Unless a replacement could be found, Team 9 would be irreplaceable for a short period of time. After getting this answer, everyone could not help but sigh, because this meant that they could not get the same armor in a short time. It was basically impossible to promote it to the entire demon subduing unit and improve the comprehensive combat effectiveness of the members. At the same time, some people secretly suspected that this was the 9th team's deliberate deception to prevent others from getting such powerful equipment. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that this reason did not make sense. Because in the following process, there would be experts to evaluate the special warframe. If the 9th team tried to deceive them, the lie would be exposed on the spot. The 9th team passed the rest of the review process smoothly. The excellent performance of the special warframe was enough to satisfy anyone. In the end, the minister publicly announced that the 9th team was qualified to be an experimental team and had the special privilege of patrolling all day long. They did not need to inform the headquarters and could directly deal with any random descender or monster incidents. They would also be dispatched by the headquarters at any time. Tang Zhen quietly laughed softly when he saw the excited faces of the members of the 9th squad. This was because he had similarly achieved his goal. 2707 Rising to Fame 1. Having received permission, the 9th team immediately began to carry out the mission, because all the members were already impatient. They patrolled the areas where descenders and monsters appeared more frequently. They adjusted themselves to their best condition and waited for the test of actual combat. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but on the first day of their patrol, they encountered a descender incident. In an underground casino on the edge of the street, a believer of an evil god had secretly set up an altar to summon an evil god who was in charge of deception and traps. As it was still in business, more than 500 people were trapped, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. The original goal of the wicked god's believers was to make charms with the help of the wicked god in order to obtain ill-gotten gains. This was something that many of the wicked god's believers did. Many casino owners would take the risk of being severely punished to secretly worship evil gods, mainly because it would bring huge benefits. For some unknown reason, the owner of the casino had made an error in the operation and turned himself into a vessel for the evil god's descent. The two were completely different concepts. The former could bring benefits to the wicked god's believers, while the latter could cause them to lose their lives. The evil god's consciousness clone had successfully descended, causing the entire casino to be enveloped by the projection of the evil god nation, turning all the gamblers and staff present into the evil god's servants. The moment the transformation was completed, their souls had already been harvested by the evil god, and there was no possibility of turning back. And NBSP, to the evil gods, being able to harvest hundreds of souls was definitely worth the trip. If the consciousness clone could exist for a longer period of time and devour more souls, the heretic god would have made a huge profit. The longer they delayed, the stronger the descender would be, and the greater the damage they would cause. As the descenders could not be eliminated in time, the entire city was turned into purgatory scorched earth. Hundreds of thousands of souls had been harvested more than once in history. And NBSP, all the evil gods that caused this disaster were marked by the demon subduing unit. Once they were discovered, they would do everything they could to get rid of them. The descender who had appeared in the casino this time belonged to an unknown evil god. Due to its secretive nature, it had very few believers. No matter what the other party's background was, as long as they dared to come to the human world, they had to be eliminated without hesitation. After obtaining the initial information, the 9th team took the runic airship and rushed to the casino. At this time, the streets had been cleared out. The patrol police maintained the order, and the uneasy residents hid in the distance and kept looking around. They were worried that their property would be affected by the battle, which would cause serious losses. The demon fighters would never compensate for the losses, but the governments of the various countries would. In the words of the demon subduing troop, it was already merciful enough not to charge the fee for eliminating the demon, so how could they take money to compensate? Although the government would compensate them, the amount of compensation was very small, often less than half of the loss. And NBSP, the people complained, but it was useless. Once an evil god appeared, it meant that many people went bankrupt. Looking at the casino that was surrounded by demonic chi, the members of the ninth team landed directly and then surrounded it to clean up an attack. And NBSP, because of the special armor, the battle was a one-sided massacre. The evil god servants weren't a match at all. It didn't take long for the descender, whose flesh was embedded with gambling tools and whose body was covered in cash, to appear and attack the members of Team 9. The members of the 9th squad were full of fighting spirit. According to the previous drill, they were about to attack the descenders. However, at this moment, the members of the 9th team suddenly went blank and stopped in their tracks. The descenders were baffled, but they immediately seized the opportunity and prepared to kill all the members of the 9th squad. This was because it had a premonition that this team in strange armor was hiding fatal danger. Just as the descender moved, an armored figure suddenly launched an attack, and a dense barrage of bullets hit its body. Then, he unsheathed his sword and ruthlessly hacked the descender's body, cutting it in half. The descender let out a furious roar, his voice full of unwillingness, and his consciousness doppelganger finally returned to the void. Tang Zhen's main body, which was waiting in the air, immediately began to move as he headed straight for the target he had locked onto. Without even looking at the descender's corpse, Tang Zhen returned to his original spot and commanded the armor controlled by Dai Li to walk to the front. Everything returned to normal with a thought from Tang Zhen. Dai Li looked at the descender who had been split in half and confirmed that she was the one who had killed him. The other members of the team also thought so. Dai Li was extremely excited. From the time Team 9 received the alarm to the time they rushed to the scene, it took less than 5 minutes to complete the cleaning. Such high efficiency was simply unimaginable in the past. Dai Li was calculating in her heart. She had already thought of how to write the mission report so that more people would know about their wonderful performance. This was a necessary step in obtaining a reward and promotion. Dai Li was naturally aware of this. She would never give up on something that belonged to her easily. Clean up the battlefield, prevent the monsters from re-emerging, and wait for the reinforcements. Dai Li gave the order and turned to look at Zhen Tang at the same time. The corners of her mouth revealed a smile under her mask. About 10 minutes later, the members of the demon fighters arrived at the scene. The members of the 9th squad boarded the runic airships one after another under the envious and shocked gazes of the other members. From that day on, more and more people began to know about the 9th team, who wore special armor. It was rumored that their armor had extremely high mobility and super combat power. One of their members could fight against a small demon-subduing team. In the following days, every time a descender incident occurred, the 9th squad would clear the area in an extremely short time to ensure that the danger would not continue to spread. The fame of the 9th squad grew and became the focus of attention, especially the special warframes they used. It didn't take long for imitations to appear, but they only had the appearance. In terms of function and defense, they couldn't be compared to the 9th team at all. A high-ranking official of the demon-subduing troop had announced that whoever could make a similar armor would receive a large number of orders from the demon-subduing troop. This news immediately attracted the attention of many people. The demon-subduing unit was a very special organization. Even if the regime changed, they would still exist. They were not under the jurisdiction of any country and rarely participated in political matters. However, no country dared to provoke them easily. This was because they were a group of cultivators that controlled the entire world. Once they participated in a war, no country could resist them. They were rich, powerful, and had a high status. This was the impression that the people had of the demon-subduing troop. Therefore, once an order was taken, it meant success, and the future would be full of money. It was for this reason that a wave of research quickly emerged. More and more people or organizations began to research and try to create powerful armor. And NBSP, however, no one noticed that all the evil gods that the 9th team had cleared would completely disappear. Even if someone did notice the abnormality, they would not be able to draw a conclusion at all, because the descent of evil gods had no rules to begin with. After descending once, it was not uncommon for evil gods to not appear for decades or even centuries. Many evil gods had not descended for so long that no one remembered their names. Only Tang Zhen and Karm were clear that those evil gods would never appear again because they had become Tang Zhen's spoils of war, plundering all the world's origin. 2708 Sniping and killing Ronald. No one felt that there was a problem with the frequent descenders incidents. On the contrary, they felt that it was very normal. This was because every autumn, a large number of holes would appear in the barrier of the vast heaven dimension. Every time this happened, it was the best time for the evil gods to hunt. Other than that, there were also void monsters, all sorts of spirit bodies, and some indescribable existences that would appear one after another at this time. After autumn, the descenders appeared more than 10 times more frequently than usual. No matter how hard the demon-subduing troop tried, they couldn't change this phenomenon. This situation would only improve when winter came. If one were to investigate carefully, they would discover that in this year's arrivals, there was often an unknown person who played an important role in the dark. This mysterious person was Camus. He was responsible for luring those evil fallen and cooperating with Tang Zhen to kill the evil gods in the void. And NBSP, because of Camus' active cooperation, Tang Zhen killed 25 evil gods in a short time. It didn't sound like a lot, but in fact, it was a great achievement. In the thousands of years of the Haotian plain, there had never been so many gods who died in such a short time. The rich harvest had benefited Tang Zhen greatly. He had easily completed the promotion to 2-star Divine General and was currently working hard to advance to 3-star. And NBSP, if he wanted to level up again, he would need to kill more evil gods and obtain more origin energy. While he was hunting the evil god, Tang Zhen was also paying attention to other clues. He wanted to find an origin spiritual treasure that had not been noticed by others. However, such treasures were extremely rare, and mortals could rarely encounter them. Only cultivators who had mastered the power of the law could discover the extraordinariness of the spiritual treasure of the origin. As winter came, the 9th squad suddenly became idle, and no descenders appeared for several weeks. And NBSP, although they weren't used to it, they knew that this was a good thing. Evil gods would bring disaster and chaos, so naturally, the fewer the better. Tang Zhen also had no other way. The evil gods' descent method that Camus knew had already been used once. All the evil gods that had enmity with Karm had been killed by Tang Zhen. Karm also took the opportunity to devour the remains of the evil gods and obtained quite a lot of benefits. At the very least, it was 10 times its previous size, and it had also mastered many of the evil gods' characteristics and abilities. At this moment, Camus was in the void, acting as Tang Zhen's mount, with the appearance of a proper lackey. Although he couldn't kill the evil god, Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry. He was already unyielding enough to advance to 2-star Divine General in a short time. And NBSP, in the following time, Calm would continue to fulfill his duty and help Tang Zhen collect clues about evil gods. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed, because it was very difficult to obtain such information under the supervision of the demon-subduing troop. Tang Zhen used this opportunity to continue raising Ronald's strength and strive to advance to a higher level as soon as possible. In the demon-subduing troop, strength was everything. As long as one had enough cultivation, they would definitely be able to get a corresponding position. After Tang Zhen's arrival, Ronald had already advanced by 1 level, and his strength was about to catch up to Captain Daly. The reason why his cultivation speed was so fast was because Tang Zhen knew the best and fastest cultivation method. At the same time, he had also swallowed various medicinal herbs to coordinate with his recuperation. Although he was in a hurry to increase his strength, Tang Zhen did not use the method of squeezing out his potential. Although it would allow Ronald's level to soar in a short period of time, it completely blocked the possibility of advancing to a higher level. Although the speed of his advancement was fast, it was gentle and not violent. Compared to those geniuses who had received God's grace, it was only twice as fast. Even if someone were to investigate Tang Zhen, they would not be able to find any faults. This was because the lucky ones who received the God's grace were also divided into different grades. Another day of training ended and Tang Zhen returned to the dormitory. As soon as he returned to his room, he saw that the mirror at the head of the bed had changed color, and it seemed to be connected to a special world. A figure slowly appeared. He was wearing a rotten black robe and had an ancient aura. This figure was Camus. At this moment, he was trying to establish a connection with Tang Zhen through the mirror as a medium. What is it? Tang Zhen looked at the reflection of Karm in the mirror and asked in an indifferent tone. He wasn't worried at all that Karm would be discovered by the guards of the demon-subduing headquarters. This was because the method used by Karm was taught by Tang Zhen and ordinary cultivators were simply unable to identify it. It was by relying on this new method that he was able to wander around freely as a descender without being discovered by the demon-subduing troops. As time went by, his strength had grown to the level of a king. If it wanted to cause destruction, it was estimated that the demon-subduing headquarters would have to mobilize all of their forces and pay a heavy price to kill it. Because of Tang Zhen's warning, Camus didn't dare to act rashly. He could only occasionally kill 1 or 2 people who had committed heinous crimes and treat it as stealing snacks to satisfy his craving. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, Camus quickly replied, "My most respected and great master, I've been collecting information about special treasures as you've instructed. Not long ago, I obtained a very important piece of information from the memory of an evil grave robber. They had found a bunch of unknown treasures in an ancient tomb. One of the treasures was very special and seemed to have a trace of origin aura. If I'm not wrong, this should be an item of the same age as me, condensed from the world's origin. After I received this news, I was prepared to bring the treasure back and offer it to Master. Who knew that when I arrived at the place where it was stored, I would discover that a powerful cultivator was hidden there. At the same time, there are all sorts of mechanisms and traps that have a strong restraining effect on me. If I force my way in, I will definitely be exposed. So please forgive this subordinate's incompetence, but if Master wants to obtain this item, you may have to do it yourself." Tang Zhen nodded when he heard Camus's description. He then asked for more specific information. The item that was suspected to be an origin spiritual treasure was currently being placed in an auction house. It was very likely that it would be sold tonight. Auction. Tang Zhen's brows slightly furrowed. He instructed Camus to prepare a sum of money for him, immediately changed his clothes, pushed the door open, and left. He was ready to observe it up close. If he could confirm that the item was an original spirit treasure, he would get it no matter what price he had to pay. Compared to the origin obtained from killing evil gods, the production of origin spiritual treasures might not be worth mentioning, but over time, the amount that could be accumulated was very impressive. If Tang Zhen had to choose between the Cthulhu's origin and the origin spiritual treasure, he would definitely choose the latter. This was because the former was a lake of dead water while the latter was a spring that never stopped flowing. After leaving the demon-subduing squad's headquarters, Tang Zhen called for a rental carriage and went straight to the location that Camus had mentioned. Tang Zhen focused his mind and pondered over the sound of the carriage moving forward. If it was confirmed that the item was an origin soul treasure, how should he act when the time came? The easiest and safest way was to buy an item at a reasonable price, and then send it into the void through a special method. However, Tang Zhen was a little worried that there would be others who would compete with him. If the other party was richer than him, he could only temporarily give up. As long as the treasure left the auction house, Tang Zhen could snatch it. If he really couldn't do it, he could ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Calm to take action. With his current strength and the techniques he'd taught him, he could easily gain the upper hand even if he encountered several king-level cultivators. Even if he was killed by the demon-subduing troop, it was just a consciousness clone. Under Tang Zhen's control, Camus could quickly descend again. In addition, there was another method, which was to observe in secret and not participate in the bidding during the period. They only needed to snatch it after the auction ended. Just as he was pondering in his heart, Tang Zhen suddenly frowned. This was because he realized that the sound of the carriage had become ethereal and fleeting. It was as if he was walking in a tunnel, and there was nothing around him except for the carriage. Not good. This thought flashed in Tang Zhen's mind as his body suddenly rushed out. Soon after, he discovered that his surroundings had already turned pitch black. A bomb hit the carriage, and a huge fireball instantly exploded, completely engulfing the carriage and Tang Zhen. 2709 Failed Ambush 1. There was a huge explosion, and the surrounding space trembled violently, as if a mirror was about to be shattered. The seemingly sturdy carriage was blown into pieces, and the driver and the black horse died instantly. The bomb used by the enemy possessed extremely great destructive power. It was obvious that the enemy wanted to kill Tang Zhen directly. In the raging flames, Ronald's figure appeared. His body was wrapped in golden light, and his clothes looked slightly messy. The special protective talisman came into effect at the critical moment. Otherwise, such a violent explosion would have been enough to blow him into pieces. This was also because of Tang Zhen's possession, which allowed the weak Ronald to possess a life-saving divine weapon. If it was him who encountered such a dangerous situation, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape alive. Putting everything else aside, the value of the protective talisman he had just used was comparable to the entire net worth of an ordinary cultivator. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was using money to buy his life. The moment Tang Zhen appeared, a couple of figures swiftly appeared from the darkness and wildly pounced towards his location. The goal of these enemies was very clear. It was to kill Tang Zhen. Therefore, their actions were unusually decisive. Behind Tang Zhen, an enemy wearing black armor and holding a large spear directly stabbed towards his body. The speed of this spear was extremely fast. At the same time, it also had the effect of teleportation. In the blink of an eye, it had landed on Tang Zhen's body. Boom! The spear struck the golden light protecting Tang Zhen's body and made a muffled sound, as if the temple's bronze bell had been struck. The golden light that was protecting Tang Zhen flickered intensely and continuously emitted cracking sounds. Voila! The golden light shattered inch by inch, revealing Tang Zhen who was being protected. Go to hell! Another person shouted loudly and shot an arrow at Tang Zhen from a distance of tens of meters. The arrow that was shot out did not have a physical body. It was just a pure silver light that instantly slid across a distance of tens of meters and directly landed on Tang Zhen's body. Just when the attacker thought that Tang Zhen would definitely die, he saw the arrow easily pass through. Tang Zhen, who was standing at the same place, was not injured in the slightest. An illusion. The archer let out a cry of surprise. He saw Tang Zhen, who had been hit, dissipate like smoke. Then, he heard a gunshot. The gunshot came from behind him, less than a foot away from the back of his head. At such a close distance, it meant that he had no time to dodge the gunshot. The archer was in despair. His vision suddenly turned black as his skull was directly shattered by the bullet. Behind the body that slowly fell to the ground, Zhen Tang appeared with a gloomy face. He held a pistol and coldly looked at the other attackers. Kill. Seeing that the archer was killed, the other enemies were stunned at the same time, and then launched another attack. They had witnessed Tang Zhen's teleportation ability. At this moment, they became extremely careful, afraid that Tang Zhen would appear behind them and suddenly shoot at the back of their heads. At the same time, he muttered in his heart. The intelligence report did not mention Tang Zhen's teleportation ability. Otherwise, the archer would not have been killed so easily. The enemy closest to Tang Zhen was wearing a strange leather robe and holding a white bone cane. He looked like a tribal shaman. The sound of a wild beast echoed in his throat. When his companions attacked, he took out the white powder from his pocket and threw it at Tang Zhen. The powder floated in the air and swiftly condensed into the figure of a ferocious beast. It roared as it charged toward Tang Zhen. After approaching Tang Zhen, these monsters that were condensed from powder suddenly turned into burning flames. While Tang Zhen was wrapped in flames, an enemy beside him raised the weapon in his hand. It looked like a small cannon. A loud, hong, sound was heard. A stream of raging flames shot out from the cannon's muzzle. The nail-sized steel ball enveloped Tang Zhen. The power of a cannon was so great that even a king-level cultivator could be killed by it if they were caught off guard. The enemy's grapeshot cannon was a sharp weapon in close combat, which could easily tear the flesh apart. After the blast, the flames surrounding Tang Zhen were immediately dispersed. However, Tang Zhen had already disappeared once again. Be careful. Tang Zhen once again used his teleportation ability, causing the expressions of the enemies who were attacking him to change. All of them focused their attention and observed their surroundings, afraid that Tang Zhen would suddenly appear. But at this moment, the man with the big spear roared and raised his gun to smash the position behind him. And NBSP, a black mist-like thing gathered and scattered a meter behind him. After being struck by the spear, the black mist instantly disappeared. Behind the other enemies, a similar black mist appeared at the same time, as if something was about to appear. Without any hesitation, the enemies attacked at the same time. The enemy with the small cannon switched to his Sun Ji Yu at lightning speed and attacked the black mist behind him. A loud noise was heard, followed by the scream of the shaman in leather robe. Countless steel balls shot out of the black mist in front of him, turning his body into a hornet's nest. Damn it, stop attacking. The black mist is connected to each other and can transfer the damage. And NBSP, the spear-wielding man roared in alarm and tried to warn his companions. At the same time, he quickly dodged the black mist that appeared behind him. There was no need to remind them at all. Several of their companions stopped attacking, because everyone had seen the miserable state of the man in the leather robe. However, if he did not attack, the black shadow behind him would be like a maggot attached to his bones. Who knew when the enemy would come out? Just as this thought rose in his mind, a palm suddenly appeared behind the enemy who was using the cannon. He was holding a gun in his hand and pulling the trigger. Go to hell. The cannoneer turned pale with fright. He knew that the pistol in Tang Zhen's hand was extremely powerful. Even if he was wearing armor, he wouldn't be able to resist it. Therefore, when the cannoneers saw the muzzles aimed at them, they immediately felt a fatal crisis and fired again without hesitation. Bastard! Hearing the sudden cannon fire, the remaining enemies cursed in their hearts at the same time, and then subconsciously dodged. Then, a burning steel ball shot out from the back of the man who was using the spear. Even though he dodged in time, he was still hit in the shoulder. Other than the cannoneer and the great gunner, there were two other assassins who ambushed Tang Zhen. They had been secretly observing from the side, looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. As the black fog appeared behind them, the two assassins hiding in the dark became uneasy. At the same time as the cannon sounded, they nimbly dodged to the ground. The two assassins heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the man with the big gun was hit. However, just as the thought rose in their minds, a gun appeared in the black fog behind them. Bang! Another crisp gunshot was heard. An assassin was hit in the back of his head and fell to the ground, never to stand up again. Seeing that another of their comrades had been killed, the remaining three enemies completely fell into panic. They originally wanted to kill Tang Zhen, but now, they had fallen into a situation where they were killed instead. The three enemies were very clear that if they did not retreat now, they would probably be completely annihilated. Let's go, break. The man with the large spear growled and took out a token from his waist. He was about to break the sealed space. The cannoneer and the other assassin did the same, but they did not expect that just as they took out their cards, a cold snort came from behind them. It's too late to run now. The three enemies looked desperate at the same time. Then, they heard a loud noise as the flames completely devoured the sealed space. 2710 The origin of the ambusher. 1. The sealed special space suddenly shattered and collapsed. This kind of special space was like a hole in mud that was created with bubbles, temporarily isolated from the outside world. The carriage that Tang Zhen was in entered the special space through a reserved entrance and was thrown out after the explosion. Tang Zhen was the only one who was trapped in the special space. As the bubble burst, everything that originally existed in this unstable space would be instantly devoured and shattered. If they could not escape in time, they would only face destruction. In the process of escaping, the three enemies were blocked by Tang Zhen. As a result, they were a step too slow and were eventually swallowed by the shattered space. When everything returned to normal, Ronald's figure appeared on the side of the road, coldly looking at the cannoneer who only had half of his body left. This fellow should have a life-saving secret technique, but because of Tang Zhen, there was an error in the process of using it. As a result, the lower half of his body was devoured by the space, leaving only the upper half of his body, and blood was everywhere. He struggled on the street, trying to stand up again, but he couldn't. Even a cultivator would have no chance of survival after suffering such a heavy injury. The artilleryman's face was filled with despair as he felt death approaching him. He was wailing silently. Of course, nothing was absolute. At the very least, Tang Zhen had a few methods that could save the lives of the cannoneers. Upon seeing Tang Zhen standing in front of him, the cannoneer's eyes turned malevolent, as though he was a ferocious beast on the verge of death. However, in the blink of an eye, that fierce expression disappeared. The cannoneer started to loudly plead with Tang Zhen. "Save me, I don't want to die yet. As long as you save me, I will tell you everything you want to know. I'll be your slave and be at your beck and call. No matter what you ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Me to do, I beg you, I have too many reasons to not die. Please save me." Hearing the cannoneer's pleas, Tang Zhen's brows furrowed. He then turned around and walked into the distance. Seeing this, the artilleryman revealed a bitter smile of despair. He no longer made any sound and quietly waited for death to descend. In just a dozen seconds, the cannoneer heard a muffled sound, and the body of a horse appeared beside him. "This is Yingluo." The artilleryman was confused. He didn't know what this assassination target wanted to do, but he had a feeling that it was related to him. Then, he saw the target take out a dagger and easily cut off the dead horse's neck and head. Then, he saw Ronald take out a bottle of potion and pour it on the dead horse's wound. He then took out another bottle of potion and threw it in front of him. "If you don't want to die, drink it immediately." The cannoneer looked at the bottle in front of him. Without any hesitation, he picked it up and poured it into his stomach. At this moment, he had no right to choose. After drinking the potion, the artillerman felt his wound go numb and itchy, and he turned around to look. Then, he discovered that the place where his body had been cut off was full of red tentacles. It was a terrifying scene. The tentacles were like large earthworms that were constantly wriggling, as if they were alive. "What's this, xianxia?" the artillerman cried out in alarm. He did not know what had happened to him, but he instinctively felt fear. However, when he thought about his situation, the cannoneer immediately shut his mouth, because he knew that the only outcome for not cooperating was death. "Even if I have to become a monster, I have to bear it. This is the price of living," the artillerman convinced himself. Then, he heard the sound of sliding and the headless dead horse was kicked to his side. The cannoneer was lifted up and connected to the headless horse. Then, the tentacles quickly connected to the dead horse as if they had gone crazy. The artillerman twisted his body in fear and soon felt his lower body. The dead black horse also started to kick its hooves. PFF'd. Perhaps it was because the dead horse's muscles were out of control, but it kept excreting its feces and urine, filling the air with a foul smell. The musketeer's face turned red. He felt like he was peeing and pooping in public, but was being watched by a passerby. In less than a minute, the dead horse stood up from the ground, and the top half of its body was a cannoneer with a shocked face. The 4 horses stomped their hooves and turned around. Then, the artillerman knelt on the ground. "Dear master, I'm artilleryman Amway. I pledge my loyalty to you." The methods that Tang Zhen had displayed had already far exceeded the abilities of an ordinary cultivator. Artillerman Amway guessed that he was a follower of an evil god and possessed terrifying strength. And NBSP, although he had become a monster. Compared to his dead comrades, he was already extremely lucky. So what if he was loyal to an evil god? Tang Zhen nodded and drew a talisman before patting on Amway's head. In the process of enslaving Tang Zhen, Amway did not resist at all because he was afraid that Tang Zhen would kill him in a rage. Vaguely, he saw a figure in the void staring at him with emotionless eyes. God's xianxia. Artilleryman Amway's body trembled. He knew that his guess was right. The target of the assassination was indeed directly related to the evil god. After he had taken control, Tang Zhen then said, "You've taken a special potion. In addition to keeping you alive, you can also transform. Your original form will not change, but you can use illusions to hide your lower body in a special space. This way, you will look like a normal human." As Tang Zhen spoke, he transmitted the method of using the illusion to Amway, who was both surprised and delighted. He had never dreamed that he could still move around in human form, instead of living in seclusion in the mountains and forests as he had thought before. As a black mist rose, artilleryman was wrapped in it, and the lower half of his horse body was hidden in a special space. Artillerman Amway, who had returned to his human form, couldn't help but praise him again with a joyful expression. "Don't be too happy yet. This kind of illusion can't hide from king-level cultivators, and it can't hide from some special detection methods." Artilleryman rapidly nodded. With Tang Zhen's reminder, he naturally knew what to do in the future. "All right, now tell me your background and who ordered you to kill me." Tang Zhen's tone was calm and did not seem to have the slightest anger. Knowing that Tang Zhen would definitely ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. This question, Amway had been thinking about how to answer it. He did not want to hide it, but he was thinking about how to answer to avoid angering Tang Zhen. Big shots were unpredictable, especially when their fates were in the hands of others. Therefore, Artillerman Amway did not dare to be careless. "I'm from an organization called the Elite Society. It's not easy to join them, and I have to meet the standards of an elite. The Elite Society would hold secret meetings regularly, and the location would be announced at the last minute. The members would share information from different channels and trade all kinds of required materials. They could also accept missions arranged by the organization to accumulate merit points and exchange them for precious resources that were hard to obtain. This time, I received a mission to kill you and then find a way to steal the special warframe you designed. As for the leader of the elite group, no one has ever seen him before. Even among the members, most of them don't know each other." Amway knew what Tang Zhen wanted to ask, so he answered it clearly in one go without hiding anything. Tang Zhen nodded. He didn't expect to get much useful information from Amway. After all, Amway was only an ordinary member. It was impossible for him to know the real secrets. "Is this man in the windbreaker your member?" As Tang Zhen spoke, he conjured an image of a man in a trench coat. Looking at the gray figure that appeared before him, Amway nodded with certainty. That's right, he's a member of the elite group. After receiving a positive answer, Tang Zhen already understood who wanted to deal with him. At the same time, he also knew that he would likely encounter an ambush from an even more powerful enemy in the following days. 2711 In the auction house. 1 Tang Zhen let go of artilleryman Amway because he had already been enslaved and controlled. As long as he had a thought, he would suddenly die no matter where he was. This was the price of living. Once a person was enslaved, they could only serve their master wholeheartedly. Tang Zhen arranged for Amway to go undercover and cooperate with his request to secretly lock onto the traces of the person behind the scenes. This matter couldn't be rushed. To be able to control an organization like the Management Association, the strength of the behind-the-scenes manipulator couldn't be weak. If it was not because Tang Zhen was tracking the God King's consciousness, it was very likely that he would have alerted the enemy and caused all his efforts to go to waste. After Amway left, Zhen Tang continued to head to the auction house. On the way, he went to a place and got an old leather suitcase from behind the bushes. The box was filled with cash. It looked crumpled, but it was enough to make countless people go crazy. This money was something that evil god Camus had prepared to deal with any possible auctions, and the total amount had already exceeded 150,000. The source of the money was not legitimate. It belonged to a gang in the provincial capital. They had saved this huge sum of money through extortion and blackmail. In the end, before he could enjoy it, he was bewitched by Cam to become a believer of an evil god and lost his life in a muddle. With the box in his hand, Tang Zhen found another carriage and headed straight to his destination. Although it was already late at night, the Chell's auction house was still full of people. As an organization that specialized in high-end art and antiques, there was never a lack of rich customers. Of course, the auction was only one of the businesses here, and it could even be regarded as a cover. Only those who had really been here knew what was hidden behind this auction house. As long as you had enough money, you could enjoy the life of an emperor here, and any request could be met. It was for this reason that countless rich people were attracted here to seek pleasure and participate in all kinds of entertainment that made them feel excited. It wasn't too difficult to enter, as long as they went through the initial verification. The so-called preliminary verification was to pass through the guards at the door. They had all trained a pair of fiery eyes and could see if the customers could afford the high price. If one truly wanted to join, they would need a member's introduction. Otherwise, they would only be able to play on the periphery and would not be able to come into contact with the real core. The auction of ordinary goods could be held for all guests. Only some special goods would be auctioned for internal members. Those were all prohibited items. Without special channels, it was impossible to get good things. Tang Zhen arrived at the Cheers auction house and asked the ghost spirit to put away the box. After that, he walked toward the main entrance. When he reached the door, the tall guard glanced at him but did not stop him. Tang Zhen's temperament and appearance were extraordinary. He had already successfully passed the first stage. After passing through a slightly dark but gorgeous corridor, a palace-like scene appeared in front of him. Beautiful women in revealing dresses were everywhere, taking on all kinds of responsibilities. After seeing Tang Zhen enter, a tall and beautiful woman immediately came forward to welcome him. She smiled and introduced Tang Zhen to the services available. At the same time, she secretly inquired about his background. From the content and method of their conversation, he could confirm that these women had been professionally trained. If they were not vigilant enough, they could easily reveal a lot of information during the conversation. I heard that there's an auction tonight. Where do you want to hold it? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's request, the female receptionist immediately said that the auction would begin in 2 hours. However, to participate in the auction, one must first obtain the right to participate. It turned out that if one wanted to participate in the auction, they had to exchange for a corresponding amount of chips. If they couldn't even complete this step, it meant that they didn't have enough money and financial resources. The chips could be used in the auction house, and if they were not needed, they could be exchanged for cash. In some places, the chips at the Chell's auction house were even more useful than cash, and they were the common currency in the underground black market. After Tang Zhen heard this, he let the woman lead him to exchange chips and only paid 1,000 yuan in cash. He took out a chip and threw it to the woman beside him. The woman held it in her hand and thanked him. The job of these beautiful women was to take care of all kinds of customers who came to the auction house and provide a full range of services. If he met someone who was generous, he was likely to get a generous reward. If he was willing to sacrifice himself to meet some special requirements of the customer, he could make more money. Although there were many benefits, it wasn't easy to get this job. One's figure and appearance were only the most basic requirements. Under the woman's lead, Tang Zhen passed through the front hall that was filled with cold dishes and drinks and arrived at the auction venue at the back. Compared to the hall in front, this place was a little quieter. There were private rooms in the circular hall where the guests who were preparing to participate in the auction were seated. If you want to participate in the auction, you need to have a private room here. Only then will you have the qualifications to participate in the auction. The lady smiled as she explained. At the same time, she pointed to the private room beside her and asked Tang Zhen if he needed to enter. Tang Zhen secretly thought that this was indeed the case. Looking at the degree of luxury in the decorations here, he knew that it was impossible for people to enjoy it in vain. If you wanted to participate, you had to pay for it. After paying 50 yuan worth of chips, Tang Zhen obtained a private room for the auction. Then, he sat down with the woman. Don't think that 50 yuan was not a lot. In this country where 10,000 yuan could be considered a huge sum of money, 50 yuan was equivalent to the annual income of some families. The woman began to introduce the functions of the private room to Tang Zhen. Through special equipment, one could see the images and detailed information of the auction items. After he had taken a fancy to it, he could directly bid until he had won the item he liked. During the whole process, the private room could ensure the privacy of the auctioneer and would not be known by outsiders. Tang Zhen didn't care about this. He even felt a little disgusted because this would affect his judgment. However, this was the situation. He would not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For too much, as long as he could confirm that the item was what he wanted, he would get it even if it meant breaking the heavens. The rest of the time was just a boring wait. The woman started all kinds of topics, and it seemed that she was very good at dealing with these kinds of things. She even hinted that the private room was well hidden. If Tang Zhen needed it, he could provide some special services. The woman was very fond of the handsome Ronald and did not reject a deeper understanding. Tang Zhen smiled and shook his head. He merely leaned back on his chair and appeared to be resting with his eyes closed. In reality, he was using his spiritual force to scan and observe the situation in each box to determine if there was a real powerhouse. After searching the entire area, Tang Zhen was slightly relieved when he did not discover any suspicious targets. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to cause too much of a commotion, which wasn't good for his infiltration. Although he had countless methods to avoid suspicion, there were always accidents. Moreover, according to Camus' investigation, there was a king-level cultivator hidden in this auction house. If it wasn't necessary, it was best not to cause a high-level battle. Time passed by slowly. During this period, people kept entering the private room. Just as the auction was about to begin, another group of people entered. Their auras were strong, and their eyes were fierce. One look and one could tell that they were not ordinary people. Tang Zhen, who was in the private room, opened his eyes and gently let out a sigh of relief. He then secretly informed Camus to make preparations. It was just as he had expected. With the participation of high-level cultivators in this auction, a huge battle was inevitable. 2712 The evil god descends. 1. In Tang Zhen's opinion, it was impossible for a treasure that involved origin energy to not attract the attention of cultivators. Although low-level cultivators couldn't sense it, this treasure would automatically choose its owner and create some coincidences for the other party to obtain it. As an item from the same era as the gods, the spiritual treasure of the origin would have such an ability, and it might even be more magical. The cultivators who appeared in the auction hall might not be the true owners of the treasures. At most, they were just porters. Of course, this was only a guess. Before he saw the item, Tang Zhen was unable to confirm that these cultivators were attracted by the treasure. The necessary preparations still needed to be made. Following Tang Zhen's summoning, Calm had already silently arrived and was coldly watching this decadent land. To Calm, there were delicious food everywhere. Those greedy and filthy souls were the most delicious food in the eyes of the evil god. Although he was somewhat impatient, he still obediently waited for Tang Zhen's order. He absolutely did not dare to act rashly. The cultivators in the auction house felt uneasy, as if something big was about to happen. Cultivators were far more intelligent than others, and they had a vague premonition of impending danger. The king-level cultivator in charge of the auction house furrowed his brows. He kept using his mind power to check the surroundings, trying to find out what was wrong. Compared to ordinary cultivators, the king-level cultivator's sense of danger was more obvious. To him, this sense of danger was like being pricked by needles. This made the cultivator in charge certain of one thing: there was a terrifying existence watching the auction house, but he could not find any trace of it. The auction officially began in a tense atmosphere. A group of tall and beautiful women in light clothing brought the auction items up to the stage. There was a wide variety of items up for auction. There were items that had been used by famous people, relics from ancient sites, and some expensive tonics. Every guest in the auction hall had their own needs, which caused a mild competition for each item that appeared. Before he knew it, most of the items had been auctioned off, and an item that looked like a metal mask was brought to the front of the stage. This is a special mask from some ruins. It is carved with ancient and primitive patterns. The experts can't determine its exact age, but it is at least 4,000 to 5,000 years old. After the auctioneer finished introducing the item, he followed the normal procedure and told the crowd that they could start bidding. From the auctioneer's point of view, it was just an antique. Although it looked very old, it might not have much value. As a result, just as he had such a thought, someone immediately made a bid, and it was 3 customers at the same time. Such an abnormal situation immediately attracted the attention of the other guests. They were secretly wondering in their hearts, what was so special about this mask? In the following time, the 3 groups of cultivators began to compete for the mask. In the end, it was sold for a sky-high price of 100,000. According to the original estimation, the value of the mask was not more than 1,000 yuan. It could not even be considered the finale item of this auction. It just had to be this item that had been auctioned off for such a terrifyingly sky-high price. This had already exceeded everyone's expectations. The auctioneer was a little hesitant when he struck the hammer. He didn't know if he should call it a day, but he hoped that the owner of the auction house could give him a hint. Who would have thought that by the time the auction ended, he would not receive an order to not sell the item? In the end, he could only knock the auction hammer uneasily. After successfully bidding for the mask, the group of cultivators paid the auction fee on the spot and were about to leave with the mask. The other 2 groups of cultivators jumped out and stopped the other party from leaving unless he left his mask behind. The party that won the auction was naturally unwilling. They had paid a huge price to obtain something, so how could they easily hand it over? Just as the 3 parties were confronting each other, the person in charge of the auction house asked them to leave immediately and settle their personal grievances outside. It turned out that the owner of the auction house had received a warning and immediately performed divination through the mystical item, confirming that this seemingly ordinary mask was actually a terrifying and ominous item. The sense of danger that king-level cultivators felt came from this mask, which would bring endless misfortune to the owner. Therefore, no matter how precious this thing was, no matter how many secrets it involved, he absolutely couldn't keep it in his hands. With such a large business, he didn't care much about money and other things. He only cared about stability. As a result, the auction house did not interfere with the process of the auction. Their goal was to give the mask away. He never thought that after the successful auction, such an unforeseen event would happen, causing the auction house's boss to be extremely depressed. Under such circumstances, the boss of the auction house could only send people to persuade them to leave, because the longer they delayed, the more likely there would be changes. In the process of persuading them to leave, the king-level cultivator released his own aura, letting the cultivators of the 3 sides know of his existence. Sensing the aura of the king-level cultivator, the 3 parties who were at daggers drawn immediately held back their anger. They knew that this was not the place to solve the problem. It wasn't good for anyone to anger that king-level cultivator. Just as the 3 parties tacitly prepared to leave, the eye sockets of the metal mask in the box suddenly flashed with a strange red light. A young man among the interceptors suddenly pulled out a revolver from his waist, his eyes bloodshot. Before the crowd could react, he had already pulled the trigger and knocked one of the members of the mask-wearing party to the ground. Damn bastard! The same curse came from different people. Everyone knew that with this gunshot, the situation had become irredeemable. In the next moment, intense gunshots and energy fluctuations from the casting of spells appeared in the auction hall at the same time. The cultivation method of the cultivators of the Haoshan realm was mostly related to strength, which made their destructive power in battle quite huge. In the blink of an eye, the private rooms were scattered one by one, scaring the audience into fleeing in all directions. The rooms of those who were unlucky were completely flattened, and the guests inside were either dead or injured. The king-level cultivator guarding the auction house was so angry that he tried to suppress these troublemakers. But at this moment, the hidden forces behind the three sides of the battle arrived at the scene at the same time. The three king-level cultivators from the three forces gathered in the sky above the auction house, not giving way to each other. In addition to the king-level cultivator in charge of the auction house, there were a total of 4 king-level experts. This incident immediately attracted the attention of the hidden experts. As long as one's strength reached the king level, they were not allowed to make a move easily, or it would easily affect the order of the human world. 4 king-level entities appearing at the same time meant that there was a big problem. If it was not handled properly, a disaster could happen. In the private room of the auction hall, Tang Zhen picked up a cup of tea and slowly sipped it under the gaze of the woman beside him. It's indeed an original spiritual treasure. It has the ability to attract disasters. Perhaps it's more appropriate to call it the mask of misfortune and deception. When Tang Zhen said this, he turned his head to look at the frightened woman beside him and said in an indifferent tone, "You have 1 minute. Remember to rush out at all costs. If you can't do it, you'll die here." The woman was stunned for a moment. She suddenly pushed open the door of the private room, ran straight to the nearest window, and jumped down from the second floor without hesitation. The woman fell on the street. Her ankle was broken, and the pain made her cry. Soon, she shut her mouth and looked at the auction house behind her in horror. She saw indescribable asphalt oozing out of the air and covering the entire auction house. In the thick fog, a terrifying figure slowly appeared. It scanned the surroundings with greedy eyes and finally landed on the auction house that seemed to be isolated from the real world. The evil god Tao has descended. The woman understood what was happening. She ignored the pain in her ankle and crawled toward the other side of the street with all her might, trying to get away from this terrible purgatory on earth. 2713 Irresistible. When the entire auction house was enveloped by the projection of the evil god nation, all the mortals and cultivators within it felt a sense of despair. Such a special and terrifying environment was the hotbed of evil, which could cause negative emotions to erupt and expand. Despair was like a tide, each wave higher than the last. For ordinary people, gods were an existence that they could not resist at all, regardless of whether they were evil gods or righteous gods. Even king-level cultivators were as weak as ants in front of gods. They could be killed with a single thought. Of course, in most cases, gods couldn't descend. Otherwise, the human world would have been scorched. The moment they discovered the change, the cultivators gathered in the auction house's first reaction was to escape. In the end, when he was escaping, he realized that it was not as easy as he had imagined to get rid of the control of the gods. The escape route was clearly in front of him, but in the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared. After a few failed attempts, the despair in her heart grew stronger and stronger, and she was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. With the descent of the evil god nation's projection, the auction house was already isolated from the normal world, causing this special space to only allow entry and not exit. The despairing people began to flee in all directions, but it was a pity that there was black fog everywhere, making it impossible to distinguish the correct direction. It was pure black mist, so black that there were no impurities, and it contained the aura of death. Under the influence of the black mist, all kinds of things related to desire emerged from the surface of his body uncontrollably. And NBSP, in the tragic cries, evil god servants appeared one after another. Their souls were instantly contaminated and they turned into monsters that were neither human nor ghost. At the same time, there were also some people who were unfortunate enough to see the true body of the evil god, and their bodies involuntarily mutated. To ordinary living beings, the gods were the most infectious source of pollution. Due to the influence of the power of creation, they could cause the originally stable state of life to fall into chaos. Whether it was going crazy or turning into a monster, it was the after effect of the stability being destroyed. In a special environment, the probability of turning into a terrifying monster was as high as 100%. Most rampagers would only become ordinary monsters, and when they lost control, they would use all their strength in every attack. And NBSP, along with the fear in their hearts, they gave people the illusion that the evil god servants were strong and terrifying. But in truth, these monsters were just so and couldn't be compared to humans in some aspects. And NBSP, normal people wouldn't pay attention to this. They only saw the crazily attacking evil god servants and couldn't help but feel fear. In the blink of an eye, the auction house had turned into a living hell. And NBSP, in the evil god nation, even cultivators would be affected. They were the same as ordinary people and were trapped in this evil place. The cultivators gathered together in fear, constantly thinking of ways to escape. However, the barrier set up by the evil god had cut off their connection with the real world. And NBSP, evil god servants appeared in groups and pounced at the uninfected mortals and cultivators like they were hunting. With nowhere to hide, the cultivators could only fight the monsters while constantly looking for an opportunity to escape. They had asked the king-level cultivators of their respective forces for help, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea. There was no response at all. What these cultivators didn't know was that the pressure the 4 king-level cultivators were under was several times greater than their own. The higher the level of the cultivator, the more they could feel the pressure from the gods. The pain was indescribable. They were struggling to hold on so that they wouldn't be contaminated by the evil energy and become irrational monsters. At the same time, they had to control themselves and not look at the evil god's projection in the sky, because they might have a mental breakdown with just one look. However, the evil god's ravings continued to echo in his ears. Even if he shut off his hearing, it was useless as they continued to echo in his mind. This can't go on. We have to find a way to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, we'll die for sure. One of the king-level cultivators roared as he felt the pressure. This wasn't the time to fight. They had to work together to get out of this crisis. This isn't an ordinary descender at all, but a complete state that has been here for a long time. Ordinary descenders can't compare to it at all. Why didn't the demon-subduing squad discover this danger and allow such a terrifying monster to grow until now? Some king-level cultivators roared in anger, thinking that the demon-subduing troop had something to do with the current situation. And NBSP, stop talking nonsense. What's the use of saying that now? Let's think about how to deal with the evil god hunt. If it had been an ordinary descender, a king-level cultivator would have been able to easily kill them. However, no king-level cultivator would dare to fight against a descender in their complete form, because that would be suicide. Therefore, even in the face of danger, no king-level cultivator dared to step out and deal with it. Everyone knew that the first one to move had the highest chance of death. However, Camus would not give his prey too many chances. He had already revealed his tracks and was already prepared to return with a full load. If he could harvest all the souls in the auction house and kill the 4 cultivators of the Wang family, his harvest would be the sum of the past 100 years. It was for this reason that Cam became abnormally excited, because this kind of good thing was something he couldn't have wished for in the past. It secretly sighed in its heart. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen, it would be impossible for the body that had descended to grow to such a powerful level. It had actually reached the level where it could hunt king-level cultivators. Just as the 4 king-level cultivators were hesitating and didn't dare to take the initiative to attack him, he had already started to move. If it hesitated any longer, the demon-subduing troop would arrive at the scene, and it would probably return empty-handed. The huge body condensed from demonic chi and desire charged toward the 4 kings and cultivators with an overwhelming pressure. Seeing that they couldn't avoid it, the 4 king-level cultivators could only counterattack. They had done their best. Soon, they discovered that the descenders were far more powerful than they had imagined. The methods they had mastered were strange and dangerous. In the blink of an eye, one of the king-level cultivators was wrapped up by the tentacles, and his soul was being sucked away. And NBSP, the king-level cultivator struggled and cried, but it was useless. In the blink of an eye, his soul was sucked out and he became the evil god's slave. And NBSP, compared to normal people turning into monsters, the evil god servants that were king-level cultivators had more destructive power. Now that he had a king-class slave, his power had increased again. The situation of the other 3 king-class cultivators was getting more and more dangerous. Camus increased his speed, and soon another king-level cultivator was controlled. His tentacle pierced into the top of the cultivator's head, and his soul was about to be extracted. The controlled king-level cultivator wailed and begged for the help of the other 2 king-level cultivators. However, the other 2 did not dare to get close, for fear that they would become the prey of the evil god. Beasts, you 2 will die a terrible death. And NBSP, in the blink of an eye, the king-level cultivator's soul was sucked out and he was transformed into an evil god servant. The remaining 2 king-level cultivators immediately fled in different directions, trying to buy time for the demon-subduing troop to rescue them. As expected, it didn't take long for a loud noise to come from outside. The darkness dissipated like a tide. In the sky above the auction house, which was shrouded in a thick fog, a few figures were besieging calm. They were the hidden powerhouses of the demon-subduing troop who had come to support him. 2714. It's finally here. The arrival of the demon fighters meant that the situation was under control, or at least it would not continue to spread. The residents who were watching the battle from afar heaved a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the black fog would spread and cover their houses. Any house that was contaminated by the black mist could no longer be inhabited. Even if cultivators were invited to purify it, all kinds of strange things would still happen. For example, the furniture would move randomly, strange sounds would be heard from time to time, and when he woke up in the middle of the night, he would find a group of people standing around his bed. The people who lived nearby were happy, but the demon fighters who were involved in the battle felt unusually heavy. This was because the enemy they were facing this time was a complete descender, comparable to an evil god's clone. Mortals didn't have a clear idea of how terrifying gods were. On the contrary, cultivators who were closer to gods had a deeper understanding. By the time the demon-subduing troops' king-level cultivators dispersed the black mist, the 4 king-level cultivators that were trapped in the auction house had already become the evil god's servants. Because of their greed and fear, they were eventually defeated by Cam and became the servants of the evil god. And NBSP, apart from the 4 king-level servants, there were countless evil god servants. They gathered around Cam and revealed their ugliest forms. Even if she had once been extremely rich or beautiful, she no longer existed. Compared to ordinary people, this batch of slaves in the auction house had a stronger desire and stronger combat power. And NBSP, many of the evil god servants, combat strength was comparable to normal descenders and even more than 1 level. And NBSP, of course, the main reason was that Camus was strong, which caused the evil god servants to become stronger. Kill him. Seeing the cultivators of the demon-subduing troop rushing in, Charms immediately gave the order and controlled the monsters to launch a death charge. And NBSP, after completing the soul harvest, these evil god servants were cannon fodder and could be sacrificed at any time. He couldn't take any of them, including the slaves of the 4 king-level cultivators. Therefore, the most cost-effective way was to use them to harvest more lives. HMPH. The king-level cultivators of the demon-subduing troop snorted coldly as they looked at the monsters swarming towards them. They didn't care about the evil god servants and charged straight at Camus. And NBSP, as long as he killed Camus, the evil god servants were nothing to fear. And NBSP, if he didn't die, he could use the evil god's ability to create more evil god servants. And NBSP, naturally, the main reason was that the evil god servants were all taken care of by normal demon fighters, as the demon-subduing headquarters had already sent out all their forces. Seeing the 4 king-class cultivators surrounding him, Camus grinned and commanded his 4 king-class servants to fight them. It also took the opportunity to attack and try to kill the other party. Compared to the common cultivators, the cultivators of the demon-subduing troop were obviously more powerful and would not be easily killed. And NBSP, after being acknowledged and protected by the true god, they would have a high immunity to any mental attacks from the evil god. The high-level cultivators also had weapons blessed by the gods. These weapons were the nemesis of descenders, and their power far exceeded ordinary divine weapons. When enough power was accumulated, even a descender in their peak state could be killed in one move. He knew the strength of the enemy, so he was very careful. In the battle, hoping to stall for more time, Tang Zhen's mission had already been completed. As for how many souls he could harvest, it all depended on Cam's operation. If he really had the ability, Tang Zhen would definitely not say anything even if he had to destroy the entire provincial capital. Cam didn't have that kind of ability, and he definitely wouldn't dare to do that, otherwise he might be hunted down by the true god. Although Camus admitted that Tang Zhen was very powerful, there was still a big gap between him and those true gods of the Haotian plain. The battle was still going on. Perhaps they realized that the threat of Camus was too great, so the elite demon fighters went in and out. Not only were there 4 king-level cultivators, but there were also more than 50 lord-level cultivators and a large number of low-level combat personnel. They surrounded the auction house tightly and forbade any unrelated people from approaching. At the same time, they advanced towards the center of the auction house. And NBSP, when they met evil god servants, they had to kill them without hesitation. The whole battle lasted for nearly an hour, and the 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. The intensity of the battle far exceeded that of ordinary people. After a brutal battle, the demon-subduing troop finally won, but they also paid a heavy price. One king-level cultivator had fallen, 2 were heavily injured, and hundreds of demon fighters had died. As for the auction house, it had been completely razed to the ground, which saved them the trouble of demolition. After a rough count, more than 2,000 people died in this evil god's descent. Many of them were important figures from all walks of life in the provincial capital. It would definitely cause a series of chaos. This matter with Camus had sounded the alarm for the demon-subduing troops. Compared to normal descenders who were good at hiding were more dangerous. While the aftermath was still in progress, the demon-subduing unit launched a thorough investigation to find out if there were still any hidden descenders. It was also because of this incident that evil god Camus became completely famous, and his danger level increased by 1 level. The research and tracking of it, as well as the punishment for the believers of the wicked god, were far more severe than that of ordinary wicked gods. And NBSP, the goal was to make evil god Camus lose the chance to descend, because without the humans, the evil god would not have the chance to complete the descent. The furious demon slayers didn't know that not long after the descender of the evil god Camus was killed, a few evil god believers began summoning him in a farm on the outskirts of the provincial capital. Evil god Camus, who had just been killed and expelled, once again successfully descended to the human world. When he thought about his gains this time, he couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. The 9th team had also participated in the battle at the auction house. Due to their outstanding performance on the battlefield, the team received a commendation from the headquarters, and all the members were promoted by 1 rank. Compared to the other demon-subduing squads, the 9th squad was obviously given special attention. Obviously, because of their performance during this period, they had become the focus of the demon-subduing headquarters training. The excited team members did not know that it was precisely because of Tang Zhen's existence that they had the opportunity to advance so quickly. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen, they wouldn't have been able to operate the special warframe, and they wouldn't have been able to get involved in the battle at the auction house. In the end, it was even more impossible for them to enter the headquarters and assist the king-level cultivators who were endangered to kill the fierce, complete descenders. If they knew the truth, they would know that everything wasn't a coincidence. They were only achieving their predetermined goals step by step under the push of the big hand behind the scenes. If there were no accidents, they would never know what they had experienced in their lives, let alone know that they were playing the role of villain teammates. It was good that they didn't know. Otherwise, they would definitely doubt their lives and might even completely collapse. After the battle in the auction house ended, Tang Zhen was summoned by a high-ranking official of the demon-subduing troop and then underwent a special assessment. Tang Zhen, who had long guessed the other party's background, deliberately made his performance stunning and exceeded the standard of an ordinary genius. Looking at the shocked inspectors, Zhen Tang sneered in his heart. He knew that he had achieved his goal. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he would receive a transfer order to head to the gathering place of those geniuses. 2,715 lower his horse's might. One during the flight of the runic airship, one could see the vast valley that was filled with fog through the specially made circular window. Tang Zhen sat by the window of the runic airship and looked at the scenery below quietly without any expression on his face. Just 2 days ago, Tang Zhen had received an order to carry out a secret mission. The establishment of the 9th team was still retained, and the special warframes couldn't be taken away. The demon-subduing team gave Tang Zhen the corresponding compensation. Tang Zhen didn't refuse. After telling the news to the members of the 9th team, he left in the joy of his teammates. Before they parted, Captain Daly's face was filled with envy. She clearly knew some inside information. Everything was ready. Tang Zhen sat on the runic airship and began a long journey. There were many passengers on the runic airship, all of whom were members of the demon-subduing troop who had received special orders like him. The truth was that the airships were filled with geniuses from the common people who were extremely outstanding in certain aspects. The demon-subduing unit gathered them and sent them to a secret location for special training. The runic airship took a long time to reach its destination, a small city built on the top of a mountain. The mountain that carried the city towered into the clouds, and when it approached the top, the peak was cut off, directly creating a huge and flat land. At first glance, Tang Zhen was sure that this was the work of an advanced cultivator. It was at least the level of a spirit emperor. The participation of such a high-level cultivator proved that this city was definitely not simple. Perhaps he could find something that he was interested in. In the blink of an eye, the runic airship slowly landed. Tang Zhen and the others, who were carrying their luggage, got off the airship. Then, they saw a tall and strong man looking at them on the snow-covered square. In the eyes of the other cultivators, this strong man should be an expert, but Tang Zhen saw through the other party's background with a single glance. A 9-star cultivator was just one step away from becoming a king-level expert. Looking at the other party's eyes, it seemed that they came with ill intentions and were very likely to display their might. Sure enough, in the next moment, the man roared loudly and ordered the cultivators who had just gotten off the runic airship to stand in a row. Seeing the other party's military rank and aura, no one dared to be careless. They quickly gathered together according to the requirements. Take off your clothes. Don't hesitate. The man roared again and looked at the crowd provocatively, as if waiting for those who dared to disobey. No one disobeyed the order. Everyone clearly knew that this was to polish their spirit. No one was a fool. When they knew that they were surrounded by geniuses, they knew that this was not a place for them to be arrogant and impudent. Obediently listening to the command and keeping a low profile while observing the environment was the wisest thing to do. After seeing everyone's reaction, the strong man seemed very satisfied and looked at everyone in silence. He waited for more than 10 minutes before he started to introduce the city behind him in the cold wind. This was the elite training base of the demon-subduing troop. The selected members came from all over the world, and those who could join were all geniuses who had been selected. If they graduated successfully, they would be able to obtain a higher status and then carry out more difficult tasks. After a simple introduction, the brawny man had everyone put on their clothes again and led them to a nearby building. In the process of advancing, they could see cultivators in uniforms from time to time. Their eyes were cold and emotionless, and they looked at the newcomers with extreme hostility. There were even some who sneered and made provocative hand gestures, exuding a bloody smell. The rookies were at a loss, but they knew that the city at the top of the mountain was probably not as simple as they imagined. Soon, they arrived at a hall. Someone registered their names and then distributed uniforms and the corresponding items. As for the place where everyone could rest, it was given randomly and they had to find and pack it themselves. Seeing this scene, some people around them revealed a smile with unknown meaning. Tang Zhen took the item that belonged to him and casually glanced at it. After which, he walked out. He didn't plan to form a gang to deal with the possible crisis, because there was no need to. Under the brawny man's guidance, the group of new people quickly arrived at the dormitory. They saw many cultivators sneering at them. It was only then that the rookies realized that they were not assigned to the same dormitory. They would be staying in a dormitory full of seniors, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would be intimidated again. You're free to move. Training starts tomorrow. After leaving behind an order, the burly man turned around and left, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. A series of sneers sounded from different locations, and they were obviously filled with malice. Just as the rookies were still hesitating, Tang Zhen found his dormitory and strode over. He had just walked to the door when someone blocked his way and looked at Tang Zhen with cold eyes. The other party was tall, at least 2.5 meters tall, and looked like a wall. Get lost, Tang Zhen said in an indifferent tone. As soon as these words left his mouth, the eyes of the audience at the side revealed surprise. It was as if they were waiting for Tang Zhen to say these words. The tall man who was blocking the way revealed a sinister smile. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Tang Zhen. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Tang Zhen and the person who blocked their way, hoping that this punch would land on Tang Zhen's body. However, at this moment, Tang Zhen similarly raised his fist and ruthlessly smashed it over. Crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The mouth of the brawny man who blocked the way twitched, and his expression instantly twisted. When his arm fell, a few of his fingers drooped powerlessly, even though his bones were broken. Tang Zhen slowly lowered his arm. He looked at the strong man in front of him and told him to get lost. The brawny man's eyes widened as he roared and raised his other arm, continuing to attack Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's speed was even faster than him. He directly sent a kick out and it landed on the strong man's chin. Plop! The brawny man's huge body flew out and directly hit the wall behind him. He was actually knocked unconscious by a kick from Tang Zhen. When the audience at the side saw this, they wanted to step forward to help. However, they were shocked by Tang Zhen's gaze and became hesitant for a time. They clearly knew in their hearts that Tang Zhen's strength was definitely not much weaker than them, since he was able to knock out the person blocking his way with a kick. They wanted to give Tang Zhen a taste of his might and humiliate him for some fun. However, if he was similarly knocked unconscious, wouldn't that be losing all their face? While they were hesitating, Tang Zhen had already stepped into the corridor and successfully found his dormitory by looking at the room number. There were 7 people in the room. After Tang Zhen entered, they looked over at the same time. Tang Zhen was silent as he swept his gaze over his bed. It turned out that it had already been occupied. However, Tang Zhen was more willing to believe that his bed originally belonged to someone else, but it was assigned to him by the instructor. The other party's goal was to provoke a fight and completely wear down the pride of the newcomers. There was also discrimination against newcomers. The members of the training base were all children of high-ranking demon fighters. The demon-subduing troops had a high status, and the children of these officials received the favor of the gods, giving them a feeling of superiority. They looked down on geniuses from the bottom of their hearts and would definitely find trouble with them if they had the chance. Tang Zhen walked to the front of his bed. He did not say any nonsense and directly swung his fist. The person who tried to provoke Tang Zhen was caught off guard and was knocked unconscious by Tang Zhen's punch. When the other 6 cultivators saw this, they roared in anger and attacked Tang Zhen at the same time. The dormitory was in chaos, and the sounds of fighting could be heard. After a minute, the sound of fighting suddenly stopped, and someone walked out of the dormitory. Tang Zhen's fist was covered with fresh blood. He swept his gaze over the stunned onlookers in the corridor and returned to the dormitory with a cold and indifferent expression. 2716. A newcomer not to be trifled with. 1. It didn't take long for someone to knock on the door. The door was opened. Tang Zhen looked at the group of people outside the door without any expression on his face. After the door opened, the cultivators outside took the opportunity to see the scene inside the house. Their faces immediately became gloomy. "Brother, you've gone too far." The tone of the man who spoke was ice cold. There was an unconcealed threat in his eyes when he looked at Tang Zhen. "Too much. You want to stand up for them?" Tang Zhen coldly said. He used a cold and indifferent gaze to look at the other party. The feeling of being ignored would cause one to go crazy. Impudent. Upon seeing the new student being so arrogant, those senior students immediately felt that they had lost face. Moreover, Tang Zhen had indeed slapped their faces. The appearance of the 7 people in the dormitory was too embarrassing. Tang Zhen used an unknown method to fold them together. Coupled with the binding of clothes and ropes, they looked like a ball of meat. Trash. Everyone couldn't help but curse in their hearts. 7 of them combined were still defeated. This was simply a disgrace to the senior students. As the man at the door spoke, he was about to break into the house in an attempt to save his trapped companions. "You want to come in?" Tang Zhen coldly said. There was a trace of doubt on his face, as if he was looking at an idiot who was asking for trouble. "So what if I go in?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was pulled into the house, catching his classmates who followed behind him off guard. Bang! The muffled sound from the door woke up the surrounding students. They frantically tried to break in, but Tang Zhen opened the door once again and continued to use his cold gaze to scan the surroundings. "Who wants to be the next to enter?" The students at the door retreated at the same time, their faces revealing a terrified expression. No matter how stupid they were, they had already guessed that the person in front of them was definitely not an ordinary newcomer. He peeked through the crack in the door and saw that there was another person on top of the meatball. It was the student who had clamored to enter the room. This guy overestimated himself and helped them out of the situation, but he ended up getting himself into it. Looking at his miserable appearance, everyone actually didn't know what to do. "No one's coming in. Then I'll close the door." Tang Zhen threw down these words and closed the door of the dormitory once again. The group of senior students looked at each other and suddenly had no idea what to do. They subconsciously discussed in low voices, "Let's go find a mentor. No matter how arrogant this newbie is, he won't dare to disobey his mentor. If this matter really gets to the instructors, we'll lose all our face. We'd better think of another way. Cheap self-esteem. Are you not embarrassed now?" A group of senior students discussed in low voices. They were not particularly anxious because they knew that it was impossible for Tang Zhen to kill someone. Perhaps he could find more helpers and use the method of bullying the few to obtain victory. It was absolutely impossible for Tang Zhen to be the opponent of a group of people. However, once that happened, it would cause a bigger commotion, and they would have to bear the consequences. It wasn't worth it to blow things up to this extent because of a newcomer. At this moment, 3 people walked down the corridor. When the senior students saw them, they quickly made way for them. His originally confused expression had also changed into a strong self-confidence, which was obviously from the 3 people who had just arrived. "What's going on?" The leader, a white-haired man, asked in a cold tone. He looked straight ahead as he spoke. Someone immediately came forward and told him what had just happened, his tone filled with unconcealable anger. "What a bunch of trash," the feminine-looking man among the 3 said. At the same time, he took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. "These senior students really don't work hard enough. It seems that I should suggest to the instructor to double the training volume. However, for a newbie to dare to do this, he is indeed too arrogant. He needs to be taught a proper lesson." The person who said this was the most muscular man among the 3. He wore a silver-gray cloak over his student uniform. Looking at the dense runes on it, he knew that it was not an ordinary item. It clearly had a special ability. As soon as the man in the cape finished speaking, the door of the dormitory instantly melted, and so did the door frame and the bricks. This was a special ability. It was clearly a warning to Tang Zhen, letting him know how powerful he was. A large hole appeared in front of him, revealing Tang Zhen who was inside and the meatball on the ground. After seeing this, the man in the cape frowned and walked toward the house. He had just taken a step when he suddenly stopped and looked into the house with a stunned expression. Tang Zhen held a gun-like weapon and aimed it at the caped man. A red light was already flashing at the muzzle of the gun. "If you dare to come in, you'll die." The corner of the cloaked man's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the calm Tang Zhen. A strong sense of danger told him that the newcomer in front of him was definitely not threatening him. "Damn it, where did this lunatic come from?" The cloaked man cursed in his heart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he suddenly felt that he was in a dilemma. He sneaked a glance at the white-haired man and the effeminate man beside him, only to see that they also had grave expressions. They clearly knew that the weapon in Tang Zhen's hand was extraordinary. Under such circumstances, if they continued to fight, there was a high possibility of casualties. However, if they retreated just like that, they would lose all their face and would not be able to establish themselves in the academy in the future. Just as the 2 sides were in a stalemate, a student rushed over and passed on the information he had gathered to the cloaked man through spiritual power transmission. Ronald, a genius designer, created a special armor that can hunt descenders in their complete form. His cultivation talent was 5 stars, his comprehension was 5 stars, and his cultivation was also at level 5. He's indeed a genius, one of the best in the entire academy. No wonder he's so arrogant, the cloaked man said in a calm tone, as if he knew Ronald's information like the back of his hand, and tried to put pressure on him. In the end, Tang Zhen on the opposite side was expressionless, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Only the light from the muzzle of his gun grew brighter. The cloaked man cursed in his heart. However, he had to continue acting and resolve this matter as soon as possible. "I've just received news that anyone with your aptitude will be given special treatment. You will have your own dormitory, far away from the living quarters of ordinary students, so as not to affect your cultivation progress. This is the key to your private dormitory. Take your luggage and leave this place quickly." The man in the windbreaker threw out a key and walked out without looking back. The feminine man and the silver-haired man took a deep look at Tang Zhen before similarly turning around and leaving. There were many things in the dormitory that were inconvenient to do. They chose to leave now, but it didn't mean that this matter was over. All the spectators understood that the 3 student leaders would definitely think of a way to deal with Tang Zhen after they returned. No matter what happened in the future, at least in this confrontation, the senior student had really suffered a big loss. After waiting for a few minutes, Tang Zhen took his belongings and left. The senior students in the corridor gave way to him. Although there were people who pretended to be fierce and fearless towards Tang Zhen, no one took the initiative to provoke him. After Tang Zhen left, a group of senior students immediately rushed into the dormitory and tried to rescue the guy who had been knocked unconscious by Tang Zhen. In the end, they discovered that the 8 students who were bound together had their bodies twisted to an unbelievable degree. Their limbs were intertwined and twisted with each other, and they were also tied up by ropes. Everyone was busy for a long time but could not untie them. The 8 students had already woken up. They kept wailing and begging the crowd to let them go. With no other choice, the students could only carry the meatball out and find 3 teachers in succession before they successfully unraveled it. Because of this matter, Tang Zhen, a newcomer, gained quite a bit of fame overnight. 2717 Hunting down a true god. Tang Zhen found his dormitory. This time, no one was looking for trouble. This was a special area, and the residents were the elites of the elites, receiving the academy's special care. As for why Tang Zhen was assigned here, it was still unclear. However, with the strength that he had deliberately displayed, he did indeed have the qualifications to live here. Putting aside their original inventions and their own qualifications, just the group of senior students who had no pressure, explosive hammer, were qualified to get a separate villa. If he continued to stay in the dormitory, he would definitely cause unrest in the neighborhood and cause frequent bloodshed. Therefore, the wisest course of action was to separate Tang Zhen from the senior students and do their best to avoid conflict. Tang Zhen simply tidied up before sitting on a chair and quietly sensing his surroundings. This was a special spiritual world. The image of every living being would be projected through a special method. The world of cultivators was completely different from that of ordinary people. As expected of the elite training academy of the demon-subduing unit, there were many experts hidden in the academy, and it looked like a scene of the vast sea of stars. Those dim stars were just ordinary students. The bright ones belonged to the various instructors, and there were also a large number of imprisoned monsters. There was also a huge, blurry shadow that looked down at the academy from above, exuding a heart-palpitating aura. When Tang Zhen looked at that shadow, the other party seemed to have comprehended something and looked over in the direction of his gaze. However, Tang Zhen cut off the connection in the blink of an eye and exited the spiritual world. The huge shadow did not find its target. It seemed to be a little surprised, but it soon disappeared. Tang Zhen opened his eyes in the dormitory. Native god Mohe Mohe. It turned out that there was a consciousness avatar of a true god in the Haotian plain hidden in this academy. This made Tang Zhen feel surprised and pleasantly surprised. He was shocked that this place was being watched by the gods, which meant that there must be a big secret hidden here, and he had to be more careful. He was happy because if he could successfully kill a true god, he might be able to obtain more origins, understand more secrets, and even obtain more origin spiritual treasures. Every true god was a huge treasure. Unlike the paupers like the evil gods, every true god was extremely rich and would definitely not lack in source spirit treasures. Tang Zhen did not care about the other party's identity. In his eyes, these aboriginal deities could be considered as prey. The premise was that he could kill and harvest them. Otherwise, he would hide as far away as possible to avoid becoming the other party's prey. Tang Zhen was prepared to gather the relevant information. At the same time, he would conduct a secret probe to confirm whether this true god could be killed. The students and teachers of the elite training academy would not even dare to dream that there would be a new student planning to kill a god. Leading a wolf into the house was nothing more than this. After completing his investigation of the environment, Tang Zhen took out another item that looked like a mirror. When he touched it with his finger, it was like a stone falling into a lake, causing waves of ripples. It didn't take long before a sinister face slowly rose from the bottom of the mirror that looked like an abyss. "Great and honorable master, your servant Cam greets you. What can I do for you?" Just like in the past, Cam didn't even try to hide his flattery. Tang Zhen's purpose of summoning Karm was only to test if the communication between the two sides would be blocked. After all, this was a special place. As for whether the communication between both parties would be sensed by the consciousness clone of the deity, Tang Zhen was not worried in the slightest. This was a technique used by the cultivators of Lusheng, which was equivalent to a heavily encrypted radio signal. It was impossible for the indigenous gods to capture and crack it. How much do you know about the elite academy of the demon-subduing unit? Camus was considered an old evil god and knew many secrets about Haotian world. He might also have a corresponding understanding of this elite cultivator academy. Sure enough, after Tang Zhen asked, Cam gave an answer. The elite cultivator academy you mentioned should be located at the peak of a mountain in this small world. It's said that it was established by a true god. According to my understanding, the students trained by this cultivation academy will participate in some special wars after graduation. For example, a few small worlds that have been occupied by evil gods need these students to clean up and recover them. Strictly speaking, they are just a group of cannon fodder participating in the war of gods. When Cam spoke, his tone was full of ridicule, and no one knew who he was targeting. And NBSP, can you tell me about the small worlds that were occupied by evil gods? This was the first time Tang Zhen knew about this matter. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. Hence, he asked, there are a total of 21 small worlds next to Haotian world. Most of them are used for ordinary people to live in, and some of them are uninhabitable. At the same time, there were a few small worlds that were occupied by some powerful evil gods and became their divine kingdoms. Every year, the demon subduing unit would send a large number of cultivators into these worlds to participate in the war, but they have never recovered them. And NBSP, Tang Zhen was confused. They were just a few evil gods, but they could actually occupy a few small worlds for so many years. What were the gods of the Grand Heaven Plane doing? How could they be so weak that they couldn't even defeat a few evil gods? This situation was clearly abnormal. If it was a worthless world, the demon-subduing troop would definitely not send cultivators to fight and try to take it back. Tang Zhen couldn't help but guess that the gods of the clear sky plane might not be as powerful as he had imagined. There was also another possibility. Those small worlds were the territory of a true god, and other gods had no right to interfere, so this situation happened. As Tang Zhen thought of this, he instructed Karm, your next mission is to gather information about the sunken small worlds and the true gods. Also, you have to pay attention to an organization called the Elite Society. I've placed a pawn there, called Artilleryman. You can contact him and recruit new members to obtain more information in secret. I need to find the leader behind the scenes of that organization, but this matter must be kept very secret. We must not alert the enemy. After hearing Tang Zhen's request, Camus's heart was incomparably excited. He guessed that Tang Zhen was going to launch an attack on the few sunken small worlds. If that was the case, as a loyal servant, he would definitely be able to get a lot of benefits. And NBSP, however, the evil gods that occupied the small worlds were all really strong and not something normal evil gods could compare to. If it was Cam himself, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke them no matter what to avoid unnecessary trouble. And NBSP, however, if it was Tang Zhen, this powerful god with unknown origins, he might really be able to kill those evil gods. You can leave now. After hearing Tang Zhen's order, Camus bowed once again and disappeared like smoke. Tang Zhen casually flipped his hand, and the mirror was kept into his hidden space. The next thing he had to do was to figure out the secrets of the Elite Cultivator Academy and find the consciousness clone of the deity to confirm where it was hiding in the academy. The projection conjured by the spiritual world couldn't represent the real world. If he couldn't accurately lock onto the human vessel that carried the consciousness of the deity, Tang Zhen would definitely not make a move easily. After changing into the academy's special uniform, Tang Zhen walked out of his dormitory and slowly walked along the spacious road. While he was moving forward, Tang Zhen was constantly observing his surroundings. He possessed the terrifying perception of a god, which allowed him to easily discover some hidden things. It didn't take long before a huge building appeared before them. There were many students entering and exiting the building. When they saw Tang Zhen, who was dressed as a newbie, the eyes of these senior students turned cold. It was as though they were looking at a poor relative from the countryside. Although they were all followers of the native gods, these disciples from the demon-subduing troop always had a natural sense of superiority. Tang Zhen softly laughed upon seeing this. It was likely that these senior students would never imagine that they were merely cannon fodder in a war between gods. In the eyes of the gods they believed in, they were no different from their own tools of war. This kind of inexplicable pride was simply ridiculous, but also extremely sorrowful. After confirming that the building in front of him was a library, Tang Zhen stopped for a few seconds before he walked in. 2718 The little ghost spirit in the library. 1. The Academy's library was abnormally large. Although it was only one floor, it was more than 20 meters tall. The area it occupied was also very large, with a length and width of more than 100 meters. There were many huge pillars supporting the ceiling, and rows of bookshelves were placed inside. The faint smell of books wafted in the library. For book lovers, this was a true holy land, making people feel as if they were in an ocean of books. There was plenty of light here, and the huge pillars were full of shining gems that were constantly emitting a white light. The huge bookshelf was about 15 meters tall, and it was filled with all kinds of books. Not only was it very beautiful, but it was also a kind of mechanism. The surface of the bookshelves was covered with thick layer of paste. One could tell with a single glance that they had a long history, at least several hundred years old. As long as one pressed the button on the shelf, one could freely switch between the levels and find the book one wanted. It was definitely not allowed to choose books by flying around. How would that be appropriate? Just like other libraries, no noise was allowed here. Otherwise, the strange tentacled creature floating above would throw the person who made the noise out without hesitation. This kind of strange parasitic creature that lived on the roof naturally hated noise, so it was perfect to be the keeper of order in the library. As for the origin of the monster, not many people could explain it clearly, but many students believed that it was the product of scientific research. In this elite academy, there were many strange subjects. The research and study content was also amazing. Take Tang Zhen as an example. Before he came, he had already been selected to study the content of special warframes. Even the elite cultivator academies were still interested in the power of the special warframes and were ready to conduct in-depth research and have the opportunity to promote it on the battlefield. This was because it had been proven that a small team of special warframes could kill a descender in their full form. If an elite cultivator was equipped with a special armor, how much would his combat power increase? Would he be able to kill higher-level monsters? Tang Zhen did not know about these matters. He would probably have to wait until this time tomorrow before he would know about the Academy's specific arrangements. In fact, no matter what the Academy arranged, Tang Zhen would not pay much attention to it. His original goal was to enter the upper echelons of the demon-subduing unit. However, after knowing the role of the Academy, Tang Zhen suddenly discovered a problem. That was, his future path had already been determined. No matter how outstanding their performance was, they would still have to step into the battlefield and become cannon fodder in the War of the Gods. Fortunately, this process did not affect his hunting of the aboriginal deities, nor did it delay his search for the consciousness embodiment of the ruler of gods. Since it would not affect him, there was no need for Tang Zhen to leave. He only needed to perform as usual. After Tang Zhen entered the library, a little spirit ghost with 2 pairs of wings flew over and asked Tang Zhen what kind of service he needed. They were the service staff of the library. They could help to answer simple questions or find the corresponding books according to the requests of the readers. The price for using the little ghost spirit was a coin issued by the Academy, and it could be obtained through various methods. Whether it was a bounty mission or a challenge, there was a chance to get the corresponding reward. There were many ways to earn money in the Academy. As long as one was not particularly lazy, it might not be difficult to obtain these coins. I want books that introduce the various gods. The more detailed the content, the better. Tang Zhen said with an indifferent expression. This was not a taboo and could be mentioned in public. Every cultivator in the demon-subduing troop had their own god, as long as it was not an evil god. All right, sir. You will receive the best service. However, according to the rules here, please pay 1 coin first. The little ghost spirit used a soft voice to remind the newbie in front of him. Perhaps it felt that Tang Zhen was not someone to be trifled with, but the little spirit cowered and looked like it was about to cry. The new students were actually very easy to recognize. Whether it was their uniforms or the accessories on their bodies, they were very different from the old students. Unlike the senior students, there were often misers among the new students who were very unfriendly to the little spirit. No problem, this is the reward you deserve. As Tang Zhen spoke, he took out a coin from his pocket. Every new student would receive 100 coins for free. This was the currency, and without it, one could not survive. The Academy used this method to force students to obey. As for escaping from the Academy, it was basically impossible. Whether it was the thousands of meters high peaks or the vast snowfield, it was enough to kill anyone who tried to escape. Thank you. The little spirit grabbed the coin and stuffed it into the piggy bank at the top of the bookshelf. Then, it revealed a very satisfied expression. Tang Zhen took a glance. He randomly found a table and sat down before patiently waiting. It didn't take long for the little spirit to fly over with a stack of books. From the way it was struggling, it was clear that it had reached its limit. After placing the book in front of Tang Zhen, the little spirit panted at the side. He turned to Tang Zhen and said, "There are many books related to the gods. I'll have to find them for you slowly, which may take a long time. Please don't be in a hurry, sir. It's okay. These books are enough for me to read for a long time. You can rest for a while before looking for them." As Tang Zhen spoke, he opened the book on the top and slowly read it. The baby-sized ghost spirit rested for a while before looking for the books that Tang Zhen needed again. Then, it sent them over one by one. It didn't take long for the book in front of Tang Zhen to turn into a wall, blocking him inside. These books are enough, you can rest now. Tang Zhen reminded the little spirit after it brought over a few more books. He didn't want this hard-working little fellow to continue working, but there are still many books that Yingying has not moved over. Your request has not been completed. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the little spirit ghost revealed a troubled expression. Its thin fingers were twisted together as if doing so would mean that it had failed its duty. It's fine. After all, you have my permission. After saying this, Tang Zhen took out 5 coins from his pocket and placed them in front of the little spirit. This is your reward. It shouldn't be considered a violation, right? The little ghost spirit looked at the coin on the table and nodded its head in a daze. Then, it shook its head repeatedly, looking like a rattle drum. What's going on? Why are you nodding and shaking your head? The little spirit ghost hurriedly explained to Tang Zhen after hearing this. The rules allow us to receive rewards, but sir, you've given me too much. I feel that I'm not worthy of it. The little ghost spirit's mind was pure, and its quality far exceeded that of an ordinary person. This could be seen from this. It may seem like a lot to you, but to me, only this number can satisfy me. You can accept it with a peace of mind and not choose to reject it. Otherwise, it will make such a beautiful thing awkward. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the little ghost hesitated before nodding. At the same time, she bowed to Tang Zhen. Dear sir, you are so kind and generous. I thank you on behalf of my people. Tang Zhen gently shook his head. Soon after, he used a seemingly casual tone and said, by right, with your status, you don't need this money at all, but why do you care so much about making money? The little ghost spirit, who was carrying the coins, hesitated upon hearing this, as if it had something to say but didn't dare to. It's okay. If you have any concerns, you don't have to tell me. The little ghost spirit heaved a sigh of relief and bowed to Tang Zhen once again. It then grabbed the coin and flew to the top of the bookshelf. Tang Zhen faintly felt that he might be able to find something that would interest him from these little spirits as he watched the little spirits continue to be busy. Of course, there was no need to rush this matter. As long as he continued to show goodwill, perhaps it would not take long for him to get the information he wanted. 2719 Clue 1. Through the introduction in the book, Tang Zhen knew that there were a total of 7 master gods in this world and hundreds of oracles. If there were no major changes, the gods would not die easily, but the oracles would be replaced from time to time. There were less than 10 true gods, which meant that the godly right of the great heaven plane had been completely divided and was already completely controlled by 7 master gods. If the number of gods was in the hundreds or thousands and the believers were in an endless battle because of their beliefs, Tang Zhen would not need to be so cautious. Just like the indigenous gods of other planes, the powers that the 7 true gods controlled were nothing more than the powers of wind, cloud, thunder, and lightning. After all, that was the foundation of the world's operation. If one wanted to obtain good luck, good weather, and all sorts of protection, they could also pray to the gods. Because they had been recognized by the origin, when the believers prayed, they could be perceived by these gods. Of course, most of the time, the gods were too lazy to respond. For them, believers were just ants harvesting the power of faith. The power of faith could be transformed into a source of power, and it was a guarantee for the continued strength of the gods. If it were not for the sake of maintaining the inheritance of faith, the gods would not even bother to descend miracles. Even responding to the prayers of the believers actually had their own purposes. As the saying goes, one cannot get up early without benefits. A true God was so realistic and cold. The believers who thought that the God was kind and universal, were actually just trying to satisfy their own selfish desires. Only a phenomenon that was in line with one's own would have the motivation to believe. As the saying went, there were thousands of people with thousands of faces, and the same was true for gods. The purpose of Tang Zhen's search for information was to judge the strength of the principal god and find a possible opportunity. Although the information recorded was of unknown origin and might not be true, it was still possible to find some clues. He also wanted to confirm which aboriginal deity the consciousness clone hidden in the Cultivator Academy belonged to through the records in these ancient books. It was a pity that there was very little information regarding this. It was even possible that the Cultivator Academy had deliberately concealed it. Tang Zhen only confirmed that the academy had been established 700 years ago after searching for half a day. Tang Zhen put down the book in his hand and frowned. Not gathering enough information was something that had long been expected. If the Cultivator Academy had deliberately concealed it, it would definitely not have allowed the students to easily find out. The consciousness clone of a true god was equivalent to a god walking on the ground, and also in existence on the level of an angel. If ordinary students knew about this, they would definitely not be in the mood to cultivate seriously. Instead, they would try to find out more about this. Especially for some fanatical believers, there was no difference between a consciousness doppelganger and a god. If one could be appreciated by the other party, it meant that one was one step closer to the god. Fanatical believers would do everything they could to get close to the consciousness of their god, taking the opportunity to show how devout their faith was. No matter if it was the consciousness of the god or the leaders of the academy, they would definitely not want to see such a thing happen. This was because such behavior often represented stupidity. But then again, this was also a method that could be used. At the right time, he would tell the students about this matter as a top secret in exchange for their honor and sense of mission. In the face of a true god, if the believers made a vow from the bottom of their hearts, it would definitely be easy to train a group of death warriors. Just as Tang Zhen was in deep thought, the little spirit returned and placed another book in front of him. Compared to the other books, this book was much older and was severely damaged. This is a very old notebook. It should be from a student of the academy. I found it in the corner. It might be of help to you. The little ghost spirit explained. The reward that Tang Zhen had just given him had caused it to have a good impression of him. It wasn't because of the money. Instead, it was because of Tang Zhen's respect. This made the little spirit ghost feel a special kind of emotion. That was why it wanted to express its gratitude. It took a lot of effort to dig out the diary from the corner. Thank you. Tang Zhen had a smile on his face as he looked at the little ghost spirit that was covered in dust. He softly expressed his thanks. You're welcome. If you have any requests, you can find me through my companions at any time. The little ghost spirit left its serial number and then went to receive the new guest with a happy smile. Tang Zhen picked up the diary and discovered that the material it was made of should be the leather of a supernatural creature. When such leather was used to record words, it could be preserved for a long time because there would be a special energy left on the leather, making the words written on it as if they were new. Tang Zhen casually opened the diary and slowly read it. From the content of the diary, he could confirm that the author was indeed a demon fighter. The first page of the diary was written more than 500 years ago. At the beginning of the diary, it recorded the daily life of the academy, as well as the comprehension and experience of the writer when he cultivated. Through the contents of the diary, he knew that the writer was a devout believer. Every time he started and ended, he would praise the God he believed in. To an ordinary person, this was a very ordinary diary. However, Tang Zhen discovered a trace of abnormality. This was because in the diary of this believer, he described his worship of the God he believed in, as well as the scene of him seeing the true body of the God in a dream. After waking up from the dream, the believers were extremely excited, thinking that their devout prayers had been known by the gods, so they had revealed their true bodies in their dreams. After this incident, the diary's owner's faith became more and more pious, gradually developing to the level of a fanatic. At the same time, he also excitedly wrote in his diary that many students who had the same faith as him seemed to have received a response from the gods. The students who believed in other gods did not experience such a situation. This made them more and more convinced that the God they believed in was the most powerful. Of course, this matter could only be kept in his heart. He absolutely could not speak of it carelessly, or else it would easily cause unnecessary disputes. The content at the end of the diary was filled with fanatical praise for the gods, expressing that they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the gods at any time without any hesitation. He wasn't the only one who was prepared to do this. There were many brothers and sisters of the same faith. Everyone was convinced that the gods would know of their loyalty and would eventually accept them into their god's kingdom. Tang Zhen flipped to the last page and closed the diary. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. He was now certain that the owner of the diary and the students who shared the same beliefs as him had been brainwashed and given special hints without him knowing. That was why they acted like this, believing that they had received the attention of the gods, and became more and more crazy and persistent. This was a rather important clue to Tang Zhen, who was looking for the avatar of the god's consciousness. It was even equivalent to giving a direct answer. It didn't take much effort to find it. If it was someone else, they might wonder why it was so coincidental. Did this diary represent a trap? However, Tang Zhen was very clear that his luck was extremely good. Moreover, He was extremely good at pulling the strings of fate, causing everything to develop in a direction that was beneficial to him. For example, rewarding the little spirit with money was one of the ways to increase one's luck. One could use this unremarkable method to facilitate good things and make things go smoothly. 2720 Charity, Pity. 1 Through the description in the diary, Tang Zhen could basically confirm that the divine consciousness clone hidden in the Cultivator Academy came from the God of Justice, one of the 7 gods. With such a great and honorable name, he made mortals believe that he represented fairness and justice, but he secretly did things to bewitch his believers. To the gods, this was just a means to achieve a certain goal. One should never use human nature to speculate about divinity. Otherwise, one would sadly discover that such an idea was extremely stupid. The expected goal had been achieved. The next thing to do was to find the carrier of the consciousness, or rather, the container. Of course, this was how the descenders of evil gods were addressed. If they were addressed as true gods, they would have to be addressed in a different way, although there was no difference in essence. It was a pity that the believer did not describe the contents of the dream in detail in the diary. This way, it could provide some clues and allow Tang Zhen to easily lock onto the target's location. Searching for it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. It would definitely be more difficult. At the very least, he had to have enough understanding of the academy. In fact, there was another method that was similar to waiting for an opportunity. Tang Zhen was prepared to give it a try. This method was very simple. He would pretend to be a fanatic believer of the God of Justice and see if he could get the attention of the consciousness doppelganger. As long as the God of Justice's consciousness clone dared to trick him, Tang Zhen would have a way to make him come and go without returning. He could even take the opportunity to lock onto the coordinates of the God of Justice's void god kingdom. Tang Zhen was very good at acting. As long as the consciousness doppelganger was still in the academy, repeating the same trick from hundreds of years ago, it was likely to take the bait automatically. Perhaps this was its duty. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why there would be a consciousness clone of a god lurking here. After leaving the library, Tang Zhen bought a simple map. Then, he followed the directions on it and headed to the location of the 7 great temples. The Cultivator Academy had specially built a temple to make it convenient for students to visit at any time. Furthermore, it was of a rather large scale. In terms of faith, the academy would never dare to be perfunctory. After all, the purpose of this place's existence was to provide services for the gods. It was said that because the academy was built on the top of a mountain, it was closer to the residence of the gods. It was easy to be sensed by the gods or oracles if one prayed in the temple here. In the past few years, the academy had sent down divine miracles more than once, and many of the older faculty members had seen it before. It was their deliberate propaganda that made the students more and more convinced that this was the land blessed by the gods. Because of all kinds of legends, there was an endless stream of visitors to the temple, many of whom were fanatical believers. Tang Zhen followed the map and arrived at the temple. He realized that it was indeed very lively. Many god statues stood in the square, and their surfaces were covered with the marks of time. There were hundreds of god statues in the square, and they were the deputy gods under the 7 great gods, as well as all kinds of angels. In the center was a special building that looked like a 7-sided tower. Each side had a hall where the 7 main gods were enshrined. After Tang Zhen took a look, he slowly walked towards the tower and entered the God of Justice's temple. There was a colorful statue in the temple. It was made of a special metal and looked very lifelike. It was wearing a long golden robe and a strange crown on its head. It was holding something that looked like a scale in its hand. In the air behind the statue, there was a glowing ball that looked like an eye. After every believer entered the temple, they would have a feeling of being watched by the god, which led to their faith becoming more and more pious. In fact, the real reason was that the temple had arranged a special runic magic circle, which was hidden in the murals. Once a student entered this place, their hidden vigilance would be automatically activated, but it was not to the extent of warning. Coupled with the deliberate guidance, it caused the students to misunderstand and think that they were being watched by a god. This method of pretending to be a ghost was very well hidden and had deceived countless students. However, in Tang Zhen's eyes, this kind of method was simply laughable. He had seen through it with a single glance. Although he knew what was going on, it didn't affect Tang Zhen's performance. His face was filled with fanaticism and piety as he paid his respects like the other believers. He also imitated the aura of a fanatic and involuntarily emitted the power of faith, so that people would know that he was a devout believer with one look. This was only to announce his identity and attract the hidden consciousness of the deity. After the performance, it was unknown if the consciousness doppelganger saw it, but it successfully attracted the attention of other fanatics. A new rookie. A cold voice sounded from behind Tang Zhen. A few men and women wearing academy uniforms with many other decorations on their bodies were looking at him with cold and indifferent eyes. The senior students of the Cultivator Academy could carry all kinds of weapons and equipment on them, while the new students and rookies were mostly bare. Tang Zhen looked at the other party and did not answer his question. The man who spoke was thin and had a strange pistol on his waist. He continued in a calm tone, "I believe you've already experienced how difficult it is for a new student to live in the academy, because you're not the descendants of the demon-subduing unit. In this academy, your origins are not recognized. Many students think that you are thieves who have stolen the benefits given to the children of the demon slayers by the gods. Even after the initial period, you'll be suppressed and treated with hostility in the days to come. Don't even think about making a complaint, because the academy will tell you that this is a form of self-improvement. As long as no one died and it did not cause too much of an impact, the academy would not care at all. After a newbie has tasted the bitter pill, they will gradually become more obedient and try to join various groups to seek protection." The man with the pistol sneered and said arrogantly, "You are a fanatic believer of the God of Justice, which gives you an advantage that other newcomers don't have. We, who are also fanatical believers, will give you the corresponding help because of the great God of Justice. So from now on, you can announce to the public that you're an outer member of the Blade of Fairness. This will save you a lot of trouble." When the man with the pistol said this, he looked at Zhen Tang without blinking, as if he was waiting for Zhen Tang's excitement and gratitude. The man and woman who followed by the side also had a charitable expression. They wanted to see Tang Zhen's grateful expression. Tang Zhen coldly laughed. He completely ignored the other party's insulting act of charity. Instead, he directly turned around and left. Seeing this scene, the men and women's expressions changed greatly. "Bastard! Impudent! You ungrateful idiot!" They didn't hide their anger and contempt at all. They had been wearing hypocritical masks just now, but at this moment, they had completely torn their faces apart. When Tang Zhen turned around, the man with the pistol used an ice-cold tone and said, "I can promise you that if you leave the Divine Hall like this, you will regret it all the time in the future." There was a threat, undisguisable disdain, and self-deprecating anger in his words. Tang Zhen slowly turned around and looked at a few male and female students who appeared to be kind. However, they were actually showing off their sense of superiority and were attempting to use cheap charity to obtain free servants. "I can guarantee that if you continue to spout nonsense, you will immediately regret it." Hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the eyes of the man holding the gun widened. He was no longer able to suppress the violence in his heart. "You're looking for death." He raised his leg and kicked straight at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's speed was even faster than his. Just as the man with the gun raised his leg, he had already kicked the enemy's chest. The man with the gun grunted and was kicked away, hitting the wall of the temple hard. A few male and female students immediately attacked Tang Zhen when they saw this. However, they discovered that the four of them were still not Tang Zhen's match despite working together. After letting out a few pained screams, Tang Zhen slowly walked out of the temple's main door under the stunned gazes of the group of students. 2721 It's finally here. It was silent in front of the gate of the Divine Hall. Seeing a newcomer wave his fist and beat up 5 senior students, the onlookers felt that their brains were not enough. Since when did newcomers become so terrifying? The onlookers stared at Zhen Tang, wanting to see how different this newcomer was. At the same time, some people booed. No one knew what their thoughts were. Seeing the aura that Tang Zhen was emitting, everyone was certain that he was a fanatic believer of the God of Justice. Perhaps it was because of the protection of the God that he was so powerful. It wasn't strange for such a situation to occur. The strength of some newcomers could crush the senior students from the beginning. Because they were the truly lucky ones, the standard fanatical believers who had the power given by the gods. However, the 5 of them were fanatical believers and were very famous among the senior students. They were also very strong. They were both fanatical believers, so how could there be such a huge gap between them? There were acquaintances of the man with the gun among the onlookers. However, they did not jump out to stop Tang Zhen. Being able to knock down 5 senior students by himself, he was definitely not a ruthless character that they could offend. If he angered Tang Zhen, then he would be one of the unlucky ones who would be knocked unconscious. The students who believed in other gods were very willing to see such a thing. At this moment, they were secretly laughing in their hearts. Naturally, they would not make things difficult for Tang Zhen. The relationship between the believers of the 7 gods was not as harmonious as it seemed, and there were often open and secret fights between them. This was a normal phenomenon. If they were united as one, then there would be a real problem. Therefore, when Tang Zhen came out, no one stopped him. Even when there were believers dressed as instructors passing by, they deliberately pretended not to see them. The truth was just as the man with the gun had said. As long as no lives were lost or too big of a matter was caused, the academy would not care. Tang Zhen stood at the door for a moment. After deliberately increasing his exposure, he directly left the temple. During the whole process, no one stopped Tang Sanzang, but he could feel that someone was watching him in the dark. There was curiosity, disgust, and even indescribable malice in his gaze. Tang Zhen was certain of one thing. As long as he seized the opportunity, there would definitely be someone who would not mind killing him. The so-called rules were only for show. In this academy, there would definitely be no lack of vengeful souls. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen strolled around the academy and visited all the main locations. While they were walking, Tang Zhen had been searching around in an attempt to find a suspicious target. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen did not sense the attention from his consciousness avatar. He did not know the reason. Tang Zhen was not anxious. If this method did not work, he still had other methods. It was just a consciousness clone. If Tang Zhen used forbidden means, he could find it in the blink of an eye. However, that would expose his identity, so it was not worth it. Moreover, he had just arrived and had to wait for a certain amount of time. There was no need to rush. When night fell, Tang Zhen returned to his dormitory and went to bed to rest at the stipulated time. As a creator, Tang Zhen naturally didn't need to rest. However, Ronald's body must rest. Otherwise, it would not take long for this body to be crippled. After all, this was a mortal body and not a true expert who had transcended life and death. The first half of the night was calm. In the end, at midnight, Tang Zhen heard a strange sound. It seemed that something was quietly approaching. Tang Zhen deliberately pretended not to know and allowed the other party to enter the house. The other party had used a special spell that caused the door to be opened silently, completely losing its protective function. Soon after, he saw a thin and long figure with a big head slowly crawling into Tang Zhen's house. After entering the room, the monster approached Tang Zhen, who was on the bed, and stuck out its long tongue at the same time. The tongue was full of holes, emitting a foul smell, and was covered in dark green mucus. Looking at its appearance, it was obviously up to no good. Just as his tongue was about to approach Tang Zhen's mouth and a sticky liquid started to drip down, Tang Zhen, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. The monster jumped in fright, but its tongue shot straight at Tang Zhen, as if it wanted to stain his body with the venom. However, Tang Zhen's hand was as fast as lightning. He directly grabbed the monster's tongue and pulled it down. The monster let out a blood-curdling screech as its tongue was torn off. It then turned around and fled without any hesitation. Tang Zhen coldly laughed and did not continue to pursue. He had already guessed the other party's origin. It was obvious that he was a special monster that was driven by someone else. The monster clearly intended to poison Tang Zhen to death, but it did not succeed. It was very likely that it had returned to its master's place. Tang Zhen had already made a mark on this monster's body. If he wanted to, he could find the other party at any time. To Tang Zhen, the sneak attacker was merely a minor character. There was no need for him to pay attention to him. He had offended so many people in the day, so it was normal for him to be assassinated at night. He would definitely take revenge if there was a grudge. This was Tang Zhen's character. However, he didn't plan on looking for her tonight. After all, he had more important things to do. Tang Zhen threw away the monster's tongue that he had pulled off and lay back on the bed as if nothing had happened. Unknowingly, he started snoring again. After half an hour, something strange happened again. An indescribable aura enveloped Tang Zhen's dormitory. This was the reaction when the dream world and the real world were connected. Tang Zhen, who was lying on the bed, suddenly sat up. His expression carried a trace of confusion. Looking at his expression, he seemed to not understand what he was going through, let alone know that he was in a dream world. He got up and pushed open the door. The moon in the night sky was as red as blood. It was as if there were pairs of invisible eyes that were watching Tang Zhen, who was slowly walking forward. The academy in the dream world had all sorts of strange things that were responsible for protecting the academy. Upon seeing Tang Zhen's confused face, these strange creatures that lived in the dream world all hid to the side. They had seen such a situation countless times and knew what would happen next. Tang Zhen was like a puppet as he continued to advance forward until he arrived in front of a forest. In the forest, there was a huge bonfire, and a figure stood beside it. He was wearing a long golden robe and a strange crown, and he was holding something that looked like a scale in his hand. An eye-like object was floating behind this figure. It immediately looked over coldly the moment Tang Zhen appeared. This unique dressing had already explained the other party's identity. It was the consciousness clone of the god of justice. The other party had used the dream world to get in contact with Tang Zhen and then bewitched him. The moment he saw this figure, the muddle-headed Tang Zhen immediately revealed an excited expression as he walked over step by step. His current performance was no different from that of a fanatic. After walking to the front of the bonfire, Tang Zhen did not continue forward. Instead, he saluted the god he believed in with an extremely respectful attitude like a devout believer. The consciousness doppelganger standing on the opposite side had a cold expression on his face, as if all this was natural. "Ronald, I've already sensed your devout faith, and I'll provide you with more protection in the future. When the right time comes, I'll personally descend and bring you into my divine kingdom." Tang Zhen on the opposite side laughed. He had an extremely happy appearance, causing the consciousness clone on the opposite side to feel somewhat baffled. 2722 Revenge is not overnight. 1. The believer in front of him seemed to be a little abnormal. The consciousness clone was suspicious. He waved his hand at Tang Zhen, indicating for him to come a little closer. His true purpose was to use a special method to verify whether there was a problem with Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen pretended to be ignorant as he slowly leaned forward. The corner of his mouth was still filled with a smile. However, when she looked at his smile again, there was nothing wrong with it. It was as if what had happened just now had been an illusion. The distance between the two parties was less than half a meter. The consciousness doppelganger with a solemn face extended his finger and tapped on Tang Zhen's forehead. Speckles of golden light emerged from Tang Zhen's body. This was the power of faith from fanatical believers, indicating that there was no problem with his faith. Strange, am I overthinking it? When the consciousness clone thought of this, he deepened his control over Tang Zhen and made his belief in the god of justice firm and unwavering. The entire process was very smooth, and in the blink of an eye, the brainwashing was completed. "You can leave now." After receiving the order from the consciousness clone, Tang Zhen returned along the original path and there didn't seem to be anything unusual. However, if one were to carefully observe Tang Zhen, one would discover that although his expression was numb, the corner of his mouth carried a faint smile. The god of justice's consciousness clone had stayed in the academy for hundreds of years. During this period, he had brainwashed and bewitched countless believers, using them as cannon fodder in the war. To him, the academy was like his own backyard. Any student who believed in the god of justice would be the target of his trap. As time passed, his vigilance had been greatly reduced. After all, no one dared to plot against the gods. But the most impossible thing was happening in secret. The god of justice's consciousness clone would never have imagined that he would be secretly marked. He thought that he was scheming against others, but in fact, he had already been schemed against, and it was a fatal crisis. After the consciousness clone was marked, Tang Zhen could easily lock onto it and then suddenly launch an attack. As for the assassination mission, it would still be left to Karm. Tang Zhen only needed to plan in the dark and watch from the side. After all, now was not the time to expose himself. Camus' descender would definitely be able to level up to his complete state before taking action, and then kill the consciousness doppelgangers of the gods. Compared to the past, Cam's strength had become stronger, and with his sneak attack, the chances of him winning were extremely high. After returning to his residence, Tang Zhen woke up from his sleep and took out the special mirror used for communication. "Move out," he wrote 2 words on the mirror. Soon, the words dissolved like mist, and another line of words appeared. "Understood, respected master." Tang Zhen smiled. He kept the mirror, closed his eyes, and continued to rest. The next morning, Tang Zhen finished washing up and came to the square as ordered. At this moment, when he looked at the newcomers who had come with him, he found that most of their expressions were gloomy and indignant, as if they were hiding unspeakable grievances. Obviously, after they were dismissed yesterday, they had been warmly received by the older students. They understood that this so-called elite academy was not as friendly as they had imagined. There were also rookies who looked at Tang Zhen with fear and estrangement in their expressions. They had clearly heard the rumors about him. Compared to the grievances and helplessness of the newcomers, Tang Zhen could be considered to have been in the limelight yesterday. At the very least, no senior students would dare to take the initiative to provoke him within a short period of time. Under normal circumstances, this was actually a good thing. It would make the senior students not dare to look down on the newcomers. However, no one was grateful. Instead, they were jealous and even sneered at him. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. In the eyes of these new students, Tang Zhen's actions were too reckless and he would soon reap what he sowed. They were all from the same batch of new students. They would also be implicated because of Tang Zhen. However, he didn't realize that he had such thoughts mainly because of his unwillingness and jealousy. They were both newcomers and favored by the gods. Why was he so down and out while Tang Zhen was so arrogant? They did not dare to vent their anger on the senior students. Tang Zhen, who was also a newcomer, became the target of their hatred. Tang Zhen had noticed this point, but he remained silent. He was too lazy to bother with these foolish fellows. Not long after, the instructor from yesterday arrived. He coldly looked at the group of newbies and even gave Tang Zhen a deep look. He had already received news that there was a rather powerful foreign in the group of newcomers who had just arrived yesterday. The performance of the students had nothing to do with the instructor. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered with them and wouldn't use this opportunity to knock Tang Zhen down. In fact, all the instructors in the academy knew where these students would end up. This had already become a secret that they all guarded together. As cannon fodder in a war between gods, there was basically no possibility of returning once students left the academy. Since their fate had already been decided, there was no need to build relationships. As a form of indulgence before death, the students just had to not go too far. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the instructor took out a document and began to read out the arrangements for everyone. Most of the new recruits studied combat and would be the main combatants on the battlefield in the future. There were also some students who were assigned to different classes because they had mastered different specialties. Ronald, go to the armor and equipment department to learn. When the instructor said this, he raised his head and glanced at Tang Zhen before shifting his gaze away again. After the name list was read out, everyone immediately went to different locations to report according to the arrangement just now. In the process of leaving, the newcomers did not interact much with each other. Most of them thought that they belonged to different systems and would not have the opportunity to interact with each other in the future. Tang Zhen was the only student heading to the location. Therefore, he appeared to be alone. When some of the students who were dissatisfied with him saw this, they could not help but sneer in their hearts as they fantasized about the difficulties that Tang Zhen might encounter. On his first day here, he had already offended the senior students so badly. He would definitely be retaliated against in the future. In the eyes of these new students, violence could not solve all problems. On the contrary, it would make their situation more awkward. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for news about Ronald to arrive, but it definitely wouldn't be good. This bunch of vicious fellows were still secretly cursing Tang Zhen even at this moment. These newbies did not know that they were nothing compared to the cursed Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's eyes would occasionally sweep over the buildings by the roadside as he walked on the road. It seemed as though he was searching for something. Yesterday, he had already figured out the academy's layout and knew where he was going. Tang Zhen suddenly stopped when they passed by a plaza. There were many male and female students in the square. They were wearing armor and holding training longswords. They were in the middle of combat training. To cultivators, cultivation was always going on, not to mention that they had not become lords yet. The cultivators of the Haotian plain mainly cultivated in strength and techniques. They didn't pay much attention to sorcery. And NBSP, such a situation had occurred because of the guidance of the gods. Only pure power attacks could cause harm to the heretic god and its servants. As such, from the very beginning, the gods had been secretly setting things up so that all cultivators would follow their own needs and eventually become cannon fodder in the war. The students in training didn't notice that a new student had walked over and put on the unused protective gear. He walked into the training ground with his training sword and slowly walked to the front of an old student. Before the other party could react, the newbie had already brandished his training longsword and smashed it down on his face. The senior student tried to block it, but he found that no matter how he dodged, the training iron sword would hit him. Every strike was full of strength, causing the old student to spit out blood. "Bastard, who are you? Stop right now," the senior student roared, but it was useless. The iron sword continued to hit his body like a storm. With broken bones and broken tendons, blood spurted out of his mouth, and the old student who was attacked collapsed on the ground, looking like a pool of mud. At that moment, the attacker suddenly stopped and took off the mask on his face. Looking at the face that was revealed, the senior student was stunned on the spot, and his body couldn't help but tremble. "I know you wanted to kill me last night. From now on, I will beat you once a day until you die." Tang Zhen squatted down and spoke in a faint voice. At the same time, he revealed a devil-like smile. 2723 A resounding reputation. 1 After crippling the senior student who had tried to kill him last night, Tang Zhen turned around and left. He did not bother about anyone during this period of time. "Impudent, stop right there." An instructor blocked his path. His face was filled with anger as he viciously stared at Tang Zhen. At the same time, he was sizing up Tang Zhen. He was extremely astonished in his heart. Why was this new student so arrogant? "You want to stand up for him?" Tang Zhen coldly asked as he looked at the instructor in front of him. "He tried to kill me last night, but I saw through him. The enmity between us will never end. If you want to join in and stand up for him, I don't mind having one more enemy." The instructor's eyes flickered after hearing Tang Zhen's words. However, he did not withdraw. "A new student, you sure are arrogant. However, people like you usually don't live long." After being embarrassed, the instructor's tone was very gloomy, even threatening. "It's the same whether I die earlier or later. Dying in the school is better than leaving the school and becoming cannon fodder." Tang Zhen's voice was very low and only the instructor could hear it. The expression of the other party also changed. "What nonsense are you talking about? Where did you hear this news from?" From the looks of the instructor, he seemed to be prepared to act at any moment to prevent Tang Zhen from leaking the secret. "I just want to tell you not to provoke me. Otherwise, I will kill you regardless of the consequences." With the help of the secret technique, this body's strength increased rapidly, and it was only one step away from becoming a lord. Combined with his own experience, killing a lord-ranked instructor was not that difficult. A trace of fear suddenly rose in the instructor's heart as he looked at Tang Zhen's ice-cold eyes and the bone-chilling killing intent. Immediately after, he regretted that he had nothing better to do than to meddle in such a matter. Thinking of this, the instructor turned around and left. His decisiveness surprised the onlookers. Tang Zhen coldly laughed and continued to move forward. In the process of talking to the instructor just now, Tang Zhen had used a special method to create a hidden spiritual shock. Otherwise, the other party would not give in so easily. It was very likely that they would continue to pester him, or even start a fight. It was fine if he beat up the students, but if he also beat up the instructors, then the matter would become very difficult to resolve. In this academy, all the instructors were one. They would definitely side with their own people and deal with an outsider like Tang Zhen together. After leaving the training square, Tang Zhen walked along the wide street for more than 10 minutes and arrived at the place where he was studying. After entering, they saw that the huge building was crowded with people, all busy with their own things. There was a person in charge of receiving them at the entrance. After knowing that Tang Zhen was a newly registered student, he began to give him a detailed introduction. New students could choose to self-study. There were corresponding courses in the academy, and students could attend the classes according to their own needs. There was no one to supervise them during their studies, but there were regular assessments. If they could not complete the assessment, they would be punished accordingly. Or you can choose a teacher and learn under the guidance of the teacher. The content of the assessment will be provided by the teacher. The former gave him more freedom, while the latter made it easier to pass the test and allowed him to learn more. Tang Zhen did not hesitate to choose the former. He did not really plan to study here. Just in terms of knowledge and skills in this area, all the teachers in the academy added together were simply unable to compare with Tang Zhen. To Tang Zhen, the props and craftsmanship that he had just seen were simply as childish as a primitive person. According to Tang Zhen's choice, the staff handled the procedures for him and he could move freely. After walking around the hall a few times, Tang Zhen found that there were instructors giving lectures in a few rooms. If one wanted to listen to songs, they had to pay a certain fee. At the same time, there were all kinds of materials for sale. If there was a need, they could directly buy it with money. If you don't like the learning environment in the hall, you can go upstairs to rent a single room or a special studio. During the visit, Tang Zhen saw a few acquaintances who had witnessed him showing his power in the temple square. After seeing Tang Zhen, those few senior students clearly revealed shocked expressions. They did not expect that Tang Zhen would appear here. Their unusual behavior naturally attracted the attention of the other students. After Tang Zhen left, they began to inquire about what had happened. Not long after, the matter regarding Tang Zhen had already spread in the hall. Quite a number of people were secretly sighing. There was actually such a person who was not to be trifled with among the new students. They had only been here for a day and they had already caused such a huge incident. If they continued to stay, who knew what kind of commotion they would cause? None of the students in the cultivation college were willing to suffer losses. Since the enmity had already been formed, they would definitely not let it go. Quite a few students looked at Tang Zhen with a gloating expression in their eyes. They wanted to see how much trouble he could cause. Tang Zhen sensed that he had become the focus of many people's attention. However, he did not pay much attention to it. This situation was already within his expectations. He came to the public work desk, where there were all kinds of tools and a large number of free materials for practice. As the elite training base of the demon-subduing troop, the academy certainly did not lack resources, and it was normal to provide training items for the students. Tang Zhen chose a workstation and selected the required materials. After which, he began to forge. In the entire hall, there was more than one similar workstation, and there were also many busy figures. Those who could come to this hall to study were mostly able to calm their hearts and do what they wanted to do, and were too lazy to care about other things. Therefore, it didn't take long before no one paid attention to Tang Zhen and was busy with their own matters. Occasionally, someone would pass by Tang Zhen's work desk and curiously look at the items he made. However, the result was that they were all confused and did not know what he was doing. Tang Zhen was busy all the way until the afternoon break before he stopped the work at hand. Then, he wore something similar to a wrist guard on his hand. This was a little toy that he had casually made in his spare time. It was at most a toy to Tang Zhen. However, to ordinary cultivators, it was a true divine weapon that could easily kill cultivators of the same level. The reason for creating this item was to increase the combat ability of this body as much as possible, so as to avoid being in a dragon's pool or a tiger's den and losing his life in confusion. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen's performance was very normal. He completed his learning task step by step. The only unusual thing was that he would find an old student every day and beat them up without any explanation. Every time he attacked, he would show no mercy, beating the other party until he was covered in injuries and looked miserable. Even if the older students gathered their companions in an attempt to resist Tang Zhen's beating, they all failed miserably without exception. Even with all the senior students added together, they were still not a match for Tang Zhen. The more people that participated, the more ruthless they would be. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen's reputation had become increasingly resounding. Many of the older students knew that an extraordinary fellow had appeared among the new students. He was fierce and ruthless, and he would take revenge for the smallest grievance. However, no one knew that at the foot of the mountain, a long-robed figure was slowly approaching. The howling wind that carried the snow was dyed black when it blew past the figure. Under the hood, there was a face that could not be seen clearly, and a pair of blood-red eyes. "Master, your servant Calm is here." 2724 Killing the God's Clone. 1. It was late at night, and the academy became quiet. Because of the military management, a curfew was an essential rule. Under the seemingly quiet night sky, undercurrents were surging. Something big was about to happen. In the cave at the foot of the giant mountain, Camus successfully contacted Tang Zhen through a special method. "Respected master, I'm here." As usual, Camus' attitude was exceptionally respectful regardless of whether Tang Zhen could see it or not. After over 10 breaths, Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted from the sky. It was calm and indifferent. "Do you have confidence in this operation?" Cam nodded and said with a slightly sinister tone, "Master, you may not know, but I have an old grudge with the God of Justice. When I was fighting for the Godhead, I was almost killed by him several times. Although many years have passed, I've never forgotten what happened back then. Now that I have the chance to take revenge, I'll definitely do my best to complete the mission." Not bad. Tang Zhen's voice carried a hint of admiration. He didn't expect that the cunning and afraid of death Calm would actually have the courage to challenge a true god. Of course, the biggest possibility was that Calm had something to rely on. Even if the assassination failed, Tang Zhen would settle everything for him. This was indeed the case. If Calm's operation failed and the god of justice came to find him, it would be exactly what Tang Zhen wanted. The possibility of this was not high. Moreover, Tang Zhen would not wait passively. Instead, he would take the initiative to pay a visit. He was now an evil guest. No matter which house he entered, the other party's end would be the destruction of the family. Since Camus was full of fighting spirit, Tang Zhen didn't need to remind him too much. As a veteran evil god, Camus definitely didn't lack experience. Since you don't have any questions, let's begin immediately. You sneak into the academy and wait. I'll detonate the mark hidden on the enemy and cause him the first damage. If everything went well, you would witness an explosion, and the enemy would be in the center. You need to seize the opportunity and launch an attack directly. It's best if you can kill him in one strike. You can't hesitate when you take action. Otherwise, once the enemy comes back to his senses, you might be the one killed. Out of careful consideration, Tang Zhen still warned him. Even if Calm was determined, it would not change the fact that his strength was inferior to the enemy. Don't worry, Master. I'll do my best, even if I have to die with the enemy. Let's go, Cam said in a serious tone. He then turned into a black smoke and headed straight for the academy at the top of the mountain. The runic magic circle hidden around the mountain peak could not stop Camus' advance at all. In the silence, he had already flown over the academy. Hiding himself within the mist, Camus coldly looked down at the entire academy, waiting for Tang Zhen's signal to act. In the process of waiting, Camus was constantly accumulating power, hoping to launch a sure-kill attack. Just like what Calm had said earlier, it was already prepared to die together. Tang Zhen, who was in the dormitory, was currently taking out one item after another. They were runic magic circles that had been pieced together. The item was not completed at the last minute. It was made by Tang Zhen in advance with the purpose of dealing with similar situations. Before doing something, one had to consider any possible situation and make preparations in advance. However, in the blink of an eye, the runic magic circle had already been pieced together. Soon after, it was successfully activated by Tang Zhen. During the entire operation, there was no energy leakage. Otherwise, it would be noticed by others and they would be able to accurately lock onto the position. As for the function of the runic magic circle, it was actually to send items to a fixed location, and it could break through any seal or restriction. The teleportation array was a one-way teleportation. Tang Zhen's location was the starting point, and the end point was the enemy he had marked. When the God of Justice was trying to brainwash Tang Zhen had set the God of Justice's teleportation coordinates, and the other party had not noticed it at all. This was the difference in strength. Even though they were all masters of creation, there was still a huge difference. Just like elite soldiers and raiders, the two could not be compared in terms of skill and equipment. The cultivation heritage of the world of Lusheng was the best in the Greater Thousand Realms. The Great Heaven Realm could not be compared to it. After confirming that the runic magic circle was operating normally, Tang Zhen took out an item and carefully activated it. This was a special bomb that could instantly detonate the nearby energy and cover an area of nearly 100 meters. To a certain extent, cultivators were also gathering energy masses, but they were more stable. Even the most powerful cultivators would inevitably be injured when they were attacked. After the preparations were complete, Tang Zhen placed the bomb into the teleportation array and teleported it out without any hesitation. He didn't dare to delay for too long, in case the enemy sensed it and dodged in advance. With a flash of light, the teleportation was completed. Tang Zhen casually waved his hand and threw the damaged teleportation array into the void. After which, he shot out of the dormitory and looked at the pitch-black night sky. Just as Tang Zhen rushed out, a furious roar suddenly sounded from a certain building deep within the academy. At the same time, an earth-shattering boom rang out and flames soared into the sky. A large area of buildings in the southwest corner of the academy was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. The instructors and students who lived in the range of the explosion did not even have their bones left. In the raging flames, a huge figure suddenly appeared. Its appearance was very similar to the God of Justice, but it was a pity that its entire body was covered with terrifying cracks. Countless flames spurted out from the cracks, as if his body was burning inside and could explode at any time. Half of the giant eye floating behind him was shattered, turning into a burning fireball. Who was it? Who attacked me? A furious roar rang out, and it was as if the entire world was trembling. The teachers and students of the academy who witnessed this scene couldn't help but shiver, especially the faculty and staff. They all knew what this huge figure represented. The God of Justice's consciousness clone had actually been attacked in the academy, and he had suffered serious injuries. Just as they were shocked by who was so bold to attack a god, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky and instantly turned into a black lightning. Seeing this, the furious God of Justice shot out beams of golden light from his eyes, as if he wanted to see through the attacker's origin. Go to hell. The target of the black lightning was obviously the furious God of Justice. The two sides collided in an instant. Boom! There was another loud bang, accompanied by the God of Justice's angry roar and the wild laughter from the shadows. I know who you are. I will hunt you down to death. The God of Justice, who had been torn apart by the black lightning, suddenly let out a series of angry roars. He had already seen through Camus's true origin. Ha ha ha, that's a matter for the future. Now, you can go to hell. Camus was extremely happy. Although this was only a battle between consciousness doppelgangers, it was still his own victory. So what if he was a true god? Didn't he still die in his own hands? He was flustered and helpless. A battle between gods was shockingly fast, and ordinary people were not qualified to participate at all. By the time the advanced cultivators of the academy had reacted and were ready to join the battle had already ended. The God of Justice's consciousness clone had suffered 2 fatal blows in a row and was finally killed by Cam in a suicidal manner. The dean of the academy witnessed the entire process and felt his entire body turn cold. At the same time, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. The God of Justice's consciousness clone had been in charge of the academy for hundreds of years, and there had been no problems during this period. No one could believe that there was such a bold person who dared to commit the evil act of killing a god. The most inconceivable thing was that the other party had actually succeeded. As much as he was shocked and terrified, the dean also had a faint premonition that the sky above his head was about to change. 2725 turtledove occupying the magpie's nest. When the gods fought, the mortals suffered. The assassination against the God of Justice had destroyed 1/10 of the academy's buildings, and the number of casualties was close to 1,000. The injured man was in a terrible state, and it would probably take a long time for him to recover. The remains of the dead had become incomplete. The power of the energy explosion was too terrifying, even the body of a cultivator could not resist it. The tragic scene made the rescue participants frown. Even though many students were used to seeing life and death, they still felt uncomfortable. The students who were injured or killed were purely implicated. It turned out that the God of Justice's consciousness clone had actually disguised itself as an ordinary student. This matter was extremely secretive, and even the dean had not discovered it. As a result, when the explosion happened, he happened to be in the group dormitory. In the situation where he couldn't even protect himself, he would definitely be affected by it. After the battle ended, the dean immediately sealed off the scene and forbade any unrelated people from approaching. This was a place where gods fought, and it could be said to be extremely dangerous. Rashly approaching it was equivalent to courting death. Putting everything else aside, just the energy turbulence that was constantly rotating like an aurora was enough to silently crush anyone who approached it. Because of evil god Camus's self-destruction, the battle area was filled with a ghostly aura, and some strange things began to appear. Such places were all marked as forbidden areas by the demon-subduing troops, and ordinary people were absolutely not allowed to approach. Similar areas appeared in the mortal world, but now in Elite Academy where cultivators gathered, such a source of danger had actually appeared. Did this mean that the cultivator academies were no longer safe? The answer was, of course, yes. Even a god's consciousness clone had been assassinated. This so-called elite student was really not safe. The occurrence of such a major event naturally caused the students to discuss it in private. Many students judged the true identity of the consciousness clone based on its appearance. It was for this reason that the students found it unbelievable. Why was there a god's avatar hidden in the academy, and even killed by an existence similar to an evil god? Especially the fanatical believers of the God of Justice, they couldn't accept this fact and felt that their faith was about to collapse. What was wrong with this world? How could an omnipotent god be killed by an evil god? They had spontaneously gathered together and tried to get the academy to give an explanation, but no one paid any attention. At the same time, some people warned them that the situation was chaotic and unclear, so it was best not to continue causing trouble. The consequences of angering the academy were unimaginable. In order to maintain a stable state, they could very well disappear from the world. It was precisely because of the academy's warning that there was not much commotion, allowing the academy to quickly return to normal operations. The academy was also in a terrible fix. They communicated with the god of justice according to the standard ceremony, but they did not get a normal response. Combined with the unforeseen event this time, some people secretly guessed that something had happened in the god world. There was more than one person who had similar thoughts, but there was no evidence to support it, so the wisest thing to do was to remain silent. On the surface, it seemed calm, but in the dark, they were stepping up the investigation, not daring to relax at all. The storm in the academy seemed to have nothing to do with Tang Zhen. He continued to act as Ronald step by step as usual. However, Tang Zhen had been waiting for news from his main body in secret. He wanted to know the results of the battle. After 3 days and 3 nights, the sleeping Tang Zhen finally received the news from his main body. This made him secretly heave a sigh of relief. The god of justice was very strong, but his main body was not weak either. A great battle broke out between the two sides. Tang Zhen had successfully killed the god of justice, seized his authority, and controlled the entire god nation. He had gained a lot from this battle. Not only did he obtain a large amount of divine source, but he also obtained the god of justice's private collection, which was 4 precious origin spiritual treasures. After the battle ended, the main body remained in the god's kingdom of the god of justice, ready to impersonate a god to carry out a bigger plan. Tang Zhen, who had tasted the sweetness, was no longer satisfied with his current gains. Instead, he wanted to obtain more benefits. As for Tang Zhen, who was on the ground, he continued to be his student and slowly waited for a new opportunity. He had a feeling that if he continued to stay in the academy, he would be able to obtain more benefits. As for evil god Camus, he had followed Tang Zhen to raid the god of justice's lair and had also obtained many benefits. His strength rose again and again, and he was more than twice as strong as before. Camus, who positioned himself as a loyal servant, took the opportunity to make a suggestion. He hoped that Tang Zhen could enslave more evil gods and use them as thugs during the god war. With the advantage of numbers, even a true god wouldn't be able to withstand their collective attack. Tang Zhen said that he could consider it. This matter couldn't be rushed. In fact, he didn't have any plans to add more helpers. If he really wanted to use the human wave tactic, Tang Zhen could connect to the tower world at any time and mobilize a large number of elite cultivators. However, if that were the case, the nature of the operation would be different. It would change from a covert operation to a frontal invasion. In the face of a strong enemy like the world of Lusheng, the vast heaven dimension would definitely be united. In that case, the pressure on Tang Zhen would increase greatly. Once they were tied down by war, they would not be able to leave as they wished. In order to cooperate with Tang Zhen's actions and act as his hired thug, Camus once again secretly descended to the human world. After 2 consecutive successful experiences, Camus' concealment techniques had become more and more skilled. He did not attract anyone's attention during his descent. As for the few evil gods believers who were driven by desire, they were brainwashed by Cam without hesitation and then sent to different locations to hide. When there was a need, these believers would awaken their memories and continue to summon Karm as a new vessel. And NBSP, as for evil god Camus, he had already disguised himself as a normal person and was slowly growing into a complete body. Before Tang Zhen summoned him, Calm would always hide and help Tang Zhen collect information from all aspects. Once Tang Zhen had a need, Camus would immediately rush over and act as Tang Zhen's strongest fighter. As Tang Zhen's #1 general, Camus naturally wasn't willing to be a commander and decided to personally recruit his subordinates. With these believers, he could help solve some problems, so that he wouldn't have to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Karm to do everything himself. Tang Zhen had chosen to lie low for the time being, but the demon-subduing troop had already turned the world upside down. What happened in the academy was quickly known by the demon fighters' headquarters. In the following period of time, runic airships arrived every day. The atmosphere within the academy was solemn. Every student had to cooperate with the investigation to confirm if there were any suspicious people. In fact, It was tight on the outside but loose on the inside. It was just routine work. Through the traces left at the scene, the identity of the assassin had long been confirmed. The name of evil god Camus was once again spread throughout the demon-subduing troops, and the danger level increased once again. No one could believe that such a timid and low-key evil god would dare to attack the consciousness clone of a true god in the human world. Whether they believed it or not, the avatar that was guarding the academy had indeed been killed. For the demon-subduing troop, this was definitely an earth-shattering event. Fortunately, after a few days, the academy finally contacted the god of justice and received his feedback from his god's kingdom. The oracle stated that there was no need to continue the pursuit, and everything would be handled by the god of justice himself. After receiving the feedback, the headmaster heaved a sigh of relief. He really did not dare to participate in a war between gods. The dean, who was relieved of a heavy burden, had no idea that the god of justice who had given him feedback was no longer his original body, but an evil god from the outer realm. It was a pity that other than Karm, no one else knew the truth, and the other 6 true gods were the same. 2726 quietly waiting, time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Tang Zhen was very quiet, just like an ordinary student. As for the guy who tried to assassinate Tang Zhen, he knelt in front of the dormitory door and begged for forgiveness after being beaten up for 10 days. If this continued, he would definitely be beaten to death. There were many onlookers at the time, but the senior student couldn't care less. How could his face be more important than his life? His entire body was wrapped in bandages. He knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Under the focus of countless gazes, Tang Zhen stared at the old student and indifferently said, "Get lost." The senior student felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He quickly nodded his head in thanks, and then left with the help of his classmates. Although he was covered in injuries, he was all smiles, as if he had escaped from the sea of suffering. After this incident, Tang Zhen's reputation soared. Ordinary senior students did not dare to provoke him at all. He had defeated a group of senior students and didn't even give face to the instructors. The speed at which his strength had increased was even faster. Such an extraordinary figure would definitely have great achievements in the future, so it was not worth it to make an enemy of him. The various leaders of the veteran student organizations all kept a respectful distance from Tang Zhen to avoid any conflicts that might occur after coming into contact with him. As for those new students, they currently felt some regret for not getting closer to Tang Zhen back then. If he took the initiative to contact her now, it was inevitable that he would be suspected of currying favor with her, and it was very likely that he would be looked down upon. In addition, due to Tang Zhen, the treatment of this batch of newcomers was much better. The senior students did not dare to easily bully the newcomers, lest Tang Zhen was implicated. The investigation of the assassination seemed to have been temporarily ended, but in fact, it had been moved from the surface to the underground. The order in the academy was restored to normal. The unlucky fellows who had died in the assassination incident had become history, and few people would remember them. This situation had occurred because a law cultivator had secretly wiped the memory of the assassination. Everything was happening in the dream, and the whole process was silent. It was not a good thing for a god's clone to be assassinated by an evil god. It would definitely have a serious impact on the students. So as the academy's side, they had to think of a way to remedy this. When he was erasing his memory, Tang Zhen was watching the other party's clumsy performance the entire time. That law cultivator didn't notice anything unusual at all. Although the technique was clumsy, it was more than enough to erase a student's memory. Forgetting the fear and pain from yesterday, everything in the academy returned to normal. The area that was affected by the explosion was still the forbidden area in the students' memories, but it had nothing to do with the assassination. Everyone had forgotten what had happened back then. Even if the explosion zone was mentioned by chance, the instructor would tell a well-made story. An instructor became the scapegoat. Because of a certain crazy experiment, he created a forbidden zone. The students whose memories had been erased believed it and would usually deliberately avoid the explosion area, completely forgetting that their former classmate had died there. Tang Zhen's faculty had just undergone an examination, and he had easily passed it with an outstanding result. Everything was normal. However, the thing that Tang Zhen was waiting for did not appear. After the failed assassination attempt in the provincial capital, the enemy did not take any further action. It was as if they had forgotten about Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen was clearly aware that the enemy was only waiting for an opportunity and had not given up on the operation. The God King's clone was afraid of Tang Zhen's main body. The Descenders could similarly pose a threat to him. No matter which one of them was, they were all mortal enemies. However, his main body was too powerful. Furthermore, he was in the void. The God King clone was helpless against him. Fortunately, the main body could not easily descend, and the consciousness clone that descended to the human world became the best target. As a god's avatar of a fugitive, it was not easy to be one. He was on tenterhooks at all times. If he was not careful, his true identity would be exposed, so he had to be extremely careful every time. He had no choice but to take action. This was because as long as he had enough time, Tang Zhen would be able to successfully lock onto the identity of the escapee based on various clues. The wisest method was to continuously kill Tang Zhen's consciousness clones and delay time as much as possible. If Tang Zhen descended too many times, it would definitely attract the attention of the native gods and they would then expel or kill him. Compared to the local evil gods, the gods from the outside world were a greater threat, and they were targets that must be expelled. The true gods who ignored the evil gods were always full of vigilance when they faced a god from the outer realm like Tang Zhen. Evil gods were parasites, while foreign gods were hungry wolves. The level of danger between the two could not be compared. There would be attacks targeting him, but it was only a matter of time before they came, and they were likely to become more and more frenzied. Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry. His main body was currently digesting the spoils of war from last time and would require a very long time before he could move normally. The spoils of war obtained after killing a true god were enormous, and the process of digesting them was not easy. Of course, the benefits were equally huge. After the absorption was completed, Tang Zhen would very likely advance to a 4-star divine general. Ordinary masters of creation would be left in the dust at such a speed of advancement. If he were to maintain this speed, Tang Zhen might be able to create another record. The dark clouds that had accumulated for many days had finally cleared, and sunlight began to shine on the academy. On the crisp surface of the pine and cypress trees, icicles would emit light from time to time. Although the weather was very cold, it made people feel refreshed. The surrounding 100,000 feet high peaks were faintly visible. They seemed to be right in front of them, but in fact, they were very far away. At the top of a certain snow mountain, a huge ring could be vaguely seen, half of which was covered by white snow. There had always been a legend circulating in the academy about the huge ring at the top of the mountain. One could enter other worlds through the ring. It was precisely because of this legend that many students yearned for that place and were prepared to find an opportunity to explore it. Compared to those confused students, Tang Zhen knew the function of the circular ring. It was indeed a teleportation array that could cross worlds. However, this teleportation array was very primitive. It required a large amount of energy to activate, and it could not be activated for a long time. The graduates of the academy must have used similar primitive teleportation portals to head to the small worlds occupied by evil gods. Perhaps it won't take long for me to reach another small world through this teleportation formation. The body's mission was to fish and collect information. The small worlds occupied by evil gods were also included in the intelligence collection list. Following the passageway of the academy, Tang Zhen arrived at the library. "Sir Ronald, it's a pleasure to see you again." After Tang Zhen entered the library, a little ghost spirit flew in front of him and greeted him in a very familiar manner. "Hello," he said. Tang Zhen revealed a smile to the little spirit before slowly sitting down on a chair. At the same time, he observed his surroundings. "You haven't been very busy recently, have you?" Tang Zhen asked the little spirit as if he was talking to a friend. "There's indeed a lot less people, and the money earned has also decreased a lot, Yingluo." The little spirit ghost sighed with a depressed expression. Worry could be seen on its face. "There's no other way. So many students died in the last assassination incident. Naturally, there will be fewer people coming to the library." Tang Zhen used a calm tone to explain the reason why there were so few people in the library. "How did you know, Yingluo?" The little ghost spirit was shocked. It covered its mouth out of reflex and looked around. She flew to Tang Zhen's side and used a nervous tone to softly remind him, "Don't ever mention this to anyone else. Otherwise, if the instructors at the school find out, they'll definitely lock you up and wash your brain." Tang Zhen smiled and nodded when he saw the little spirit's nervous expression. He indicated that he would definitely be careful. "You really scared me to death." The little ghost spirit patted its chest and sat down beside the desk, swinging its two long legs. No one else remembers. How do you know? Don't you sleep? From the little ghost spirit's words, it was obvious that she knew that cultivators of the laws had used dreamscapes to erase their memories of the assassination. Of course I'm going to sleep. It's just that I didn't listen to that white-bearded guy's words in my dream. Tang Zhen said with a smile. However, he did not speak the truth. Otherwise, he would definitely frighten this little fellow in front of him. 2727 The deceived little ghost spirit. 1 Mr. Ronald is really a lucky person. His memory wasn't erased. Otherwise, it would have been really sad. The little ghost spirit said softly with a hint of emotion in her voice. It was clear that she had some understanding of similar situations. As for the exact situation, Tang Zhen did not ask. However, he was able to guess a little. It was very likely that a student that the little spirit knew in the past had his memory erased as well, and he would never recognize the little spirit again. The student's memories were all erased, but how did your ghost spirit survive? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the little spirit ghost spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Because we are part of the school's staff, we have the corresponding privileges, so our memories were not erased. Oh, Tang Zhen smiled. He deliberately used a doubtful tone and said, I've heard of a saying that you're very special and can't withstand the impact of erasing memories. If you do that, it's very easy for you to become an idiot, or even your soul will be destroyed. The little ghost spirit was stunned when it heard this. After about 10 seconds, she said in a low voice, Mr. Ronald knows a lot, but this is really boring. I don't really like you anymore. After being exposed, the little spirit ghost was extremely embarrassed and even a little flustered. It's the truth. Can't others say it? Tang Zhen stared at the little ghost spirit and asked in a smiling tone. His appearance was a little like a bad uncle. Yingluo, you have a point. The little ghost spirit nodded. After which, it smiled and asked Tang Zhen, So, Mr. Ronald, what book are you going to read today? Does it have to do with the gods? From the little spirit ghost's point of view, Tang Zhen should be a devout fanatic. Otherwise, it would not be possible for him to always have information related to the gods whenever he came to read. In fact, it was the exact opposite. The purpose of Tang Zhen reading this kind of book was actually to find the weakness of the gods and then find an opportunity to kill them all. I don't want to read today. I just want to chat with you. Of course, I'll pay you accordingly. The little spirit ghost didn't reject Tang Zhen's request. This was because they usually had the task of answering questions. Whenever they had free time, the little spirits would read books to pass the time. It could be said that all of them were very knowledgeable. It was a pity that they only had simple memories. They did not know how to think and research, and they did not know how to learn systematically. The knowledge that he had mastered was also very chaotic. No matter how many books he had read, they were just mobile memory. Can you tell me why you like money so much? Is there any use for it? The question raised by Tang Zhen was something that he had already asked when he first came to the library. However, the little ghost spirit was rather hesitant at that time. He didn't answer. Now that both parties were familiar with each other, Tang Zhen would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. This little ghost spirit to help him find books every time he came to the library. Furthermore, he had even paid the little spirit for this conversation, so the little spirit couldn't refuse. The little spirit was in a difficult position. It didn't expect that Tang Zhen would raise such a question again. Its expression was extremely hesitant. Tang Zhen didn't urge him. He merely quietly looked at the other party, causing the little spirit ghost to feel even more embarrassed. Sir Ronald, do I have to answer this question? You don't have to answer, but I'll find someone else to ask, because I'm very interested in this matter. Alright, if that's the case, I can tell you. In fact, this isn't something to be proud of. Our race originally lived in a special place and had always lived a life of peace. One day, our race encountered a powerful enemy, and all of our people were captured by the monster. Just when we thought that we were going to die, a powerful person saved us by accident and provided us with a safe place to stay. However, this is not our home. Everyone doesn't like it here, so they all want to return to their hometown. It was only then that we realized that our hometown had become so far away that it was not easy to go back. After the queen negotiated with the strong person who saved us, she got the other party's promise. He said that after we gathered enough money, he would send our entire race back to our homeland. So from that day on, our clansmen worked here, working hard to earn money. Tang Zhen remained silent as he listened to the little spirit's story. Only after she had finished did he smile and ask, "After saving for so many years, have you guys saved enough money?" After hearing Tang Zhen's question, the little ghost spirit's expression became dejected again and he let out a long sigh. "It's not easy to save money. We usually have to buy the food we eat, and the things in the academy are especially expensive. So no matter how hard everyone works, after so many years, they still can't even save up a third of the road fee." "Is that so? It's just as expected." Tang Zhen involuntarily sneered when he said this, causing the little cloud ghost to be somewhat baffled. "Sir Ronald, what do you mean by this? Why do I feel like you know something?" Tang Zhen gently nodded his head as he looked at the little spirit's anxious face. "Actually, I have a guess. What you encountered back then was actually a trap set up by someone else." "It's true. How is that possible?" The little ghost spirit's expression was grave, and it looked doubtful. They were simple-minded, and even though they had read many books, they still wouldn't use schemes. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the little ghost spirit's expression was first one of shock, but it was quickly replaced by an anxious and restless expression. "Sir Ronald, can you explain it more clearly? I'm really in a hurry right now." Since this matter concerned the fate of her race, the little spirit ghost was already on the verge of tears as she pleaded with Tang Zhen. "All right, if you really want to hear it, then I'll tell you my analysis." Tang Zhen used a slightly difficult tone as he nodded toward the little spirit. "Thank you, Mr. Ronald. I'm really grateful to you." The little ghost spirit flapped its wings and bowed to Tang Zhen. After which, it stared intently at Tang Zhen as it waited for his analysis. "If I'm not wrong, none of you have seen the enemies who attacked your race back then." The little ghost spirit nodded, indicating that this was indeed the case. "In the process of plundering and kidnapping you, there were actually no casualties among your clansmen. Moreover, in the process of leaving your homeland, you were isolated from the outside world and did not know where you went. Only after you were rescued did you realize that you were far away from home and that you had no way of returning. The people who saved you can take the opportunity to send you back to your hometown, but they will have to pay a huge price. You don't have the right to choose. You can only agree to the other party's request. Other than relying on the other party's help, you can't find a way to go home." After Tang Zhen said this, he looked at the dumbfounded little spirit and coldly said, "This is actually a very simple plot. The other party took advantage of your innocence and helplessness to obtain a group of free labor. Therefore, the person who saved you is most likely the enemy who attacked and abducted you. It's just that you didn't realize it." When Tang Zhen said this, he frowned and said, "If it's just to obtain free labor, there's no need to go through so much trouble. This is the most suspicious part. That's why I suspect that becoming free labor is just a side benefit. The enemy's true goal should be to find your place of residence or something of your race." After Tang Zhen said this, he raised his head and glanced at the little ghost spirit. However, he discovered that her body was trembling, and her bright eyes were filled with tears. 2728 Drawing the ground as a prison 1-inch. This xianxia can't be real. The little ghost spirit said in a low voice as it twisted its hands together. It lowered its reddened face. From the looks of it, he knew that she actually wanted to shout out to vent her emotions. Tang Zhen's deduction was too big of a blow to the little spirit. It had almost destroyed all of her hopes. The hope of holding on was instantly destroyed. Anyone who encountered this kind of situation would definitely be unable to control their emotions. The pitiful little spirit had an abnormally weak personality, and this state was already her greatest form of catharsis. Tang Zhen also did not say anything. He merely looked at the little spirit in silence and waited for her to calm down. The truth might be cruel, but being deceived was even more tragic. If one had to choose between the two, most people would probably choose the former. Tang Zhen's motive for telling the truth was not merely because he was kind. He had other plans. After a minute or so, the little spirit recovered from its confused and sad state. It said to Tang Zhen in a hoarse voice, "I'm very sorry, I have something to do and need to leave. You can take the money back." The money-loving little ghost spirit didn't even look at the money on the table. Instead, it turned around and left. In the past, she had been greedy for money in order to save enough money for the journey so that her clansmen could return to their homeland as soon as possible. However, if it was a scam, then no matter how much money he accumulated, he would never get what he wanted. Even if they managed to gather the money one day, the other party might still make new requests. The person who could come up with such a scam had no trust at all. They could find all kinds of excuses at any time to prevent the Little Spirit's clan from leaving the academy. After the little ghost spirit left, Tang Zhen got up and walked around the library. He took back a few books and slowly read them. After half an hour or so, Tang Zhen raised his head and saw that the little spirit had returned. Her eyes were red and swollen as she bowed to Tang Zhen once again. "Sir Ronald, someone wants to see you. I wonder if you have the time." "Of course, you lead the way." Tang Zhen slowly got up and followed behind the little spirit. They soon arrived at the depths of the library. There was not a single person here. It was a restricted area of the library, and no students had entered. A small door appeared on the wall, about 3 meters above the ground. Because it was very small, only the little spirit could pass through it. "Please wait a moment, I need to open another passage for you, otherwise you can't enter our residence." The little ghost spirit stood at the door and said this to Tang Zhen. Soon after, it turned around and was about to leave. "I have a way to solve it. There's no need to go through so much trouble." As Tang Zhen spoke, he directly transformed into energy under the little spirit ghost's shocked gaze. His body gently floated up, turning into a cloud of smoke and easily entering the narrow entrance and exit passage. After passing through the passage, an enclosed underground space appeared in front of them. It was about a hectare in size. The temperature here was very high, the air was very moist, and the ground was covered with all kinds of plants. Just by looking at the environment, one could tell that this was a garden that was specially built for the ghost spirit clan. A large number of little ghosts were living in this sealed space, and they were busy working among the flowers and plants. They needed to work, make all kinds of food, and wear daily clothes. There was also a small group of little ghost spirits who were in charge of the library's operations, sorting out the books, and cleaning. After seeing Tang Zhen enter, the little spirits all looked at him with curious eyes. There were also many children that were only the size of a fist that surrounded Tang Zhen and called out, "Trash." Before it grew up, the little spirit ghost was not allowed to go out and knew nothing about the outside world. When they saw a giant like Tang Zhen, they would feel extremely curious and involuntarily surround him. In addition, Tang Zhen's body had the aura of a creator, causing the little spirit ghosts to feel closer to him. Since the little spirit was used to flying, there were no paths in the garden. However, there were many paths between the trees and the plants, making it convenient for the little spirit to work and play. Although the surrounding environment was not bad, this space was really too narrow in Tang Zhen's opinion. For example, there were at least 1,000 little spirits sitting on top of a large tree. It looked very lively, but in reality, it was extremely crowded. For winged creatures, the vast sky and vast land were their true paradise. But at this moment, these nature elves were imprisoned in a cage, unable to fly freely. Even an adult little ghost spirit couldn't leave the library and go outside, because it would be frozen into a popsicle. The Cultivator Academy was indeed vicious. It had brought the little ghost spirit, who had originally lived in a hot area, into a world of ice and snow. Under such circumstances, the ghost spirit clan could only stay in a special room and couldn't leave at all. This was an invisible cage that had trapped the ghost spirit. Coupled with the cage that was the underground space, the ghost spirit clan had been completely trapped here, and they were trapped here forever. It was possible that the ghost spirit clan had already discovered the abnormality, but they couldn't do anything about it. They were simply too weak and didn't have the ability to change their predicament. Even if they knew the truth, they could only bury it in their hearts and didn't even dare to show it. If he really did that, it could lead to a fatal crisis. Before falling out with them, the mastermind behind the scenes would not really provide help, but he would not deliberately make things difficult for them. However, this special situation had already changed due to Tang Zhen's intervention. This was also the main reason why he was able to enter this place. When he stepped on the ground of the botanical garden, the plants automatically opened up a path for Tang Zhen to easily pass through. The little spirit ghost continued to lead the way. However, due to the limited space, the path was only a few dozen meters long. At the end of the path, there was a huge flower, and a ghost spirit was sitting cross-legged on it. Compared to the other ghost spirits, this little ghost spirit was larger in size, and its clothes were more gorgeous. It even had a special crown on its head. "Welcome, Sir Ronald." The queen of the little ghost spirit clan stood up from the flower and bent over to carry her luggage. Although she was small and exquisite, she had a special temperament that could not be underestimated. Hello, he said. Tang Zhen softly returned the greeting and said in an indifferent tone, if I'm not wrong, you have internal injuries, and they're very serious. The ghost spirit queen was stunned for a moment, and then a bitter smile appeared on her face. You're right, sir. The injury has been with me for many years, and because of the lack of the corresponding medicine, there has been no way to cure it. That's what I'm most worried about. If my injuries worsen and I die one day, who will take care of our ghost spirit clan that is plagued with disasters? Tang Zhen didn't have any reaction to the ghost spirit queen's sigh. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. The ghost spirit queen sighed inwardly when she saw this. Your Excellency must have special abilities to avoid the memory wipe of a law cultivator. You're definitely not a simple student. And in my eyes, you're too different, and you're carrying a huge secret. When the ghost spirit queen said this, she stared at Tang Zhen without blinking, as if she had already seen through his identity. Tang Zhen laughed in his heart. Due to the ghost spirit queen's innate talent, she was indeed able to see some abnormalities. However, he could only see the surface. He definitely couldn't tell that Tang Zhen was a descender. Otherwise, he would definitely not have such an attitude at this moment. In the face of a god, no cultivator of any race could remain calm. All the cultivators knew that evil gods and righteous gods were just official statements. The winner was king and the loser was vilified. To ordinary cultivators, even the weakest gods were existences they could not afford to provoke. 2729 The Ghost Spirit Queen's Mission 1 It doesn't matter who I am, and you don't need to know. I'm sure you've already guessed the reason why I told her this. I just want to see you. As Tang Zhen spoke, he pointed at the little ghost spirit beside him. The other party subconsciously shrunk his neck. The ghost spirit queen revealed a faint smile when she saw this. She's my kindest daughter. Her dream is to lead the people back to their hometown, and she's been working hard. Your words just now did indeed cause her quite a bit of shock, but the truth is just that cruel. The ghost spirit queen's tone became a little dejected. For the sake of her race, she had no choice but to keep this secret to herself. The pain in her heart could be imagined. Now that the secret had been revealed, the ghost spirit queen felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She felt that everything was predestined. As for Tang Zhen's appearance, it was very likely that it was an opportunity. In the past few days, the ghost spirit clan had been unable to get any outside help, so they had been trapped in the underground space below the library. With Tang Zhen around, he would at least have the opportunity to try and escape from the cage. To the ghost spirit queen, Tang Zhen was extremely important, and she had to treat him seriously. Tang Zhen had his own thoughts. To him, saving the ghost spirit clan was not a difficult task. It would take some time to find a way to send him back to his hometown, and during which, he would have to face the pursuit of the demon-subduing troops. With Tang Zhen's methods, these were not a problem. What kind of price could the ghost spirit clan pay to get Tang Zhen to help them? What kind of price would be able to get a god to help? The ghost spirit queen was clear about this. She didn't need Tang Zhen to say anything and took the initiative to talk about the history of the ghost spirit clan. It was just as Tang Zhen had guessed. The ghost spirit clan came from another small world. The ghost spirit queen was convinced of this. Even if they were trapped in the library, the ghost spirit queen could still sense the outside world. After all, she was a spirit of nature. The ghost spirit clan worshipped 3 divine weapons. It was said that they came from the beginning of the world and could bless the ghost spirit clan with peace and prosperity. According to the ghost spirit queen's guess, it was precisely because of these 3 divine weapons that they were attacked by a powerful enemy. While the enemy was snatching the divine weapon, they discovered that the ghost spirit clan was a very good slave and thus brought them to the icy and snowy academy. Although I'm trapped in the academy, I can still sense the location of the 3 divine weapons. It's just that I can't leave the academy to retrieve them. If you can retrieve the 3 divine artifacts and help us return to our homeland, I will give you 2 of them and receive the ghost spirit clan's eternal gratitude. After the conversation reached this point, the ghost spirit queen finally revealed her objective and threw out a sufficiently generous bait. It sounded very generous, but if one thought about it carefully, they would know that things were not that simple. The ghost spirit queen was only in charge of providing the location. However, Tang Zhen had to search for the 3 divine weapons because they didn't have the ability to do so. After Tang Zhen had collected all of them, he still had to give a divine weapon to the ghost spirit clan before sending them back to their original world. Without sufficient ability, it was impossible to accept this mission. Regardless of whether it was the school that had imprisoned the ghost spirit race or the owner of the 3 divine weapons, they were both considered to be rather powerful opponents. At least, in the eyes of the ghost spirit queen, this was how things were. She was worried that Tang Zhen's ability was limited and he would not be able to complete this difficult task. However, he was her only hope. Therefore, she could only choose to give it a try. After telling him all the secrets, the ghost spirit queen looked at Tang Zhen with anticipation, hoping that he would accept her request. The ghost spirit queen was confident that Tang Zhen would accept the mission. After all, cultivators couldn't resist the temptation of a divine weapon. Tang Zhen was actually a little surprised. His original plan was to find out the secret of the academy through the ghost spirit queen. With the ghost spirit queen's abilities, she must have collected a lot of secret information over the years. In the end, after the 2 sides met, they received an epic-level mission. Of course, this difficulty was for ordinary cultivators. As for the divine weapon, it should be an origin spiritual treasure. He could sense 3 similar origin auras from the ghost spirit queen. The ghost spirit clan's luck was pretty good, or perhaps it could be said that it was the will of the heavens that allowed them to meet Tang Zhen and entrust him with this mission. If it was another cultivator, they wouldn't dare to accept such a task. Even if they did, they might not be able to complete it. I can give it a try, but the reward will not be 2 divine artifacts, but all 3. Tang Zhen looked at the ghost spirit queen and stated his conditions. The ghost spirit queen sighed, to cultivators, it's a great fortune to have a divine weapon. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying backlash. I'm giving you 2 divine artifacts as a reward because I hope you can have one for yourself and then sell the other to us. I'll pay you extra, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Of course, the most important point is that our race must have a divine weapon. Only then will we have the means to protect ourselves. The ghost spirit queen didn't care about Tang Zhen's greed. In her opinion, humans were just like that. She had only explained the side effects of divine weapons to Tang Zhen and let him know how ignorant he was. You don't have to explain this. I only want 3 divine artifacts as a reward. If you agree, the cooperation will continue. If you don't agree, then we'll find someone else. In addition, as compensation, I can teach you a cultivation method that will allow the ghost spirit clan to possess powerful combat strength like cultivators. The cultivation method that Tang Zhen spoke of was a system that focused on the absorption and utilization of energy and not a physical attack that relied on strength to win. For ghost spirits that were close to nature, this cultivation system was the most suitable. Moreover, it was the kind that would give a tiger wings. Because of the indigenous gods, there were no similar cultivation methods in this world. Perhaps they existed in the past, but the inheritance had been cut off long ago. The ghost spirit queen naturally didn't dare to believe it. She only felt that Tang Zhen was just boasting. Cultivators who weren't as strong as lords couldn't compare to divine weapons even if they had some techniques. If it wasn't for the fact that she had too many misgivings, the ghost spirit queen would have really wanted to say something shameless. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly received an image. The content was a cultivation technique and the corresponding skills. The ghost spirit queen was stunned on the spot. It was obvious that she was shocked by this piece of information, and she did not come back to her senses for a long time. Sir Ronald, what's wrong with the queen? The little spirit ghost flapped its wings and flew in front of Tang Zhen before asking in a worried tone. Don't worry, she's fine. She'll get unexpected benefits. Not long after, a faint energy fluctuation quickly condensed around the ghost spirit queen. Rain all over. The ghost spirit queen suddenly opened her mouth, and energy fluctuations accumulated to the limit before spreading out in all directions. In the enclosed space, thick water vapor condensed and turned into a drizzle. The little ghosts were shocked by this scene. They stretched out their hands to catch the falling raindrops and continuously laughed. The ghost spirit queen looked at the scene in front of her in silence. After a long time, she finally nodded to Tang Zhen. All right, I agree to your request. I'll give you all 3 divine artifacts. 2730 The treasure snatching plan. 1. The ghost spirit queen was extremely excited. After examining it personally, she confirmed that it was an extraordinary cultivation technique. As long as it was widely spread, it would allow the weak ghost spirit clan to gain powerful combat power. This was of great significance. All of the ghost spirits could become cultivators and fight against their enemies. It would no longer be like in the past, when she was the only one in the entire clan who could use the power of the divine weapon. The 3 divine weapons of the Ghost Spirit clan had 3 different abilities, but only one of them was for combat. This was a very serious flaw. Therefore, even though the Ghost Spirit Queen had a divine weapon, she was still easily defeated by the enemy. During the years of imprisonment, the Ghost Spirit Queen had constantly reflected on her actions. The thing she regretted the most was that the Ghost Spirit clan was naturally weak. Being weak was an original sin, and one would be bullied by others helplessly. Although they managed to avoid a disaster because they were weak, good luck would not always accompany them. If they were to encounter a similar situation again, and the enemy was a cruel and merciless person, the Ghost Spirit clan would most likely be exterminated. If the Ghost Spirit clan had the ability to cultivate, everything would have been different. At the very least, they wouldn't be as helpless as they were now. He had thought that it was just a dream, but the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. The Ghost Spirit Queen had complicated feelings, but she knew that she had no other choice. It was already a great opportunity for her to be delivered to her. If he didn't hold on tightly, there wouldn't be a next time. In order to ensure the interests of both parties, I hope to sign a contract. What do you think, Mr. Ronald? Just the cultivation technique he had obtained from Tang Zhen was already comparable to 3 divine weapons. However, the Ghost Spirit Queen wanted a more stable guarantee. The Ghost Spirit Queen placed great importance on the fate of her race, and she couldn't allow any mishaps to happen. Therefore, she proposed to sign a contract to prevent Tang Zhen from not fulfilling his promise of bringing them back to his hometown after he obtained the 3 divine artifacts. There was nothing wrong with this approach. The more important a matter was, the more there could not be any oversight in the link. There's no problem with signing a contract, but it might affect you. Are you sure you want to sign a contract with me? Tang Zhen looked at the Ghost Spirit Queen and asked in an indifferent tone. The Ghost Spirit Queen was stunned for a moment when she heard Tang Zhen's question. A sense of danger suddenly rose in her heart. As a nature fairy, ghost spirits had the ability to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. The abilities of the Ghost Spirit Queen were far superior to those of her race. However, Tang Zhen's premonition was still blurry and he was unable to see it clearly. The Ghost Spirit Queen felt that something was wrong with Tang Zhen, but she couldn't find the reason. However, it didn't affect the cooperation between the 2 parties. After becoming a cultivator, one's fate would become blurred. The stronger the cultivator, the more blurred their fate would become. However, as Tang Zhen continued to ask, the feeling of uneasiness grew stronger and stronger, causing the Ghost Spirit Queen's body to subconsciously tremble. What's going on? Why do I have such a strong feeling of uneasiness? It's making my soul and body tremble non-stop. This kind of intense danger alert far exceeded the time when her home was destroyed. It made the Ghost Spirit Queen both frightened and confused. Under normal circumstances, the Ghost Spirit Queen would have made the decision to avoid danger as much as possible if she had such a premonition. However, this matter was related to the fate of the Ghost Spirit clan. Therefore, even if she had to bear the risk, she had to get the corresponding guarantee. That's right, I want to sign a contract. The female Ghost Queen gritted her teeth and finally made a decision, no longer paying attention to the crazy warnings of Lingling. No problem, I hope you don't regret it. Tang Zhen didn't say anything else. He waved his hand, signaling the Ghost Spirit Queen to draft the contract. All he needed to do was to sign it. The drafting of a soul contract was very simple. In fact, it was an oath that involved the rules of the world. After getting the approval of both parties, it could be officially implemented. It wasn't written, but it was more binding. Those who violated the contract would be punished by the heavenly Tao, and no one could renege on their debt. Even a god could not break a contract. The contract has been created. Please confirm, the Ghost Spirit Queen said. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and waited for Tang Zhen to sign the contract. Tang Zhen nodded and confirmed that the contents of the contract were valid. At the same time, the Ghost Spirit Queen's eyes widened in fear as she looked at Tang Zhen in disbelief. She lay limply on the floor, her body trembling. Yingluo, you're Yingluo. The Ghost Spirit Queen's voice trembled. She finally knew the reason behind her premonition of danger. The instant Tang Zhen signed the contract, she saw an incomparably terrifying and majestic figure in the sky. It was currently looking at her with emotionless eyes. Although she wasn't sure of the other party's background, she was certain that this aura belonged to a true god. The smiling cultivator who looked like an ordinary student was actually an evil god's consciousness clone in the human world. The ghost spirit queen was certain that Tang Zhen wasn't a true god because none of the 7 known gods matched the image she had just seen. An evil god's descender had appeared in the academy. The more they thought about it, the more bizarre it felt. The demon-subduing troop was specialized in hunting the descenders of evil gods, and the Cultivator Academy was the gathering place of the elite demon-subduing troop. By right, the descenders of evil gods should have avoided them like the plague. The person in front of him did the exact opposite and entered the academy without anyone noticing. No wonder he could escape the memory wipe of a law cultivator, and no wonder he had asked me if I wanted to sign a soul contract. The doubts in her heart were easily resolved. While she felt fear and shock, she also felt an indescribable joy. Although the evil god was the mortal enemy of the righteous god, there was no need to doubt its ability. Originally, he was worried that Tang Zhen wouldn't be a match for the Cultivator Academy, but now, he didn't need to worry at all. No matter how strong the Cultivator Academy was, it was impossible for them to be a match for a god. Even if Tang Zhen's main body was unable to personally take action, he could still order his believers to complete this mission. At the same time, the Ghost Spirit clan also had to bear the risk of cooperating with the evil gods. If they were discovered by the Cultivator Academies, they would be exterminated. In addition, they would be hated by the 7 great gods, unable to accept their care, and even less likely to become their believers. Fortunately, the Ghost Spirit clan was not the followers of the 7 great gods, but the Mother Nature, or rather, the entire world itself. I've already warned you that this is your choice. It's too late to regret it. What you need to do now is to tell me the location of the 3 divine weapons so that I can make arrangements for the next step. The Ghost Spirit Queen didn't dare to hesitate. She quickly followed Tang Zhen's instructions and told him the location of the 3 divine weapons. She also took out an item and handed it to Tang Zhen. When one held this item, one would be able to sense the exact location of the 3 divine artifacts. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen asked about the secrets of the academy and confirmed that every once in a while, the graduates would be sent to the small world occupied by evil gods. After the negotiations between the 2 sides ended, Tang Zhen sent the information to his main body. At the same time, with the cooperation of Camus, another consciousness clone descended. Unlike Ronald in the academy, this consciousness clone was a true descender, and there was no need to go to great lengths to hide his traces. After completing his descent, Tang Zhen would grow into his complete form in a short period of time and head straight for the location of the 3 divine weapons to snatch them.